for tea every day. I was there for tea, the Swiss granola, or the Australian big chicken, or the vegan gazpacho. That's all I ate was the hardest. I loved
the
it.
best
The breakfast
freestyler
was the
of
best
all
high-calorie
time.
breakfast you could eat. It was fruit.
1, 2, jam it on the one. Jam it on the one. We got burgers.
It doesn't sound bad.
We got burgers in this house. We got burgers.
It was called Swiss
Jam it on the one.
Multi-grain toast and butter.
Jam it
That's what I
on.
was eating for breakfast every day. Heavy on the bananas, the blueberries.
Jam it on the one.
I would
Jam
go
it
in
on
and destroy those
Jam
things.
it on the one.
So for years, my
Jam it on
credit
the
card
one.
used low. I didn't know when I
Jam
got
it on the one.
separated.
Jam it on the one.
What do I give a fuck?
Jam it on
I started burning through those things like a motherfucker, but the last one was Discover. Discover, I just took to the cleaners because they were done with me.
I
But I
am
got
so
hold up that one. I
fucking
started
annoying.
looking through the drawers.
If
I
you're
found
like,
those
oh my
Discover
god,
checks.
this is the worst
Discover
song
checks.
ever.
Oh, yeah.
And I would be right alongside you. I'd be like, why doesn't this motherfucker ever shut the fuck up? This guy sucks. This is the worst song ever. This song sucks. Worst song ever. This motherfucker thinks he's so fucking athletic because he is. Look at this athleticism, folks. This is still part of the freestyle. And you may be like, oh, that's the worst freestyle ever. But Rabbi would be like, oh, this is the best freestyle ever. As he stands on the cinder block. Hey, hey, hey. Standing on the cinder block. Hey, hey, hey. This is part of the freestyle. Everybody knows that this is part of the freestyle. And Rabbi sings as a man, perhaps the greatest singer in the history of mankind. And Rabbi is also known as the West Side Gangster. Rabbi is the West Side Gangster. Why? Because Rabbi is the West Side Gangster. Everybody knows that Rabbi is the West Side Gangster. Rabbi's gonna sing a song. It goes like this. It goes, Rabbi is the West Side Gangster. Rabbi is the West Side Gangster. Rabbi is the West Side Gangster. Hey, hey, hey. Rabbi is the West Side Gangster. Hey, hey, hey. Everybody knows that Rabbi is the West Side Gangster, and everybody was like, yo, dog, you are the West Side Gangster, and we all know that you're the West Side Gangster, West Side Gangster, West Side Gangster, the West Side Gangster, the West Side Gangster, the West Side Gangster, and everybody was like, yo, Rabbi, you are a pimp, and you are the West Side Gangster. Everybody knows that you're the West Side Pimp. Everybody knows that you're the West Side Pimp. West Side Gangster. Remember that time when Rabbi sang the song? It went like this: Wiki Wiki Wild, Wild Wild West. And then Rabbi was like, I'm the West Side Gangster. And everybody was like, Wiki Wiki Wild, Wild Wild West. Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want nada. None of this six gunning this, buckle running this, Buffalo Soldier. Look, it's like I told you. Any damsel that's in distress, be out of that dress when she beats Jim West. Rabbi is one of the biggest of all time.
One night I go, let me see if the
So
door was
what?
open.
And get
And
away
the door was
inside.
open. And I
While
went
you
in, and
cried,
it was a Friday
then
night,
you
and I went
ripped
into the
the act.
dealership.
Don't
The
want to
story's
keep my
not
hair
telling
when
you.
I hit the act.
And I knew where
But
this
on
big
the
box
from the
was.
start
They
of
had
this
the
running
cash
the
for
game.
Saturdays. Like,
James West came in the West.
and I clipped the
So
phone.
remember
It was
the
like
name,
3-4.
not who you want to go, not the GBs.
David Means.
Not who you want to go,
In Florida, I mean, he was a
GBs.
thief, a coke thief. There was a bunch of coke thieves who worked in the suit.
Break it out.
It was a slash suit.
Before you get bumped.
At the dealership. Oh my God.
Did Rabbi get
I got high on
banned
the accurate side. And I was
from this
fresh
fucking
out
Discord?
of prison. And I
Everybody
big chip
thinks that
on my
Rabbi
shoulder,
got
dog.
banned.
I was out of control.
Motherfucker thinks he has this fucker on, you know, they can ban me.
I
Fuck
was itching
you.
for a fucking, and the guy's name was Jeff Jensen. I still remember the nicest white guy in the business. And my first
No,
3
I'm
days there, I
saying
sold
it.
3
Oh, you're
cars.
tight as
I had
fuck,
already made
baby.
like $3 grand.
Really?
Actually, he stopped a car called the Figure.
This is all part of the freestyle. Wiki wow. Aiden Ross rule. Really? Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, they just only involved because of racism. Yeah.
Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. And everybody shows it. Everybody knows it. And everybody shows it. Rabbi is the best, the best, the best, the best, the best there's ever been. There's never been anybody as cool as Rabbi. This is the Rabbi song, and it's a little freestyle. Slanging his dick, freestyle. Slanging his dick, his ass itches, his left butt cheek itches. That one part of his ass that's almost like the crack. He's got enough nail on his fingers to scratch it. There's a little bit of hair. There's like a couple hairs. There's some hair. And then he smells his hand to see if it smells like any poop. And it does. That's the Rabbi freestyle. Everybody loves the Rabbi freestyle. Wiki wow, Wild Wild West, Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. Oh, you know what? None of this six, none of this Buffalo Soldier looking like I told you. Any damn of the kids with stress. Be out of that dress when she meets Jim West. West side, the west of the west, the west, the west, the west, the west. Follow your pride, don't let your hip be at. Don't want to see my head where my hip be at. Without a miss from the start of this, running the game. James West came in the west, so remember the name. Oh, who you got? Not the GBs.
What's it called?
Now, who you gonna go?
Well, they just look so old now.
This bitch can fucking get it.
Oh, yeah, it looks like a Datsun.
Nicole E3 gonna get fucked.
Acura, what is it? Acura.
She's the most cool person on here. Hell no, I am.
It was tremendous. It had the best
stereo
system
fucking
in the world. And one of my brother Jim Wheeler for fucking book. Oh, really?
Yo, bitch, you're banned? Oh, fuck you, bitch. Let's look at your fucking shit. Hey, girl, let's look at your fucking clips. Hey, let's search by date. So sick. Rabbi Rothschild, oh, tight. Rabbi Rothschild, oh, tight. 4 days ago, I'm all over your shit, girl. Hell yeah. Just teabagging you, girl. Teabagging your Espanol ass. Fuck yeah. I'm the West Side Gangster, girl.
I had to hide the car 3 blocks away at the fucking
greatest freestyler in the world. This is the end of the song, and all of that has to be in the song, and so is this. Is it the end of the song yet? No. That's it. Psych! Still goes! Everybody wants to go another round. It just goes boring to it. Really? Yeah. Fuck yeah. And then you can just do it all over again. Yeah. Why? Why the fuck not? West Side. Gangster, gangster.
So it was just a rough patch I had. It was just
a
really rough patch. And I just left them on there. And you know what?
That was the absolute worst song I've ever heard.
It's crazy. I had 2 cars dissolved into paper, but I know I owed money. I had a car in '83 that I bought off one of those.
Yo, dog. This shit sucks. As you act, this shit sucks. It was like this one time when they didn't suck, but everybody knew this shit sucks.
I didn't call a cop. I just
got man today. Yo, I'm the biggest pimp that's ever been a pimp.
I got like a perfect
The West Side is a gangster. The West Side.
I was going through that divorce. I would drive to the casino. You can't get a cash in back from Amex.
Wild Wild West, Jim West, really? Rough Rider. No, you don't want none of this.
Wow.
Gun in this, Buffalo running in this, Buffalo Soldier. Look, it's like I told you. Any damsel that's in distress, must be out of that dress when she meets Jim West. Wiki wow, Wild Wild West, Jim West, That's the
I
rabbit.
would go to
Rough
Atlantic
Rider.
City.
No,
We'd
you
have
don't
to play.
want
We were
that.
under
One of
21.
the
We had to get our
6
IDs chalked and stuff. So we just wanted to win cash. We weren't looking for big wins. Something that
anything
we had
into
to like
this industry.
go in and sign paperwork.
Yeah, out
for
of that
a couple
judgment, you need
$100.
Jim
That's all we
West.
were looking for.
Rabbi,
But
the biggest
I
pick
didn't
of all
realize that
time.
you needed like if you needed to get a
Follow
cash
your
advance,
pride.
you needed to talk to
Don't let your
someone,
hip be
a
up.
fucking hip
Don't
boss
wanna
or a
see my
dealer
head
or
when
something
my
like
hip
that to
be up.
get you a cash advance.
Without
Fuck,
a
They
mess.
get your cash in that. They call
Well,
the
from
card
my
for you. Bump your limit and get your cash advance.
Damn.
That's how much strength they had, like in the 90s, 80s, the fucking casino in Las Vegas.
Well, you can still do it now.
They would know somebody at the company. Like, you really come to Miriam, Joe over here at
Yeah,
Caesars.
That's
That's
it.
Sayadi, nice guy, big
Follow
player,
your
been telling
pride.
him about 4
Don't let
years.
my hip be up. Don't want to see my head when my hip be up. Without a miss from the
That's
start
what I
of
could
it.
do. Yeah.
Running the
And then
game.
you'd be able to go
James
to
West, saving the West. So remember the name.
I
Not
didn't get
who
an
you
advance.
gonna
I didn't
call,
know.
not the
It makes sense
GPs,
though, because
not
the
who you
casino
gonna
probably
call.
has a
The
relationship, and they're
WGs.
probably like, "Well, we'll
We ever
cover
get
the
about
loss,
Greg,
and
they
we'll-
come in and
like,
break
we'll
out
just
and
know us."
until you get
But
bump
they
right.
probably like I wouldn't be surprised.
Guy destroyed.
It makes sense.
Yo,
They just
what
want
up?
you gambling. They'll be spending money.
I'll
In my
wait.
5th year of comedy, 4th year of comedy, I would get to a
Oh,
comedy
please show
club
my seven.
and somebody would go,
Well, please show
somebody
my
just called
seven.
me for you. Call this number. And I would go, that's HBO. That's an agent.
I'm the greatest pimp of all time, son.
Fucking Discover. Oh, fuck.
The
You
757
have no idea
CJ.
how many places I would go.
Yeah.
You never had student loans or anything, did you? I mean, besides like they came after you for those Pels and shit like that, or
No. Yeah,
No, those are just like
yeah. Came after me about 7 years ago for the student loan.
oh, they did? They found you?
Oh, yeah.
7 years ago?
Yeah.
What did they try to pop you with? But it's
Before.
can I grab one of those?
A big fucking envelope.
Holy shit! 7 years ago. That's a while after too. Fuck.
I skipped
There's no statute of limitations on that.
No, not on student loans. They will fucking hunt you down. Listen, if you die, your wife is fucking fucking student loan.
There was a big Vice article a year or two ago about people who are leaving the country and just never coming back, but they're not going to pay their student loan. But they'll get arrested if they would come back to America.
Seriously.
Yeah.
They don't fuck around. You get a letter. As soon as they see something, listen, I didn't pay taxes for 91 for 2000, like fucking 3. My wife, God bless her, talked me into going to the IRS. And I said 1,000. They were nosy people. But I'm going to tell you guys something. You don't have to pay taxes.
Don't tell people that. Don't listen to them.
If you make 30 G's a year, or let's say you're a wheeler dealer and you're making cash, you don't have to pay taxes. But I'm going to tell you something. If you're making money, they know. If you're making deposits and cash and checks, they know. And in time, they'll come get you. They'll come get you when you make money. That's one time.
That's why
Those years they told me that I wasn't responsible from 91 to 80. They only go back 7 years. Those years, it doesn't matter. I made no money. 1 year I made money. The other fucking 7 years were $8,000 years. In 1996, I made $8,900. In 1995, I made like $9,000. One of those years, I made 72 because I made $60,000 in December working for a sprint break service. I made $12,000 one year. Delivering Chinese food, trying to just put angles together. But all those years,
I made like $20,000 in 2000.
They don't give a fuck about $9,000. What are they gonna do with $9,000? When you start making money, they will reach out and touch you. Remember that? Reach out and touch somebody. What was that? They'll reach out and touch you. They know exactly where you are, especially now, especially today.
Yeah, now you can't go anywhere.
When I was doing all this crazy shit, remember, we were still, I was telling these guys a story the other day that I had a friend who used to, was I telling AJ or you about my buddy with the ATM cards?
Yeah, you close accounts.
Yeah, who was I telling?
I think it was AJ.
About he would fucking go into a bank, put $2,000, leave it there for 6 months, and take a $2,000 bank loan out of it. A book loan on the 2,000. So you take 2,000, and then in those days the computer systems weren't fast enough. from William Hills, Studio City. So he was watching for Studio City Bank of America at 2:59 and closed the account.
And get the 2,000 back.
Get 2,000 back and then shoot up to William Hills by 5 and close the account. Because the computers would move faster.
And then
That was their process. They caught him, they didn't catch him.
yeah.
But now you can't do that.
No.
Over the this I had to do a background check 2 months ago for a passport. There's shit on there that's not even mine.
Really?
Oh, there's cocaine arrest. I never got arrested for cocaine. But how many Jose Diaz is on there?
Yeah.
Fuck.
So there's
How many
probably a
Jose
lot of
Diaz
shit.
is on there? But let me
It's
tell
funny you say that because my first American Express card, or I got a new one. You know, the date comes up. I got a new one probably 5 years ago. And you get the, I don't remember. I looked at the number, whatever, and all of a sudden, I'm using it. The guy's like, "Man, it's crazy how old this card thinks you are." And you know, on American Express it says member since.
Yeah.
Mine said member since '88, and my dad has the exact same name as I. And he was a member since '88. So the card they sent me was my card, but they had his name, and they had member since '88. So now I'm a child trying to get it. So I sent it to them. I go, you guys, this is my card, right? I said, this shit's not going to my dad's bill. He's like, no, we fucked up. We just we looked at the name and that was it. I was like, oh shit. But yeah, I can imagine that Jose Diaz has many different citations against him.
But then the shit, like I did a ton of shit from 81 to 85. None of that is on there.
Well, that's good.
Like I don't start coming up in the computer. Like I had an arrest in Bergen County, that's not up there. But there was a couple of arrests. When those arrested, you don't get in trouble for 6 months. It's clean off your record. I had like 6 of those. But there was a couple other ones that, I know they should be on there, and there's no way on there.
How close are you to getting it all taken care of?
Not close enough. I still got the warrant in Washington State. But it's a non-whatever warrant. They're not going to come get me. I'm not going to surrender, so we're on a stalemate.
Yeah.
They just want money. They just want me to pay a fine. That's it. That's done. I think the Idaho warrant is null and void. I think Idaho finally gave up.
It looks like we're done chasing Joey Diaz.
With that. It was a different time. Yeah, it was a different, something weird happened. I don't know if you guys read the paper. It's really fucking in the last couple of days. I'm going to talk about it and get the fuck out of here. I know you got things to do for people to see. Just think about Anthony Bourdain's girlfriend.
What about her? I haven't heard about this.
This is beautiful. She's one of the early accusers of Harvey Weinstein. They just got released that she's getting sued. She settled. She settled for raping a 17-year-old kid on a set one day.
What? Her? She did?
Yeah. And I told my wife, I go, what people don't really understand across the country is that Hollywood, let's start from scratch.
Wow.
What's that expression they say about women? There's no wrath, angry woman.
I'll have no fear of this sworn woman.
Let me tell you something. There's a lot of men in Hollywood that are bitter. But think how many women there are that are fucking bitter. There's a bunch of women that suck dick and got success. But there's a lot of them that suck dick and just got plain lied to. I just bumped into a comic from 20 years ago, about 2 months ago, and it was great to see her, the whole thing. But she sucked her way out of this town.
Yeah.
Like you ever see somebody and you're friends with her and you never had nothing to do with her, but you just see her now and you're like, you sucked your way out of this town. I went to prison. I did something wrong, Steve Aziz. I got locked up and I paid my dues to society. And I got judged. I had to get judged and all this shit. But at the same time, I have daughters and I have a wife and I have friends that have daughters and I understand the whole Me Too project. But you really have to think of the whole thing. And if there's smoke, there's fire. Before you fucking throw a rock, you better make sure you don't live in a glass fucking house.
I mean,
Okay, that's number one.
The most painful interview I've seen so far is Matt Lauer. He's interviewing Bill O'Reilly. Just literally, like, you're the head of the network, you're the face of the network, you don't think these accusers have. And then for him to be a month later, it's like, how do you do that interview? How do you do that interview knowing that it's got to come down the other way?
We live in a weird fucking town. We live in a weird. This is a weird.
So this woman made a payout already for this
$380,000
to the kid.
Yeah, and she's one of the early accusers.
Was it like he was he like drugged or something like that, or was he just like, I was just 17?
It was on the set.
He was 17 in 2013.
Now somebody should smack the fuck out of him.
Yeah,
he's got to be some God's kid because
what's he doing there?
Argento sucked his dick off. Like you could tell she got tattoos and she's nasty.
The age of consent in California is 18, so maybe that's why.
That's why.
Oh, really?
But yeah. Right after she.
They did a movie together or something.
Yeah, but he went after her right after she started talking about Harvey Weinstein.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Yeah, you got to make sure your house is clean before you start pointing fingers.
That's why you got to check your fucking closet time to time and rattle those bones. I always do. Just look. But listen, man.
That's why, buddy, I don't get down when people, they talk shit about the fucked up shit you do or I've done or whatever. It's like, fuck it.
I don't give a fuck.
You like you have to know, like, your house is all fucking cleaned up. You've done all your homework. You're perfect.
The thing that gets me the most about this town is I was a criminal. I fucking used a gun. If you're gonna do something, these guys don't use guns. They're like fucking little wormy fucking dudes, And my point before was I've done a lot of fucked up shit. We were at the store I seen a lot of bad shit at the store. I seen women get put through a lot of shit at the store.
Absolutely.
I seen women walk into situations at the store. I saw a lot of bad, crazy stuff at the store. I raised my hand on some nights. It was crazy shit that went on there. But I saw women get eaten up in this town. And you try to pull them aside. You like them as a comic. You're like, hey man, don't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck you. You know what you're talking about. And they're gone. I saw women that try. I know a lot of female comics that used that power. But at the end, comedy always wins. At the end, if you can't be funny, those titties and that pussy, and all that shit goes away. And I saw it. I saw women do it. I saw women go through it. There was a girl at the store when I first got to the store. She would suck your dick for a spot in the belly room. Tell you.
Yeah.
Tell you. Yeah, I'll suck your dick for a spot in the belly room. You're like, are you fucking crazy? I'll get you on stage.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Don't go nowhere. Let's go talk to this chick. Real quick. It was that crazy at the store.
Yeah.
So when all this shit went on, I looked at it from Harvey Weinstein's a piece of shit in my book. But we all know he was doing that. Everybody knew. Everybody was in on it. They were all in on it. The agents knew. It was like a joke. How do we fuck around? When we're together, when we're sitting there as men, three guys, when three guys are sitting together by themselves, what do you think we're talking about? Fucking colors? Yeah. When three animals are sitting together, they're talking about their conquest. That's what they do. They're talking about their conquest. Three classless fucking guys. Sure. There's a lot more classless guys in LA than classy guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, bro, I had people that suck my dick. I've never said nothing. I've never said nothing. I have people that say, "Oh, listen, you suck your dick, don't say nothing." And you're like, "This is the best blowjob in the world." And they'll let me say something that everybody will want. Yeah. Don't say nothing. You know what? I won't say nothing. You're absolutely right. I know how to keep my mouth shut. But there's guys that have to tell about their conquest. You didn't mean to tell me Harvey Weinstein never told guys come in for a second, fucking Rosen, whatever one day, there's such a tremendous pipe or whatever. They chit chat.
There's plenty of people.
So they all do. They all do. Harvey goes to a party, he sees a hot 20-year-old who's her agent. Come here for a second, send her into my office tomorrow. He knows. That agent knows exactly what's going down. Not one agent was mentioned that sent all these women. I would attack the agents. I would make the agents liable. Go, hey man, you sent me to that fucking office. and fucking Godzilla stuck it up my ass. You know, it's the truth, Lee. This ain't a joke.
I used to yell at my agent if they sent me to the wrong building. I used to call I'm like, can you guys get your shit together? And
But then,
like,
there's two sides to that story when it's easy. There's a lot of people who knew what they were walking into. This town is not. There's a lot of people who don't want to do the work in this fucking town. They don't want to do the fucking work. And I guarantee there's women that come out here going, I'll suck a dick. You tell me that that's not truth? That's the truth.
No, I'm saying it is. I also think that some people think it's their only way. That you know, I'm not that good, and this is the only way I'm going to be able to do it.
No, you're right. And we saw it. We saw it. I
Yeah.
saw it at the store.
Yeah.
And one night coming back to the store with Lee and just telling him stories, I got to the point where my body was shaking. We were outside. It was warm weather out. Just telling him comedy. Just shit that I had forgotten about. That your mind gets exercised as you're talking.
Mm-hmm. And you remember
different sexual and crazy situations. And, you know, and I'll tell you what. Like, I've never really been like a fucking... And I wanted to tell this story on the podcast. When I was 13, I hung out with Cuban dudes. And they were animals. You know, Cuban dudes are animals.
Yeah.
The white dudes I hung out with were a little bit more classy. But the Cuban dudes, like, yeah, I'm going to make out with and grab the titties and shit. So I didn't really fucking know. You know, I didn't have a father to give me that guidance. So when I was at this girl's house, I knew. I grew up with. We all grew up with this girl. We all go to our house. We're at the house and we're watching like Saturday Night Live. There was this girl, another girl that came over that went to a Catholic school. We grew up with her. But I hadn't seen her in a while. But I was like, holy shit.
She looked good.
Oh my God. I had known her since like maybe the third guy moved to North Bergen. I became friends with her and her brother. And her brother, I think, joined the Army and got shot one day. He came back home on leave and got shot on a drug deal or something like that. But they lived in our neighborhood, but she went to a Catholic school. And I was a little fucking savage at the time. I didn't know nothing about nothing. I didn't know how to control. Like, I didn't know anything. And she didn't have a bra on. And she had like a shirt on.
Yeah.
And the tip was popping out. And I was like, I couldn't take it.
What are you going to do?
I couldn't fucking take it.
What do you do?
And I just told her, I said, come with me downstairs. She's like, yeah. But she didn't know. She thought we were going to meet to smoke a joint. And I went downstairs and I started smoking a joint with her. And I told her, I said, you know, I started giving her the typical lie shit. I've always had a crush on you. We started making out. And I remember I went for a tit. Like, the tit was out. I, like, grabbed the tit, you know. And she let me suck it for a couple minutes. And then afterwards, she started crying. Like, she was 13. No, I was 13.
Yeah.
She put a tit back in her shirt. She's like, I can't believe that I let you do this. I feel terrible. And she started crying at first. I'm like, what are you doing? And I got mad for about 2 minutes. But for some reason, I saw a little girl in her. And that's when I discovered sexual harassment. That's my sexual harassment story. Mm-hmm. Like, just seeing her cry because she had given me her tip the first time. This is the first time she had ever, like, she just went out to experiment. She ran into a wolf.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? She went out to experiment.
And you saw you still had enough innocence, I think, to see the sense in her and said, this girl is not, like, rejecting me. She's just scared right now. And she's not, like, saying, like, you're an asshole. But it's more like just, like, I'm in this uncomfortable situation that I, didn't know I was getting myself into.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
That's a great, look. That's a great lesson to get, especially and be able to lock into it at 13.
Well, she was my friend. You gotta remember,
yeah.
She was the girl at the bar.
So you weren't trying to hurt her. She was, you wanted to have like a cool relationship.
I thought she was sending me a message every time she bent over. And she even had like funnel tits. Like the tits weren't big developed yet. They were just like funnel forward. She was beautiful. She was a beautiful girl.
And I'm the biggest
a beautiful fucking girl. Like she was 13, I was 13. But that was
everybody.
The first time I saw a girl get upset like that. And it bothered me.
Jared Shooter.
Like right there, I knew that. That's it. Like she didn't say no. She just pulled away because she was a Catholic fucking girl. And she's like, my brother's gonna find out. My father. Like she was just ashamed. She went on the date.
Yo, how you living, pimp? How are you living, pimp?
But the moral of the story was I learned something. You learned.
Yo, dog, let's play a game. Do you want to play a game? No, come on, let's play something. Okay, deal. You want to watch me play a game? You're barbecuing? Well, okay, then they're busy. I understand. Oh yeah. All right. You know how to play poker? Of course you do. All right. So get your ass in here. I think you want to press join table. I'm going to add some bots. Can you join? Do you see how to do it? I got you. Well, we're waiting patiently. I've got some bots in here. All right, there you are. All right. I think so. It's pretty close to it. Are you on? Oh, we have to hit join table. Hop in. Hit join table. There you go. All right, let me make sure we are good. Okay. You ready? All right, here we go. They're dealing. You're up. Okay, you folded. Yeah, which is a good move. Oh yeah, you're right. You're in it. All right, man. You're in it to win it. I thought it said fold. I apologize. Oh, straight. I bet $670, dog. You called? You're all. You're almost all in. What did you have? What'd you have? So, and I had a straight. You had good cards. You had really good cards. I got really fortunate. Oh, hell. You'll get your money back. You're calling? You're a wild man. All right, well, we got to restart the game because really, okay, so come back in. Can you come back in? Oh, no way. Okay, let me see if I can add you. So it will not let you come back. Just hold on. No, just hold on 1 second. I'll leave this one and we'll do another one. All right, I'm gonna leave this game and we'll do a new one. How do I leave this game? All right, poker night. So you're saying you had the exact same cards twice in a row? Oh, wow. It did not. Okay. Leave poker night if you can, so that it restarts. So you're in poker night right now? Leave it and come back. Alrighty. Yeah. So join table. I don't know why this didn't restart. Can you join? Oh, okay. I'm trying to join. I'll leave and come back. All right, I'm coming back in. I see a build version. I still don't see you. Oh, now I see you. But I don't see that you. Oh, we have to press join table. Are you in? Yeah. All right, here we go. You ready?
Let's do this.
You got it.
Police were initially called last month by staff members who said the guy was intoxicated
What? What are you gonna do?
Identifying its mental health history of students, a poll by the American Psychiatric Association Foundation shows that 89% of people think school staff should get mental health training. Executive Director Rabbi Rothschild says the foundation has a new program called Notice, Talk, Act.
Why can't I bet? How did they win? Show cards. Wait, join table. Okay, start it.
FEMA Deputy Regional Administrator Rob Ash, Georgia and South Carolina still do have some time to prepare.
You got supplies that needs to last for several days.
Dude, something's fucked up.
Georgia and South Carolina over the next few days while the storm heads. country following
Yeah, how is that a thing?
thousands of demonstrators stormed her official home, ending her 15-year.
I don't get it. How it got to be like that. I just went all in because yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me see if there's like a restart.
Tomorrow, mid to upper 70s at the beaches, upper 70s to 90s for Metro LA, triple digits in the valleys, the high desert,
How
and
to
the high 90s for inland Tennessee.
leaderboard player stats.
Santa Margarita. It's slow on the 5 in Santa Clarita.
Okay, player stats.
Loading up all the way.
Let's try another game and see if that resets it. I don't know if it will, but there's this other game that I absolutely love. I don't know how it's gonna go with you on your phone because I mean I played on my phone, so I'm not saying that you can't do it. It's called Putt Party. Do you ever play mini golf? Excellent. Jump in on it. There are 6 holes per round. So you press. You should see in the corner. It says Putt Party. Do you see it? It says Putt Party. Okay, excellent. I'm gonna jump to yours. Oh wait. Okay, hold on. Putt Party. Okay. Vote. Select the number of courses. Wait, that's not what we want back. Let me go back. Are you in a game? Do you see that? Let's see here. Ooh, 200. Close it and reopen it. Close it and reopen it. That's okay. I'm going to close it. Okay. Oh, it does show you're in it now. You got it. Are you in Putt Party? Okay. Are you playing or are you just spectators?
No, the same.
Are you on the course? Welcome. How are you? We're glad you're here. What's up? You can hardly. What'd you say? Are you in the? Are you putting? Oh, there you are. Okay, now we're on the same hole. So we'll play a couple of practice rounds because you just want to get used to how to play. You're going to see in the bottom right corner, once you roll over the little question boxes, you'll be able to use like special power-ups and stuff. Like this one's going to allow me to jump over a lot of stuff. I'm going to try to. There it goes. It goes right in the middle of the thing. That stunk. It's fun. Oh, the flags are where you want to go. You'll see them. They're bouncing. Okay. Yeah, exactly. It's like like a pool cue. I'm watching. I'm gonna fuck with you if you miss this. Okay, so now I changed the size of the ball. Did you? You're okay. Let's go back to poker. Let's see if that's easier to hear me. All right, poker. Poker night, America. Biggest poker night in the history of mankind. Here we go. You ready? Do you see the poker thing? Yeah, you got to exit out. And then you want to press. You'll see I've got a poker game going. Do you see in the corner where it says poker party? Do you see in the corner? Do you see in the corner? It says poker party. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Do you see in the corner it says poker party?
Yep, I got you.
Beautiful. In 3, 2, 1. I was just seeing if you would randomly show up. Is it still loaded? All right. We'll be patient. Is it like? Oh, there you are. Could you see join table? Excellent. All right. I don't know if I'm gonna be in it because there are too many bots. Well, shit. Join table. All right, you just play this down. Calls at 10. What's he gonna do? He called 35. Called 185. Called 785. Two kings. You at least have to have more than one pair. If you're happy. Oh, you got fucked. Damn it, you fucked it up. Here's why. Because now you can't join this game. You're done. So we gotta leave and come back. So leave? Because you lost all the money. Okay. Do you see the poker thing now? Exactly. All right. Exactly. So what you want to do is just a moment. Can you join the game? Wow, this one bot has all the money. Oh, I don't know if it's going to let you back in this game. How do you restart the game? No, you're okay. I don't think that was your fault. Okay, just join. See if it'll let you. That's okay. Join. Can you join? Okay, you ready? So one of these bots has a lot of money. Good fold.
Downside coming out past Agua Dulce Extended Road. That's where the right way is off limits.
We got to get that one bot's money.
It's a little crowded. Almost pushing back from Agua Dulce Campus. Up there. Let's check out Hollywood with Mike O'Brien.
Up ahead, though, it gets pretty tight about Hollywood Boulevard. FB through the Coinbase pass up to the 134-170 split. South 101 even done. That loads up at Hollywood Boulevard and bumper to bumper pretty much in the down. Up ahead, we on the back. Georgia County, that's fine.
With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm H.O. Martinez.
Damn, it got 2 jacks.
The exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
These cards suck.
I'm not quite sure what to rate or how much to rate. I was 21 years old. I went to Spain. One thing I kept coming back to is that I wish I'd said something. I tried to go back in time and explain to myself that this wasn't okay, that I wasn't ready to speak up. That you were encouraged to come forward and help the rest of us find From WBEZ Chicago, I'm Candace Talcott, and I'm new season of WBEZ's investigative series, Voted. At this point, we're not just waiting for the second one. The 30th one, or the 35th one. The first woman is recognized as having an. This is a story about years of silence, how it was broken, young women trying desperately to
Yeah,
get
let's go rate.
I definitely want him to go to jail for a very long time.
All in.
Free radio app. For music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Keeps you pop culture. That's how I feel about this.
How did I lose? What did he have? He had a straight. I had a straight as well, but his straight was better. Fuck that. Join. Okay, now is everybody even? No, this one guy has 6,000. We gotta fuck him up, dude.
All the good stuff. Pop culture. We're getting another look inside the world of young celebrities in another documentary from appropriately titled Child Star. Demi Lovato, a product of Disney Entertainment Factory, is on board as an executive producer and co-director of the project. Harry Moore, Kenan Thompson, Nelson Stark. Those interviews are the highest lows of growing up in the media and tabloid spotlight. Statements Lovato shares I hope viewers will gain a deeper understanding of the challenges and pressures faced by young people in the industry so we can achieve our goal of creating a safer and more supportive environment.
This fucking frog has $6,000. Hey, you got him. Damn. You had a pair of nines?
Get over here. Getting back to the moments we miss. Starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccine today. GetVaccineAnswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. Another one of these robberies.
I'm shocked. I don't remember having any burglaries on this.
You live in Los Angeles. Shocked when somebody tries to break into your house and doesn't like your money.
Yeah, you got that right. Damn, this fucking guy with the $6,000. All right, do the thing. He had two pairs. He would have beaten me. Oh, did they split it? Here we go. Shit cards.
They say that Defense Department officially,
I agree. I want to beat this guy with all this money, though.
Well, apparently, they're claiming it surprised Biden himself. According to Jake Sullivan, the president had no role. Meaning Jake Sullivan. We were informed yesterday that this pre-trial agreement.
Oh, there's a pot and a side pot. Damn, you had amazing cards. Good on you, dog. Oh, there's a. So. Yes, you did.
Been asking that for years because of Biden's condition. And Harris, of course, was out of the loop. They didn't want her part of anything important. And now you find out that some low-level bureaucrat decided to
Damn, everybody's getting in this fucking thing. Oh, this just fucking. This shit.
That it seems to be happening every single night. Anything in Europe? Because before they got broken into twice in 7 hours. Yeah, one night. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was unbelievable. That's how I've heard. When you take a walk on the beach, do you drive to the beach or you just on the beach walking past? Like we drive to the beach, we drive straight ahead. You have like a place. No. You can get a place down there, get a talk your way there, get a talk a bunch of the beach
Yep, dog. What the fuck, people? You're up again. Come on, you little bitch. Side pot. Dude, you did well. And you up. "20/20 hindsight. You did what was best at the time. That you felt was best at the time."
San Bernardino County Fire says black smoke is spreading across the neighborhood, where at least 24 houses are at risk. Evacuation orders have been issued in the area. The center has been set up as Marshall Elementary. The new central jail in downtown LA will be replaced after all.
A few years ago, the Board of Supervisors was wanting to close the jail and not open a new one. Now they have some place that looks at correctional care. Clear indication about what might happen next.
Side pot. I have $0. Remember this in the future. Because I'm coming back. How the fuck didn't I win? I had 3 of a kind. Fuck yeah. Yeah, good. And that's like the best you get. Pocket aces.
He says the group was booked Friday for having and selling drugs, violating public parole and probation and other charges. Well, the Biden administration says it's taking steps to defend Israel by Iran. Iranians have vowed a massive response to the bombing. Official visiting Iran is calling it a critical moment.
Damn.
Indicators are pointing to recession, but not the same as when the market crashed in 2008. He says tech stocks, oil, and crypto stocks dropped.
That guy's got 3 of a kind. Oh, full house. Oh, wait, he had, full house. Man, I fucked up. I had a flush. I mean, dude, what the fuck is this guy doing? Just raising out of nowhere. Dude, quit this shit. Dog, your cards aren't that good. Dude, I gotta call the real. Oh, man. Fuck that. Dude, this pack. Dude, you won. Not that much fun. Where did it all go? Oh, that guy had two pairs. Wow. Now that guy's the guy who beat. Word. Shit cards. God, these guys just got rich really quickly. Welcome, welcome. How are you? We're glad you're here. We're playing poker. Feel free to get in on this. It's amazing. How are you? Shout out to Mr. Tyler. Mr. Tyler rules. All right, you're all. Show cards. You have an ace, nine, two pair. You gotta win that. Oh, big money, dog. Hell yeah. Welcome, welcome. Biggest pimp in the world. Oh, as they learn to love. Thank you. Oh, wow. If anybody has a king, If anybody has a king, they're fucking me.
Real hot spots. A little bit underneath
Making me here.
mostly up in the hills. And then on the other side of the hill, your 310 areas, your Brentwood,
200.
that whole area. And those people having no
Look at you.
they're exhausted.
2 pair. Very nice.
Getting a job, going to college, working their ass off, and may or may not, have any kind of career.
All right, I'm gonna win this one. And I'm gonna steal all that $4,000 from that guy.
When they get caught, a lot of these guys are, I don't know, hooked up a couple weeks, couple months. Let's find out what's going on.
Spoken with several neighbors today who tell me that they are fed up and now they're communicating with one another, trying to come up with ways to make the neighborhood safer and how they can fight back against burglars. This after hearing about yet another home break-in in their neighborhood, another home was targeted. Take a look at this video from overnight of this latest incident. A helicopter seen over the area near Ventura Boulevard and Firmament Avenue in Encino. Police say residents heard glass breaking. Something may took the burglar or burglars because they took off. No suspect description is available and it's not clear what, if anything, was taken.
Everybody has cameras, ring cameras, alarm cameras, and none of these guys really have been
Dude, you won.
These guys for themselves, they get in, they get out, and go on. Back in the old days, this wouldn't have happened. Like before Waze, before Google Maps. Because if you went into a there's a lot of cul-de-sacs, a lot of dead-end streets, a lot of areas that it's hard to navigate around. But now with Waze and Google Maps, these guys can come into that neighborhood, and it's like they live there. If the Google Waze and Google
This most recent incident was reported as a hotline. Neighbors say that's the occupants were overtime. They've been hearing about similar incidents too many times lately. Time to say it's unsettling.
But I bet a lot of people with their eyes open at night. Did you hear anything? Yeah, did you hear anything? A lot of that going on in Encino, Tarzana, Wizard Hills, Studio City, Palisade.
I took pictures of their cars, and it's been a councilwoman in the Iran.
You know you won the previous game.
We need our politicians to step up. Police to step up. DA to step up. People need to be held accountable. This isn't a free ride. I get that. This guy's it takes a whole village to get this under control. Okay.
I'm gonna win this one. Guaranteed.
Step up. We need police to step up. People need to be held accountable. This is okay. All right, who else needs to be accountable?
I'm in agreement there. Wow.
You voted the wrong way. Last couple elections. Reverse course. And maybe not. That's possible as well. Who knows? But you're also responsible. You guys have to vote the right way. When a guy says, I'm going to be the DA, a certain type of crime, that opens the floodgates. And it wasn't a mystery. She said, if this guy gets in, it's going to be the wild, wild west. A free ride. You can't just walk into someone's house and steal.
And the first neighbor you heard, she said that she has been taking suspicious cars in the neighborhood just in case. And there's been several breaks.
That's tough to do. I don't know if I would
Told you I was going to win with a solid, full house.
She has been taking photos of suspicious cars in the neighborhood just in case. And there's been several break-ins reported in the San Fernando Valley in recent days and weeks, including in Sherman Oaks, Encino, and Tarzana. Neighbors tell us they're being vigilant. They're putting in cameras, toolboxes, communicating with other neighbors, and staying aware of suspicious activity or cars driving by that they don't recognize. Basically, all the things that police advise residents to do to stay safe. But despite that, again and again. Now take a look at this map of some recent break-ins in the San Fernando Valley. Casino alone, break-ins south of the 101 freeway went up 40% in July. 40% in July. 40%, that's huge. And city burglaries were up 4% year to date. But I heard over the weekend said crime is down. So, I don't know. Somebody's lying.
There's a $6,000 pot.
Because he said over the weekend on one of those morning shows that it's nobody gets it, but the big things out there.
What the fuck? Hell yeah. 2 pairs.
Some residents say that they have been communicating, and they're talking about adding private security in the neighborhood, which they'll be paying for out of pocket, but they're also calling on their action. We've reached out to the county. Let's go real quickly to Channel 9 here. Into this, the exhibit explainer said yes, so we'll see if they all 25, but at least 25 additional engines. I've also heard radio chatter here about bringing in help from LA County. San Bernardino. Yeah, they've already got, they're asking for a lot more help. In San Bernardino County, so that Cal Fire, fire as well. Now, it sounds like they're requesting County Fire.
10-7. That's not great. Okay, one pair. Oh shit.
More engines and more help. So if you're on the freeways and you see a fire trucks, chances are they're going to the same place. 640. Morning is out. Layla Muhammad. Yeah, Conway, you were just talking about that brush fire in San Bernardino.
Who the fuck keeps raising this shit? Like, we don't even know what the cards are. These people are just being assholes. Look at that pot already.
On the 22 at traffic with BKFI in the sky next. You must call the best attorneys in the world. Who are they? Well, they're in Sweet James, of course. Yeah. Now, here's a source. A guy was seriously injured in an accident, right? His life changed. Turned upside down.
I'm fucked. I'm fucked if somebody has a king. Who has a king? Shit. I know. Oh, he had 2 pairs? That guy had a flush? Oh, damn. I thought I was fucking solid. A pair of twos?
From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. A closure on the 20 in Still Beach.
Oh, this sucks.
Street and the 405, an earlier crash that caused some downed power lines past that stretch of the roadway off limits. Also closed are the connectors from the 605 to the 22
These
west.
people have to quit raising shit before we've even seen the.
91 westbound is approaching state. Why not? Move to the right shoulder. That's Imperial. Now it looks like
I don't know.
Squeeze there from the orange crash up to about the 91. Again, little pinch there up ahead in time department, not bad. It's really bad on the 15.
Side pot.
Mike O'Brien, KFI.
Causing those delays on the 15 is probably all the smoke from the and the location of it is north of 210. It's right in between the 215 and the 18.
Damn, that guy won them all.
San Bernardino, with Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Angel Martinez.
Hell yeah, get back in. Hold on, I'll kick out the bot. Are you back in?
The exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery of The Girls Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated
There
series
you are.
Batman Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring
Can you
Natalie
get in?
Portman on Apple TV Plus, falling out of the top 3. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Woman and Big starring Anthony Hopkins is also passed by number 5. Landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy to Cameron.
Yeah, I don't even know if the game goes. What are we doing here? Oh.
For 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
Yeah, I leave and I'll come back. Poker night. Discord poker night. A royal flush is the best hand in poker, consisting of a 10 check. Okay. Yeah, you could try it.
A rally was held over the weekend outside of Chicago.
There he is.
That's politics. I'm Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio. Here's that song again. Here's that song again. It's young. Here's that song again.
Okay, can you join the game?
Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat for their age and size. Visit nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
I can't either. Alright, leave. We'll find something else. Do you see checkers in the park? Well, you shouldn't have said that. Play the game. Create game. Join group. Create game. Create game. Can you join? Waiting for opponent. It's checkers, baby. Can you hop in?
Also on Sunday the 18th, meet the self-proclaimed
Yeah.
exciting
All right. This is just a friendly game, an exhibition. What's it say? Yeah, enter. Okay, you ready?
I'm in.
I forget how to play. What is that mean?
They don't want to inject all of that sperm and stop it from spreading to its I want to show you these are right of this area.
This is an exhibition game, not for real. Word dog. The defensive showdown.
So this has been here for a while. Yeah, this is radical.
Boy, I am kind of fucked. YOLO.
That's all.
Fires, you are going to be very well versed in it. When you go out to cover these fires, for somebody like us, we're watching a lot of the people they create their own weather within these firestorms. And it's really can describe what it's like sometimes when you're driving there. It's all kind of calm. Get into sort of the eye of the storm because you're so close. You have such access. Firefighters certainly trust you. But tell us about what you experience when you get out, the wind, what have you. Never know. When I leave the house, I never know what I'm kind of getting into. When I first got here to the Edgehill fire, you could see it burning down, coming down the hill into the neighborhood. Kind of really didn't look like a whole lot. It was like, okay, maybe.
Okay, for people, thanks, but for people that don't know where this initial fire is,
Well, fuck. I'm kind of fucked here.
where Yamava,
Yeah, I'm definitely fucked. I don't know how I'm so fucked.
and it's right on. Well, there's a freeway that is a
This sucks.
San Bernardino Valley. And then if you cross the 15, you cross the 215, that's where this fire is first. It is north of the 10, just north of the 2.
Why can't you double jump me?
This is an incredible scene to watch this. Woke up this morning inside that house. I had breakfast inside that house. And now burned down. And then to your psyche. I can't. It's more people, but beautiful, maybe retired, worked around in the hills, got this beautiful Spanish style, beautiful big windows, doors, 3-4 car garage, and to watch it all disintegrate live on TV. We're continuing to cover this fire. They're calling it the Ed Chill Fire. We're live on TV.
You're talking about that Conway, at least 200 firefighters there now battling the brush fire. Several homes have been burned, as you said, in the fire, which has burned more than 5 acres in the past 2 hours. The evacuation area includes dozens of homes. This is the area of Ridgeline Drive. The evacuation center has been set up with Marshall Elementary and Civil Sales Houses. Takes throughout the evening. A homeowner in Laguna Beach who allegedly yells at visitors to stay off what she claims is her property has in order to stop harassing beachgoers. This woman says her vehicle rode away from her property on Victoria Beach months ago.
So she purposely was walking cars, standing on her property and not living in her property. And when she came home, she really was thinking back to the sand where her property was, where she was near her.
California Coastal Commission says the woman must clear her part of the beach where she allegedly used rope to keep people out. The commission says if she does not comply by September, she will be fined over $11,000. LA County has settled with federal prosecutors over allegations voters with mobility and vision disabilities were excluded for years at local polling places. The U.S. Attorney's Office says the county last year alleged an investigation into the voting program found it violated the Americans with Disabilities Act. Investigators surveyed more than 100 county voting centers, citing barriers like steep ramps, abrupt level changes, and a lack of accessible parking. In the settlement last week, the county agreed to work with experts to make sure voting centers are ADA compliant. News brought to you by Service GIS. ABC's Mike Dubowski says Matthews Susie Rose received back in June. The Supreme Court judge was set to rule on his dismissal. Musk was an early investor in OpenAI before leaving the company.
We're done.
Cloudy, then cleared through the night. Lows in the mid-60s, low 70s. Dangerous heat continues tomorrow. Some fog in the morning along the coast. Partly sunny skies throughout the day with highs in the mid to upper 70s at the beaches. No 90s in Orange County. Valleys at 1 in the IEs 94 in Gray and 94 hours. Let's swing back on the 170.
Outside of that 170, coming up on the front connector to get northbound. That's where it's just there to wreck out of lane on that transition, but the 170 northbound remains a huge mess getting away. We've got Michael.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure of that.
Both sides of the 605 real tough here. 605 South End by Tammy at just about Rose Hills. That will remain tough. Northbound 605, 605.
why Greg decided out about Rothschild's ad as well. Maybe East LA on the 6th. 6 shades brown. That's just a Have to do about a paramount or so. Yeah, that nice gap. Back on the brakes. Rolling ice. Nice. 7 to 9 mark. Michael Bryant gave a line in the sky.
Southern California's only airborne traffic reports. Coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. 24 hours a day, you can listen to live coverage of swimming, basketball, volleyball, gymnastics, and all your favorite sports. Plus, Team USA exclusive coverage from Paris. Bring the summer games with you from your phone to your car, on your Alexa, or wherever you listen. Open the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. iHeartRadio, the exclusive audio home on NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
This is one. The road to 9/11. I'm Jim O'Grady. The fact that we'll follow the investigators, the bureaucrats, and beat cutters who chase disturbing clues about a new kind of enemy. I don't want to use the word police, but this is well underway. Let's penetrate this cell and find out what's really going on. With some of the horrible and that goes planet is dead, maybe dead. It's in one round.
What?
Story about small moments. How human beings make decisions under terror.
It is your
So many dots.
That some saw coming, but didn't respond to. Blind spot. The road to 9/11.
Podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts.
This week's iHeart countdown of the top TV streams.
There you go. As I said, there's exhibition only. Create rematch. Here we go. Waiting for opponent. Go.
The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Celeste and Ellie starring Premiere on Amazon Hulu remains at #2 for the second straight week, and back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top stream show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Well, shit.
Call it supply and demand at work. After years of companies jacking up prices and logging record profits along the way, consumers have been pushing back on what's been called greedflation. Shoppers are looking for less expensive alternatives to artificially high prices, and some chains are now lowering their prices to try and regain lost market share. Walgreens, Michaels, Target, Amazon, Fresh, regional, all giant food grocery stores are among the retailers that have announced recent price cuts to lure customers back. Fast food giants McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's are also demanding increasing the slated discount menu items. The new rule towards price cuts comes as the Bureau of Economic Profits soared 3.6%.
That was devastating, dog. I'm going to dominate this game because of that move.
While wages as a whole rose 4.4% last year, also over 2 decades, trends show CEO pay skyrocketing an average of 11.
Oh, damn, I see some moves. Oh, you made a mistake.
And that's what's poppin'. Camps on iHeartRadio.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters. KFI AM 640. Fire burning in San Bernardino. And I'll tell you what it's in. It's a little bit further if you were to drive, it's 5 miles, but as the crow flies, probably closer to 3.5 miles. 4 miles west of Yamaha, almost exactly parallel. If you were to go to Yamaha and just go west, that's where the fire is. It's around the 30 block of Beverly Drive in San Bernardino, up in these small mountains.
What the hell just happened? Loading. Your turn. That was wild shit.
Timmy, can we just add that about a little bit of traffic in the area? People are trying to evacuate right now, and a couple of the main roads, H Street and also West 34th Street. That heads towards the 210 freeway and 34th Street, North Street, and H Street. Helicopters had not arrived, so to see that we know the they are to get to saying just so difficult to see.
We're done.
That fire and producing so much smoke and really toxic smoke as well. But again, we haven't been able to count how many fires have gone out or structures or outhouses, but we know that it's devastating when the smoke clears. But Danny Rivera, he's also been watching this their fire gear. Right on top of that, so to get the really intense heat, especially around the smoke, along with that, the humidity is very, very low, so that really makes it miserable. We do see that the temperatures right in that 105, 110, 112.
There's evacuation centers at the Marshall Elementary School and close to this, where the fire is, down and further close to basically looks like above ground pools of water, and as the helicopters come by, they dig into these multi-million-dollar old school, old money San Bernardino homes are on fire and burning one after another. And this is devastating to the community. And I imagine a lot of these homes are built back in the 20s, 30s, 40s. And this is devastating for a lot of people. Let's fly over and see. We'll pick up what Christie says here. Stating right here, right along this entire
Where? I don't see it. That's okay. Alright, I'll replay it. I still don't see what I would have had to done there. Well, it just shows you what I just did.
Marshall Elementary School, which is just the east of where this fire is happening, and north of the 210 freeway, off of H Street, as Angel was saying. You're right, Angel. It's unbelievable. And a lot of those people probably are scared to death because traffic when a fire is nearby. You just start to panic. So it's a huge story.
Through the roof of that house. So we have 3 active fires at the very least.
Homes caught on fire down there, and always remember behind that smoke is more property that is on fire. We're coming from the south side down, and I want to give you a little bit of a little help if you're familiar with this area. Area affected. The neighborhood south of Ridgeline Drive, north of Beverly. You see fire are encompassing Camino Road, Circle Road, and Hillhurst Drive. These are the dozen or so homes that are. Yeah, you can see more homes in the way of. If it continues the way it is, again, there are limited resources in this neighborhood right now.
That was phone had moved.
Even calling county fire and asking for help from them as well. So they're stretched as thin as they can be. And they're calling for Orange County, LA County, to get this because these fires, these homes are going on again, one after another. On the way, time to really get structure protection in place here. There are some crews already on the scene, but you can see here just a little too late for some of the homes here in the Shandon Hills section of San Bernardino. Side of a giant hill that basically has a tendency to create its own wind and weather, if you will, as Brandy was mentioning. It's not a very windy day. The breeze can behave very differently when it bounces up against that terrain there, and you can see that entire hillside. It's all charred up there.
Let's see.
Terrace Drive at the top of the plateau, and hopefully those will be man-made fire breaks that halt the progress, at least going westward of this fire. But right now, all eyes are on those homes further east here, as we've counted at least 3 or 4 homes. And again, a couple of others that have already burned to the ground, guys. Yeah, they're trying to get this fire. There's a fire right in Mr. Wood, which is at the top of that hill, trying to get it to stop there. Because on the other side of that hill, on North Canyon Terrace there, they're so close together. What we saw in the valley, where it's one after another after another. Thank God, look, which is horrible to try to fight this fire, but thank God we don't have 40, 50, 60.
Shit.
If we did have Santa Ana winds, those winds come right out of the desert, right down through the past 15 and blow 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. This could be what's happening. They're in luck there. Below the temperature and they're counties because they have burning out there. They're calling the edge. It's 15 and the 2.
All right, 13.
It looks like it's LA County. So it looks like
I think there's some kind of automatic advantage of going first.
To save some of these structures. All right, we're live. Major story. California covering it. Now it's late little.
Homes fully engulfed, and even watching it live as it plays out on TV. This is very upsetting.
All righty, my man. Peace.
Orders that San Bernardino County Fire has to be side of and Line Drive. All people living on the north side and north of Edgefield Road West to and including Beverly Drive east to Circle Road. There is an evacuation center set up right now at Marshall Elementary, which is on North G Street. We'll stay on top of this coming up at the top of the hour. And let's see what's happening with the weather. It'll be partly cloudy and clear overnight. Lows in the mid-60s, low 70s. Tomorrow mostly sunny. Highs in the 70s at the beaches. We have 90s for triple digits again inland. This report brought to you by Kern Insurance. Let's head now to San Bernardino to see the latest with the traffic. take a look at some of these streets that are getting out of the Shanton Hills areas. People evacuate. We're looking at some stacked traffic along East Street coming away from Edge Hill in both directions all the way to the 210 freeway. Also extremely busy right now is West 34th Street between Northeast Street and H Street. So it's just really tough through that stretch. We've got Michael Bryan, KFI in the stop.
Yeah, just super fast. The 210 eastbound. Settles it over.
Who's that? Yo, can you see my message? Yo. You got exposed. Thanks. I'm not gangster. Who is athleticism? I've never seen anything so athletic. Amazing.
It is 10-8. American fans liking the monster block. And a timeout is called by Canada. Wow. The ebbs and flows in this one. 10-8 Canada.
Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's my radio podcast preview.
I got help to push back.
I got help. Push back.
Levolpi helps us push back against bipolar 1.
Once daily prescription Levolpi is safe to manage the next episodes of bipolar 1 in adults to help you push back. Elderly patients with dementia have increased risk of dental stroke. Do not take Levolpi if you are taking opioids or are a opioid withdrawal. The Samidorphan in Levolpi can cause severe opioid withdrawal that can lead to hospitalization or increased risk of life-threatening overdose. Get emergency help if you have trouble breathing, become very drowsy with slow or shallow breathing, feel faint, very dizzy or confused, or have a fever, stiff muscles, rash, swollen glands, or problems with the liver, kidneys, heart, or lungs. Other serious side effects may include high cholesterol, weight gain, potentially fatal high blood sugar, uncontrolled body movements, which may be permanent, dizziness upon standing or falls. Are you ready? Ask a doctor about Levolpi. Would you prefer these savings? For info, text copay to 45286. Once upon a time, there was an infinity, meticulously crafted to stir your imagination.
My trees disappeared into the darkness.
And daring to dream. Luxurious, 3-row for everything, for every passenger. Could be just right. Introducing the all-new 3-row Infinity QXE. Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of death in women, killing one woman about every 80 seconds. With that kind of stat, best believe we've got to hold that. People living in rural America have a 40% higher risk of heart disease and a 30% higher risk of stroke. Just know that we can't let that go. Bold, relentless, measured, daring, brave, and in your face to save lives so careful but moving at an urgent pace. One last thought on all the things we pursue. You are the reason for everything that we do.
Canada and the United States in front of a humongous crowd. Both teams have used their timeouts. We're in set number 2, Canada by 2. The Americans, though, getting a little low, have scored 3 in a row. Can they continue? They go back to Melissa. Melissa off the net, popped up. Taryn close. And she puts it away. Delayed timer on that one. Well, Melissa's getting over there. Couldn't quite sock it up. They'll make it 10-9 now. The United States looking for 5 in a row on the bad side.
Melissa gets a good set, and she sucks it straight down. It's so interesting because the style of play has led towards younger players, and with that, there's been much more nerves than we've ever seen. Canada, one more point on the good side. Randy will serve it. Josh, great set, a little tap, popped up. Randy, tapping and getting. So a huge play for the Canadians. They are in the command at the moment, 12-9. A crazy turn of events. The United States was trailing 10-5. They scored 5 in a row, some good plays, a couple of Terry Close blocks and some digs. But now Canada has momentum back, and they lead it 12-9. So Canada, if they win this set, Kevin Wong, it's over. The United States will be eliminated, and Canada will move on. Typically, the pattern, the distribution of these volleyballs, one for you, one for me, one for you, one for me. Today, we've seen points happening in bunches. We've seen teams go in the tank and then come out and get the other team in the tank. It has been an absolute roller coaster ride. The United States, if you missed it, led 14-9 in the first set and lost. That's right, 14-9 and lost. Great comeback by Canada. But now the Americans are going to have to really step it up because Canada is playing steady. Tim Clark talked about that first AVP she ever played in, and she said, you know what, at a certain point in time, I was satisfied, I was happy. And Kristen Nuss was the person who said, we're winning this all. We're winning, believe in yourself, let's go get it. That's exactly what they need right now. Huge crowd on hand, the United States on the good side, 4 points on the run, 33-28 today. Now Brandy, who's been brilliant. Little floater over to Nuss. And Nuss floats it deep and catches the last strand of that teal line. Big shot there. Now, can the Americans make the move? 12-10 is our score. Good set. Melissa hits it straight down. 13-10. The John Wood quote, be at your best when your best is needed, and that is exactly what Melissa has done here today. 3-point lead for Canada. Set to 21. And the cut shot is open. Good call by Nuss. You heard her say angle, that's away from the body. Twist away, if you like. So a worried group of fans for the Americans. Now by 2, 13-11 Canada. Great pass. Melissa, cross court. She started beach volleyball when she was 12 years old. I remember watching every Sunday the ABP Beach with her dad. Listening to Chris Marlowe on the broadcast. Brandy will serve it. And it's an ace. Wow. The Canadians doing everything right. And Team Canada starting to feel it now. Leading 15-11.
I was born and raised in the San Fernando Valley, and in the last 25 years, we've been on
centers back, Nuss into the corner. First 3 matches, Kevin, USA was blocked only 4 times. Today, they've been blocked 4 times. Good luck at the Nuss family. Kristen Nuss, the youngest of 4 siblings. She said, I learned toughness. 15-12, Canada by 3.
With all the embers flying around, I still can't believe they allowed that type of
John,
rain up in the hills.
Nuss, big swing. Not yet. Nuss, close. Nobody out. And she taps it home. Still a chance for the USA. So a slow side change. Master Kristen, what drives you? What's your motivation? She said, I want to go out there and I want to have America watch, and I want some young player who's 5'6" or under to look at me and say, I can be that person too. That's to serve it. Trailing by 2. Off the top of the tape. Brand new spinning set and attack by Melissa is a beauty. Half cut if you like. Nuss was over there, couldn't get it.
Right off the 210 and the 215 freeway.
I mean, Melissa came into this match middle of the pack in offense, and she's been nearly flawless here today. Canada by 3. Late here in the second set. Karen Cole. A mix up there. Melissa popped up. Cole. She missed it. And they're having trouble on the communication aspect here. And it's the vision, right? So the way that Karen Cole sides out is she sees where the block is and hits it right over the top. The problem is you got sophisticated defense. You got Melissa Humana Perez dancing in the back. She can't trust what she sees right now. Once again, both teams out of timeout. They go again at Cole. And Cole with the touch himself. Calling high line is Nuss. And cutting angle was Cole. Maybe they're doing the signals backwards or inverted. Because Melissa's waiting for the high line. She's just waiting to run over there. Melissa's dancing like her mother, the ballerina in the back. Really hard to figure out where exactly she's going to go. And we may have a kind of a issue here for the Americans. Something's going on, and Nuss's right hand, there may be an issue. So we're going to have a slight delay. They're going to band-aid it up. She's got an alley.
Severe Crohn's disease, Skyrizi is the first IL-23 inhibitor to relieve remission and disability for disease process. Serious allergic reaction to
Departments full of accelerated inspections and where to do weekends to build more housing like this faster. Projects like the piano demonstrate the importance of local government and with the philanthropic sector.
The $60 million project is converting the old Panorama Hotel silos of Old Boulevard into 90 housing units with mental health services. It's funded through state grants, philanthropy, and traditional bank financing. Bolton Defense Department says several U.S. military personnel have been injured in a suspected rocket attack on an American military base in Iraq. ABC's Thompson DeBurge says the attack contains Jewish ties convincing Iran to retaliate against Israel following the assassination.
We believe no journey is taken alone. I'm running to fight for an America where the economy works for working people, where you only have to have one job to pay your bills, and where hard work is rewarded, where reproductive rights are not just protected by the Constitution of the United States, but guaranteed in every state. Because that's our America. And that's the America I believe in.
It's so much entertainment out there. Wouldn't it be great if you could find out your rights all in one place?
Shelley Harris. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming with Xfinity. Plus, get a free 5G phone and our best offer yet on internet and mobile during the Olympic Games also. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
Excuse me, come on. Let's explore. That's me. Real salmon. What I found. No soups for cats. Here's the 62 treasure. Definitely going back tomorrow.
Christie's, always more to explore.
We tried these weeks these are the lips. We have every doctor's told me. I feel like 40 days of freshness. Yes.
Let's talk about advanced care. We literally look at the capital.
Karen Cole will serve it.
Good energy comes from
Trailing by 3.
and you can do it. I know you can look young, you don't look like you're a 9.
Melissa, cross-court dunk. Kristen Nuss coming in. Flares it down the line. Point. USA. Trying to follow in the footsteps of all the great undersized beach volleyball players before. Shelda, 5'5", 2 silver medal. Barb Fontana, Holly McPeak with the bronze. And Jackie Silva with the gold at 5'7". 17 to 15. Now Brady coming up two. It did not clear. It did not clear the net. And it's a point for the United States. So the Americans slip one over to Brandy. And they're within one. Points and bunches. The United States trail 15 to 11 in this set. They are back to within one. The crowd is rocking. And now the United States will try to tie it up.
Down 1,034. That's down more than 2.5%. S&P down 160. Nasdaq down 576.
Melissa, over the top. Got it. The back one foot of the court. It's a big point. Right? You get, I say the biggest. You go to the good side, you got a chance. You get to 16, 19, very small opportunities. A big play coming up here for Terrence Cole. Can she pass? Can she hit? Melissa eyeballing right here. It's a 2-point Canadian lead. The pass is good. The set is there. Up and close. Working the angle. They're calling the line still, but she's hitting the angle. And I think it's a four. I do. I think it's a four. It shows you like it on this. You don't know where she's going to be. She's going to be in the high line. She's going over the high line no matter what. That's good, guy. They got to get this ball on Melissa. Good pressure. Can't be easy to. Second set. Canada. Battling the United States. Melissa. Yes, a monster variety there. The set too tight.
County, this is the drive on the pine. Hickory North County's been pretty busy due to the works down in Michigan.
10 seconds to be set and get ready for this big surge. Now Canada with a 1-point lead. Americans still on the good side. Some shadows. Nice. Tapping. Ready. He's going to have to swing to go to 20.
Here are all the exciting moments on the free iHeartRadio app. Bring the summer games with you. Open the free iHeart app now and enable push notifications for live
Canada is going to have a shot here. Brown is standing. It is 20 to 18. And the first match point for Canada.
Radio and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. September 16th.
Scoop over. Canada beats the United States. Brandy coming in the net. Melissa rolling in the back. A fabulous win for them. And a heartbreaker for the United States team of Kristen Nuss and Terry Cole. So Melissa and Brandy advance. Tight action all the way. But Canada, the better team today. What's going on here? So into the quarterfinals go Brandy and Melissa. The United States team of Kristen Nuss and Taryn Cole finishes ninth.
This Kia Turbo Hybrid is built for all the things you've yet to do, like taking a long drive, just to throw a monster tailgate party at a new lake.
Brisket, anyone?
What's yet to be done? The new Kia Carnival Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
What do you do if you when you are one of the fastest men alive? It's testing. And then earn 2% cash back on the purchase with the Wells Fargo Active Cash Visa credit card. You can end up breaks records, shops for records. These speed tests. Because living is 2% of life means every book needs to be fast. Thank you. Wells Fargo Active Cash Visa credit card. You get 2% and bring a limited 2% cash back on purchases.
What if I say other words in between? Is that restarted? Or what if I broke it up into two parts? Like someone said, what's your favorite bug? Eagle. What's your favorite morning beverage? Cheers.
Upset stomach, Ibero-Gas. Indigestion, Ibero-Gas. Bloating, Ibero-Gas. Thanks to the combination of herbs, Ibero-Gas helps relieve 6 digestive symptoms to help you feel better. 6 digestive symptoms, the power of nature, Ibero-Gas. What does a robot know? About love. I can translate that need inside the human heart into something we can see and hold. The fingerprints we leave behind show how determined we are to give the world a piece of ourselves. That's it.
I own a lot of businesses, so my tech and my network need to keep up. Thank you, Verizon Business.
Now our businesses get faster, reliable internet from the same network that powers our phones.
So whatever's next, we're cooking with 5.
Switch to the partner businesses rely on.
How about that? Unbelievable! Oh my gosh! What we just saw, we may never see again.
We are high above the City of Light as the 2024 Olympics continue. The last time Paris hosted the Summer Games 100 years ago, France collected 38 medals. They topped that total this time around in only 8 games. Welcome back inside our USA studio. I'm Carolyn Netto. Hi, everybody. It is the final day of that hitting competition with gold on the line in both women's and men's singles. We'll have the men's for you later on tonight, the final. But first, of course, that goes to the ladies. South Korea's reigning world champion An Se-young against China's Hubin Zhao.
Who's on which side?
Singles title, an Olympic badge 28 years ago. Let's see if the wait ends at the Porto Chappelle Arena on the college in Baltimore and Charmaine Reed.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, those are things you all factor into it.
And the Olympic Games, there is not much better than hearing the phrase gold medal match. And that's what we have in women's singles at the Porte de la Chapelle Arena in Paris, France, in the fog court of China. Hubin Zhao, 27 years old, taking on An Se-young, 2 years old from Korea. This one should be fun. They both play long matches. Charmaine, we could be here.
It could be a really intense final here. Long rallies, they both like to play long rallies, and it's going to be very exciting. Number one in the world, An Se-young, a favorite going in. Depending on her knew how smooth she can run around the court, but she's definitely a favorite. Great on defense and worked a lot on her attack last year.
Soft delivery that time by Hubin Zhao. Takes a 2-0 lead for the Chinese player, and she is on her game. What does she do?
She has a lot of power. Lefty style, she can slice it, she gets behind it, but definitely try to set up for this match.
Her hand just on the back. From the side, and the first point of this first game for An Se-young. You can see her court coverage here.
So the strengths of the number one player in the world in Korea. What does God do?
Defensive dive corner to corner and she bounces right back up. And she's been working hard on her attacks in the last year. Makes it easier on herself. She said, I used to be always tired on defense and make up these long rallies. So now I'm working on my attacks and finish it off.
There she is, the diving effort. Comes back to the backhand and sends it into the net. So, club 3-1 lead to get things going. Fans inside the Forte Launchpad Arena have really responded throughout the badminton tournament of the Olympic Games. But they are especially apparent here for this gold medal match. Both sides, Korean fans, Chinese fans, they are all in this.
It's been really loud in the stadium, and they're getting behind each player. Even if it wasn't from your country, the players said it's fantastic here. They really get me motivated.
China with service. Great shot by Anseo of Korea. She had a good variety of shots.
Her shots are beautiful over and over again. Consistency. But it's shots. There are a lot of deception.
What's the furthest you've seen embers fly in the San Bernardino and the Santa Ana wind?
Great cross-court shot by Huff. 4-2 lead, gold medal match in Paris.
What a West Side gangster. That's a pimp. That's a pimp West Side. That's that pimp West Side.
Big shot. Semifinal match. That is the gold medal winner from Tokyo. Also had to be
Beautiful. Oh, not enough. She was taking that toss again. Not enough power. I saw that earlier.
But is it beneficial for homeowners to hose down their roof before they evacuate or not? No, it's going to dry out, hose down the roof. Doesn't help a lot. You do whatever they have to do to roofs. But now with the fire resistance, that roof's competent and it's about a foot.
Boy, playing the net right now is fantastic. As hard as these athletes can hit the shovel, they are showing a nice, delicate touch of it.
That's a long distance to get to. Just plays beautifully. Straight up and straight down.
Second Olympic appearance for Olympic Zhao in Tokyo. Across that bronze medal match.
It's so exciting to become an Olympian and you have Olympic games. Every 4 years, so these players have to deal with that. But knowing the second time around, more confident doing it and more relaxed.
See the shot making on these two sides. Olympic Zhao so soft with the net on Korea, able to equalize that. Look at this net.
And it's that little hole too, you'll watch hard. Hold it, little movement in a racket, and then places it to the net. You always want to get your opponent guessing, so get it nice and high. You have some different options.
Looking at this fire here, and it is there are reporting this strike number one. That is a large one
by two in his rally scoring. Like you see at the Olympic Games, whether it's volleyball, table tennis, the exact same way that you score.
It is a fire we can see from anywhere in the San Bernardino Valley. I know we have a lot of listeners out there in the IE, so we got you covered here. This is horrible fire. A lot of people lose their homes.
The other way.
It's going up in flames.
And it's in. Right into the corner. Hall watched it all the way. And there is a drift. There was some wind movement inside every arena.
that they determined right now the Japanese just how that distance works. After a couple rallies, you get used to which way it is. So if it's a couple inches right to left or front to back, just adapt to it, and then you know which side it is.
An excessive heat warning is in effect for SA for annual safety for United Kingdom families until 8 tomorrow night. The heat advisory is issued for the San Diego County Orange County until 11 tomorrow night. And tropical storm has hit Florida with torrential rain.
Even the players have amazing net shots, and they have that deception. Honestly, it can be it goes into the net, but it's that little extra motion that you try to throw your opponent off.
Just a fantastic is your ranking now indicative of how good she really is?
Well, women's singles right now is incredible. All top 10 players have a chance at battle here. Japan, Indonesia, China.
Wow, what a hands battle!
And right now, trade in your old ugly windows and doors for beautiful new buttons. Your American
Rally.
and they're going to tell you
What a get by on the front court.
$200 for every window and $400 for every door. And the American Dish windows, 100% employee owned. So whoever you're talking to, that's an owner. It's great. 888-226-9908. 888-226.
Into the net to finish the point.
American Dish windows.
Longest rally of this first game.
Great clearance to the back of the court.
This report brought to you by Personal Injury Firm, Owen Patterson and Owen. Running Southern California, Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're going to make home past moving slow on 15. That last round was 46 shots. Very much battle for the show was hot until the end. But I'd say Young sent it into the netting.
Evacuate is needed. We're also looking at the 210 eastbound. That's slumping in stretches, leaving the 215 in San Bernardino. And brings the head looking a lot better.
Previous games we've seen, I'd say Young put on some slow stuff.
Right now, out of Santa Monica, this is
What
the
is your
10
best
eastbound
does
place
in
where
the
you're
game?
presented
Try to test the opponent, try to test the single shot he has. You know, most on that particular day.
Yeah, she's a defensive player, so she'll come in, just get the long rallies going, and feel better about herself, work her way into it. The young player, she has to realize that a few of these quick mistakes are very critical.
Bring the summer games with you. Open the free card app now and enable push notifications for live updates from Paris. On your radio, the exclusive audio and easiest coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by Get Your Stream On. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the Prime mystery of
At that point, Andrew Nice for the Korean.
Number 8 is the new
Nice,
DC Comics
steady,
animated
waiting for
series
that
Batman
opportunity.
and
Beyond
Crusader on
fortunate,
Amazon Prime Video.
trying to get it
Lady in the
into a
Lake, starring
form,
Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus falls out of the
and then
top
puts
3
it away.
to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Broken Epic Who's About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Kal-El Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week, and back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus. For top stream shows.
Side to side to side, we're finally pushing it out of the back. Sports.
It's finished.
the hammer.
Big Joe. Good on attack. Watch how she moves quickly in. She snaps it there and then puts it away.
Ganyo, a winner for the left-handed player from China. Buried it right into the body that time. Not much that I'm seeing to do with that. And we have our fourth tie in game one.
100% West run right into this fire. They're saying 3 homes are burned, but I think that number is much higher. Steve Brigger's with us, retired captain, LA County Fire Department. See, when they say 3 houses are burned, and I've seen at least 5 or 6, where does that number come from? And are they just too busy to keep updating?
Drop shot and a beauty.
And really goes back on that one. The deception. Nice and easy. Goes back. Looks like she's going to hit it hard. Beautifully placed up in there.
Touche. Some soft touch on that drop. Ansa Young taking the lead to get a natural break at 11. And then Ansa Young with the lead, with a lead in the gold medal match, 11-9 in favor of the #1 player in the world. But can the Chinese player, Hao Bingjiao, the comeback? I'm going to show you something that's going to blow your mind. Buggle your seat belt. There's going to be some turbulence.
I didn't fly.
Oh, so excited to cover myself. Good night,
Keeping my mouth shut about things I've heard.
Giselle's the devil. Giselle is evil.
You came in this season just to come after me.
Watch the shot.
A couple weeks ago, I got a promotion. Came with a small pay bump and a large responsibility bump.
Mr. Lasky watched morphine, and I did. Yes, we had a meeting, and I said I didn't think so. That's a party.
Let's get out there and yell, go, go, go.
No more cirrhosis, no more cancer.
We have a new floor nurse starting today.
Okay.
Wrong side, got myself. You go to the hospital.
It's not always glamorous. I brought here for the same reason. If you want to help people.
We have one coming. That's the parking lot celebrating.
They told me that you're the one that saved my life.
Every now and then a moment comes along when you truly change someone's life.
It actually doesn't look too bad. Swollen, pale, blushing. Oh my God, that's crazy. St. Guinness Medical this fall on NBC and Peacock. Superstars all at the same. Action, crazy.
Everybody says what they want to say behind the screen, but face to face, things don't add up. Jesus. You don't know who to trust.
Isn't it obvious who wants to go?
I want to get out of this find out real quick. If I do get them out of this night, you will be walking out.
USA's Anonymous. Set your DVR for August 19th.
Ansa Young Airport of Korea for the gold medal match against Hao Bingjiao. An has been far more offensive minded early in her previous 2 matches. She lost game 1 and was headed here attacking Hao Bingjiao in China far more often.
And she added that element to her game. She was a very defensive player for a long time, but his own board always retreated. Oh, wait, what a great kick. So now she tries to get on attack, and she has fantastic shots.
Trace Mortief on the near side, going side to side, getting drops. So, again.
Awesome rally.
Off the tape, but Big Jow does not get the tumble.
I'd say incredible rally. That piece in there. Corner to corner. Flat clears. Great straight there. Barely getting it back. She brings it back. Gets back.
That was the second longest rally of this first game. A 41-shot rally. The longest was 46.
And that takes 5 seconds to 46-shot rally. Back to the front of the court.
A 4-point rally. Right now, the Korean An Se-young is hot. Back, that ends the rally. One call, hanging around. Our big Jow playing for and playing Carolina Marie, 2016 gold medal winner in Rio. Carolina Marie playing some of the best badminton of her career. And retired.
This athleticism is absolutely unprecedented.
Right up the sideline
Right
again,
up the skirt.
with a huge, powerful smash.
Korea versus China.
Yo, a winner for the Korean.
Yeah, nice and easy. Gets up nice and high. You know she has that cross foot too, so you see Big Jow. Not sure which way it's going to go, straight or cross. She mixes it up beautifully.
That West Side Gangster. The West Side. Why?
Greetings from Podcastville. The Church of What's Happening Now wants to introduce 23andMe. It's a DNA testing service that can offer you insights into your ancestry, health, wellness, and traits. The 23andMe Health and Ancestry Service includes reports on how your DNA can influence your weight, sleep quality, caffeine intake, sense of taste, whether you're likely to be lactose intolerant, and a lot more. And it's easy to do. You simply spit into the tube provided in your 23andMe kit, and you mail it to your saliva sample back to the lab to be analyzed. Do me a favor. Order your 23andMe Health and Ancestry Kit at 23andme.com/church. That's 23andme.com/church. That's the number 23andme.com/church. Find out what's crack-a-racking with you. The church also wants to give a shout out to my people, mybookie.com and shit. Football is back and it's in full effect. And listen, why have all these fucking locks if you're not going to pick a winner and get paid? This is where Uncle Joey comes in with my bookie right now, today. You should already open up a fucking account. Why? Because my bookie is the only service I recommend to the church family. That's why I'm urging you to make your way to my bookie. You know why? Because you win and you get paid. No fucking drama. No tip-top or glue. No, I got to wait till Thursday and meet the guy at the fucking diner. Fuck him. My bookie is the way to go. What you do is do this. Why fuck around? You want to make some Guinness for the holiday season? Join now. And my bookie will match your deposit dollar for dollar. You're sitting there going, Joe, what are you talking about? They'll match your deposit dollar for dollar. Use promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, CHURCH. Grab a pen. CHURCH. You get that? Right, to activate your offer. Visit my bookie online today. And don't forget to use the promo code CHURCH. Again, CHURCH. When you're creating your account, you can claim up to 1,000 in free play. Again, my bookie. You play, you win, you get paid. Drink that fucking muley, because when I'm fucking around on Monday morning, that's as good as it motherfucking gets. I got Sammy Trips in this motherfucker. I got Eddie Bravo in this motherfucker. I got Tin Foil. I got the Christ Killer, the original Jew of Jews. Happy Rosh Hashanah to you and your family.
Thank you very much, brother.
To you and all the Jewish community that's part of the church. Happy Rosh Hashanah. You have another year to be a bad motherfucking Jew. And don't let me see you driving a Volkswagen. You gotta have a little hate in your heart for those fucking Germans. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit. What's going on, Big Ball family?
Killing it, dude. We're killing it. Thanks for having me on, dude. Thanks for having us on, dude.
No, please, get on the mark. I want you to put on the
Boom, there we go.
Cool. It's better. Remember 20 years ago when somebody told you down the mark?
Yeah.
And you looked around and you didn't know what the fuck they were talking about?
Isn't that white tape on the ground?
Yeah, get on your mark. They'll tell you to stand in and they put like a body double in there for 2 minutes. They put tape around you and they'll tell you to step into the mark and keep fucking stepping. I didn't know what that meant. I did baseball.
Oh, you didn't know what the mark meant?
I had no idea.
Wow.
Can you imagine being on a fucking... When I did the pilot for CBS, like, I was so bad. Like, you ever do a job and every day your lines got shorter and shorter? Like, when I started, I had like 8 pages, then I went to 5, then I went to 2.
Really?
Then I went to 1 line, and then I went to like a half a line. Like, what's it going to be?
Okay, did you go, what the fuck's going on? Did you go?
No, because I knew I sucked. And I was green around the gills.
But you still had enough to book it.
I didn't book it. They saw me on stage in Seattle. And they booked me for a CBS pilot off a fucking stage in Seattle. And when I went to the table read, you know, in the middle of the table read, you could fake the funk a little bit. But once I got on the set, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't say nothing to nobody. I booked a commercial. Then I booked basketball, and I was basically a cokehead. And basketball, like that, that's all I did every night. And I never forget them going and step up to the mark because you had to roller skate in. Remember my scene, you have to roller skate in. By that part, I robbed all the roller skates. There's no roller skates that were size 11. They were all over at the Swiss Chalet. I stole them. Every day I would steal them.
What'd you do with all the roller skates?
I would take the roller. They would put, you know, when you shoot a movie,
yeah.
They put your clothes in the room.
Yeah.
They would put my clothes in the room. And I'd park. This is when 9/11, pre-9/11. So if you knew the guards or they knew you from the comedy store or something, they let me park right next to the trailer every day. I don't know how I did it. Looking back, that's how fucking crazy motherfucker I was. And I would take my roller skates. And I stopped like this Swiss Chalet off of like a Culver City, one of those. They used to have like one down there, like, and I went in there and I was pulling like the old scans from the old days. How you doing? My uncle gave me a pair of roller skates that don't fit. And they looked up and they're like, we'll give you $149 for it. So I knew I would get $150 a day if I bought a roller skates.
Oh my God.
Every time I would work, I would steal some of these roller skates to the set. And then I just started going, there was no cameras then. I would just go to the truck with the roller skates on. And I would just take a box of roller skates. If somebody would ask me, why do you have size 14? I want to, you know.
Who's that roller skates?
Who has roller skates? Bro, by the time I shot my scene, I was like on the 3rd week of showing up and not shooting. I would just go there basically to watch Jenny McCarthy. We would take, you know, and watch the 2 guys.
She's so hot.
Who were the 2 guys that wrote that?
The guy from South Park.
I didn't know.
South Park.
I had no idea who I was working with. People were kissing my ass, you know, bringing me sodas. I didn't know. And then I'll never forget that I went out and I got fucked up because I kept going in there just to hang out.
Oh, you were
like I was shooting a movie, like they were making fun of me. And it's 8 o'clock at night. Like, oh, you go home now. And I go, what am I going to shoot? Like, oh,
that's the worst.
So the night I go out, I stayed out till 7, smoking coke by the Hollywood Sun. It's crazy people after the store. And I had to go all the way to the 4, right? That's what.
Yeah.
And when I got there, they were like, you're the first scene up. Like, I've been smoking coke until 6. At 7:30, they called me in for rehearsal. And the guys found one. First of all, they couldn't find roller skates. I'm like, where are you roller skates?
You're like that Swiss Chalet.
I'm like, I don't know what my roller skates are. Every day my roller skates are missing. So I got out of the roller skates. So if you watch the scene, I have to skate up like I'm roller skating. And then he says a scene, a line, I say a line, and we both skate away.
And you didn't have skates?
No.
What a great actor you were, because I never knew that.
So when we went up to each other, like, dog, I was going back to back. And the guy's going, cut. It took maybe 4 hours to shoot that. That's how bad I was.
Oh, you're so funny.
When they said cut, you could tell, like, when I walked away, they all threw their fucking speakers on the floor. Like, that's how bad I was. And when I got the call to how many guests do you want to come in for the premiere, I was like, who is this? This is Johnny Bananas from Paramount or whatever company did the movie. We want to know how many people can come in for the premiere. I go, premiere what? And they're like, basketball. Because when I left there, I'm like, hey, cut. That's how bad I was. Like, that's how crazy bad I was.
I don't remember the movie. Did you make it in the movie?
Yes, you got
Dude, so would you just go all over town selling roller skates? Twist your life, gotta be like, why does this guy got 90 roller
that
skates?
place, they would play against sports.
Oh, yeah.
Play against sports, you get like $75. They don't give a fuck. They're brand new roller skates. I didn't give a fuck. There's 2 packages from Chewy.
Right.
And like 20 for the bartender to drink. That's how you do math.
Yeah.
You need $60.
Yeah.
2 packages from Chewy. What to do there? What to do later on with some crazy chick you bump into. And one that, and then $20 to tip up. That's your philosophy. We go, okay.
Wonderful. The craziest party I've ever been to was a Halloween party by the South Park house. Matt Stone. Yeah. Dude, they're brilliant. I got invited to that party.
This is 20 years. They're still on TV. But
dude, let's see it.
I don't know if this is it for sure.
Undergoing a life-saving operation tonight. The fans here, of course, all wearing yellow in support of this brave little boy.
And his hero, Joe Cooper, promising to hit 3 home runs, a promise that could mean the difference between life and death
This is
for this brave little boy.
Hey, Pete!
Oh, shit.
Coop tonight!
Look how young you
I
look.
don't know, but he's 1 for 11 and he smells like Christian Slater.
Coop in the home run circle, getting ready to take his
So I'm supposed to
Nailed it, dude.
I'm supposed to have roller skates. You can take this off now. I'm embarrassing myself. Bro, that's up there all night. That's short and coach from 11:30
That's so funny,
to about
dude.
5:45. I lived in off of Riverside, right in Studio City. The person I was doing coke with dropped me off. I went upstairs. I laid out in bed with my girlfriend. I still remember her getting up, going, "How did you sleep last night?" I was like, "Whoa, it was a great night last night." The next thing you know, she's driving me to the forum in traffic, and I get there, like, you're the first one up.
You know the first movie, Orgasmo? Yeah. That was the first movie. The villain in it, I forget what his name was in the movie, but he's like a karate guy, and there's like a karate scene. But that guy went to jiu-jitsu with me at John Jacques. We got our black belts. Really? His name is David Dunn, and he was in the movie. And we were pretty good friends. And this was like 1998. He calls me up on Halloween day. He's like, dude, do you want to go to South Park Halloween party? Oh my God. Fuck yeah. He goes, dude, they gave me 2 invites and he was going to bring a chick and he had 1 extra ticket. He goes, it's tonight, but you have to have a costume. And I didn't have a costume next night. So I said, fuck it. I went to the Halloween store on Hollywood Boulevard, you know, that big Halloween store. I went in there. And my plan was, the only thing I could think of is to I had a Chinese hat, right? One of them Chinese hats, because I went to Coachella, and I had that. And I go, you know what? I'll go to this party as a Chinese guy with a machine gun, you know, like Vietnam. So I went to the Halloween store, and I couldn't find a machine gun. Turns out they're illegal. You can't have machine gun, like toy machine guns. So that fucked up my idea. I'm like, fuck, what could I do now? So I'm like walking around the Halloween store, and then I see those Billy Bob fake teeth. Yeah. And I looked at that and I thought, shit, maybe I could be a homeless dude. So I got those teeth, and then I had this idea I'm going to be a fucking panhandler, homeless guy. So I had the teeth, fucked up Billy Bob teeth. I went to Pick and Save that was on Vine and Sunset. It's gone now. They just knocked it out. There was a Pick and Save that I went there because I needed like a Bud Light hat. You know, and I was like, I'm gonna get a. So I found a Coors Ice hat.
Oh,
so I
that's even
found
better.
it's like $12, and I needed it to make it really dirty. So I scraped it on the ground, got it all dirty. I just wanted to be a panhandler with the teeth, with a Coors Ice hat. Oh, and then my neighbor, he was a construction worker, he was a plumber, so he had dirty, nasty shirts. So I got one of his fucking hellified stained shirts, and put on some dirty jeans. And I had these Reeboks from when I used to dye carpet. Instead of cleaning the carpet, you put dye, and it's like for people who don't want to buy new carpet, you could dye your fucking carpet. It doesn't really work, but I was in the industry, and I had Reeboks that had like 9 different layers of dye on them, and I took off the shoestrings, and so I had that, and then I got a gigantic crescent wrench, and I just put it in my back pocket, and they were gonna come pick me up. I'm like, fuck, I'm a panhandler, fuck it, I'm like this bum, right? So I wanted to test it out, so they show up, they pull up in my parking lot, and I told David, I go, hey, listen, I'm gonna come out with my costume, don't tell your girl what's up, I'm just gonna try to scare her. So they pull up, and I walk up, and this, you know, I just went up and started asking for change, and right up to the car, and she freaked out because she saw the teeth. You see 4 teeth, and I'm like, I look like a dirty panhandler, so she freaked out, and I thought, okay, cool, this is gonna work. So I go to this fucking party. It's right there. It's at the Quixote Studios next to where the Trader Joe's used to be on Santa Monica. Remember the Trader Joe's on Santa Monica and Gardner? Or was it Trader Joe's
from your old gym?
Exactly.
Where I tapped Keen Ivory Wings. I don't know if you guys know that, but I tapped them.
So there's that, exactly. So there's the Quixote Studios there, right?
Right.
So they have fucking parties. I don't know how much money this party costs, but these are like 4 gigantic studios, gigantic, 4 of them, and each room was one room that just had 100 couches. Yeah, and then the next room, let me back up a little. We show up, and I don't know which one is Trey Parker and which one's Matt Stone. Which one's the one with the afro? That's Matt or Trey? Trey's the blonde hair guy. Okay, so the blonde hair guy, he's in like a Batman, like a superhero outfit. It looks like Batman, but it has E on his chest. And he was Captain E. He was Captain E. And then his utility belt, dude. He had like fucking $10,000 worth of fucking E on his utility.
Really?
Yes, right.
That's a great party.
Oh, dude, it was the greatest party I've ever been to in my motherfucking life. So we show up, and everyone has, you know, superhero outfit, Dale Earnhardt outfit. Everyone's got these outfits, and everyone's walking around going, "Cool outfit, cool costume, cool." And then when they would look at me, they were like scared. They didn't say shit to me. They wouldn't even look me in the eye. I'm like, fuck, these guys are really. Everybody was scared of me.
They're like, who brought the homeless dude?
Who got the homeless dude in here? So instantly, I took like fucking 2 or 3 hits of E, dude. I was flying. I had these fake Billy Bob teeth. I had this gigantic crescent wrench, and I'm walking around. Nobody thinks it's a costume. Nobody thinks. Everyone thinks this is fucking crazy.
It's like a charity event, like Make-A-Wish.
Either some crazy panhandler or like some crazy like handyman on the studios. And one room, like I said, one gigantic studio was 100 couches for people to be on E, all fucked up. Another room, another studio was all like Arabian type couches with the, you know, I don't even know what the hell you would call it, but they're like the couches on the ground, and they got all these mosquito nets and shit. That's what they look like, but it looked like Saudi Arabian or whatever, right? And then another one was a fucking club with a DJ, and on the floor there was little rooms, little booths, like porta potties all over the place where you could go make out with chicks in these little porta potty rooms. They weren't porta potties, but
this is the greatest party ever.
Yes, it was the greatest party ever. So there was a club with a DJ with all these porta potties, people were dancing, and then you go to another studio, couches, another studio, couches on the floor where you could lay down, everyone's all fucked up.
Right.
It was fucking nuts. It was nuts. So I'm walking around staring at everybody. I'm having the time of my life, just scared because I go up to everybody and ask them for change. I just want to ask them for change. I go, you got some 50 cents? And they'd be like, maybe. Let me see. People were fucking giving me money. I was having so much fucking fun panhandling, right?
Yeah.
And then every now and then I'd see this guy, he's like 6'5". He had fucking Billy Bob teeth too. Big fucking dude. And he had a wife beater and he was walking around scaring people too. And we would cross paths and we'd look at each other. I'm like, are we doing the same shit? And then he'd be gone. And then I'd just be panhandling. I was just having the time of my life panhandling. And then I'd see him again. And then we'd bump into each other again.
How much money did you make?
And I'm like, and all of a sudden, he was fucked up. Everybody there was fucked up on ecstasy. And we were fucking fried. And then all of a sudden, we bumped into each other. And it was like this weird fucking connection we had. Because we didn't even talk. We didn't have any regular conversation. We would just hate each other. You know what I mean? We just hated each other. And I called it over. And he had a Billy Bob teeth. He had Billy Bob teeth and with a gold tooth. I didn't even have a gold tooth. His Billy Bob teeth had a gold tooth. So we would call security. I would call security over and go, well, what's going on? And go, he has my gold tooth. And you're just no, this guy said, that's my go-to. And I go, no, that's my go-to. And I pull out, I fill out the crescent wrench, and he'd open his mouth, and like those robots in Pirates of the Caribbean, how they look like shit. We would just get into this robot state. We'd bring in the security, and I'd like want my gold tooth, so I'm trying to get my gold tooth back from him. And he's like this, and I'm like that. The security, it's all night.
How many hits a year are you on at this point?
Like 5. We kept doing this all night to security. I kept calling security. I kept asking them to get my gold tooth from this motherfucker. And eventually, the security threatened to kick us out if we kept fucking around.
It's like, okay, the joke's over.
Yes. So then we went to the dance floor. We went to the regular club.
You and your new buddy.
We walk in. You want to take this? We walk in to the club and everyone's dancing, and me and him, we look scary as fuck. So we look like gangsters, and we are loving scaring people. We're having the greatest time scaring the fuck out of these people. So when we walk on the dance floor, everybody clears out. Everyone's dancing, having a good time, and then everybody clears out, and we're walking around like we're gonna fuck some people up. And at the height of their fear, all of a sudden we start dancing like we're gay. We start dancing like we're gay on each other, and people going, what the fuck is going on? And then we would stop, and then we would mad dog everybody and walk around and just look at people and just scare them. And like, oh fuck, these are white people from fucking like actors and shit like that in the industry, scared as fuck of us. We look scary. And then at the height of that fear, boom, we just start dancing like we're gay on each other. It's like we're in West Hollywood in Mickey's, and we're dancing. We're just trying to mind fuck these people.
You're so funny.
And then we would stop and then get gangster on everybody, so people didn't know if we were gay or if we're gonna kill them. Crazy part.
Maybe you were gay and gonna kill them.
What's the craziest party you ever went to in Hollywood? How long have you been out here, Sam?
I have been out here since 2000.
And what's the craziest party you ever went to?
I think the craziest party I ever went to was when I worked at Crunch way back in the day. I worked at Crunch, and like those people party, dude. Like people who work, like the trainers, they go fucking hard in the paint, bro. Like they're incredibly good-looking people, and they party fucking hard. And it's so funny because once in a while I always see my old ecstasy dealer. He books commercials left and right. I'm so proud of him. I'm like, look at that. Look at good old boy booking fucking commercials. But yeah, I mean, they went to this huge house. Everybody on coke. Just getting fucking lit up. Everybody's
been to parties up in the Hollywood Hills and shit.
Yeah.
You guys.
Yeah.
That was the greatest party. That was 1998.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been there.
I was in my 20s. Think about what I was 28 when I went to that motherfucker. I mean, that was a long time ago, 20 years ago.
I used to go to like Beecher's Madhouse in Vegas. That was crazy, dude. Crazy.
What year is that? I remember that was like
2002, maybe.
The premier place to do comedy. They only like Robert Kelly.
They like Robert Kelly, Steve. I did well every time but once, and yeah, dude. But it was the greatest party ever, dude. And it was like an assault on your fucking senses. Midgets, fire, dancing, like sword swallowing, and then you'd have to walk out and do stand up. It was crazy.
And you'd be on X.
No, dude. I was sober then. Yeah. So I was like, fuck it. You know, I wasn't going to do it.
You ever been to a party where you were drugged up and like crazy shit was going on?
Like Illuminati style?
No, like once you told me that, I remember we were having a conversation one time. And you were telling me that these dudes in Hollywood take the Viagra, they would mix it with ecstasy and get a turkey baster and shoot the combination in their ass.
I never heard of that. I never
told me that stuff at the store.
I'm
and I was
sure,
like, crying,
but
I never went to those parties.
I don't know. I don't know about parties with that being the theme, but people, you know, when you do ecstasy, MDMA, you want to fuck really bad, more than more than ever. You want to fuck for 8 hours, but the problem is for guys, it can fuck with your dick. It basically just you get limp dick, but you want to fuck so much, but you got limp dick. But then
that's coke too.
Yeah,
man.
but then
coke is the worst.
But it does. But coke doesn't make you horny like MDMA.
Oh yeah, everything makes me horny.
But
2 lines of coke, you're walking around.
Women love coke, dude. I don't know what it is, dude. It's like get weird.
But MDMA sends you somewhere else.
It's, you wanna eat pussy for 5 hours straight. Your neck could be killing you. You're like, let me just keep eating.
Like I never did all of it. Like I had so many. My problems were with coke. So when everybody was doing ecstasy and everything else, my philosophy was why mess with it. I got enough problems on my own, just being me. Never mind MDMA and pills, nothing like that. And then one of the first times I did ecstasy, I was in Miami. It was a Sunday night. It was a 7 o'clock show. It was a Pablo fucking, a.k.a. my brother.
God.
And he came up to me, and he does what I do to Lee. He goes, what's wrong with you, too? I go, nothing. He goes, open your mouth. You got something there. I just do ecstasy in my mouth.
Oh, my God.
Pablo Francisco. And I thought,
oh, shit. He's got the greatest ecstasy bit ever. Pablo Francisco, YouTube.
Oh, dude, that came
ecstasy.
out. He came out
It's the greatest
with
bit ever.
45 murder, dude. He gave me a car, man.
He's one of the greatest comedians I've ever heard. He's one of the greatest.
Yeah.
He's the greatest.
But he was the first time.
One of the greatest.
Then the second time, when you guys remember Adrian Shawshank, the hot waitress in the store, the blonde hippie chick.
Yeah.
One night, me and her did it. We were gonna go do crazy stuff, and her boyfriend showed up. So I went home, fell asleep, and got up at 5 in the morning to piss, and I was in full effect.
You're still going.
And then the other time I got arrested was I woke up. It was 1997. I woke up. I was living with Josh Wolf in Seattle, and he goes, "Bro, I didn't do this ecstasy this weekend. You want it?" I go, "Fuck yeah, I'll take it." It was a Monday morning. It had to be 11 in the morning.
11 in the morning, you're doing E?
By myself, just to go
Just at the
downtown
house?
Seattle. And I go to downtown Seattle. My ex calls me up, and I go over there and I'm giving her a stab. And also the cops are knocking on the door. And because we have restraining orders against each other.
God.
And she told the neighbor, if you see Joey Diaz, call the police. The neighbor saw me call the cops while I was giving her a stab. And I remember I hit under the bed. They drew their guns. And the bed was going up and down. From me breathing, the bed was going up and down. Like, come out from under the bed. So here I am at the police station with no shirt on, like at 2 o'clock, burning.
Just rolling.
Rolling on ecstasy, and they're fingerprinting me, and I'm looking at his hand, petting him and shit. Like, I had never done it like guys. Like I'd never been to those Hollywood parties.
No, dude, I didn't go to a lot of
I thought you guys were Hollywood party guys.
I never really did. Not really, dude.
I hung out with Joe back in those days, and Joe hated that shit. So I was always like, dude, let's fucking go to some parties. And Joe's like, we're fucking trash people, you know. So
I go to these parties. When I did go to those parties, it was always when I got asked to work it in some weird way. That's how I get into these parties. You know, I did a bikini contest. It was really funny at the Key Club one time. And this is when I was drinking hard. And then this is when I got paid in free in drink tickets. So I didn't care about money. They're like, hey, dude, here's 10 drink tickets. Boom. And we're talking Jaeger bomb, Jack Daniels, boom, boom, boom. Hadn't really found coke at that moment. But, man, I was so drunk. So I start the bikini contest, and this one chick, she wasn't the prettiest, but she had the will to win, okay? She goes out and just boom, just releases the monkey to the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. Just shows everybody your snatch. Crowd goes crazy, right? I'm so shit-faced. The whole thing is rigged. It's like the owner's girlfriend is in the contest. She's supposed to win the whole thing. The girl who showed her pussy is the number one. I get handed the list, and it says number one. I just read the winner is number one, and that's the monkey that came out. Dude, the owner went nuts. Get him the fuck out of here. She wasn't supposed to win. This other person was supposed to win. I'm like, fuck, dude. So I feel like I'm floating. I'm just blackout drunk. They got me. The bouncers, these huge bouncers, walked me out. Right? They put me in my car, and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna try to drive home, man. I'm gonna try to fucking go for it. I drive. I literally go 20 feet. I get pulled over. Right? Cops. I'm like, well, tonight's the night. Right? So the cops pull. They get me out. They go, so what's going on? Because they could tell something was on, right? So I said, you want to know the truth? And they go, yeah. I go, I told them the fucking story of the fucking girl showing her monkey, big pussy. I thought she was going to fucking win. They said no. I had to take the crown off the girl who I thought won, who showed everybody her snatch, and put it on the guy's girlfriend who was the actual winner. This girl's crying. I'm getting beat up and thrown out. I tell the cops that. They put me back in my car, and they give me a police escort all the way home. That's probably one of the craziest shit ever.
And you were honest. While we're here, the other day I mentioned Eddie Bravo, because I was out with Eddie. Used to make me laugh, man. Eddie has always made me laugh. Eddie has the same pride. I grew up with two guys that I adored. One was Stinky, because he was Italian. If you saw him, he was Italian. But once he had 3 drinks, his grandmother was American English. And he was just... And I had another friend that hung up with his name was Jimmy Burkle. The guy was the personality, great personality, great guy. But brother, when he drank, he was really smart. But when he drank, his eyebrow would go up and he would start smoking cigarettes, act differently. So we used to call him Marquis de Sade because he was crazy. Like whenever he drank, he'd just go crazy. But, I met Eddie a couple times. We went out, and there was 3 particular times. It was one night in Austin, it was you, me, and Joe went out to do a show, and then we went to Fogo de Chao, and you started drinking that Fogo de fucking Chao. And that night, Eddie he forgot where he was staying at his hotel, and he went to the wrong hotel, so they chased you down the street, and you fell and you slid on your knees. And
damn, you remember that shit.
Come on, dog. You used to have some good. When you were single, and I admire people who have a life. And I admire people, like, anybody can hang out with people who are cool. You know what I'm saying? Like people like, I'm going to here, hang out with Teddy Biggs. And, I like people who go out and make something happen by themselves, because that was always me. I knew how to fucking get an 8-ball, enjoy the neighborhood bar by myself.
Yeah.
Next thing you
I
know,
went out by myself all the time. Guys wanted to come out with me, and I'm like, okay, you can come, but you got to drive your own car because I'm not going to drive you home.
Right.
Like, you got to, I go by I went between 88 and 92. I went out by myself. Those were
and that's your best bet. As a single man, you get those clicks that we're doing this, Vegas, that sucks. I always believe to start a little neighborhood bar, and if the neighborhood bar isn't good, then you go to the big bar and meet more people. But 9 out of 10, the neighborhood bar got everything in it.
Keep it simple.
A little married chick, she's unhappy. Her husband just took the second job, but she's done to do a line of coke. You got that bitch. It's over. You get the blowjob, something. You know what I'm saying? Like, Eddie always had the classic Eddie Bravo story. Was when he went to Germany with Rogan.
Oh, yeah.
And he fucking woke up in the middle of the night and realized he was late. Break it down.
Man, there's so much to that Germany story. Joe wrote a blog about it. It was so crazy. Joe wrote it because he was fucking mad at me. Oh,
what year was this?
He
was smoking already.
2007, 2008. I think it was the first time. It was the first time the UFC went to Germany, and it was Cologne. And after the UFC, which is a Saturday night there, generally Sunday morning is the flight home.
Right.
And when we're overseas, because we went to England a bunch of times, and we would do this in England. After the UFC, Joe would go to sleep, party all night, right until and then when you get on that plane the next morning, you pass out.
Just sleep
for fucking 10 hours, then you wake up there now. It's the perfect system.
Right.
It sucks being awake, on a 10-hour flight.
Oh, it's the worst.
Dude, it's torture. So you want to stay up and party just so that you could just sleep through that flight. So I party all goddamn night. Joe didn't come out. But I went out. I don't know who the fuck I was with. It was an insane night in Cologne, Germany. And
they say Germany's amazing.
I got back to the hotel probably 7 in the morning or something. And our car, me and Joe's car, it was Joe's car, and I'm just like tagging along with Joe, you know what I mean? It's his car.
Right.
Was picking us up like at 9. I get back at 7. Right, I walk in to the hotel, and I'm a zombie. I'm completely out. I don't remember any of this. This is just. I must have, because Joe saw me. Joe saw me. He was in the lobby. He's like, and I went up to my room. I tried to pack, I guess. And I have a certain way of packing. Everyone's got a system.
Right.
In my backpack, my laptop.
Right.
And I got my toiletries in my backpack, and in my suitcase, got all my clothes and just basically all my clothes.
Right.
So I don't remember getting back to the hotel. I don't remember Joe saying we're leaving in 2 hours. I don't remember anything.
He just went hard.
You know what I remember? All I remember is it's black and then my phone's going off. My phone's going off, and I wake up and I'm in the back seat of some car, going like on the Autobahn, racing to the airport, and I don't know where the fuck I'm at, and I look at my phone, it says Joe Rogan on it. It said actually Joie Wash. That's what it said. It says Joie Wash. I'm like, and I answered it, and he said, "Where the fuck are you? You took my car." And I'm like, boom, and I hung up, and I'm like, what? And I asked the driver, I asked the driver, I go, "Where the fuck are we going?" He turns back and goes, "We're going to the airport." I'm like, fuck. And then Joe calls again. I'm like, fuck. And I just send it to voicemail. I'm like, holy shit. And then I opened up my backpack. My one shoe is in my backpack. No laptop, just one shoe in my backpack. And then I open up the suitcase. And my laptop is in the fucking suitcase. So I feel like, oh my God, where the fuck?
Yeah, dude, I've had those.
And then
nights.
Joe called again and goes, "Dude, you took my car." And I don't remember anything. So I must have just tried to pack like in a zombie state.
Yeah.
I packed in a zombie state, and I went out, and that driver must have said Joe Rogan, and I must have said yes. And he goes, "Jump on it," and he just put me in the car, and we drove away. And then, I don't remember any of that. I came to life. It's like the beginning of a movie, like, just black, and then you're gone, and all of a sudden, boom, my eyes open.
You're like,
reality. Joe Rogan trying to call me. I have no the last thing I remember, I'm doing shots at some bar in Germany. I don't remember getting home. I don't remember going to the hotel, packing, and then getting in the car. I woke up in the backseat of some fucking car on the Autobahn, racing to the airport. So I get to the airport, right? So Joe takes a taxi. He jumps in a taxi. And he is so mad at me at the airport.
Yeah.
He would not talk to me. He didn't talk to me the whole time at the airport. The whole flight back, we're sitting next to each other at first class, and he didn't say a word to me. And he was mad probably for about a week. And then he wrote a blog, and then he realized, okay, it's over. He should kind of like, laugh about it. So then it became a joke to him, but he was fucking furious, dude. But there's a blog somewhere on the internet. I don't know. I don't know if it's got to still be up there, but it's about that story.
I was thinking about this. I did a show with Maz Jobrani in Washington, D.C. when it was the X. It wasn't the X of Evil. It was before that, Arabian Nights. And I was so blessed to get in at the Comedy Store because she needed Middle Eastern comics, so I kind of fudged the math and got in on it, right? So we were doing some tours. He took me to do a gig with him in Washington, D.C. in this giant theater, and I got to open for him. And man, Mahad Shabrani puts on a show, dude. And his crowd is fun, dude. His crowd is fun. So we go there, and, so it's in Washington, D.C., and, I'm a conspiracy theorist, so, everybody's around talking politics, and I'm just, like, sowing seeds of doubt, and I fucking love it, right? Well, there's this one blonde chick, and she just starts going in at me hard. And we're arguing the whole time. Boom, 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 boom. And then something happens, ends up drinking, I black out. I wake up in my hotel room, my clothes are ripped. Everything's in my fucking hotel room is smashed. My phone, my computer's broken, my suits are all ripped. And I go, what the fuck happened? I go, I don't know, you fucking started making out with that blonde chick, and then you guys took off, and then that was the end of the I have no clue. I mean, blood on the wall. I don't fucking know what the fuck happened.
You didn't find out if you had intercourse?
I knocked it out the top.
Well, it doesn't remember. There have been a couple times where I blacked out and I didn't remember the night before, but it was clear. Like you wake up and you're in a Vegas hotel and you still got a condom on your dick. You know what I mean? And you're like, you did have sex, but you don't just because you don't remember. It feels like it really did happen. Like it didn't happen. Like if you don't remember it,
it doesn't count.
It doesn't because it feels like it never happened because you have no memories of it.
I had a blackout drunk when I worked with Vince Vaughn too one time. I fucking blacked out hard, dude.
When?
When we did the Support the Troops show, I did like 5 shots of Jaeger before I went up, and it just. So the show was it was just after 9/11, and Vince Vaughn's like, hey, come out and help us raise some money. I'm like, okay, I'll do that. That'd be fun. So it's in Dewey Beach, Delaware. And it's at this country music bar, right? And it's like not a huge venue, but it's a pretty big venue. And it was first come, first serve, right? So the doors open at noon, and the show's until 8. It is sold out at around 12:10. It is packed, and they are drinking all day, dude, all fucking day, right? So I'm like, fuck, man, it's gonna be crazy. So I go up, Ahmed goes up, and because it's after 9/11, he's there. It's a hard set, It's a hard set, dude. It's just like, you're walking into fucking murder at that point, dude. You got no chance. So then I think they put Sebastian up, and then I went up. And it was going well, but I started getting heckled by this chick. I was just getting heckled. And I threw out some stupid line like, hey, why don't you just leave and go fuck your cousin, some stupid hick line. Well, she was there with like 80 people, and they turned hard, dude. And they, boo, boo, boo. And to this day, when I hear, sha-na-na-na, na-na-na-na, hey, goodbye, I still get chills.
Is that what they started doing?
Oh, yeah, they started singing that. I'm like, okay, not today. I tried every Comedy Store thing I had at that time. So I get off stage, right? The whole cast of the Wedding Crashers is upstairs, right? So I just bombed for the troops, and I bombed in front of the fucking Wedding Crasher people. And they were like, oh, you did great. All I could focus on is Owen Wilson's nose. And I was so drunk. It was so fucking huge. It was so huge.
You used to get fucked up, Sammy.
I used to get fucked.
One night, you got mad at me for something. Just one night out of something.
I thought you got mad at me about it.
No, I think I went up on stage at that time. One of my favorite people in the world, who still is, was my Armenian drug dealer. He would make me fucking howl. And I said something when I brought you up. You were drinking.
Yeah, I was
in the main room. No, and I wasn't even mad at you. I didn't know you were drinking until after the situation went down. I said, keep it going, and then I went on stage. Well, I went up before you. Was talking about my Armenian drug dealer. You went up there and took it really personal. As I was walking out of the main room, you're like, fuck him. And then I didn't stay around to debate you because I had my own addiction.
Yeah.
So the last thing I wanted is to get into a fist fight with Sam, and the cops come, and now he's not drinking and I'm not snorting. What a waste of time.
I don't remember that, and if I did it, I'm super.
No. I remember approaching
I
you.
feel awful.
I remember don't ever feel.
I used to scorch the earth, dog.
No. I remember saying it to you a couple of days, like, Chris, what was your problem the other night? It was just a joke. My Armenian drug dealer is real. I love him, like my friend. And you were like, I didn't like the way you portrayed him or something. Then I left you alone. But the thing I've always loved about you, that is like so juvenile, but so to a comic. Like, as a comic, once you become a comedian, you get to a certain level of comedy, like 8, 9 years. You start respecting people because of their comedy. Like, even if you don't like them, if they make you laugh,
for sure,
they make you laugh.
For sure.
Get the politics and your self-righteousness and shove it up your mother's ass. At that time, you would always come up to me. You were a young kid, and you'd always come up to me and talk to me about Pablo. Pablo was your world. He was your mentor, and that was our connection. And I liked you. I naturally liked you. But the night I fell in love with you, and I've been on your podcast, you've been on my podcast, and I just want to reiterate this to people. Like, at the time, I'm like, Sam's just a young kid, I don't know whether I like him or not. Like, I was at that point. I just know he's a regular at the store.
Right.
So that has to make me love him as a comic. I have to love him. As a comic, he's one of my brothers at the Comedy Store. But he had a bit, as dumb as it sounds, about Asians eating ecstasy and going out and stuff like that. And I'll never forget going into it. This is why you have to understand that there's a point in comedy where you have to love the people you're around on that stage. If not, you're not going to grow.
Right.
But I remember watching you, and we'll say this in public. It's no big deal. This has to be 2003. Right?
Yeah.
2004. And you're committing to this bit. And that's enough. As crazy as it sounds, that's when I learned about the word commitment. And then years later, I heard Rogan say it. And I put it all together. That even if you're bombing with a joke, as long as you believe in that joke, it's the people who go, let me tell you about Kennedy getting shot in the head. And all of a sudden, meanwhile, it's not going. And they drop it.
Right.
You, and I'm looking at you, and what you didn't see was that it was the 7 o'clock show. It's people my age, like they were there on like a 50 and over date night.
Dude, I'm a crazy person.
And but you're doing 23-year-old material.
Right.
Like the ecstasy and fucking.
Right.
And this Chinese guy, what was the joke about the Chinese guy?
About how Asians love ecstasy.
Asians love ecstasy.
That's how smart they are,
Oh my God.
Their visuals are like fucking Xbox with fucking Dolby Digital sound, right? The rest of us is like 8-bit.
But me being an old guy at the time, at that time I didn't know anything about ecstasy. And I kept watching it and saying, going, look at this fucking lunatic. He doesn't know that his audience is 20 years older than he is. You know how you learn something? Remember I asked you last night before the show, after the show at the Ice House? I said to you specifically, what did you learn tonight? Because you always learn something. When he walked off the stage, he goes, I did my A shit. And they just stared at me, but also he looked at the audience because there's no lights at the store.
Yeah.
So you don't know who you're performing to.
It's the worst.
You look at them and go, yeah, they're 55. They don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
They know about Reefer and Ted Nugent. And after that was when I fell in love with you as a comedian. I go, because he didn't give up. Most comics would have just given up.
Yeah.
You kept pushing the ecstasy and you were selling the fucking Asian aspect of it. So I
use that because you like that joke. I use that as the showcase for the set that I showcased the final showcase for Mitzi. So I got picked up doing that joke because Duncan pulled me aside and he goes, "I got your showcase. This is how you get in with Mitzi. You do one joke about your ethnic group. You do one joke about your either one of your parents, and then your favorite joke." So I'm like, okay, I'm going to do this bit about my mom being a power walker, being Armenian, going to the beach, and then I'm going to do the Asian ecstasy bit because Joey likes that bit. So that's the bit I'm going to do. And I got picked up.
What were the other two?
I had a power walkers.
Okay.
They're not, it's just this whole thing about, I'm a power. Oh, no, you're a lazy runner. That's what you are, right? That's what power,
I remember that.
I had this whole bit about that. And then I had
what about your mom?
that she was a power walker. Then I had the bit about when I go to the beach and just I'm so furry, man. I take a shirt off, babies start crying, women in the corner puking, people calling the fucking SPCA right on me, and I have this whole bit I did.
And who was your clique? You had a little clique.
Oh, Brett Ernst, Sebastian, Maz Gibrani. Yeah, good crowd, good crew.
Good crew.
I love the Comedy Store.
I do too. I talk to Maz all the time.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
It's funny. One of my funniest Eddie stories was, let me tell you how much I loved Eddie. Eddie called me one time to give me a message from Rogan. And I looked at the phone. This is how good I am with numbers. For you motherfuckers who thinks I don't know numbers, I remember his phone number from Visual.
Wow.
One night I dialed it and he answered. But the thing was, I hid my cocaine use from Rogan. He knew about my cocaine use. I just wouldn't do it around him.
Right.
But when I'd see Eddie, I would do French and fuck with Eddie told Rogan. So I would go to a bar called El Compadre where you get the best coke in town.
Right.
When I first met Eddie, and that's where Eddie would take his dates on Tuesday nights and Wednesdays. So here I am, seeking, like running away from Rogan.
Oh, so funny.
I don't want Rogan to know I'm doing blow, but here I am at the bathroom. Come out, go get a margarita. And who's sitting in the corner with an arm around a chick with Eddie Bravo? I'm like, I'm all coked up. But everybody was all coked up.
You're right.
So Eddie knew it. So I kept going back to the El Compadre, and I bumped into Eddie, and I bumped into a lot of people. But there was one night in particular. This is like the height of my addiction. Like this is 2006. The Longest Yard came out already.
Right.
And there was no really success. Everybody else was blowing up at The Longest Yard except for me. And I was doing heroin. I was doing everything. I'll never forget that I went down to the El Compadre. I copped the 40 package from the guitar player. And I got pills. Somebody had pills. And, hey, you do pills, take these. And I ate the pills. And who do I bump into but Eddie? But this is like, I just watched nothing happens on the couch. I don't care if you're a fat, ugly guy that women do not talk to you.
Eddie's like,
if you stay at the house, nothing's ever going to happen for you.
Right.
Like if you go out 300 nights, even if you're fat and ugly, you're going to bump into a big one of those nights, and they're going to suck your dick. The odds are always with you. So with me, I was an ugly dude. I didn't have money, but I had great things. I had the gift of gab, and I had cocaine. Cocaine's a major closer.
Oh, for sure.
The gift of gab brings you close to me. So now I got you like in a fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like now I got you. But the cocaine, I'll just twist you up. And next thing you know, it's 69 in. And I'm looking at you going, oh my God, this chick's a 10. And she's eating my balls. Like, it was just crazy. But it was always, at that time, I was scared of El Compadre. I lived on the street. I lived in a car. And I lived in between Tucson and Gardner. And I'd see all the people walk out El Compadre. It was crazy. But I had one friend that would go to El Compadre. She'd tell me, dog, they got good coke there. We get fucked up in there. So for years, I didn't go to El Compadre. So I started going to El Compadre, getting coke, meeting people. So, one night I go in there after the store, and I'm fucking lit. I already had like a little bit of that chewing coke. It wasn't good.
Yeah, what is that? When it sticks like that?
Yeah. The chewy coke was good enough, but it didn't take you over the cocaine mountain.
Fast Eddie coke. Fast Eddie
coke. Talk to people and talk shit about your career and all this shit.
That's got pain thinner or some shit.
Yeah, so I would do the chewy coke. And chewy coke didn't have it. I'd make the investment and have somebody drop me off at El Compadre. I was home anyway. I was sleeping in somebody's apartment in that block anyway, whether it was Ralphie May, Celine, Sean Rouse, Doug Stanhope. I would find somebody to sleep even though I was homeless. So by this time, I got a place. And I go in there one night and I'm buying my little late night package. And who's in there? Eddie Brown. And again, nothing happens when you stay on the couch. I'm fucking stuck. I go to the thing and there's a hot chick by herself. And like anybody at this table knows, especially Lee, I'll talk to anybody. We were at Morton Steakhouse one night.
On coke too.
No,
not coke.
No. I was
recently.
This had to be 2 years ago. I go, let's go. My wife is out of town. I go, let's go to Morton Steakhouse. Some woman passed by me and goes, excuse me, lady, you're looking fucking tremendous tonight. She's like, oh my God, when she came back, she gave me a number. She had to be 80 years old. My point being that, you know, to get the gas, okay, so right. I go out to the wife, to Eddie. At the same time, I bump into Eddie, and I'm talking to this chick. This has to be, let's pretend it was 15 years ago, maybe. Right. So I'm 40 years old. I'm broke. I'm living on Gavin's floor. God knows where the fuck I'm living. I go to a compadre, I get a $50 rock, which in those days was tremendous. The guy would put like an extra little chunk in there for me. And I crush it up, I do a little blast. And I'm not there 3 minutes, but this girl comes out, you know, just moved to LA. She does not know about LA. And she starts talking to me about tequila. You know, I love tequila and tequila. I don't know about tequila. I know Cuervo and Silver. I don't know that. Right. She goes, have you ever eaten a worm? And in all this species, one time I ate a worm, I sucked the guy's dick for an hour. And I'm like, really? You know, when somebody tells you that type of information, you know, when somebody tells you that type of information, you just mean it. Because trying to go, really? And she goes, as a matter of fact, whenever I drink tequila, I gotta suck nerves. I love to suck dick. She didn't say it that way. What's the common way to say fellatio? Fellatio? What do you know? What's fellatio when you eat pussy? No, fellatio is when you get your dick sucked, right? Bob Knob. She was very white, and she's telling me all this shit, and I have no money. Like I have like $8, and she's telling me how she drank. And I remember going to the bartender, going, listen, Joey, whatever. It was Joey. I go, Joey, can you just put like $20 in tab and send us over 4 shots of tequila? He goes, you got it. And I gave, like, I was like, salute. And there was 20 people on the patio. And I'm like, salute. I'm eating pills. I think I got Sergio Love. I'm doing that guitar player coke with the cartel cocaine. The cocaine there was really, that's what Lindsay Lohan. All that mariachi music is all about drug dealing. Yeah. That's what Lindsay Lohan was getting up low. That's a good shit. So I'm in there fucking getting blasted. I don't know how I'm going to get home. And I don't know what happens. I'm talking to this chick and I'm in coke. I said something to her about sucking my dick. And next thing you know, I black out. And we're in bed coming into the El Compadre bathroom pissing. And she's giving me a blowjob in the bathroom. And again, we walk out. And in those days, once you suck my dick, the conversation's over. There's no more cocktails. There's no more cocaine. Hold on. I got to call. Hold on. A friend of mine. Just let me go get my friend. Pew! That's it. I wake up the next day. I take a shower. I'm over on the tequila. I take my aspirin. And I'm trying to think about what happened the night before. Like, it's that deep of a blackout. Remember, I have an allergy to alcohol. Yeah, for sure. After a certain amount of alcohol, I fucking pass out. So I'll never forget that the phone rings on my page, it goes off, and it's Eddie. And I call Eddie, and he goes, "What? Hey, man, I'm just worried about you. What happened to you last night?" And I go, "What happened to you? You know, 1 minute we're talking, the next minute you're gone." He goes, "Oh, you were talking to some hot chick." I go, "Oh, shit, that's right. That's right, I was talking to that hot chick." He goes, "What happened with that?" I go, "You know what, bro? That's when you know you're fucking blacked out." At the light, while I was on the phone with Eddie, it came to me that the chick had sucked my dick. I go, "Eddie, you know that chick sucked my dick last night?" He goes, "Where? You took it home?" I go, "No, I got no home. Right there in El Compadre." He goes, "Where?" I go, "In the bathroom." He goes, "Right out in the open?" I go, "No, in the stall." And then he asked me $1,000 question. He goes, "Did you close the stall?" I go, "Why would I close the stall? She was sucking my dick. Yeah. If I was sucking her dick, I'd close the stall because I'm conscientious." That's how crazy. El Compadre in those days, like that was the craziest Hollywood stories I had. No, you have a great story about Dublin. Did I already tell this? No, but let me ask you this. Before we go any further, did we do that thing together where the people were fucking outside? And we had to do stand-up comedy. Was that Jason Tebow, Duncan? That must have been somebody else. You didn't organize that? No, I've done shows where people are fucking. We did the show up in the hills, and they gave us $1,500 flat. And it was the people from, what was a guy that was showing women her tits. He went to a bar.
Oh, Girls Gone Wild.
Girls Gone Wild.
No.
So it was like these Armenian fucking Arab guys that came to the store and they picked up like 5 or 6 comics. The other day we were trying to put it together. Jason Tebow wasn't one of the headliners. They gave you a bag of joints, they put you in a trailer, and then people were gonna fuck around the pool, and you were gonna go up on stage and do jokes. Eddie, disgusting. Eddie, disgusting.
It's never people you want to actually watch fuck,
Yeah,
right?
no, it was disgusting.
Right?
But I still remember this one husband came, yoked up on steroids, looking at Mad Dog and everything. He said, my wife is here. Well, his wife was maybe like a 6. You know what I'm saying? She was a filthy fucking animal. Like when she took her sandals off, she had dirt on her feet.
Oh,
I'll never forget that she got on top of the diving board. And people were just fucking her. He would just stand there like, look how good a piece of ass my wife is. Like it was just totally disgusting. And we got there at 1 in the afternoon and we had to sit through this. Like I'm a pig, guys. I'm a pig when I tell you. But I was like disgusted. There was a pool, people were fucking by the pool, and they had where you change, you put your towel on and change like the pool thing. I went in there at one point, and there was people fucking everywhere. People were taping this, and then we had to wait for it to get dark for the comedy to start.
Oh.
So we got there at 1.
Were they shooting porn? Or
What they were going to shoot was 5 comedians with sex around you, and they were going to sell it. This is way before the internet, guys. It had to be 2001, 2002. Somebody found it online. The guys lost their ass.
Oh, yeah. Girls Gone Wild?
No. These were guys that were like Girls Gone Wild that had an idea, and their big plan
Ladies
was...
Gone Crazy?
Yeah, what their big plan was, they were going to rent TV on Thanksgiving night and just push the ad all night. Order now, you'll see comedians and girls having sex and blah, 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 blah. Bro, they invested so much money. Like they told us what they invested. Part of the deal for me was like $1,500 and like a bag of joints.
Did they let you jump in?
No, you didn't want to jump in. Trust me, there was, and then they hired like...
It's like nudists. Nudists are never anybody you want to see naked. No. It's almost like a warning.
No, it's a warning. They hired female models that were extras, good-looking ones, and they didn't know where they were going to. So because they thought they were going to a model event, they got there to see all these ugly women getting fucked by different men and gangbanging and shit. And some of them started leaving angry and crying and shit. And that was just disgusting. And I still remember being on stage and getting heckled. And me telling the girl, go fuck yourself. You wouldn't be here. And then she got really pissed. And every time I walked past her, she'd give me the finger. The rest of the night, fuck you, you fucking loser. And finally, I'd fall like a whore or something. Fuck you, you whore. You would be a fucking whore if you weren't here. I look like going back on stage and just going off on it. You weren't part of that.
No.
I think it was me, Duncan Trussell, who was a sweetheart on the air.
One of the best.
One of the best. They hired like 5 of the wrong fucking comics for that fucking shit.
Dude, that thing was doomed even before they decided comics.
You feel so good. Like I bumped into them like 3 or 4 months later at the store. They came up to like looking for like $500 back. Like they had their heads down. And then you're not gonna believe what happened. We advertised. We only sold 136 units. We took a bath. We gotta pay our family back now the money we borrowed from them. It was embarrassing.
It's a crazy idea, dude. I mean, sometimes people, just because they have money, I've learned this, just because you have money doesn't mean you're smart. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some people who got cash that just make horrible business decisions.
Well, out here especially, I've seen that what is that investment when you're not guaranteed the investment back? It's called something. There's people that just do that. It's got a high return. But if you lose the money, you lose it. Like once you give it away, so people will give away $500,000 and 500,000 and 50,000. They'll invest $500,000 and 50,000 with the hope that one of those 50,000 will give them a high yield interest and cover their losses, and they can make extra money. There's something that it's called. I'm not an economist anymore. It's back in the day.
I've done shows where people are having sex. We used to do naughty shows in swingers clubs, and we went to the world famous Green Door in Las Vegas. So we were supposed to do another casino, and they had a freak out. They're like, "No, we don't want porn stars." It's just a weird. It was a weird time in Vegas, right? So I had this huge show put together. I had a guy from CSI wanting to do the show. He wanted to do some funny, stupid skit about like DNA on the girls stuff because we had porn stars and they like find out who was a murderer through the DNA. But so I call around and I remember my buddy did a show at the Green Door. And I'm like, would they want to do comedy? Called the guy, boom, done. We sell like 300 tickets in like, honestly, a half an hour. That's how quickly the show sold out because it was part of AVN weekend and all that shit. So we go there and so this guy, the swingers, man. Like, here's what I learned about super rich people. They're all cucks. They all bang each other's girlfriend, wives. It's just like they just get bored and they all just fuck each other, right? So this swinger, this guy ran the swing club, knew all the ballers in Vegas. And he got us the fattest suite penthouse I've ever seen in my life.
For you?
For me, Jason Tebow, and I think one of the big porn stars that she was gonna stay with us too.
What was her name? What's the girl you're friends with that I love?
Tara Patrick.
I love her.
She did one of the most beautiful people you've ever seen in your life. So we go to this hotel. It's at the Paris. It's up. And we get our keys. We're like, wow, it's really high. So we go up, and it's the last floor, man. We're like, holy shit. And we walk down. We're like, where is it? Dude, we get double doors, man. Open the double doors. It's like half the top floor of like Paris. It was the biggest hotel room I've ever stayed in my life. And it was ours for the whole weekend for doing the show at the Green Door. We go to the Green Door. We do the show. It's a huge smash. Afterwards, and while I'm doing stand-up, people are just fucking all over the place. And I've learned from strip clubs that basically what swingers clubs are just where black guys with dreads go to bang polar bears. That's what happens. Just big.
What's a polar bear?
A big fat white chick. A polar bear. That's what you see these guys with dreads just fucking crushing these very large women.
Now, these swingers clubs, because I'm not hip to this shit.
You never done any of that?
You never done to a swingers club?
What was the famous one in New York? I was taken, that's the word, I'm sorry. I was taken one night in one of my drunk cocaine stupors. I met somebody out and they said, let's go to that club. And I walked in with him, and I think I lasted 8 minutes because my Catholic, whatever, just got in the way. Like there was just people fucking. I didn't like the concept of. I walk in here with my girlfriend or my wife. That's the concept I didn't like. I don't mind if you got a Gumon on the side or some 20-year-old fucking chick that you know. But like the people next to me, it was their wives. And the two guys were like, your wife sucks a great dick. Your wife has a tight asshole.
Some dudes are into that.
It's that's the part I'm not that confident about, so I didn't like that shit. Then once I was taken to the 1040 club, and that was a horrible experience as a child, like 16, where it was $10. It was $9.99 to get your dick sucked.
What?
But it was $10.40.
That's like Groupon prices.
Yeah, it was $10.40 plus tax. So it was $9.99.
You had to pay tax on a blowjob.
So it was $10.40. So you paid the $10.40. They gave you a ticket stub, and you walked in the back, and it was like 100 guys. And then what they did was they set up a bar. They had different bars in there. So you just drink in there, like drinking, like me and Eddie. And then like a red light would go off, and the door would open up, and they'd push a bunch of girls, like young locusts from other countries, and you had to fucking grab them. And then to go back into the area, you would give the ticket to the guy, and they would take you into the back, and it was basically cubicles, just cubicles with a sink, like a prison bathroom. And you opened the curtain, and you went in there, and she pulled out a bucket, and she put hot water in the bucket, and she had a sponge. Then she took your dick out, and she washed your dick, and she washed your balls.
What city was this in?
This is the only city the city that don't sleep, New York City. This is 19. This was 1981. I went there for a birthday party. It was Pablo and Pedro. I forget he's dead now. God bless his soul. I knew him and his brother. They had the family had a candy company. So at night he would they had trucks that delivered like Hershey bars, Milky Ways, That's what the family did. Obregon. Then his name was Pedro Obregon. He loved the houses. So we were drinking one night, and they said, let's go into the city, and I got in the car with them. And then, like, we're going to the 1040 Club, and I was Catholic. My mother had just died.
Yeah.
I didn't know about this shit. Like, this place is fun. Let's go in there. And that was it, $10.
How's a $10 blowjob?
Let me tell you something. It was one of the worst experiences of my life.
Yeah.
You grabbed it, like the chick I grabbed, I didn't even know. Like, I was there for a half hour just drinking, because it was like dollar drinks. But the room would smell like cologne. Like, you know, all those guys that they tell you how much they get laid? It was those guys.
Oh, yeah.
It was all those type of guys. Like, bro, when I go on women, I got to beat them off me. You're lying. They were all in there with their cologne on, talking like they were businessmen. And you got to grab these chicks. It was like they've been crying all night.
Of course. The guy who give a $10 blowjob. Who wants that?
It's a fucking horror show. And then they upgrade you in the back. So while they're washing your balls and stuff, no condoms, they suck your dick. It was 1970, 1979, 1980, 81. No condoms. They blow you, and then they'd upgrade you. So for an extra $10, it was an around the world. I'll never forget. I'm telling me an around the world. And I'm like, what's an around the world? She's like, that's when I suck your dick. And I lick your balls and you fuck me. And I was like, all right, let's do the around the world. And then she took her stockings off and her shirt, and it was just, I was horrified. I was 17, you know, I really
They're just fucking beaten up.
Yeah, just been beaten up. Like, she turned around and her pussy lips were hanging.
Oh, that's...
Like, I wanted love. Like, I was looking to be loved, Eddie. Because there's nothing more wrong than...
You were looking for Pretty Woman for $10.
Yeah, like for $10. But then she put the, I don't know, she put the condom on me. She got on top of me first. And it was like a metal bed, like a detention bed. And you could hear 20 people fucking at once. Like you could, it was all around you. It was just wide open. And I'll never forget her rubbing against me. And me closing my eyes going, how many diseases am I going to get? And in the middle of all that, she stopped. And she goes, you know, for an extra $5, you can eat my pussy. And I just fucking, once when they have you in the mouth, I hit bumped her.
Yeah.
And she flew off, bro. And I put my
bumped her.
And I walked out of there. I walked the 40 seconds. We took the bus home. That was like one of the lowest levels of my life.
Oh, for sure.
I got a low level story like that too.
Really?
This is the only time I ever had sex with a girl and didn't want to finish, just pulled up my pants and got the fuck out. Let me tell you the story. I was single between 2000 and 2010. I went 10 years. I strategically stayed away from relationships. I started, doing seminars, teaching jiu-jitsu. And before I had
2010,
I was single.
You just had a bunch of different.
I was just having fun, dating, just getting crazy. And that's when 10 Planet was born. And before I had any affiliates, there was this one school in Tennessee. One school that would have me out every other month. They would have me out. And I didn't have any affiliates. I just had one squash team. I didn't even have a school. I was, the beginning of 10th Planet was me teaching at a dirty-ass boxing gym in West Hollywood, across the street from that old Trader Joe's.
Right.
Bomb Squad. Bomb Squad was...
I tapped Keen every Wednesday.
Exactly. He went there. He's old school. I knew Sam before.
I got Scott into... That's how I got Scott into...
I knew both you guys before 10th Planet was even a thought.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. 10th Planet. I knew you guys 2001, 2002, and 2003 was the beginning of 10th Planet. But anyways, right there, 2003, 2004, I'm going to the city. And I'd never been to a city like that before in my life. I just started traveling. And it's one of those cities where you fly into Atlanta, and then Atlanta, you take a little prop plane to this one small little town in Tennessee. This guy was flying me out. Bristol, Tennessee. Tri-Cities. So I went there a lot, and when I'd go there, I'd stay the whole weekend. I was tripped out that anybody was even flying me out for a seminar.
Right.
And the guy that was flying me out, his name was D. Smith. And he was like the coolest fucking guy ever. He just had me out every other week. And, he was really into rubber bar and all that, the Twister and all that shit. So, and when I go out, there was one club in this small little town, one club on a Saturday night called State Line. And it had college kids, people in their 30s, and 40s, and 50s, and 60s. Everybody was in this goddamn club. That one motherfucking club. And I was out there looking, for female companionship. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, this is my last night. I leave tomorrow. And we went out to this club, that Club State Line. I mean, you couldn't even call it a club. It was like a bar. But there wasn't really any success going on there. And this one, I forget his name, but this one guy said, "Hey, man, we can go to Johnson City. There's a bigger club." So Johnson City was like a step up from this small little town that had like 15,000 people. Small little town in the boonies of Tennessee. So I thought, fuck it, I ain't got nothing else to do. He goes, "Dude, I'll drive you. We'll go to Johnson City. There's this badass club." I'm like, "Let's go." So we drove about an hour to Johnson City. We get in. It's a horrible club. I mean, it is a step above the bar we were just at, but it was horrible. And he says, "I know this girl up on stage, and there's this girl. She looked like she was drunk as fuck. She looked like Huckleberry Finn's great niece. She just fucked up teeth and just, she was skinny and she had her pants unzipped and she was dancing on this stage. It wasn't a strip club, but she thought it was. And everybody's like dancing dirty on her. And he goes, "You can fuck her if you want." I'm like, "Oh, how do you know?" He goes, "Dude, I can fuck her anytime I want." I'm like, "Holy," and this dude didn't have any TV. No kidding. Nice guy, but I was like, "Fuck." Oh, and I was like, "No, thank you. Let's get the fuck out of here."
It's bad when you.
The story's not over yet. I was like, I thought about it. I was on the fence, man. I was a little drunk. And I'm like, we're in Tennessee. You kind of drop your standards when they're like, fuck. And I just looked at her up on stage and dudes were like all over her dancing dirty. And she literally had her pants zipped down, trying to be sexy, buttoned open, and dancing on the stage. And I said, "Fuck it. Let's get the fuck out of here." "You sure, man? You sure? You can get that one." I'm like, "I'm sure. Let's get the fuck out of here," right? So we go to the parking lot. We get in the car. We're trying to get out of this parking lot, and here she comes. As we're driving out, she's just like, "How old is she?" She's got to be like, I don't know, early 20s. Wow. And she's stumbling out of the club. She perfect timing. He goes, "Last chance. You sure? We'll take her to my house right now." I'm like, "Fuck." I said, "All right, fuck it. Let's just do it." So he grabbed her, throws her in the car. We go back to his house, like his mom's house. And we go in the basement. He's got a big screen in the basement. It's just us three watching TV just for like a second. I'm like, "You know what?" And he gets up and he walks away and gives me a little wink. Just go for it. I'm like, and she's just like sitting there, just not even talking. And I thought, okay. So we started making out a little bit, and it's fucking gross, dude. I pulled down the pants and put on a condom. I'm like, "There's no way I'm fucking this chick without a condom." Put on a condom. I put it in, and she's just looking like she's dead.
Yeah.
She's got this dead look on her.
Yeah.
And I took a couple pumps, and I just looked at her, and I thought, fuck, it's so not worth it. I was afraid to come. I pulled out, fucking snapped that rubber off, threw her against the fucking floor, and I went upstairs and told the guy, "Let's get the fuck out of here." He goes, "What happened? Did you fuck her?" I'm like, "Not really, dude. Let's just get the fuck out of here." So he drove me back, and that was the only time. That was the only time I ever stopped in the middle of sex and just. I was afraid to have an orgasm. I just wanted to get the fuck
Get
out
mad
of
and say, "You kid and shit. Tony better. Let me go take a piss real quick." "We're back, you bad motherfuckers. Uncle Joey here." "No, do you think that? What do you think?" Yeah. We're back here. Just a little cross, just a little. Listen, I love podcasting is every fucking episode is something different. I couldn't stick to the same fucking episode every episode. So we try to switch it up from time to time. We got great guests this week. Don't worry about nothing. We're always here changing fucking lives. You understand? But don't forget, this Friday and Saturday, I'm in Philly and BC. They're sold out. But if you can finagle your way in there, get in there. And then there's tickets still available for Foxwoods on the 29th or 28th of September. 29th of September. There's still tickets. Movie theaters sold out. West Palm. I'll be down there and shit. So get your shit together, motherfuckers. This is my only Florida appearance. So Tampa, Miami, Fort Lauderdale, get your roller skates. Get that cocaine ready. Going up to 95 on fucking roller skates with a cape on. That's so crazy how your whole dream started down there on that little boxing gym, like your vision. You know what I'm saying?
I had no idea I would be able to get other people to want to be part of the 10-Planet Association. I had no clue. I was just happy that I had a group of 30, 40 guys. Yeah, I mean, to have more affiliates, it wasn't even a thought. I remember George Urgell back when he was fighting the UFC. Then you hear he had 12 schools. I thought, what the fuck? Is he a multi-millionaire? What? He had 12 fucking schools? I couldn't believe it. I never thought I'd even have 2. And then, a couple people asked, how do we get affiliated with you? And I thought, why would you want to get affiliated with me? I'm just a fucking Mexican who's he had all these legendary Brazilians all around. Why would you want to learn jiu-jitsu from Mexico?
I thought you went to take a look for Owen Benjamin. I thought you wanted the Owen Benjamin fucking twist and shit.
No, dude, I just took it.
How old were you when you got into conspiracy theories? And
My whole life, I've always.
What was the first conspiracy that are you on the mark?
I'm on the mark.
What was the first conspiracy that you thought about? How old?
I remember when the Iron Sheik and Hacksaw Jim Duggan got busted in the car together. And I was like, hey, dude, these motherfuckers aren't supposed to like each other. And boom, I'm like, oh, it's all bullshit. And that kind of, my dad always raised me to be a paranoid person. He said, don't believe anything you see and half what you don't believe anything you hear and half what you see.
Your dad's an immigrant?
My dad, no, he's like second generation.
Okay, so he was raised here.
Yeah, but he's old Italian, and he's like, he just like, he'd be like, if someone disrespects you, you got to scorch your earth with them. Just wonderful advice they gave me all the time. And it was just like, so I always questioned everything. Always. Never believed it.
What was the first time you got into conspiracies?
When I found out everybody wasn't Catholic, I thought everybody was Catholic. I grew up in a neighborhood where everybody was Catholic. We had a neighborhood church, Our Lady of Pilar, right there on 6th Street in Santa Ana. When you watch TV, all the Catholic holidays coincided with what you saw on different strokes. They would have Christmas specials, Easter specials, Halloween specials. I thought everybody was Catholic. But then once, I think I was 11, and once I found out there was a whole shitload of Jews and Muslims and Hindus, I thought, wait a minute. Who's right here? How come they're saying that if you don't believe their shit, you're going to hell, and they're saying if you don't believe their shit, you're going to hell, but we're saying that too. And then at that point, I thought, oh, okay, everybody's full of shit. So I just became an atheist right there. I didn't believe in anything. I thought, these motherfuckers are all, so anything to do with religion from the time I was 11, 12, 13, I was like, you guys are just full of shit. How could, there's more, I think there's, isn't there more Muslims than Christians?
Yeah.
Isn't I don't know, something like that, right? Or even if it's even, it's still a lot of people that don't believe in Christ. So that was really when I started doubting what the mainstream was giving me. And then in 1985, when I was 15, on 2020, they did a special report on heavy metal music, and it was based on the PMRC. And talking about, if your kids are listening to Twisted Sister or Dio, they're probably Satanists. And I was balls deep in Slayer. And I thought, what are you talking about, Twisted Sister? I'm 15, like, these motherfuckers supposed to know everything? You're holding up the wrong albums. Judas Priest saying satanic? You need to hold up Creator and Destruction and Sodom. Like, I was into the bands that were straight up talking about Satanism, because Dio, or like you listen to a Motley Crue, maybe there's some backward masking shit on Led Zeppelin or something like that. But Slayer was writing straight out. There was no subliminal messages. There wasn't any backward messages. They were telling you that we're gonna, every song was about killing babies and demons rising from hell and sacrificing priests and fucking corpses and sending their souls to hell. And all of a sudden I'm watching 2020 and they're talking about fucking Motley Crue and Judas Priest being satanic. The kids are like, those motherfuckers are satanic.
Well, 85,
you know what I mean? So
these kids are listening to music backwards. Remember that they got taken to court, Judas Priest, because the kid killed himself.
Yeah, as a kid who's balls deep into music like that, I was like, dude, you guys are going after the wrong band.
Yeah, I felt
You're not going. Why aren't you going after King Diamond? His album covers are straight satanic. He's telling you he's satanic, but they were ignoring all the bands that were balls deep into Satan. They were going after bands that had nothing to do with Satan. Right?
So what do you think?
Has nothing to do with Satan.
What do you think? Then why were they?
So I thought, okay, so I can't trust none of this shit. These guys have it all wrong, and that just got the ball rolling. And then I was in speed metal bands in my teens playing drums. I was in a band called Resistance, and we were conspiracy theorists, but we didn't know shit. There was no internet. All I knew is I couldn't trust anybody, and we were writing songs about, anti-government songs and nuclear war songs and the typical shit that hardcore metal bands were writing about. It was all anti-establishment, but we didn't know what the fuck we were talking about. But we just knew we couldn't trust anybody. We just knew that.
I gotta ask you both the question.
Yeah.
I always, looking back at it, even while I was living it, I thought, even when my mind was in a dark place and I would listen to Black Sabbath, I knew that it was, for some reason, I knew it was a marketing. Something about it.
Yeah, there is
because I would hear them singing, but Ozzy would wear a cross. So
Black Sabbath, they were a band that you can go after them. Like if 2020 went after Black Sabbath, they had some crosses and they were
Master Reality.
A satanic they were satanic light. But they were nothing compared to the German thrash metal scene. Sodom and Destruction and Creator and Slayer and all that shit. Bathory, King Diamond. Every song was about Satan and worshiping Satan, So to go after Dio and Judas Priest and Motley Crue and that shit, that made me really lose any kind of fucking faith.
Do you think they went after those bands because they had investments in those bands? Is that why they went after them?
I don't know what the real motives were. Now looking back, like maybe they were pushing it. You know what I mean? Maybe they were by pretending that they were against it, they were really pushing it and were trying to corrupt these.
I mean, if you take a look at something like the Grateful Dead, the CIA's fingerprints are all over that band.
Yeah.
They were the house band.
Yeah.
For the guys that made all the assets of the CIA. And we're basically where the Grateful Dead went and played, that's where acid was spread.
Yeah, and they would let Slayer get away with anything they wanted.
Right?
Slayer had a song called, it's one of their biggest songs ever, called Angel of Death. And it's all about killing Jews in ovens. I mean, the opening line is Auschwitz, the meaning of pain, the way that I want you to die. Slow death, immense decay, something to cleanse of your life or whatever. But no one ever touched Slayer. They never touched them. No one ever bothered them. I mean, a song after that was a fucking song about frying Jews in ovens, and no one said shit. Angel of Death, no one said anything. They just let it go.
It's always like
I wonder why. It's like they wanted it to get through.
It was 87. I was on the run from the cops looking for me in Aspen, and I went to Boulder and I worked out a job in a car wash like Rambo would if the cops were looking for him. And all the kids I worked with all had long hair. And at this time, I was into cocaine.
Right.
I wasn't into bands anymore. I didn't read Cream or Rolling Stone, but they were talking about Slayer. This is the shit, and I'm deep into Sabbath still. And I remember listening to it going, no, this is not going to work in my fucking world at all, this spooky shit. And I just didn't even know that it was satanic until You just say no.
And it's super fast. And
super fast.
It's like
metal and all
it's
that.
like
I just missed it all. It was like a chunk of my life.
Right.
Like a light black.
Oh, I dove in fucking head first. My first introduction to speed metal was a band from Canada called Exciter. And at that point, I was 13, 14, and I was going after the most obscure bands. I wanted to discover bands.
Right.
And I wanted to get an album that no one else had, that was amazing, that had an amazing cover. It had to have a fucking satanic, sick ass cover. So I'm out looking to discover bands. And I read in Circus Magazine a little tiny review on Exciter, the album Heavy Metal Mania. And it was a great review. And they said super ultra heavy. And I thought, wow, the album cover blew me away. The review enticed me. So I went out and bought the record. I didn't find Heavy Metal Maniac, but they had another album called Violence and Force. And the album cover was awesome. So I bought that. I drove to Music Plus on my bike. Bought the album, got home, listened to it, fucking hated it. It was speed metal. I never heard speed metal before. It was super fast. It was like punk. It was weird. It was horrible. I thought, fuck, I'm going to take this album back first thing in the morning and take it back. Because if I didn't like an album, I'd take it back, get my money back.
Right.
I was too poor. That was $6.99. So the next morning, I'm going to take this fucking garbage back. But the next day, I thought, okay, let me give it one more chance. So I listened to it again, and for some reason, it just clicked, and I just fell in love with it. And then from that point on, I got into Slayer, and just Metallica. Then it got deeper and deeper into the German thrash metal scene. That only lasted really. Then I started playing and making music like that. I started playing drums in speed metal bands like that, writing satanic lyrics and nuclear war lyrics and all that shit. I did that. But by the time I was 18 and 19, I got burnt out on it. And then I started slowly getting into hip hop and more 9 Inch Nails, Vibe. And then I got sick of speed metal and just left the whole thing and just started doing it. Moved to Hollywood, left the speed metal, and formed a band called Black and Kill Symphony. It was dark, heavy, with a lot of synth, like 9 Inch Nails and The Cure and Depeche Mode. But had hip hop feel, and I had a rapper. My best friend, we moved to Hollywood together. His name was James Watson. He was the rapper. He was the guitar player in my speed metal band. Black guy who played guitar in Resistance. Named James Watson was my best friend. We moved to Hollywood and said, fuck speed metal. I said, fuck drums. So I killed the drums, started playing guitar. And we formed Black and Kill Symphony right when we got to Hollywood. And he started playing. He became the rapper. And then he would play guitar every now and then. But
metal was a weird shit, dude. And when Slayer came out, I never got into it, but I was always into like Metallica. That whole thing, I love.
That's close. Slayer's harder. It's harder and faster. Harder and faster.
Yeah.
Way faster.
Yeah.
Way faster.
AC/DC, I love that
like
shit.
Metallica
I grew up on Motown, though. That was my shit.
Let me ask you a question. Because today, Roberto Clemente would have been 83 years old.
Wow.
Greatest athletes of all time. Just didn't war for anybody. What the fuck was the Bermuda Triangle? I don't want to hear about fucking Slayer, guys. Fucking Metallica. I want to know conspiracy theories. What the fuck was the fucking...
I never really got into the
It could be a vortex, dude. I think they solved it, but yeah, it's just like, it's a vortex, probably. It's just got weird energy, and shit just happens when you go into it. But it's also like...
What kind of fucking conspiracy theories are you even get into fucking the Bermuda Triangle? Even me. I'm not a conspiracy guy, and I even had to do some research.
So tell me about it. I mean, like, I just feel like...
It was just bad luck, right?
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Just a bunch of bad luck.
Fucking diamond there, and that's where Roberto Clemente's plane went down. They recovered some parts of the plane, but they never recovered the body. There were just so many things that would go on when I was growing up in the... the Bermuda Triangle.
Yeah. That was a big thing. It's almost like John Mulaney's bit about how, when he was a kid, he thought quicksand would be a much bigger problem in his life, And now, like, you never see quicksand.
Where was quicksand? Where did
Yeah.
you find quicksand?
In the jungle,
When I was
right?
a kid, it was everywhere.
Yeah, you're like, fuck, quicksand's coming,
Everybody was
dude.
getting caught in quicksand in Holland.
Right?
It's like 3 black guys. Like, we can't go because they got quicksand.
Yeah.
I just never understood a lot of
quicksand, the Bermuda Triangle. You always thought, man, we can't fly through that. We'll
like
never
the
get out.
second conspiracy theorist I got into, and I gave up after a while, was Kennedy.
Was what?
Kennedy.
Yeah. Why'd you give up on it?
Because it doesn't take a genius to know our government had something to do with it.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
So once
That's like the
Our
White
government
House.
already decided that it was a conspiracy, and no one talks about it. So it's not even it shouldn't even be a debate anymore. 1977, the House Committee on Assassinations, they reviewed after 14 years or whatever. They reopened up the investigation on his murder, and they decided, the government decided, yes, in 1977, yes, there was a conspiracy. It was more than just one person. There were other people involved. And then that's it. Then they just put a halt to it. They said, yes, there was other people involved. Because really it was, the debate was Lee Harvey Oswald a lone nut assassin, or were there more people involved? That's all it was. It was just, was it a bunch of people, or was it one person? Our own government already came to the conclusion.
Right.
So it shouldn't even be a debate. The fact that it's a debate is crazy, because it shouldn't be a debate.
There are people that think one bullet did it.
Yeah,
It's
but
unbelievable.
our own government already decided that it was more
Yeah.
people.
And then Trump declassified all this crazy shit that basically put George Bush there in Dallas that day, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And then you look at George Bush, like, he's such a gangster motherfucker, dude. His family is very close with the Hinckleys, right? Because they're all old oil money out of Texas. So the Hinckleys and the Bushes are friends. Who takes a shot at Reagan? Boom, Hinckley.
What would have happened if Reagan would have died? George Sr. becomes president.
That guy
He was the former head of the CIA who became vice president, and his dad, Prescott Bush, helped form the CIA. His dad is super powerful. Prescott Bush, he was involved in funding the Nazis through Union Bank. Prescott Bush, George Sr.'s dad. And his dad, Samuel Bush, was the right-hand man of Frank Rockefeller. And the Bushes and the Rockefellers they're balls deep. That's like super CFR, just Illuminati type shit. They're running shit. The Bushes, are you kidding?
Oh yeah,
those are the
dude.
Some of the baddest gangsters of human history.
The Bushes and somewhat the Clintons basically wiped out the Kennedy family dynasty. Remember, they were like the top political family, like, in the country.
Yeah,
not even close anymore. Wiped them out. Now it's Bushes and the Clintons.
So while George Sr. was the vice president under Reagan, we went through the Iran-Contra scandal, right? And that was about running drugs and guns to support the Sandinistas, all that shit in Central America, all that shit. And what was going on was that the CIA was bringing in coke in Mena, Arkansas. They were dropping it off. That was the drop-off point. Mena, Arkansas. In the 80s, Bill Clinton is the governor of Arkansas who had to allow this shit. So while Bill Clinton was the governor of Arkansas, that's when all the coke was coming in through Arkansas, and Bill was like, he was allowing it. And then he becomes the president after George Sr., right? So George Sr. is basically Bill Clinton's boss during the whole Iran-Contra thing. And then coincidentally, Bill Clinton becomes the next president.
Yeah.
They hooked him up because he hooked them up.
Yeah.
So when you see George Sr. and Bill Clinton on stage debating, like in the presidential debates, like talking about sending jobs overseas and raising taxes or cutting taxes and all that bullshit, they're really partners in crime.
Together, dude, for sure.
They're like, you got this. They tagged them off.
There's no D's in ours.
It's crazy gangster shit going on. It's like
Don't
Gotham.
forget the day I first spoke to you about Mena, Arkansas. We had that talk. Well, here's the thing that pisses me off about this. Now, if you watch Narcos, if you watch Netflix, they have 6 or 7 shows describing to you the explosion of cocaine of the mid-70s to the mid-80s. And you look at something like that, You know, Lee doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Sam Tripoli doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Neither does Eddie in a way, because I saw what you guys are reading. I saw cocaine was very recreational. It wasn't around. It was acid and reefer. And all of a sudden, it just, by 81, it just took off. Now, at this time, if you read the chronicles and shit, the government finds out about cocaine.
Right.
But what the government really found out was about the money that they were making with cocaine. And at the end of the day, we don't care if you're doing coke and selling it, but nothing comes over here for the mouse. Nothing comes here for the mouse. I remember being a cocaine addict in 81, 82, 83. You could buy cocaine for 100 a gram to 80 to 250 an 8-ball. In 85, that all changed. Once the government got involved, and now I'm living through this.
Yeah.
I'm living through this, and I'm hearing constant, all of a sudden, from 76 to 82, if you did a line of cocaine, guys, it was like tasting cake for the first time.
The good shit, right?
And you went, and it would go down, and the back of your throat would get numb, and it tasted kind of pinky, and your nose would get kind of numb, and you didn't get high. You didn't get that. You got high that your eyes kind of got red, and they would play tricks on you. And after like 2 or 3 or 4 lines, that's when you would get this elevation of high. Well, that high changed over the years. You know, they told you that they said that how they really got to the cartel was the problem that we had created was that to make cocaine, the final wash to make it taste good is ether. Their alcohol is what makes cocaine taste. That's why if I smell anything with ether, it illuminates me. It's cocaine. It's cocaine.
Yeah.
Ether alcohol is cocaine. So there was a time where the roughest thing wasn't getting cocaine out of Colombia. It was getting ether into Colombia, the product to wash. That's what it's called, to wash the final cocaine. Once they couldn't get the ether in, they started using fucking gasoline and turpentine, and you could taste it in the coke.
Oh, yeah.
That coke became crack. People started saying, we can't sell that. Like, I remember snorting coke that smelled like cat piss.
Oh, my.
And then you would have headaches for 3 days. The coke was astonishing. It was like 99% pure. You would put a dot on your tongue and your head would be fucking numb. Like, oh, right. You couldn't even talk.
Making business ideas.
But it would burn the bottom of your nose. Like, and that became crack. People started taking that coke and going, fuck it. We're not going to sell it. Just burn it down into the lowest thing. You know, they make crack. It was horrible. Like, I knew these guys in the early 80s that were already making, because it was freebase at first.
Right.
And freebase was for the rich and famous. To freebase cocaine, oh my God. To snort cocaine was one thing. But to freebase it, that was Belushi. That was Robin Williams.
Get that fuck you money.
That's fuck you money, because, bro, a little rock just shrinks it. You gotta have a guy there cooking it with a silk fucking scarf or socks that are made from silk. So for every gram you use, you only get 8/10 back. Me and you could smoke 8/10 in 2 minutes. So I saw this evolution. And even though I was part of it, and even though I thought it was cool, and even though I grew up with it, now looking back, it ruined the country.
Oh, for sure, dude.
It destroyed the country.
For sure.
Like our own government destroyed the country. I mean, and this doesn't just go to cocaine. You know, if you walked around New York City in 1967, 68, 69, and 70, I will tell you that if you saw 10 people, 2 of them would be looking at you, Eddie, and all of a sudden they go,
heroin?
And they not. They were on straight heroin. And then what are you going to find out? That years later, Vietnam was basically about heroin.
Yeah.
They were just bringing heroin back by the fucking millions. And this whole country, that's what I don't understand. Like, when I see those shows now, somebody has to pay. for what they did to this country. Yeah, Pablo Escobar was a scumbag, and the Medellin cartel was scumbags.
They were small time. They were small time compared.
They were assets, dude.
But who helped them grow?
Yeah, for sure.
Was, and that's why those pictures, like that whole thing, Tom Cruise made a movie about American Made, and he got popped. It's a horrible movie. But when you think about what was going on, it was just horrible. You know, then they started, the Sandinistas, whatever, were just bringing up coke. They cut them in. They weren't even having a war.
Yeah.
They just cut them in to help bring cocaine up. Our own government flooded. And then you hear the DEA going, well, 320 metric tons of cocaine were smuggled into our country. Where's the war on drugs? 300 metric tons. That's 2,000 pounds of fucking ton of cocaine. I can't snort that shit in 1 year myself.
We tried.
Somebody had to be fucking snorting it. But you look back at that conspiracy right there. That's not a conspiracy. That was something to ruin our country. I'll never forget having a teacher. His name was Fred Terranova. And I remember he had like a pseudo history class. And I still remember bumping into him on the street one day and him telling me that the Cubans were running cocaine. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, they got it so sophisticated that the Colombians are taking the coke to Cuba. Remember when Bush sent down the troops in '85 to Colombia and they were going through the jungles, they couldn't find any labs?
Yeah.
They were long gone. They were processing coke in Cuba. They were taking the coca leaves, shipping them to Cuba, bringing in the fucking ether from the Russians, which is even better than the American ether. They use that shit for steroids and D-ball and shit like that. And they were shipping the cocaine out of Cuba. And Fidel Castro would get 800,000 per shipload. And they were sending 2 to 3 ships a day filled with cocaine. Nobody ever mentioned Fidel's name in any of those paperwork. But the story I'm getting to here is that because it killed me, it destroyed my life. You know how many people I see from my age now on Facebook that have no teeth, that are fucked up? It was all cocaine from the 80s, bro. And to think that our own government brought that in shocks me. Even as street smart that I think I am. Like I was always naive, but not naive.
Wouldn't it be smart for them to blow up Colombian drug lords and Mexican drug lords?
They just do the work themselves.
Yeah, like blow them up on like movies, like Scarface, for instance. Wouldn't it be smart for them to blow up something like Scarface and movies like Scarface so that the people think that it's them that are bringing in all the coke and not really it's us that's bringing it in. You know what I'm saying? For sure. Same thing with the Italian gangster movies. The conspiracy theory is that those the people at the top, whatever you want to call them, they like pushing the Italian mobster movies because everyone thinks it's the Italians that are doing it when really they were low level. There was our own people were really the ones at the in charge of exactly the bankers and all the bankers. Yeah, but you blow up the Italians so everyone thinks the Italians have all this power. Yeah, the Colombians have all this power. They're doing it when really it's us that are bringing it in. The American government. There's a war on drugs, but we're bringing it.
Look at heroin right now with Afghanistan. Production's up 70%, and now addiction's up 70%. So yeah, it could be even higher than that.
I mean, let's not even talk about the opioid epidemic.
Yeah.
What do you think's in charge of putting these pills in the street?
For sure. And then you hear the guy that basically flooded the market with those pills has now basically copyrighted the cure for that. Yeah, it's the most gangster shit ever, dude. He basically caused a problem, an epidemic of opiates, and now he's got the cure for it too. I mean, that's just gangster shit.
So really, what we're talking about, either it's true or it's bullshit. It's not true. It really is just the Colombians and
it's not true.
Yeah, well, of course, right, of course. But there's people that don't believe it. So either our own government is actually not managing and controlling the drug flow between, internationally. Either they're not, or they are, and there's people that actually believe that our own government would never do anything like that.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
That's the conspiracy.
Like, I grew up in Hudson County, New Jersey, where it's very politically corrupt. And it didn't take me too long to realize that was politics on the micro level.
Oh, for sure.
What was it at the macro level? You know, I went to the doctor 3 weeks ago, and he goes, "Oh, by the way, we're switching up that blood pressure medication on you. We're switching it up." So when I got home, I gave my wife the note, and we looked at it. The one we were on, all of a sudden, something's not right with it. And I'm thinking to myself, what happened? They stopped paying.
Yeah.
Stop paying. That's it. They don't come in no more on Fridays and give you an envelope.
Exactly.
So now I'll start pushing this blood pressure medication, which you don't really know what the fuck they give you. You guys know I have an uncle. I call him. Now we've had 2 conversations in a week. You know, he's had cancer for 10 years and he's still alive because he just changed his diet and refused to go to chemo. You know, he's 80 years old.
Wow.
And he walks 4 to 5 miles every day, Monday through Friday in Griffith Park, because he refused to get the chemo, the drugs the government gave you. Say he went to Mexico twice in 10 years and got 2 blood treatments or something like that. He's still alive. It's crazy the things that our own government does to us. It's crazy that there's people that still, and I love the United States of America.
Of course.
I love being here. I love everything about it. But that kind of shit always destroys.
Cronyism.
And it's so weird how it's like anything else in life. It's like being Catholic and going, all right, I'm going to go to church today, even though you know they're a bunch of fucking pedophiles.
Right.
Yeah.
We look at what we want to look at, and we don't look at what we want to look at. You know, it's like when in comedy, it's like when somebody comes up to you and says, this guy's a joke thief, but he's your best friend.
Right.
What do? Do you stop being his best friend? Or do you not discuss the joke thiefing that he's doing? You know, you're always put on that fucking spot. So
yeah, it's I do. The cronyism just keeps going. It's crazy.
What is cronyism?
Cronyism is just basically where these guys just operate. They make money off of corruption, and that's what we at the highest levels on both sides, man. Like people think it's ours and these. They're falling for the tricks. It's not. These guys all work together, dude. Dude, if you looked into what happened in Haiti, man, how much he's from that country after the earthquake, heartbreaking, man. Haiti is a shithole because more than $1 billion of aid was just taken out mysteriously by all these people that you supposedly love. It's unbelievable because they don't look at you like a person. They don't look at us like a people. We're numbers. We're resources.
Listen, when all those things happen, I really try to be an American and help, but I pick my source of who I'm giving that money to. I don't believe in it anymore. I don't want to give money to an organization with 3 of the top guys in BMW can run.
Oh yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying?
One of them is like
non-profit organization, but the guy's got to come.
Guys making like
most of them are scams. Those NGOs, non-governmental organizations. It sounds like they're
humanitarian.
Yeah.
But when you figure out the percentage that they have to give to be considered humanitarian, you laugh in their faces. Like I used to sell, as a comic, you have fundraising jobs.
Right.
So I used to fundraise for the cops in Seattle. I thought I was working for the police department. I was working for 2 fucking ex-cons that gave you a sticker if you donated to police benevolently. Yeah, but you got to call. Hi, this is Sam Tripoli. I'm calling on behalf of Glendale County Police. Sorry, I'm saying Glendale.
I don't care, man.
I'm calling from Glendale Police Department because we're doing a fundraiser. You actually think it's the cops. It's 3 guys in the hill in Barham, in a greasy place with no air conditioning, and they get 30% of the take. So listen, we're going to put our ad together, which comes out in June. If you advertise and put an ad in there, what happens is, let's pretend you get broken into, you put a sticker on your glass, and the cops will know that you donated. The cops don't get.
Oh, that's all I do those cop events for is have cards so I can get out of trouble.
Yeah. Well, the card is one thing. the card is one thing. I live on those cards.
Yeah, dude.
I got a DA one.
Yeah.
I got a DA one.
Get your dog out of my shit.
Yeah,
This is my friend.
I got the real one. I got a gold one too from Hoboken. Oh, I live for these things. If I can get out of jail, free card. What's it say there?
Yeah.
DEA, we ain't fucking around, bro. But that's not the thing.
Dude, look at the NFL, man. That whole like Pink Week cancer awareness, the amount of money that any organization gets for the find research to cure cancer from the NFL is like 10%. 10%. It's some insane number, allegedly. Some insane number. Like Michael Jordan was notorious for it back in the day through charity events, and like 20% went to the actual, to the cause.
There's this guy in Laos or Thailand who had a foundation for kids that were in child sex trafficking, and his story was he's the head of this foundation. I forget what the name of the foundation is, but his story is that he saves all these children from sex trafficking rings in Thailand, and he built a school to help them rehab and educate themselves. And people just started sending him money. It's like, fuck, like who wouldn't want to donate to that? This guy is breaking into these camps where they're keeping these children, as slaves, and he's breaking them out, taking them through rivers. That's what the story is on the website. Like, he's taking all these children, and he has profiles of each of the children. They have their stories of, how their mom sold them to sex trafficking and all this shit. All the kids have different profiles. Some people, the website is touching to say the least. And people are just donating all sorts of cash, and he built this big compound, and it's a real compound with a school, and they really are educating these kids, and the kids are happy as fuck.
Right.
Happy as fuck, because then they interview them, and they go, man, they're super appreciative. They can't believe it, that they're getting an education for free. They can't believe it. But then when you look into it, these kids weren't from child sex trafficking. They were just poor kids from, in the jungle, in villages, and he would offer them education, and the parents would go, yes, and take my kids, educate them. But the kids had no idea that there was this website, and they had this story that supposedly came from their mouths that was saying that, that at 6, their mother sold them child. You know what I mean? It was all bullshit. So this guy got too greedy. This is how he got busted. He got too greedy. He got a documentary team to come out to film, what he was all about, and to drum up more business and to get more donations. He was getting all this money from people, rich people all over the world. And the documentary, they're the ones who were going, wait a minute. Something ain't right here. Something ain't right. They figured it out. They go, these kids weren't from child sex trafficking. Then they cornered the kids and they pulled them aside, and they made them read the story. It was on the website. They had no idea the story was up there. They had no idea. They're like, oh my! All of them started fucking freaking out and crying. They thought, oh my god, their life is ruined. Everyone thinks they're a child prostitute, but they weren't. They were just regular kids from, the country in Thailand, and poor kids that they were helping.
What's going on right now?
Yeah. So this guy got busted, and he just disappeared, and no one knows where he's at.
There's a couple that raised money for this marine, this homeless marine.
$400,000. Yeah.
Yeah. Are they giving it to him yet?
GoFundMe has to give it to them because they back it. But yeah, they're going to court and they're going to be in trouble.
Yeah,
because they got nothing.
Keep it, right?
Yeah, they give them like $90,000.
Yeah, I don't. Let me ask you something, Sam, because I've listened with tinfoil hat with the podcast. What are you trying to do? What are you doing with it?
I just like to be honest with you.
You pick a new topic every week.
Every week.
So last week, the Autopsy from Bruce Lee came back. They did it on that show. Remember when we were kids? There was a guy on HBO that was fantastic. But this guy, and I thought of you, I almost called you.
They did not autopsy on it?
Yeah, they opened up the case, and Reels did Gandolfini, and I watched them to see what they did to Whitney Houston.
Right.
And Whitney Houston, they said that Whitney Houston didn't die of cocaine. What happened was she did a couple bumps, and went into the shower, and the shower was so hot. But since her body was numb, she didn't feel the heat. And that's what really killed Whitney Houston.
Really?
Yeah, like they
Holy shit.
interesting shit. Like Gandolfini, I watched Gandolfini for 20 minutes. I looked at my wife and go, if they don't mention cocaine, I'll never watch the show again. And then they went off on the cocaine, how much coke he was doing, how they found out he went to multiple rehabs, his heart. So now I pay attention because at least they tell the truth. At least they tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? This channel, this doctor.
How do you know that's the truth though?
Because they wouldn't have talked about the cocaine. They could have just said that he died of a heart attack. He went through everything. He goes from The Sopranos. They found out how many rehabs he had gone through.
Oh, he was notorious during set. Yeah. Like he would just disappear from banging guys.
Yeah,
the dude from Sopranos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy that was in True Romance.
Yeah.
Oh shit!
But
when did he die?
A couple of years ago, 4 years ago. But it's crazy how this guy started talking about how he would do no shows on The Sopranos.
Yeah.
4 days, no show, no here, no nothing. He would come back and he would pay for the days off. He would pay the days to the staff missing, and then he would fly in sushi and different food, and then they apologized 2 weeks later. But the moral of the story is that
he's going hard in the pain.
Yeah, everybody knew that. Everybody knew that. Because of that, I started paying attention to the show more. And a couple, because you brought me on to talk about what
happened to Bruce Lee. So what they say happened.
And I always believed my conspiracy theory was when he told them he was doing it to the dragon, he was switching governments, and he had to cut off their money laundering. Because they were money laundering through his movies. All those Thai movies, they shot all those in Thailand. And it was Raymond Chow. And it's really funny that after
Golden Harvest,
after Raymond Chow and Bruce Lee died, Raymond Chow became a big producer in the United States, even producing Charles Bronson movies. So I always thought there was some type of conspiracy or something like that. You know, how he died, how it was really like there was no internet back then, guys.
Yeah.
So you died in China until the boat got here.
Yeah.
For us to find out about Bruce Lee, nobody knew. Then one day on the street, people started talking about it. We went into Chinatown and got the newspaper from China, and they showed you the pictures of him in the casket, but it wasn't. There's no internet. There was no encyclopedia. And what he talks about is he died from cortisol addiction that nobody knew about.
What?
Cortisol. Cool. What are you shooting when you have pain?
Cortisone. Get it.
So he hurt his back, and he was shooting a lot of cortisone. And because cortisone does something, there's side effects to cortisone. He never went off the cortisone. He never went off it that during Enter the Dragon, he got to the lightest he ever was. He was like 123 or something like that. And they were worried about him. So he broke it down. He goes, and then when he did that aspirin, the analgesic, he had so much cortisol in his blood, It was death by misadventure. You know what I'm saying? Like
so there's nothing shady behind it.
No, it was something that he had developed years earlier. Something with it. There's a side effect to cortisol, and he was having mental lapses at the end. He was forgetting shit.
Yeah.
You know. What if your first theory was actually correct? Like he was murdered by the Chinese triads, which is a conspiracy theory. And that's what you thought at first. If that was true, wouldn't it make sense to put out a documentary to distract from that and to say, yeah, we did some tests on his blood. He died of cortisol. You know what I mean?
I mean, listen, first off, it's a 45-year-old court, whatever document. But you guys don't know. It's like, listen, I'll tell you this right now. We'll wrap it up just so you know. At the age of 16, I found out everything about my life. And my father, who I was always told died of a heart attack. What happened was he was the first Cuban committee man in Union City, New Jersey. So they were upweighing him. At the time when you landed from Cuba in Miami, there was billboards that said, "Come to Union City. There's life for Cubans there." So it became the second biggest highest population for Cubans. along the way, my father had a business. He had two businesses. And this is way pre-Castro. So he was a committee man from like 56 to 66 until he died. He was on some board. But when he died of a cocaine overdose. He died of a heroin. He thought he was doing coke, but somebody gave him heroin. Heroin killed him instantly. And all that got covered up, dude. They made my mother send him to Cuba, and my father was buried in Cuba. So when I didn't find this out till I got older. Like, why would my mother send my father to fucking Cuba? Like, it just didn't make sense. And in those days, it wasn't like you could just call United. So my mother went with him all the way to Mexico. And then in Mexico, they shipped him to Cuba, and his family picked him up. So my mother could never collect the insurance policy that he left for me. He left me a prudential insurance policy. It was never signed by the county coroner. My father's debt is still, the coroner never signed it. Now, my father was a nobody.
Yeah.
He was a nobody. So imagine what they do. Like, again, we're talking about this shit that, he was a nobody. Why would they cover it up?
Right.
So till this day, Prudential wants me to go to Cuba and dig him up for them to give me any money. Like in 1979, like in 1980, that was the deal. For us to go to Cuba, reanalyze the bones and see if it was him. So after that, how do you think I felt about governments and shit like that? Like, I don't believe in that until I see with my own eyes.
That's what it's all about.
That was my
Question everything. That's what I always say, dude. Question everything. That's really all we do. It's just have fun.
You question it.
And we're wrong a lot, we're wrong a lot, but it's really tough.
It's better than just going along with communism.
Yeah, that's my whole thing, man. It's just like, you watch the news, they lie to you all the time.
All day
constantly,
long. They tell
man.
you, listen, the best thing about podcasts is, listen to what happened to podcasts. It destroyed Comedy Central. Their credibility became bullshit. You guys have been hiding the real comics from us for the last 10 years since you've been since 1992 or 91 that you've been in business.
Right.
You've been giving us hand-selected comedy that you guys like, not the animals that they lost credibility.
So crazy now.
That's why now, even as a musician, fan of music, you gotta think to yourself, was Kiss really the best band that was out there? Or was Kiss what they shoved down my throat?
Exactly.
Like,
are you kidding?
That's how I think now.
I grew up the biggest Kiss fan of all time. But man, if they were an Illuminati operation, they're perfect. Look at the four characters that they're at. Like the Illuminati. Really, the Illuminati comes from ancient Babylon and ancient Egypt and all that in the bloodlines, right? So you look at the cat, Peter Criss. Egyptians worship cats. And then you look at Ace Frehley, space. Look what the Nazis did when they formed NASA and gave us the fake moon missions, right? They keep promoting space. And then Gene Simmons, the fucking demon, when you look into the Illuminati, they're worshiping Lucifer, right?
Yeah.
And then Paul Stanley, that's the feminism in men right there. So they got four gigantic characters that are powerful in the Illuminati movement. That's just me getting crazy. But you brought it up. You said, what if Kiss wasn't the best band? What if that's just
Leonard Skinner? What if the car?
Oh, you want a great
example?
NWA, dude.
Exactly. That's what we're talking about.
NWA.
It's what you sold me. So I've always listen. I love being a Catholic. But I got to tell you guys something. At the age of 10, big question.
Right.
Of course.
Why is a nun hitting me?
Yeah. Why are there bishops and cardinals?
Why is a nun hitting me if you promote love?
Yeah.
And whatever. So that.
Why are they all fucking kids? You know what? What's up with that?
Yeah, no.
Nobody goes to jail for
I
that?
didn't know nothing about fucking the kids. I didn't know that, like, even the Mormon church owned 70% of Sunset Boulevard.
Yeah.
Something crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, there's this
Something
whole
crazy.
thing.
Something
What? I
crazy.
didn't know that. That's news. to me.
Yeah, something crazy.
What about Scientology?
I read years ago, that the Mormon, that's why.
Scientology owns a lot, the Mormons do.
Mormons own a lot.
Do you know that Donald Trump, when he got elected, he went to Utah and he talked to the Church of the Mormons to kiss the ring. Like, they're very powerful. And they're very much of an outside power source compared to what goes on in Hollywood. You know, I mean, in Washington, D.C., they say these big trials are going to happen, you know, that they keep talking about with Q Anonymous and all that stuff, which is this guy who gives information out to people because you can't get it on normal networks. But he basically says that's where a lot of the judges are going to come from. Utah and Mormons. Like, Trump had to go through it. Yeah.
Crazy shit, man.
I love it, though, dude. I love it. And you know what I love? We're wrong, dude, but we're right a lot, too. And the thing is that nobody keeps score. That's the whole thing.
Like, nobody wants the truth.
Yeah.
You know, in that famous movie, you don't want the truth because you really can't handle the truth.
Right.
You know what? I love doing coke. I didn't want to know that our own government was pushing it on our streets. You know, I loved smoking coke. I didn't know that the CIA was putting it on fucking the streets of Compton and black neighborhoods to make them even weaker than what they were. I'll never forget reading an article in Time that the man with the golden gun was being hidden in Cuba. Some guy, I forget what his name was, in the 70s, that was escaping from the United States. And I remember them saying at that time, I had a teacher, Mr. T, and him going, for years the Russians have been selling coke. It's all communists. And I remember saying, why would communists want to sell coke in the United States? He goes, because it makes them a lot easier to take over. When they come over, they put the guns up. We put up bags of kilos. They're going to throw the guns up in the air and go, fuck it. So it made sense. All the shit I learned over the years. It's just people don't really want to know there was a fake moon landing. You know, you listen to the stories now, how bad the country was in shape. They needed something to be pro-American, so they thought about going to the moon and landing, but the wind wasn't blowing the right direction. So they fucked up the flag, you know what I'm saying?
No, it's all crazy shit.
I never knew.
And the whole thing isn't to get everybody to agree with everything all the time.
Yeah, it's like when there's a murder and there's really no evidence at first. A detective, a group of detectives will come up with every possible scenario and no matter how ridiculous it is, if it's somehow possible, it's a scenario. They line up all their scenarios and all their suspects, and then one by one they eliminate them. Doesn't mean that every scenario is correct. It can't be. It's impossible that every scenario, but you come up with every possible angle. So that's all we do. When something happens, like anytime a celebrity is killed, conspiracy theorist is going to have questions. You're going to have the official story that you read on your phone when you're taking a shit. Like, oh my God, you know who died? And you read it on your phone. And then the police confirmed that it was a suicide. You know what I mean? Are you going to believe that? You read it on your phone. You're taking a shit. It's on your iPhone. It's on CNN. It's on the Washington Post. So-and-so died. Police confirmed it was a suicide. They confirmed it that goddamn quick. Are you going to believe that? Maybe you do believe it. Maybe it's true. But a detective wouldn't just believe that shit. A detective would start looking into it and putting up, coming up with as many different scenarios as possible and putting together clues. That's what you do. You just don't read your iPhone and just believe that shit. Police confirmed that it was a suicide. Okay, that's it. Boom, that's it. It's a suicide. Saw it on my fucking phone. But then there's all these crazy little things that are going on around that certain suicide. But you're like, wait a minute, motherfuckers. There's a lot of crazy, fishy shit going on around here. And to be ridiculed for questioning something that you got on your fucking phone while you were taking a shit, you're ridiculed. I'll tell you one thing. If it ever comes out, you ever find out that I committed suicide, I'll fucking do backflips in my fucking grave if you start getting on Instagram saying, oh, we lost another good one, to drugs. I will be pissed off if anybody wrote that shit. Because if it comes out that I committed suicide, I was fucking murdered because I ain't committing suicide. You know what I mean? So people think it's disrespectful to question.
Yeah, that's
cops.
funny.
They think it's disrespectful when someone comes out and someone commits suicide and because you read it on your phone, cops said that it was a suicide. They ruled it a suicide. To question that and to get ridiculed is disgusting. That's disgusting. You know what I mean? If like you found out that someone you love close to you, you found out just like everyone else, they committed suicide and you all you knew was what you fucking read on your phone and the cops, and then someone came up and said, hey, dude,
there's more. There's
more.
Yeah,
would you want to hear it? Or would you say, don't bring that up, it's too soon.
Yeah.
It's too soon. It's too soon.
Across the street here. It was a suicide in this building here maybe 8 years ago that I knew the kid.
Yeah.
Until this day, I always knew that something was wrong. In 2 years after that.
Is it disrespectful to go, wait a minute, maybe it wasn't a suicide?
Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get why accepting the official narrative of people
respect their family. I think their family would want to know
who really did it.
That there was some fishy shit going on.
The best was they killed Osama bin Laden. They threw his body off the ship.
Oh yeah,
so nobody would see it.
Exactly.
Because the
Come on.
like, all that shit.
Come on.
This shit
Right.
Vegas, that's crazy, dude.
But the
They won't release the autopsies.
Yeah, the Vegas shit.
Come on. There's so much.
It's just too much that if you get caught up in it and you start doubting, you will go crazy. Because you've lost
So that's why what you got to do is
structural basis of law.
You always got to have the foot on the ground, right? You always got to have that. And it's like, the way I see conspiracies is no different than the person who's always watching MSNBC, Christopher Titus is a wonderful comedian. I think he's a killer. He put out that, he thanked Rachel Maddow for teaching him more about, U.S. history. And I'm not saying anything bad about that, but he obviously watches MSNBC all the time. That's where he gets his news. I just like to investigate. I just like to learn to see what's going on and then kind of be like, oh, here's a pattern. And it's kind of, I don't think I'm going to change anything. The only thing that I do after I learn all this is how I interact with people in the world. How do I treat people, okay? I try to treat people with love, respect. When John McCain dies, I don't run around talking about what a war hero he is because that's not the truth, man. And there's a lot of shady shit about that motherfucker. He put a lot of our sons and daughters in very bad harm's way. It's just a fact, man. And I'm going to get some shit about that. And hey, man,
That's why I love it. That's why
I'll stand by it, man.
That's what the best
All I
about
can
having
control
a
is how I,
podcast is.
how I recognize him. I remember him.
That we have a voice now.
Yeah.
We have a voice now. You don't have to sit at home and go, you know what? Fuck you, motherfuckers. That's not what happened. Let me ask you knucklehead something. You and my brother here going on the road doing some dates together, which I'm proud of you. I'm proud of Eddie for fucking committing. I'm proud
He's
of
doing
you.
great, man. I'm really
all,
proud of him.
all these guys have been around comedy for so long, and they get it. And people say, I can't believe Lee's doing comedy. Well, he's been around it for 6 years. He watches every special on Netflix. After a while, you got to give it a chance.
Yeah.
Eddie's been around it. I still remember Eddie going on stage 2001. Wow. So
bombing.
This doesn't surprise me.
Bombing.
Oh, but he got it.
You're doing great, dude.
You're doing great. And that's all that matters.
Thank you.
Where's your next date? You fucking say.
We're here. It's September 14th, 15th. We're at the Corner Comedy Club in Niagara Falls, Canada. It's at cornercomedyclub.com.
This Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, we've sold a bunch of tickets, man.
So this Friday and Saturday.
Yeah.
Niagara Falls, and I'm doing a seminar Saturday day in Niagara Falls too, a jiu-jitsu school out there. Get on my Instagram for the details. It's at Eddie Bravo 10P.
What are the dates are you doing comedy at 10-4 hat at?
So we're also they're on my website, samtripoli.com. We're also doing Philadelphia in October 12th, and then the 14th to Funny Bone.
And Syracuse.
Yep.
So October 12th in Philly, October 14th, so we're doing Friday and a Sunday. That Saturday I'm doing a seminar in Bethlehem. But I'm 10 Bethlehem.
And then we're going out to the following month. We're in
Houston, November 3rd,
and
Austin, November 4th. So.
Now, do you guys get on stage just do a podcast, or
No.
just two guys doing stand-up?
We do about an hour of stand-up, and then we do about 30 to 45 minutes Q&A with the crowd.
There's usually four of us. It's me, Sam, Ryan, who's his co-host on the Tinfoil
Send
Hat.
him my love. He's a great guy.
He's a great dude.
Great
I love
guy.
him.
I love
Tinfoil Hat podcast, which is awesome. his co-host Ryan, Off the Grid Ryan, he's usually with us, and we have another guy, Trez Mala, who we could bring out when financially it makes sense. You know what I mean? So there's 4 of us, but a lot of times when we're on the road, it's just going to be me and Sam, just for financial purposes, and then we'll take a local comedian. But so
It's
much
fun though,
goddamn
dude.
fun to have a whole crowd that's at least Tower 7 and over. You know what I mean? If they're all on Tower 7, it's a lot easier to talk to them. You know what I mean? Because if I had a crowd that was half people that believed Hillary Clinton was a good person, dude, I'd be bombing. It's not going to be a good night. So that's how Tinfoil Hat Comedy came about. I did a couple shows with Sam, random shows at the Comedy Store with Comedy Chaos, and it just, man, I got too conspiracy too quick, and it just didn't flow right the first couple shows. And I called up Sam one night and I said, dude, can we do a Tinfoil Hat fucking comedy show where it's just nothing but people that are at least at Tower 7? If you're at least at Tower 7, then fuck, how much fun would that be?
Yeah.
So that's what we started doing, Tinfoil Hat Comedy, and it's been. We went to San Francisco and Sacramento and fucking smashed it there. It was crazy. It was fucking crazy. We get to San Francisco half an hour before the show. It looks like it's 1/4 filled. And then we went backstage and we're like, you know what? No one showed up. No big deal. No big deal. No one showed up. It's all good. We're just going to go out there and there's 100 people. So what? It's 100 people. It's beautiful. But we went out and then 5 minutes before the show started, I went out, took a look again, and it was fucking packed. And I went upstairs and I told Sam, you're not going to believe this. He goes, what? I go, dude, all of a sudden it's fucking packed. And he goes, no. We went out there, we're like, holy shit. That's when we knew that maybe there's a chance that we could take this on the road.
We were in San Francisco making fun of Obama, and people were going crazy. Yeah. I'm like, oh, that's
in San Francisco.
That's crazy, dude. Yeah. It's very powerful.
And then in Sacramento, which is cool. I love doing comedy in front of your crowd when I opened up for you a couple of times because it's just all Mexicans and it's all Latin. They're not necessarily conspiracy theorists at all. No. They're just Mexican. I love just going up and doing Mexican, like non-conspiracy theory comedy. Not all my comedy is about conspiracy theories. I have dick jokes and fart jokes and shit like that. But Sacramento, it was all conspiracy. It was a conspiracy crowd, but they were all Mexican. So the Sacramento show was fucking insane. We had so much fun. It just the combo of Mexicans and conspirators were great.
Listen, fuckos, I'm happy you stopped in tonight. I love you both.
I love you, dude.
I'll see you Tuesday.
It's one of my favorite shows to do. I like to sit back and watch.
I think it's probably sold out already.
Yeah, Comedy Chaos is always
sold out.
You're doing that.
I'm doing Tuesday. Yeah,
you guys are nice. I hate bothering you guys. I hate bothering you. I hate it.
You don't bother me. I just don't know when I can be there.
It's all good in the hood, man.
Yeah, it's a guaranteed sold out main room show.
Russell Peters,
it's a great
show. Shop this week.
Joe Rogan's always
on. It's a great show.
Theo Vaughn,
it's gonna be
Tom Segura, Ari, Duncan.
Thank you again.
I love you, dude. Thank you for having me on, dude.
What day is this Tinfoil Hat?
It's this weekend. We put it on every Monday and Thursday.
Oh, the podcast.
Yeah. There's 2 podcasts.
Yeah.
Sam, all the best.
I love you, bud.
Comedy Store family. In the 20 years now.
I had a great time.
We had him at the Dodger game Monday night with the kids.
I ended up fanning out and fanboying out.
I went to the Dodger game. I was fucked up in the gym.
I saw that.
We couldn't eat edibles.
Hey, man, we were so high. Seriously, this is no joke. I have a real legit fear of heights, and those seats, the highest Dodger, like I felt like the whole time I had that fear running through my blood. I felt like I was going to fall off. And my son's with me, and I'm looking over at my son, and I just want to grab him. But there's no way. There's no way we can fall off. But we were pretty goddamn high, and the whole time I'm afraid of falling off. I'm a fucking pussy.
We took pictures. We had kids. We took pictures.
Must have been.
It was so fun because I put me and EB with our families at the Dodger game. And all we got for like an hour was like, that's great. And you always got people that you couldn't have got better seats.
Yeah.
It's not about the better seats. It's just about being together with your family.
Right. Yeah, next time we got to go lower.
Oh, yeah, I could call a friend and sit right behind the Dodgers. But I don't want to do that. Because now with 5-year-olds, I want to attract the police attention. As we did. We got a guy that sat in front of us from Liverpool.
Yeah.
He took a picture with us. We ate, you know. And I'm going to try. There's 5 home games left. I'm going to try to go to one more. So expect my phone call. I love you, Sam.
I love you too. Thank you.
I love you too. I want to thank Eddie and Sam for stopping in. But most importantly, listen to me. 23andMe is a DNA testing service that can offer insights into your ancestry, health, wellness, and traits. The bitter taste report versus the salty reports, DNA play a role in determining what your food preferences, from sweet to salty to bitter. 23andMe Health and Ancestry Service includes reports on how your DNA can influence your weight, your sleep quality, your caffeine intake, sense of taste, whether you're likely to be lactose intolerant, and more. It's easy to do. You just spit into a tube provided by 23andMe, and you mail your saliva sample back to the lab to be analyzed. I'll tell you what, I did it. I did it about a year ago. That's why when they contacted me, I was all over. And I learned a lot from where I was from and how they found this DNA from chickens. The Chinese had, you know, I'm African. I'm from the north tip of Spain up there. I'm also American Indian. I'm also a little Chinese, and they found a little Russian Jewish. You know, all these things are very interesting to find out. You know, so what I would do if I was you guys, I mean, the lactose intolerant report shed insights into how your genetics may affect your ability to digest dairy products. Stuff like that. Just simple stuff like that. And now, when I got sick a couple months ago, I eliminated dairy, and boom, I went on the reports a couple weeks ago, and that's what it was. I was susceptible to that, and pasta and all that stuff. And like maple. Remember I told you guys I was allergic to maple syrup? Now, even when I have the Lego waffles, the wheat, and I put the sugarless syrup on it, I still get sick on it. This told me all this stuff on the report. So listen, besides telling you where you're from and who you are and who you're a piece of, this 23andMe is the way to go. So do me a favor. Order your 23andMe Health and Ancestry Service at 23andme.com. Again, 23andme.com/church. CHURCH. That's the number. 23andme/church.com. Okay, no. So it's 23andme.com/church. That's the way you go. Okay, so listen, find out who you are and what's going on, and you'll be fine. All right? Take a chance. Columbus did. I know a lot of you are scared to find out who you really are. You might find out your uncle, your cousin, but who cares? Take a chance. Anyway, football season is in full effect. Whether it's college or the pros, you're rocking and rolling. I know that you got a guy that knows a guy. What happens one day when the guy skips out? And now you don't get your little $80 or your $180, and you need that money. That's why I tell my family here from the church to go with my bookie. Why? Because they're tremendous. The truth is, I don't know who's going to win, but if you think you know, you got to check out my bookie. Remember, it's not what you're betting on. It's as important as who you're betting with. That's why I always tell people to bet with my bookie. Trust me, they're the best around, fucking flat, period. They've been in business for years. They got great reviews online, and their mobile site is easy to use. I'd only recommend the service to you guys. That's been good to me. That's why I'm urging you right now to go to my bookie. You know why? Because they pay when you win. Plain and simple. They got game, live betting, the most rewarding player perks in the business. And for you fantasy guys out there, you can even bet the over and under on how many fantasy points a player score each game. How are you going to get that action anywhere else? Nowhere but my bookie. So do me a favor. Join today, right now. It's Monday morning. You're sitting there at your desk. You're scratching your balls. You don't know what you got. Oh, I like Monday night. Look, no, listen. It all starts with making money. What are you going to watch the game for? What? To eat popcorn and waste your time. Go out right now. Join my bookie, and we'll match your deposit dollar for dollar. You put in $2, they give you $2. So now you got $4. Where are you going to get that type of action? Because that's how Uncle Joey takes care of you. What you do is go to my bookie and use promo code CHURCH. CHURCH to activate the offer. Visit MyBookie online today. That's MyBookie, MyBookie. And don't forget to use the promo code CHURCH, CHURCH, when creating your account to claim up to $1,000 in free plays. Plain and simple with MyBookie. You play, you win, you get paid. Who's fucking better than you? I want to thank 23andMe. I want to thank MyBookie. I want to thank Sam Tripoli. I want to thank Eddie Bravo. You guys know them both and how to get a hold of them. I want to thank my main man, the Christ Killer, but most importantly, you guys. You're my family. And again, I'll see you guys right now. The only tickets that are available are at Foxwoods Casino in Connecticut. So hopefully I'll see you guys there this month if you're from the East Coast. I love you motherfuckers. Have a great week. This is a great way to start the week. Stay black. Kick this fucking mule, Lee.
Whether that will impact how the fire department will proceed throughout the rest of the night. They're going to work on this, and my understanding again is that as the temperatures fall a little bit more out here, all of that is good news. There was a little bit of wind, and those can be antagonistic for fires and exacerbate them. We don't have those Santana winds going on out here, which a lot of people expressed gratitude for. So we'll work through the night as long as it takes to put this thing out. But already the sun had cooled dramatically from the scenes that we saw this afternoon. I talked to some neighbors, and a lot of them in some more modest homes, more lovely neighborhood, who were in their go zone. They were spraying down their grass, and in anticipation that this fire was going to come down the hill and get down as well. And while it was certainly tragic for some families tonight losing their homes, it was not as bad as people thought it could be. Before the show, let me ask you this. What would you say is the air quality? Is it relatively decent? I know it can't be good, but it seems like you're very close to the fire situation. You can talk normally. So I didn't necessarily know if air quality was an issue.
It wasn't bad at all from the bottom of the hill. By the time that I was witnessed the smoke had turned white, I know that that's significant in firefighting. So it may have been a stronger stream of smoke that was more back in people's breath earlier in the afternoon. But by this evening, the firefighters had done such swift work that the smoke was mostly white at that point, and the air was perfectly normal.
Michael, thank you for giving us the latest on that. And I know you may be out there for a little while longer. We'll have some other reports for KFI, so I'll be listening in as well. Thank you for what you do. It's late with Mo Kelly. We go beyond the box score at the top of the hour. KFI 8640. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. You can listen to KFI everywhere, like you haven't noticed. KMST HD2. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Firefighters say they're making progress controlling a fire in the San Bernardino neighborhood. KFI's Michael Bunks is there.
54 acres burned this afternoon. The fire is still going, but not as bad as it was earlier this afternoon. Firefighters say it is mostly contained to this hour. They know several structures have been impacted. We know that includes some homes that have been damaged or worse, destroyed. The nearby elementary school has served as an evacuation center throughout the day. The new high school nearby will serve residents who need shelter overnight. In Little Mountain, San Bernardino, Michael Bunks, KFI News.
Siblings say that brother who's paralyzed has been killed by his former caregiver who drove a minivan into his home in Irvine. Police responded around 2 this morning. Someone inside called police. Officers found the man dead at the scene. Police say a gas leak was also discovered. Police say they shot at who they thought was the caregiver. He's in the hospital in critical condition. The man in Irvine has been... I don't know, that's the same story that I just inadvertently used twice. Let's just move on. 19 people have been arrested at a home in Orange County following months of complaints from neighbors about squatters. Western Mesa Police Lieutenant Scott Stafford says almost all the reports involve illegal drug use.
We have been receiving numerous complaints from residents in the area, and over the course of several months, we developed information that we were able to execute several search warrants and information check.
Stafford says 3 garages where people may have been living were red tagged and multiple animals were taken to shelters. He says the group was booked Friday for having and selling drugs, violating parole and probation, and other charges. Officials say it was a deadly weekend in LA County. The Sheriff's Department says at least 4 people were shot and killed in 4 different Settings on Saturday, a man was killed in a drive-by shooting prior to a car collision in Compton. Also on Saturday, a man was killed in Carson by a drive-by shooting. Witnesses say they heard several gunshots. Early Sunday morning, detectives say a woman was killed by her boyfriend in Lancaster, and he tried to kill himself. He's in critical condition. Also yesterday morning, a dead man was found laying on the pavement between two parked cars in L.A. There was also a deputy involved shot involving a man with knives who officials say refused to command. The first been hit with a taser. Steve Gregory, TFI News. And Wall Street's taking a punch to the gut. The Dow lost 2.6%. The S&P 500 closed down 3%. And the Nasdaq dumped nearly 3.5%. ABC's Rebecca Jarvis says investors are worried about the economy and the Fed not cutting interest rates.
They're looking at Friday's jobs report and they're saying we'd like to see something more like 200,000 jobs added in a month, and we'd like to see unemployment not trending so much rapidly higher. That's where people will say, well, the Fed should have already cut.
Earlier, Fed's benchmark stock index plunged 12.1%, marking its worst day since 1987. It has since soared 11%. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy today, lows in the upper 60s. Sunny and a little hotter tomorrow with highs in the mid-90s. 80 at the beaches, with 109 in the valleys, 111 in the AV, and 108 in the IE. And we have a heat advisory until tomorrow evening. There are going to be a few degrees drop in temperature on Wednesday. Then we're looking at mid-upper 80s around LA. That's going to last all the way through the weekend. It is 72 in Newport Beach, 84 in Orange, 88 in Sherman Oaks, 89 in Burbank, and it crashes out of the way on the 10 in Mid-City.
Eastbound just before Fairfax Avenue, it's been moved out of the left lane. Your drive has recovered there. And as you travel on the 101 southbound in Echo Park, see some brake lights as you come up to Silver Lake Boulevard. That drive stays slow until you get to about 110. And you'll see some slowing on the 15 northbound as you make your way through the Cajon Pass. Once you get past Camden, it stays slow from there to just before the 138. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Pedro Carino. Okay, hey there, folks.
That's right, we are bringing you the tea from Perry every single day.
Tea from Perry. I don't know if we're married to that name, but the point is, we'll tell you what's going on. I will tell you what's happening.
Bottom line, everything you need to know that's going on in Paris during the 2024 games. We're going to go first.
This is WTJ on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart, the free iHeart app, and search TJ and start listening.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Have you ever had a dream not too long ago until you got with the Jamie Rod, mastermind the concept called God?
Something you wanted so bad, you just couldn't let it go.
Well, so many God reasoning.
Kids in Harlem in the 80s, their dream would change pop music forever. I'm Taraji P. And when I was growing up in D.C., there was a new sound we were all listening to non-stop. There was a little bit of R&B and a little bit of hip-hop, and you couldn't help but shake your booty to it.
Yeah, something different and it was special. You wouldn't not let it go.
It's a story of friendship. And what it cost them.
It's a high note. Right before I get to sing a high note, like right before I get to sing a high note, it's a shot and the whole world sees what the race
From Wondery, the makers of Dirty John, Dr. Death, The Shrink Next Door, and from Universal Music comes Jacked. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
KFI AM 640 and iHeart Radio Station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics.
I have always tried to protect women and women's sports.
But I will always go back to why do people turn us on when Dan Patrick used to go before this team? It's not clear about Toronto.
Beyond the books, January.
Where sports and society.
KFIAM 640 is like Remote Kelly live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Let's go beyond the box score with Jackie Ray. Good evening, Jackie Ray. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing well. The Olympics are more than halfway over, and you're having some controversies, more controversies than protests. One of the controversies, not to correct myself, I wrongly believed that one of the female boxers was trans last week. Why? Because published reports said that Amani Khalif was trans. She's not trans. She is biologically a woman. She's lived her life gendered as a woman. But that's not the only person. There's also the Taiwanese Olympic boxer Li Ting of Taiwan facing similar scrutiny. How do we navigate this moment in terms of fairness to sports and also accurate reporting and not bullying these athletes as Imani Khalif has brought to our attention?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I believe Amani was a trans woman as well. And in all fairness, I think the world that we're living in right now, I think a lot of it is we're trying to be politically correct and identify people the way that they see themselves versus who they really are. So it gets muddy. So this is going to happen a few more times because if we don't, I think sometimes we want to protect people's feelings. But in this case, flat out wrong. And it was very easy in her case to go back and see. This is definitely a girl. You can even go back far enough. It's very easy to see pictures and you can kind of tell when puberty hit to the girl puberty again. And then that's when the transformation happened. And so while I definitely want to say the same thing, I definitely apologize for thinking that this was a man, a biological man, and it was in fact a woman. It doesn't change my opinion on what we need to do moving forward. Because at the end of the day, yes, this is a biological female. This is a biological woman that has more testosterone in her body, which is why they're not disclosing what kind of test they took, but apparently there was more testosterone in this, is what they think's coming down to. That was a Chinese fighter. I don't know, and so I'm not going to say whether this is a biological woman or not, but I did a lot of digging on her specifically, or from Taiwan, excuse me. So I don't know. Like, it was very difficult to find, to say for sure that this was someone who was born a woman. But it's still, either way, doesn't change my point. At the end of the day, we live in a world where you're talking about intersex, where you're talking about someone who was born a man and then decided to live their life as a woman. It's not fair for these people to fight with biological women because we're talking about strength. There is an advantage that you have, whether you want to admit or not. And I think it's especially in the world of sports now. We're talking about like the rest of the world and how we and how we see people. Okay, that's a whole other topic. But in sports, it's incredibly easy. We differentiate people by age. We differentiate people by weight class, by height. All these kinds of things that we have in sports, we differentiate, and we do that to make things safe. So if the waters are getting muddy, and you're having women say, "I've never been hit that hard in my life," and they are a professional boxer. Okay, this is a very easy fix. We can change classes. We can literally add 2 more classes. If you have this much testosterone in your body, whether you're a biological woman or a trans woman, you fight in this class. And it's a very easy fix.
It's a very easy fix. Then argue that, and this is somewhat rhetorical, but argue then punishing the 2 outliers in this case who did nothing wrong. They've lived their whole lives as women. They are biologically female. Testosterone test aside, and you're going to say, okay, you 2 individual athletes have to compete over here, which means there probably won't be enough weight class or a sport, and they are then restricted from the opportunity to compete for a medal in a particular sport. How do you go about that? Because we're only talking about 1 in a million, it seems.
Well, we're talking about 1 in a million right now. The actuality of this, we're going to see more trans women in the near future. So I'm not talking about excluding these 2 people. I'm saying if they have more testosterone. The thing is, like, and this is what I think frustrates a lot of biological women. We have this conversation a lot. We're talking about, is it fair to them? Is it fair to them? Is it fair to me as a biological woman who decides they want to be a boxer to fight a woman, biological or not, who has more testosterone, thereby more of an advantage than I do? And I'm going to emphatically say the answer is no to that. So I don't think it's a punishment
expensive enough. I think that open it up to more people. We're not just talking about women who have more testosterone in their system. We're also talking about transgender women who want to compete. And then when you talk about it like that, it opens it up. But you can't say, hey, if you do it this way, you're going to punish these two people. If you're saying, hey, all of you who are naturally born this way, we're not going to make any accommodations for you. You can't do that.
All right, let me make a bad argument, an insincere argument, but it's what I've heard, and I want to get your thoughts on it. This is something which occurred naturally. They're not taking supplements. They didn't have any surgery performed. How is that different from the person who's just taller and has a genetic advantage in basketball? How is that different from the person who just has muscle twitch fibers and they can run faster? How is that different? Yes, in boxing, there's a physical component, but what about the other sports where natural genetic advantage is emphasized?
So, okay, but then I think that's an easy argument because in that case, we're talking about boxing. So what's the difference between a featherweight and a lightweight? You know what I mean? So there's a reason why we have.
No, I'm conceding as far as weight classes, right? But what about the swimmer? In other words, if these athletes went into other sports, would that argument still be swimming or something else?
Right. So swimming, yes, because we've seen that. We've seen now the whole man. I'm not even going to say a transgender woman because that was a biological man in all aspects of the word, and we know that it's still biology attached. So yes, that's an advantage, and that was, I think, that was taking advantage of a system that hasn't figured this out yet. I think that's what that was. But we see Brittany Griner, and if you talk to Brittany Griner will tell you she's been very masculine her whole entire life. She doesn't have an epic advantage. She does have her height gives her a great advantage. In basketball, height is always going to be a great advantage. But you'll have teams that figure out how to shut her down because she's still a basketball player. In that sense, I don't think she would do well with the men because she's still a woman. So I think it has to go sport by sport. It can't be a blanket policy because the sports are different. So I definitely think it has to go sport by sport.
Okay, sport by sport, not necessarily just a unified blanket rule that fits all. Because one size does not fit all.
Or it's not hitting anybody in the face, and then it would be, so no, when you're talking about that, it has to go sport by sport, and it's difficult for me to understand how people don't see that, but we're not a blanket people, so we can't have blanket policies.
I like that. We're not blanket people, so we can't have blanket policies. When we come back, we have to, we don't have to, I'm choosing to get into this story about the pole vaulter who was kicked out of the Olympics because of his pole. Can I say that? I just did. It's like Kelly came by 8 6 1 5 never run on the iHeartRadio app now. And be part of the K-Mark 24-hour news room.
Two bodies have been discovered in the Sacramento River over the weekend. Local first responders to urge caution if you plan to go in the water to meet the heat. One body was found by a boater yesterday, and another man in his 30s went under less than 24 hours earlier in Clay Banks. Vice President Harris has spent the weekend interviewing prospective running mates, and she's expected to announce her commitment at a campaign rally in Philadelphia tomorrow. Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, and Arizona Senator Mark Kelly are on the short list. And the LA area home back in Tommy Ames and his wife Rhoda Wilson has been burglarized. Cops say thieves got illegal parking onto the property and brought daylight while they were out of town by smashing the window of a guest house and climbing in. A clear was stolen, but the burglars didn't enter the main house. Police said the burglary was a few weeks ago, but they're only revealing details now. We have codes of the 5 in Santa Clarita.
Heading southbound from Cal Road to the 14, the 2 right lanes are closed off until 5 a.m. So watch for slowing to approach there. And you're making your way on the 605 heading north out at Baldwin Park just before Valley. There's a crash on the right shoulder. Watch out for some spectator traffic as you approach that area. Heading Garden Grove, some good news on the 22 heading eastbound at Brookhurst. The crash has been cleared from lanes. Traffic has recovered. In Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno. Hey there, folks.
That's right. We are bringing you the tea from Perry every single day.
Yeah, tea from Perry. I don't know if we're married to that name, but the point is, we'll tell you what's going on. I'll tell you what's happening.
Bottom line, everything you need to know that's going on in Paris during the 2024 games.
Listen to me, TJ on America's
All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. First being an entertainment icon, they are competing with other icons. That's the case of Green Day, whose video performance Summer made a YouTube channel stars none other than Mark Hamill. There's another connection. The clip was inspired by the 1978 cult film of the same name, Hamill's first big screen appearance after his turn as Luke Skywalker in the original Star Wars. Green Day is still on the road with Mercedes tour supporting the latest album. These North American dates are set to run through September 28th in San Diego. Ranson and Melinda Lindas are supporting acts. Station Pumpkins also joining the committee of the shows. The full itinerary and ticket info is online at greenday.com. That's what's popping. Yes, iHeartRadio. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery Sunny starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic Who's About to Die starring Anthony Hopkins also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week, and back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. On the road again? Can't drive 55? Trying to catch me riding dirty? No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants to complete your commuting and road tripping experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation app, Waze. Now, while you navigate turn by turn in Waze, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts through iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon on the Waze navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in the car through Waze on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. Monday night at 12, Conan signed a Cruise opportunities and sororities with interviews and experts in the docuseries Houses of War, Secrets of College Greek Life, kicking off with back-to-back episodes at 9, 8 Central on A&E. Also on Monday the 12th, it's a look deep into the world of organized crime around the globe. The docuseries Gangland Chronicles at 10, 9 Central on History Channel. On Wednesday the 14th, the long-running reality competition, The Challenge, launches into its 40th cycle at 8 Central on MTV. Sunday the 18th, Shark Week may be over, but there's still plenty to see beneath the water in Ocean Explorers, premiering with back-to-back episodes at 9, 8 Central on National Geographic Channel. Also on Sunday the 18th, meet the self-proclaimed Dolly Parton of chimps and explore her life with her exotic animal family in the docuseries Chimp Crazy, debuting at 10, 9 Central on HBO. I'm Lex Owen, and that's your TV tip-off on iHeartRadio.
In the last 30 years, 8 million U.S. service members have returned home after serving their country around the world. The biggest challenge of returning vet faces is getting back to everyday life. And a key to that is personal wellness. iHeartRadio has teamed up with some of America's biggest veteran organizations and programs to create Show Your Stripes, a one-stop destination for veterans and their families to find the resources they need. If you're a veteran facing challenges, or if you're looking out for the well-being of a veteran you know, visit showyourstripes.org today.
Hey there, folks. If you're a month tea today,
That's right, we are bringing you the tea from every single day.
Yeah, tea from Perry. I don't know if we're married to that name, but the point is, we'll tell you what's going on. I will tell you what's happening.
Bottom line, everything you need to know that's going on in Paris during the 2024 games. We're going to get
For your free iHeart app and search ABTJ and start listening.
Entertainment and news anchors stay barefoot. Do they not see the disgusting people who are barefoot everywhere? Come on, barefoot. You're the only fungus.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on GFI and on demand anytime on the iHeart Radio app. KFI AM 640, while killing your live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. By now, you had to have seen the story. I don't know. I've had some friends who've taken a screenshot of it, some video. The pole vaulter, who unfortunately was, eliminated from competition because as he was pole vaulting, his extremity blocked his pass over the pole and knocked the ball off. All jokes aside, if any part of your body knocks off the crossbar, then you are eliminated. You've seen the story. I've never seen anything like this in sports before in my life. And with 4K TVs and slow motion and instant replay, media and social media have way too much fun with this. What did you think of the moment?
I was one of those people who had fun with it because I didn't see it when it happened. I, of course, immediately saw all the tweets and things of that nature, and so then I went back, and my first reaction was, from France? No way. And so I had to go. And so I had to go, and I had to look at it, because I have seen, and this has been at the high school level when I was in school, but I have seen guys with a pole vault and the bar come down wrong, and it hit them in that area, so I just assumed that it was a cup. I didn't think that it was a natural kind of thing. And so then when I saw it, I was like, oh my God, I don't even have an explanation for this. And my favorite tweet that I saw about this said, this is why the pole vaulting competition should happen in the winter.
But you have to think about the irony of it happening in the Olympics. The sport itself, pole vaulting, never mind. But it just, like, when you think that you live long enough to have seen everything, and you realize you haven't seen everything. I was in disbelief, but I was laughing out loud because the television companies, they showed it again and again and again. This angle and that angle.
And slow motion, when I was like, oh my God, y'all did not have. The first thing that I thought was, middle or no, this man is forever a legend now.
And I have to think, okay, was it really a bad thing that it happened to him? I'm not so sure that it did. I mean, I can say his name, but what's his name? Anthony Amarani from France. He's going to get something good to come out of this.
Yes, he's going to get some kind of endorsement for something. Something is going to happen. But, even the way he handled it, he was like, oh, he kind of laughed about it. And then Frank immediately said, we love you. We're so proud of you. And I'm like, I bet you are. I bet you are. But for me, I was just like, it's got to be one of those things that if it happened, you can't do anything but laugh. Because it was a great pole vault. Like, I saw it. It was, his form was perfect. Pole vault and the high jump are two of my favorite sports. So I watch those all the time. I didn't see this one live. So not seeing live was kind of funny. But his form was great. He nailed it. And then he did it.
And I don't think he could have done that if he tried.
No.
If he did it 100 times, tried to, I don't think he would have.
And he even said, he was like, I'm usually pretty nervous before I pole vault, and this was the first time that I was like, no, I got this. I felt calm. As soon as I cleared the bar, I was like, yes, and then I didn't clear it. And so everything was right until a little bit wrong. There was nothing. He could do it a million times over. It would never happen that way again.
I wonder what's the story that he would tell his eventual children and grandchildren when they use whatever the internet will be like in 20, 40 years, when they look him up and realize, like, Granddaddy, that was you. Yeah. How do you tell that story?
I think if he has a son, it's a great story. If he has a daughter, it's like, oh, God, that ew.
There have been moments in Olympic history, and there have been moments in Olympic history. This is probably the latter. Something, before I close this conversation with you, something that we've not experienced, even though I've expected to experience it on a small level. Have you seen the world's issues, specifically the Middle East, play out in this Olympic competition? There have been some remarks, there have been some refused handshakes, but no major demonstration as of yet. Has that surprised you?
I'm completely shocked about that. That was one of, aside from, wanting to see Sha'Carri, she didn't get the gold, but she got the silver. I'm so very proud of her. And aside from really being dialed into the track and field, obviously the men's and women's basketball, because that's my thing, but that's why I was tuning in religiously, because I just wanted to see something. I don't know. Yeah, okay, to be honest, I wanted to see something where it's like, okay, we're going to have to pause for a moment because this is happening. I expected athletes to be more vocal. I expected something, even fans in the stand, even if they're simply just wearing something in support of Palestine, I expected to see something. I'm shocked, completely shocked and bewildered. I think there's been more protests in Chicago here in the United States than there has been in Paris. I am definitely shocked by that, and almost, to be honest, disappointed. Because I do think what's happening in Gaza is completely tragic, and I think that you do take this fight to the world stage, and so I'm a little disappointed that, but you know what, it could come down to something as simple as money. If we're talking about traveling to Paris, who has all of that? And you have to stay. How long are you going to stay? Hotel accommodations. And if we're talking about a big group of people, so it could come down to something that simple. It could be that it just wasn't financially possible for a lot of people. And now in our economy, if Americans want to go over there, can you really take that time off of work? Because everything is super expensive over here. Do you have it like that? So it could be just a financial burden that prevented the protests from happening over there.
Last thought, the impact of Snoop Dogg has been what?
Epic. There's nothing Snoop Dogg can't do at this point. He is, I think that every entertainer in this business should really look at Snoop Dogg. This man, we talk about people have transformed themselves. Snoop hasn't really transformed himself. He's been himself at different times of his life. He's just evolved and said, okay, maybe I'm not going to be sipping on gin and juice as much. I'm still going to smoke weed. Maybe I'll do that with Martha Stewart. And then by his own admission, he allowed Martha Stewart to mentor him and say, hey, you got to see yourself in some of these spaces that you might not have considered yourself in these spaces before. And so he has really had this mindset of just, let me be open to all possibilities, and they're just flowing. So if you believe in that whole manifestation thing, Snoop Dogg is an example of that. He is open to whatever the universe brings him, and he nails it every time.
It has been the best part of the coverage that I didn't know. No, for me it was equestrian. When he was in equestrian, But we can do this all night. I've got to run, but Jeff, Ray, thank you for giving me your insight and also your expertise on all things sports and society. We'll do it again next week. It's later with Bill Kelly, KFI AM 645, everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We have your horoscope, your weekly horoscope when we come back. Now to Mark Rudder in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Firefighters say they're making progress controlling a fire in the San Bernardino neighborhood. San Bernardino County fire officials say at least 5 homes, cars, and RVs have been destroyed. This woman lives in the area and tells KTLA 5 it was scary.
We get fires here almost every summer, but this is the first time that it's actually happened close to the homes and destroyed some of the homes, so that's the part that's the saddest.
Fire officials say the fires burned about 54 acres. News brought to you by 1-800-GOT-KILLED. Man in Irvine has been killed by police after he allegedly snapped a physically disabled man to death.
The man allegedly crashed his car to the home of his former patient, 38-year-old Alexander Batch. Irvine PD's Kyle Woolworth says the former caregiver went inside, stabbed Batch to death, and took off on foot, still holding the knife.
Officers canvassed the area and later located a 47-year-old suspect in the area of West Yale in Stone Creek himself.
Police say the man raised the knife and lunged at officers just after 2 this morning, where he was shot and later pronounced dead at a hospital. The motive for the stabbing is being investigated. Chris Adler, KFI News.
Elon Musk is reviving the lawsuit against ChatGPT maker OpenAI.
The alleged two co-founders of OpenAI, Sam Altman and Greg Brockman, breached the company's founding principles by putting profits ahead of creating artificial intelligence for the good of all humanity.
ABC's Mike Dubosky says Musk withdrew the earlier suit just the day before a judge was set to rule on its dismissal. Musk was an early investor in OpenAI, but left the company in 2018. And Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel's already in a multi-front war with Iran and its proxies. Tensions have soared following nearly 10 months of war in Gaza and other fighting in the Middle East. The U.S. and allies are preparing to defend Israel from an expected counterstrike and prevent even more destructive regional conflict. The White House advisor says they're doing everything possible to ensure the situation doesn't boil over. Sunlight weather from KFI, partly cloudy tonight with lows in the upper 60s, sunny and a little hotter tomorrow with highs in the mid-90s, 80 at the beaches up to 109 in the valleys, 111 in the AV, 108 in the IE, and we'll have a heat advisory until tomorrow evening as well. Then a few degrees lower on Wednesday, and we're looking at mid to upper 80s around LA on the weekend. Right now it's 75 in Irvine, 83 in Brea, and our phones in the 5 in Mission Viejo.
Heading northbound from Gateway Parkway to Louisville Parkway, the two right lanes closed off. Set to reopen at 2 a.m. So watch for delays as you approach there. Heading southbound on the 5 in Santa Clarita from Lyons Avenue to Magic Mountain Parkway. Work zone has the left lane closed off there. That's set to end at 6 a.m. And some good news on the 91 eastbound in Compton before Alameda. A crash has been cleared out of lanes. Traffic has recovered there. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Pedro Marino. Hey there, folks.
That's right. We are bringing you the tea from Perry every single day.
Tea from Perry. I don't know if we're married to that name, but the point is, we'll tell you what's going on.
Bottom line, everything you need to know that's going on in Paris during the 2024 games. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
It's not just too much product, but too much. It's a safe application. Very
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery, Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery, A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at #8 is the new DC Comics animated series, Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to #6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic, Who's About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to #5. And landing at #4 is the new period piece comedy, The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy, Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at #2 for the second straight week. And back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
knee-jerk legal opinions from America's foremost bagel enthusiasts. Do they have a case? Bill Hagel, Monday mornings at 8:30 on KFI. This is what each zodiac sign should know about this coming week. And this is according to a tarot card reader. I don't know nothing about tarot cards getting marked as no, I have a James Bond tarot card set from Live and Let Die. That's all I know. I'm just reading this. I have no idea. Maybe it's Paula knows. Maybe Stephanie knows, but I definitely don't know. So if you're going to get mad at them. Aries, your card is Two of Wands. Means nothing to me. And the most compatible zodiac sign of the week. Like with Aries, the tarot card for you this week is the Two of Wands. It urges you to be more aware of your plans and not rely on winging it every time. Sometimes spending just an hour thinking about what may happen can show you potential problem areas that you can find solutions for beforehand. You will be surprised at your own ingenuity. Plus, this could lead to new inspiration too if you feel called to meditate more this week to help you stay grounded and calm. Two of Wands. Alright, Taurus. Your card is Three of Swords, and your most compatible zodiac sign is Leo. Taurus, the tarot card, Three of Swords is not the best card to get, but here it's highlighting the need to lean into your wounds and pain so you can purge it from your system. True healing awaits you if you are brave. If you feel the need, contact a professional to guide you through this, but you can use a workbook to journal and heal too, if that's a more affordable option for you at this time. Trust your heart. Only good things await you on the other side. Three of Swords, yes. This is like great to me. Gemini, your most compatible zodiac sign for me is Virgo. And your card is Five of Pentacles. Yes, what? Yes, what? Five of Pentacles. What does that mean? I have no idea, but it's unsettling. Gemini, this time has come for you to make a choice whether to stay exactly where you are and continue to have the setup not helped you in the past, or try something new and revolutionize your life and intentions. The Five of Pentacles can often reveal spiritual despondency and a literal lack of finances, but it also urges you to go where you can grow. Instead of staying in the cold out of fear or trauma bonding, journaling can help you gain clarity. Again, with the journaling, yes, so just like I think that it solves everything. Okay, so you don't mind journaling so long as there's a check attached to it. Well, from you specifically, please. I gotta have my own pocket. I can't even list a third party. Well, we're invoking most spiritually. If you're invoking it, how's it being? Please don't ask any further questions. Raise your focus to stay away from my pentacles to Allah. This sounds something like turning about that. How pentacles? Cancer, that's the most compatible zodiac sign. Capricorn. And the tarot card for you this week, Cancer, is the Seven of Cups. It speaks of possibilities and opportunities, but not all can be sought out at once. So which path will you choose? Whether this is in love or other love areas of life, your urge to look beyond the surface to truly understand what is on offer. Sometimes what may appear to be a beautiful moon may turn out to be a white snake. Yeah, because I always get those two mixed up. If you feel called to, go slow and take your time with what is before you. You don't need to decide at once, but you must not sabotage yourself from considering all the options available to you. Okay, that case pretty scarily accurate. No, I am. So how are your pentacles doing? Well, I think that's Seven Cups. I just want to make sure, okay, you know, the Seven Cups are okay. Right, put the pentacles in the cups. Someone needs to see you rolling this. Leo, your compatible zodiac sign is Pisces, and your card is the Death card. But that can also be like, whatever. It speaks of transitions from one chapter to another, where it's best to leave the past behind in the past. But sometimes it speaks of death and moving into the beyond. You know what this card means for you because major arcana Arcana cards are rarely subtle, and death is not one of the subtle ones. If you feel called to meditate on a picture of the death card, you can pull it from the internet. Or if you have a tarot deck, pull out the death card and then focus on it for a little while before meditating. The answers you seek will come to you. Virgo, your most compatible zodiac sign of the week, Cancer, and your card is the moon. Yes, that's your tarot card for you this week. It speaks of charm and inspiration worn on hazy nights. At least that's how it's coming across for you now. So tune into your creative side and your inner wisdom. You will find all the answers you seek there. Be prepared for unconventional words and ideas that may push you out of your comfort zone or reveal something you lack that must be filled through seeking growth and more knowledge. Mark, journaling is a great exercise whenever the moon comes out for someone. Did the person who wrote this or are they in the pocket of a big journal? It makes it easier to grasp the symbols that make head or tail of them. Libra, your compatible zodiac sign is Aries, and your card is the Sun. It speaks of glorious days ahead and the brilliance of cosmic blessings shining upon you. So seize the day, trust yourself. You can transform your life and reach the heights of success if only you allow yourself to shine. Confidence is your friend. Self-sabotage, well, it's never a friend, is it? You will do well if you can ground yourself as that will enable you to tune into your blessings and utilize them in a way that works best for you. The Sun, Scorpio, your compatible zodiac sign of the week is Leo. Your card is Justice, Swift Justice. Prepare for drama and flashbacks. This week will rip a vortex in your social environment and bring karmic retribution wherever it's necessary. That's the Justice Tarot card for you. You must steer clear of underhanded tactics too, because justice governs everyone equally. And this is not human justice, but the cosmic kind. Wearing a clear quartz pendant can help you stay clear-headed and mindful. You can watch the drama or get dragged into its undertow. Journaling for this one. No clear pendants. No clear pendants to steer me clear of doing wrong and without justice. Okay, Sagittarius, it's me. My compatible zodiac sign of the week is Leo. I have no idea there's a Leo in my life. And my card is 5 of Wands. That makes sense. Sagittarius, the time has come for you to make up your mind. Will you stand by your dreams and wishes, or will you let others dictate to you and tell you what is right or wrong, even if it doesn't resonate with you inside? The 5 of Wands speaks of the challenges brought by competitors and the need to rise to the competition and not throw in the towel. Sometimes, trying to convince someone away from their path is the easiest way for a competitor to win. So don't fall for anything that does not ring true with you. In other words, I repeat, me, Mark Bonner, you're not going to change my mind. You're not going to take me off my path. Don't you wave your 5 Wands at me, buddy boy. Just the one in the middle. You got to keep that to yourself, too. Thank you very much. And don't go pull off the way. It sounds like it. Capricorn, your card is 7 of Swords. Your compatible zodiac sign of the week is Leo. Leo is compatible with everyone, it seems. The 7 of Swords has a cautionary message for you about someone or few people in your social circle who may not have your best interests at heart. Listen for the lies and read between what's being said. Some people choose to harm the one they hate by becoming a Trojan horse in their life and pretending to be a friend. Talk about you, Mark. Have you accidentally allowed a Trojan horse to run rampant in yours? Question mark. I am Ron Burgundy. There's nothing wrong with a Trojan horse. Aquarius, your most compatible sign, another Aquarius. Card, 10 of Swords. It's blaring alarm bells here, so pay attention. You can either shoulder all the burdens and let them crush you to oblivion, or recognize that you are being harmed and take swift action. Never blame yourself for the cunning of others, even if they went out of their way to create havoc in your life or corner you in a bad space. You must not give in to the victim-blaming narrative spotted by abusers and their abusive friends. Trust yourself and the red flags you observe. And lastly, Pisces. Say it with me, the most compatible zodiac sign of the week is Leo. And the card is Page of Wands. It urges you to unleash your creativity even if the end result leaves you feeling like you have no talent. Ouch. Practice is a key to creative evolution from novice to master. Plus, you never know what you may encounter on such creative adventures. It may reveal facets of yourself to you that you did not know before.
So trust the process and stay colorful. I think stay colorful. Little journaling goes a long way. I'm sure that makes sense. Stay bright, stay cheerful, colorful disposition. Okay, the takeaway this week is find yourself a Leo. Clearly. I know some Leos. Leos are good people. Okay, when is their birthday? What is that? Yeah, July. It's right now. Yeah, it is right now. Okay, you're a Leo. All right, I mean, that's one. Yeah. Oh, all right. I guess that makes sense. No, her birthday just happened. How's she love it? She's fantastic. All right, Jenna, tell her to come by the studio. We can talk to her there. I will do that. Something serious. Yes. Absolutely. I'll try to look at it. I see. You know. It's later with Bo Kelly. Oh, yes, I have not forgotten about your chance to win some Australian Pink Floyd tickets. And I said, I'll be this hour, so I guess that means it's coming. That's right. It probably is. KYH is for live everywhere. iHeartRadio app, now one on a KY25 News. The Oakland A's have agreed to sell their share of the Coliseum complex to the African American Sports and Entertainment Group, which also bought the city of Oakland's share for $105 million. The A's are selling their interest for $125 million. The deal announced today finalizes what might be in store for the complex, and the next step is for the Alameda County supervisors to approve it. The chairman of the Senate Finance Committee just has revealed another undisclosed private jet for Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas took, courtesy of mega donor Harlan Crow. And today, August 5th, is National Underwear Day. We're going to go on the honor system with this one. Work zone on 210 in Arcadia. That's heading westbound from Santa Anita to Baldwin Avenue. The right lane's off limits there, set to end at 5 a.m. And as you make your way on the 5 northbound in Bishop Viejo from Alicia Parkway to El Toro Road, the 2 left lanes coned off there, set to reopen for you at 6 in the morning. You're currently seeing some slowing from La Paz. And some good news at Riverside 215 southbound at the 9160 interchange of crashes out of lanes over to the right shoulder. Now traffic has recovered. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Pedro Marino.
Happening now on iHeartRadio, all things 2024 Paris Olympics. Listen to NBC's live play-by-play coverage of swimming, basketball, volleyball, gymnastics, and everything Team USA from Paris. All on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen now.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Nearly 5 decades after its release, Reverse, the 11th studio album, Fleetwood Mac has some long coattails, at least in Great Britain. Classic LP was just named the 21st century's best-selling vinyl in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and worked by the UK's official charts, topping offers such heavy hitters as the Beatles and the Rolling Stones, and land a single entry in the top 10. Note, however, that the selling how-tunes in the 2000s and beyond, and the Beatles and the Stones have a deep bench of material overall, so sales will likely spread over many of their releases. Following Reverse, Pink Floyd's iconic Dark Side of the Moon was second, and Nevermind from Nirvana, Oasis is What's the Story. Morning Glory, Pink Floyd's greatest hits at number 5. Number 6 through 10 are Legend from Bob Marley and the Wailers, self-titled debut from the Stone Roses, another entry from Oasis with Definitely Maybe, David Bowie's The Rise and Fall of Ziggy Stardust, and Nirvana's second entry, Unplugged in New York, rounding out the top 10. Alright, that's what's poppin' in camps on iHeartRadio.
Something else, Rudy. That's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest. Forest rivers provide over What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum. That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air, Henry. I didn't know the trees were so amazing. Yep, and the forest gives us shade, trees to climb. Awesome. Let's go explore some more.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic Those Bound to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week. And back on top for starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top stream show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio. The Republican National Committee has flooded cash into a tiny Texas congressional border race with 3 months to go before the November election. Myra Flores is trying to turn an historically blue district red, and experts say she's got a decent chance. Valley is still a Democrat, but not a SMU political analyst Cal Jolson says that Flores is focusing on the economy and jobs, which is the biggest issue in Deep South Texas. The incumbent Democratic congressman is still the favorite to win, but Jolson says all this extra cash will make the race close. Families of police brutality victims and community activists are calling for reforms following the recent deadly police-involved shooting of Sonia Massey in her Illinois home. A rally was held over the weekend outside of Chicago Police Headquarters. Organizers stood in solidarity with the Massey family in a call for justice and change. The former deputy who shot Massey has a history of misconduct and has been fired. That's politics. I'm Brad Siegel, NBC News Radio.
Know what's happening while everyone else is still drooling on their pillow. Wake up call with Amy and live 5 to 6 a.m. on KMR and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio Earlier, I was telling you about Australian Pink Floyd, and I will tell you now, once again, they sold over 5 million tickets to concerts taking place in 35 different countries. The Australian Pink Floyd show is rightfully hailed as one of the most in-demand touring entities in the world. You heard the music, and it sounds just like you're listening to the Pink Floyd. And it's not just me who's saying it. The Times newspaper in London described them as the gold standard. The act is so good they were even hired by David Gilmour himself to perform at his 50th birthday celebration. The Australian Pink Floyd show is like none other. In fact, they're coming to LA on August 14th. That's next week at the Orpheum Theater. And we'll be giving away not 1 but 2 pairs of tickets each night this week. You can't get the tickets at Ticketmaster.com. They are available. They are on sale. And the show will be sold out if it is not already. But our friends are doing it. And our friends at Australian Pink Floyd said, hey, like Ramon Kelly, we know we love to give away tickets to great events. So why don't you make sure that you give away 2 pairs every night this week? So this is what we're going to do. We're going to give away 2 pairs right now. It's going to be to caller number 7 and 9. Caller 7 and 9. Give us a call at 800-520-1KFI. 800-520-1534. Caller number 7 and caller number 9. 800-520-1534. If you're caller number 7, caller number 9, you and a guest will be going to see Australian Pink Floyd at the Orpheum Theater next week here in Los Angeles. And I have not seen them perform live before, but everyone that I've talked to and everything that I've seen of them has been fantastic. If you are a Pink Floyd fan, it is almost indistinguishable between their music and the original band's music. 800-520-1534. Caller number 7 number 9, damn, the phone's just exploding. Stefan, they just exploded. From like, just, caller number 7, caller number 9. We're giving away 2 pairs of tickets to see Australian Pink Floyd at the Orpheum Theater here in LA on the 14th, which is next week. These tickets are hotter than fish grease. And we're going to be giving away 2 pairs tonight, 2 pairs tomorrow night, 2 pairs Wednesday night, 2 pairs on Thursday night, and since we're going to do on Friday night, 2 more pairs. There we go. We're going to be giving away 2 pairs each and every night this whole week. Caller number 7, caller number 9. You'll be getting the first 2 pairs tonight at 800-520-1534. And Stephen, you can appreciate this because you're a music fan when I was growing up. Before I understood radio station formats, I just listened to radio stations. I couldn't tell you what a rock station was. I couldn't tell you what an R&B station was. I just remember the first radio I got when I was about maybe 5 or 6 years old. And it was an AM FM radio. And I just started speaking the dial until I heard something I liked. And I remember I first fell in love with Pink Floyd back in the day. I can't tell you if the song The Wall had just come out or not, but that was a song on the radio. I had no sense of it's a new song or it's an old song. It could have been what they call a recurrent. They were just playing it. I can't remember what year it was, but I remember some of my earliest memories of enjoying music, including Pink Floyd. And it had nothing to do with it being rock. Remember, it was a very cool song that I remember my sister and I would sing in the bedroom together. Because it was very cool. But hey, teacher, leave the kids alone. Really got into those lyrics. Could we understand all the subtext? No. But good music is timeless. And it transcends demographics. It transcends eras. And you can see Australian Pink Floyd is keeping that legend alive. So caller number 7, caller number 9, you each will be winning a pair of tickets to see Australian Pink Floyd at the Orpheum Theater next week on August 14th. And if you did not win tonight, make sure you have another chance tomorrow, and then Wednesday, and then Thursday, and then Friday. Coming up next at the top of the hour, we're going to talk movies with actors Ian Darville and also Peter Bacon. They are co-stars of the recent movie Kingdom of Planet of the Apes that is now available for streaming on Hulu. It's coming to 4K Blu-ray on August 27th. So Ian Darville and Peter Bacon of Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes next year on that book count. Count by AM 640. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Stimulating KFI.
KOST HD2
Los Angeles.
live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's fire and scorching weather in San Bernardino. Mark Rothschild live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Firefighters say they're starting to get the upper hand on a brush fire in San Bernardino. It's burned at least 54 acres as well as some homes and cars. This woman's home was one of 5 was burned by the fire. She tells KTLA 5 while she's grateful her family's safe, they lost their 3 dogs.
They were inside the house, and firefighters would not let me up to rescue them. I probably would have gone in there, please, just to go get them.
Fire started about mid-afternoon and quickly spread in temperatures that went as high as 109 degrees. A former hotel in Van Nuys is on its way to becoming affordable housing.
What was once the Panorama Motel on Sepulveda Boulevard will soon be the Phantom, the first Project Homekey transition of a motel to affordable housing in LA. Kevin Keller, senior advisor at Mayor says the state program is a critical part of the city's fight against homelessness.
More housing like this project can help save lives and continue building on the progress we've made as a city.
The $60 million project is now under construction. It's about a year and a half away from completion with 90 affordable housing units and mental health services. In Van Nuys, Michael Monks, KFI News.
Homeowner at Laguna Beach allegedly yells at visitors to stay on what she claims is her property has been ordered to stop harassing beachgoers. This woman says the woman told her to scoot away from her property on Victoria Beach months ago.
And she purposely was walking real hard so she throws down onto our property and our blanket and stuff. And they were even making that the taxes property when we weren't anywhere near purple.
The California Coastal Commission says the woman must clear her part of the beach where she allegedly used rope to keep people out. The commission says if she doesn't comply by September, she'll be fined over $11,000 a day. The new LA Care program has started scouring temporary housing sites to get more homeless people signed up for expanded medical services.
Only 8% of the 600 LA Care Health Plan members who are participating in the city's new Inside Safe temporary housing program are also receiving full Medi-Cal benefits. LA Care's Charlie Robinson says that means most have no idea that advanced care and permanent housing services are also available.
We've been to about 17 sites. We're averaging about 2 sites per month as the sites come online. And we have social workers that are going on site as our members are moving into these locations to engage them.
He says it's part of the continuing goal for social workers to meet homeless people where they are. In LA, Corbin Carson, KFID.
Former President Trump's campaign attorneys cooperating with prosecutors in Arizona in exchange for charges being brought against her. Charges are tied to the fake electors case. The state's AG says Jenna Ellis previously pleaded not guilty to fraud, forgery, and conspiracy. Prosecutors allege Ellis lied about election fraud in Arizona and 6 other states, encouraged lawmakers to change the outcomes of the election, and encouraged them by Vice President Pence to accept fake elector votes. And at least 4 people have been killed as tropical storm Debbie continues to pass over the northern part of Florida. FEMA Deputy Regional Administrator Rob Ash says people in Georgia and South Carolina still have time to prepare.
Making sure that you've got supplies that you need to last for several days, but also check the outbound folks who may need additional assistance, like the elderly personnel that are in your life. And neighbors that may be impacted.
Forecasters say record-setting rain could hit Georgia and South Carolina over the next few days while the storm heads east. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy tonight, lows in the upper 60s. Sunny and a little hotter tomorrow, highs in the mid-90s, 80 at the beaches, up to 109 in the valleys, 111 in the Antelope Valley, 108 in the Inland Empire, and we have a heat advisory until tomorrow evening as well. Then drop a few degrees on Wednesday, and looking at mid-upper 80s around LA, lasting through the weekend. It's 78 right now in Orange, 80 in La Habra, 85 in Sherman Oaks, 71 in Compton. We're looking at cones on the 5 instead of 3.
Heading southbound from Calvert to the 14th, the 2 right lanes are closed off for road work set to end at 6 a.m. And if you're on the 2 southbound and plus South Park, that's right before Verdugo Road. A crash there has all lanes blocked right now temporarily, so your drive is at a complete standstill from Colorado Boulevard. It's good news in Tustin, 55 northbound before the 5, a crash is out of lanes to the right shoulder. Traffic has recovered. With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno. Hey there, folks.
That's right. We are bringing you the tea from Barry every single day.
Yeah, tea from Barry. I don't know if we're married to that name, but the point is, we'll tell you what's going on. We'll tell you what's happening.
Bottom line, everything you need to know that's going on in Paris during the 2024 games.
Listen to ABTJ on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart, your free iHeart app, and search ABTJ. Start listening.
Records, milestones, first, last, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? How's it going, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's look back on this day in sports history. August 6th. We'll start today in 1983, where the NFL plays its first exhibition game in Europe. Minnesota Vikings beat the St. Louis Cardinals 28-10 at London's Wembley Stadium. Jumping ahead today in 1999, Tony Gwynn went 4 for 5, signaling in his first at bat to become the 22nd major leaguer to reach 3,000 hits as the San Diego Padres beat the Montreal Expos 12-10 and finished his career with 3,141 hits and was inducted into the Baseball Hall of Fame in 2007. And today in 2006, Tiger Woods at age 30 becomes the youngest player to compile 50 PGA Tour wins with a 3-stroke victory over Jim Furyk at the Buick Open in Michigan. Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio. KFI AM 640 and iHeart Radio Station, the exclusive audio home of NBC's coverage of the 2024 Paris Olympics. Destroy
Took my family. I will find them. I will find them. Say these words. She knows their secrets. No, together stronger. KFI, and 640 years later, we will kill it. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. 7 generations in the future, following Caesar's reign, apes are living harmoniously as the dominant species. As a new tyrannical ape leader builds his empire, one young ape undertakes a harrowing journey that will cause him to question both the past and future for apes and humans alike. Such sets the stage for Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, now on digital, streaming on Hulu, and coming to 4K and Blu-ray on August 27th. Joining me now on the show are two of its stars, Ika Darville, who starred as Selva the Margin Power, Silverback Gorilla, and Chief Henchman of the villain Proximus Caesar, and Peter Macon, who is Rocky, the wise orangutan. Gentlemen, thank you for coming on the show tonight. Peter, let me start with you. The original Planet of the Apes movies were, of course, an allegory for the racial strife of its time. But I would say that this iteration is more about our time. It's talking about the ideas of religion, how history should be taught, and also the role of science and the collective competition. When you were reading the script, what came to mind for you, Peter?
I'm right there with you. And I would also posit in the role of climate change, throwing that in there too. Like, these are the realities that we are facing. And so when I read the script, like the religion, there's a saying that stories and allegory and fables tend to outlive the truth. And I think we're living in this age of overstimulation, or just super saturated with stimulation to try and how we get information. And of course, post-COVID, so these are all sort of things that are existing in our consciousness and things that are part of the permanent zeitgeist now that were different than when the earlier film came through. So when I read this script, I'm like, okay, so this is a continuation of, this is almost like a morality tale. And I mean, if we don't get ourselves together and figure out how we can coexist on this planet together as human beings, we're going to no longer be the top of the food chain. I've been saying that the polar bears had bones may be a wrap for human beings because, they could, systematically deal with how climate change is affecting their melting lands, or, just basically the human beings. We need to figure out, with the invention of this well-intended but yet faded virus, was intended to help Alzheimer's, which is something that we, I applaud beings in terms of our innovation and trying to solve the mysteries of the universe, but we tend to, mess it in, when you make mistakes like that on a grand scale, and oops, this thing has turned into a virus that's made human beings really dumb. So I think that there's a lot of all of that in there. And so when I read this script, I'm like, okay, this is the mirror. This is yet a continuation of, all of the issues that you spoke of before, but also, what happens to us as a species if we don't figure out how to coexist with our environment and be along with each other, and the rest of the animal world.
Ika, I think about the physicality of your character, so and how you had to convey it seemed to be difficult from where I sit, because it's not animation. You have to make people feel the physicality of your character. You don't control the special effects, but you control your performance. What type of physicality did you have to bring to the role?
Great question. I'm 165 pounds, so I'm not really signing 1940, that kind of size. I'm rather small guy, but I'm huge either. And so it was an amazing practice to step into the part of me that is super dominant, and how to create domination of space and intimidation through this character with a small physicality that Silver actually has. I had the best of the best coaching me on how to do that. With Eddie Sackers coming in and developed the original technology on how
so physically different from me. Peter, a similar question for you. How much do you get to personally communicate through your own facial expressions? There's makeup, there's CGI, and there's that human-based voice of yours, which obviously cuts through. But the subtleties of the character, what were you able to bring to the performance?
That's a really good question. I'm glad you asked that because one of the struggles that I had, this is me, unlike any other shoot that I've done. You can go back to Video Village. You can watch the last take and sort of take notes and help shape your performance and give information on what you're doing and how you can work technically, with whatever shot they had going. But that was out the window. Like you go back and you stop going back to look at playback unless I was asked to. Because you're getting the information that I was looking for at the beginning, because it's just us in performance capture suits. And that wasn't helpful. Also, at the end of the day, it brought me back to being on stage. A lot of my career has been on stage, and so it's just a matter of being ensconced in the scene, my scene partners, and doing it as if forgetting that I had all of this gap on, all this equipment on, and in my mind, I'm an orangutan. I'm speaking differently. I have different qualities. I have different, syntax. I have different, patterns, and also even like with the physicality. And just in this, a lot of imagination work, and then just letting the acting do the work, and trusting that I'm giving my scene partners what they need, and just keep it pushing. Definitely just getting out of my head, out of my own sort of, vanity space of like, how do I look? This is just really a matter of, am I communicating accurately as an aim this word, as accurately as possible as an orangutan, and am I communicating what I need to my scene partner, and just letting the rest of it, let Jesus take the wheel.
What I'm not funny a lot to is not to apply into the matter too much when you're wearing a Christ and loving dots. It's not very cool. And I think that tees up my next question, even because I have about 2 decades on you at age, so I grew up watching the original movies. I remember those bad rubber suits and how difficult it was to suspend your disbelief many times that you're actually looking at me. But I do wonder, is I think it's easy for me to believe the story which was on screen that you have embodied, and that leads me to my next question. Did you, as an actor, go back and watch some of the original movies, or did you think that it'd be better if you didn't, so you could have just a completely blank tableau or slate for this? No, I think turn yourself into if you don't study material that's already available. Obviously, went back and watched all the films, and there's amazing things that you can pull from here. And yes, the technology has advanced. I just think we're at this amazing nexus point where the capability of the motion capture technology is now arrived at a single place where our storytelling skill sets can, whereas his imagination can guide you to life in a real way. Yeah, I don't think reading a blank slate because this is helpful, because this is such a rich franchise from a historical perspective. I think it is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, and longest running franchise in the world. So it's amazing to be a part of what is an ongoing iterative story that just captures the imagination of humanity kind of in a very almost subconscious way, because I think it speaks to things that we're not even aware of questions that we're asking ourselves. So my guests right now are Ethan Jarko, Peter Megan, both co-stars of Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, now on digital, streaming on Hulu, and coming to 4K Blu-ray on August 27th. I'll have more with them on the other side of the news break. It's later with Will Kelly, Camp-I, and iHeartRadio app. Now to Mark Runner in the Camp-I 24-hour newsroom.
Next will be closing its San Francisco office. The New York Times reports the company announced internally today the office will close. Workers will relocate somewhere else in the Bay Area, where Elon Musk has promised in the past to move the headquarters to Texas in response to a California law banning teachers forcibly outing the gender identity of students. Vice President Harris, daughter of incumbents who rose through the California political and law enforcement ranks to become the first female vice president, has formally secured the Democratic presidential nomination, becoming the first woman of color to lead a major party ticket. And then will remain his state number one at the bottom
box office its second weekend, under $97 million. It's expected to cross the billion mark soon. Twisters was second, and M. Night Shyamalan's Craft was third. Ben Collins, no, your coach ever crashed in Bissell Park. That's heading southbound just before Verdugo Road. It has the two right lanes blocked off. You're seeing traffic stack up as you approach Colorado Boulevard. Work zone on the 5 that's heading southbound in Santa Clarita from Lyons Avenue to Magic Mountain Parkway. You'll see cones taking out the left lane there, so you're going to see pretty slow cross. You'll approach that setting in at 5 a.m. And some good news in Diamond Bar 60 heading westbound just before Phillips Ranch Road and crash. It's been cleared. No lanes traffic has recovered. It's Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Pedro Marino. Hey there, folks.
That's right. We are bringing you good tea from Mary every single day.
Tea from Mary. I don't know if we're married to that name, but the point is, we'll tell you what's going on. What's right.
Bottom line, everything you need to know is going on in Paris during the 2024 games.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Ever thought about dropping from the computer, getting off the grid, leaving stress behind? Outside California, Chris Smith sure did. Chris was cashing out a successful ad company he created with his business partner and Jim. Now Dan is father, a family man, a deacon in his church. The company had been making Chris $1 million richer every month. Well, if you're one of those partners took a lot of money to Las Vegas and never came back.
That's what all this comes down to. That's the part where everybody sponsors business action. Business market itself. It's your business all the time. There's been some guy, this is some young guy, one of them is really fascinating. Kills in Texas. The killer. Good to know.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 after 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic Who's About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week, and back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Catch you up after work. You said that. Getting back to the moments of mess starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. And another full list of publications putting together their top albums as Pace Magazine has released its 300 greatest hits of all
time. The pile with Webster's entire editorial standing in terms of freelancers, Stevie Wonder songs became light to the top slot, followed by disintegration by the Cure, Kate Bush, Pounds of Love, signing the Times of Prince at number 4. The Beatles landed in 5th, Baby Road, Stay Away from Outcast was ranked at number 6, Fishman's landed in 7th for a long season, while the Swing from the Asshole was 8th, followed by Melted Not Seen Yet, Telephone Forecast with Cookie Dance, and the Beach Boys wrapped up the top 10 with Wet Sounds. The 300 best albums list is online at acemagazine.com. Dance What's Poppin' with Dance on iHeartRadio.
This morning I walk in and I start doing some jokes. I was rounding the corner and the words are leaving my lips. And there's a whole slew of strangers that heard what I said. Hello, everybody. I'm Amy King. How would that work out for HR?
Streaming live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio as I'm talking to two of the stars of Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, now available on digital, streaming on Hulu, and coming to 4K Blu-ray on August 27th. Ethan Dargo, who played Silva, and Peter Bacon, who played Rocca, both join me now on the show. Peter, let me pick up there. When I watched the original movies, I remember feeling this despair. There is never any real hope that I felt in watching the movies. In a tonality sense, it seemed like there was that same level of despair here, but with a little touch of hope at the end. I'm not going to give it away for those who haven't seen it, who have the chance to see it, now that it's available to stream on Hulu, as we talk about Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. But I wonder, Peter, did you ever feel as if that there was no hope, real hope for the larger story of humans and apes coexisting?
No, I think that Rocca resonates with audiences for precisely that reason. I think that Rocca represents, or if you know, in a symphony of notes, it represents this notion of hope. And it's not just, it's hope for coexistence, it's hope for human beings, like to be elevated back to a status of equality, and apes to be on par with that equality with human beings. Like Rocca represents, like the voice of Caesar. And so, this movie, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, is almost like in a bronze age of technology, but it's also in a bronze age of consciousness. Like the human beings are back in caves, essentially, and the apes are splintered and trying to decipher their identity. But so you have like the evil planet, who are very sort of myopic and very almost like libertarians, and then you have like Caesar's camp, for better or for worse, like he's not actually that wrong because he understands through his consciousness, like, and having been read to by a human being and taught human history that human beings, if they get their shot, they'll put us back in cages. And so Rocca represents like this sort of middle ground between that, and that's unlike, Morty's, the past three films sort of represented that, but Rocca is that voice of coexistence, and I think that is a breath of fresh air in like this landscape of it's not bad, it's not a great time. Long before elders, it was Caesar who taught us what it means to be ape. He was our divine. Apes together, strong. Ape shall not kill ape. We, the order of Caesar, follow his words to this day. Breathe. Apes build this mass, refuge for humans. But I was ready to see even more, but in Caesar's time, fast. Perhaps in near humans were careful. Think, maybe even taught. What is they are scavengers, like those lesser humans are also wicked, but there was a time when humans and apes lived
fight by side. It's impossible. I know. Because let me come back to you in this nerd universe. I think it's all connected. Some may know you from your time on Jessica Jones. Peter, some may know you obviously from the Orville. This question is for both of you as we're getting close to the end. Do you find in doing roles like these where you're not visually recognizable, that fans still recognize you? Even let's start with you. Yeah. First, thanks for the shout out to Jessica Jones. Such a amazing people. On this one, it's been interesting to watch that. Like being here, but it's few and far between. It's amazing to be like driving around LA, just off LA, and there's billboards absolutely everywhere for everywhere. It's just kind of like the other guy walking past the bus stop, and it's like it's kind of surreal. And so I actually really like it because I'm not. I don't know. I find like I value anonymity, and so I think there's something really beautiful in that. But I also kind of there's that little part of me that's like, man, you have no idea who I am. That's me. It's
Like I have a very similar experience too. Like I go and see a movie, and it's just so fun to be sitting there, and nobody knows at all who I am. I'm just listening to like people, and then there were times where I was at Target one time, and someone was like, "Are you leaving?" And I'm like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "It's like everybody's I didn't know that was the thing." So, but I too value anonymity, and it's really fun, to just make giant 50-foot billboards of yourself all over the place, where you just it's not the same. And I think what's really great about that is it allows, I think, like when people say they love the movie or they love the work, it's like my identity is stripped away from the whole equation. So it really is like I really love doing character work. And I feel appreciated for that as opposed to like, oh, you're a celebrity, like we know you, we know what you look like, whatever. I mean, it's a whole different conversation. So it's just another work, which is great.
Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes now on digital streaming on Hulu and coming to 4K Blu-ray on August 27th. You can be just listening to the bass voice, and it's actually, really, really jealous of Peter Weaver's voice.
Since when I was 15 years old, so just
and also you have this guy, Ethan Darville, who's very handsome. I'm jealous in that regard. I wish I was like 25, 30 years younger, but life is not fair.
He's 62, right?
Peter, Ika, thank you for coming on this evening. Congratulations on your success, and I look forward to seeing you and hearing you in the future. It's later with Bill Kelly, KFI AM 640. We are live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And when we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about Cobra Kai and the creators' plans to possibly create a prequel surrounding Mr. Miyagi. That's next. Now to Mark Runner, the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Multiple homes and a few vehicles have been burned in a brush fire in San Bernardino. San Bernardino County Fire officials say people living in Shandon Hills tried to stop the spread of the fire with their garden hoses. Residents living on Ridgeline Drive, Edgehill Road, Beverly Drive, and Circle Road were told to leave their homes. Marshall Elementary is open as an evacuation center. A homeowner's been told to get rid of barriers she allegedly put up to keep others out of Victoria Beach.
The woman was warned in a letter Thursday to remove all furniture and rope where she allegedly cut off public access. This woman says the homeowner is the same person who was harassing her and a friend on the beach months ago. The lady came out and had to get to pick up one of our things because we were blocking her property and entrance where her children enter. They weren't anywhere near it. In a video on TikTok with more than 2 million views, the woman is seen yelling at visitors to get off her property. The California Coastal Commission says if she doesn't stop blocking public access, she'll be fined more than $11,000 a day. Present KFI News.
The Defense Department says several U.S. military personnel have been injured in a suspected rocket attack on an American military base in Iraq. ABC's top Sufi Burrage says the attack comes as the U.S. tries convincing Iran not to retaliate against Israel following the assassination of a top Hamas leader in Tehran.
America is taking responsibility, but in recent months, U.S. forces have come under attack from groups allied to Iran, not confirmed as of yet.
The Defense Department
think for sure the river is to blame. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy tonight, lows in the upper 60s. Sunny and a little hotter tomorrow with highs in the mid-90s, 80 at the beaches, up to 109 in the Golden Valleys, 111 in the AV, 108 in the Inland Empire, and a heat advisory until tomorrow evening. Then a few degrees lower Wednesday, and we're looking at mid to upper 80s around LA through the weekend. Right now it's 82 in Burbank, 75 in Orange, and it looks like something else is on fire. A car on the 710 in Southgate.
That's on the northbound side, right before Firestone Boulevard. It's along the right shoulder. It's causing some spectator traffic. That's back to 12 Imperial Highway. 101 southbound in Echo Park. Seeing some brake lights as you approach Benton Way. That's a slow crawl from there until you get to the 110. And the work zone on the 5 northbound in Mission Viejo from Alicia Parkway to El Toro Road has the 2 left lanes coned off. Set to reopen at 6 a.m. You're currently seeing some slowing from La Paz. In Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Pedro Moreno.
2024 iHeartRadio Festival presented by Capital One. September 21st, Arena here in Las Vegas, streaming live.
For your next chance to be there.
Also proud partner of the 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Explore the best selection of audiobooks plus podcasts and originals all in one easy app. Audible, there's no to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
All the good stuff, yeah. Games keeps you on top of pop culture.
We don't hear much about Tom Cruise's family life, and it looks like there's a reason for that. Surrey and his daughter with ex-wife Katie Holmes recently graduated from high school and made 6 untamed photos of her celebrating the occasion with her mother. Tom was absent, and notably, Surrey completely dropped his name from the graduation pamphlet, instead going by Surrey Noel. Page 6 reports that the name changes are too surprising, as Surrey and her father are said to have been estranged for years, while she remains close to her mother. Both of Tom Cruise's children with no kidnapped Bella and Connor are here to have had the Cruise name, though it's unknown how close they remain to their father. All right, that's what's popping at camps on iHeartRadio.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic Who's About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week, and back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
The news, what it means, why it matters. We love all things Karate Kid, Cobra Kai, the final season. The first part of the final season was recently released. I binged it, thinking, 4 hours I was done with it. The first 5 episodes, and they're releasing it in 3 parts, or almost 5 episodes. I think each part is 5 episodes. The next set coming out in November. But in the first set of 5 episodes, it's delving in, no big spoiler, it's delving into an unknown portion of Mr. Miyagi's background. He had a life before he ran into Daniel. He had a life before he ended up as the maintenance man with the apartment building. We know that he had a life on Okinawa. We learned in the Karate Kid 2 that he had this childhood beef, or young adult beef with Sato Okinawa, which is interesting in Karate Kid 2. But for the most part, we don't know a lot about his life. We know that he he served in World War II. We know that he had a wife and child at some point during that time. But we don't know about his formative years. We don't know about his early years in America. In the first part of the last season of Cobra Kai, we kind of dealt with that. And it let you know that they were willing to explore more of that chapter of Miyagi's history. And it seems that the creators of Cobra Kai haven't done anything wrong yet. They've gotten it all right. They're saying that the next spinoff could be about the past of Mr. Miyagi. And I think there's a lot of story to be told there. Absolutely. If they do this story similar to the Max series, now Netflix series Warriors, I think that there's something that could be done. I think if they approach it like that, not that it has to tell a story as dark as Warrior does, but if they approach it like that, and not just Miyagi's growing up, but just also what life was like after the war, coming to America, just like that, for Asian immigrants, I think that would be amazing. Now, there's a blank landscape. They can tell a lot of stories that obviously have nothing to do with the known Karate Kid universe. It would be a thing unto itself. Yeah, he probably have passing references to his father, who was in Karate Kid 2 in Santo, but we would just, again, we get to see it, I would hope, as a teenager, as a 20-something-year-old man, trying to make his way. There's a lot of room to tell that story because it's pretty much unmapped. And to see the origins of Miyagi, though, and to see how he founded this style, how he created it, and what kept him from taking it larger, because all we know about his style is that he's passed it down to, and we don't know anything about the origins of the style. Well, they're letting us know that there is some history. He fought a little bit more than his passive personality that we met in the first Karate Kid would lead us to believe. Yeah, because this news about karate's only for defense. Well, we're learning that there was some karate used for offense as well. We don't know all the parameters and the reasons, but we know that he has a past as a history. Like we always like they use this analogy in the show. You meet your parents and you only see them as adults. You don't know they have their individual traits, their own stories, own histories, own mischief. Yeah, all the trouble they got into. One day Mark Bonner's going to have a kid and they're only going to know Mark as the mature individual that he is today, not when he was really immature and around Rothschild. I will demand a blood test first and foremost, but you are the father. I'm looking forward to seeing Mr. Miyagi's years that we don't know that much about working at Arnold's Diner in Milwaukee, Wisconsin in the 50s. Well, what a bill would such well led next to Frenchie Sanford. Oh, yeah. That time he was a cop with Jay Leno. This is going to be great. I was kind of skeptical about it, but it sounded more and more promising. Well, we know that he had a lot of aliases, or aliases, just stereotypes. So, it makes sense. I mean, y'all went deep. A lot of people don't know, yes, he was a guest star on Sanford and Son and Happy Days and a lot of other classic TV shows, which was interesting because he delivers some comedic lines in Karate Kid, but he's not straight up comic. Well, he was a stand-up comic guy from time to time as well. And I don't know if we can say this on the radio, but his name for himself, pardon me, was the Hip Nip. You remember this? I do remember that. And there's actually, I believe, an interview with him and Red Fox talked about it because him and Red Fox were really, really close. Yes, very, very close friends. And he was a featured guest on the Red Fox show when he had them up and running for that short time. But yeah, they were really good friends. And there's a interview where I think that Marina is imitating Red Fox about the time he borrowed some money from him. wax the fucking yes. That is actually, if you listen to that, like, and I listened to it when it was 2 years and had it turned up, that actually slaps.
Really does. And I wish there was like a high quality version because that's mono from early 1970s, so the fidelity is low. But I'm sure in the studio, the actual creation of it sounded great.
We did an extended remix of that.
Oh yeah. Quincy Jones did a lot of TV work, and that was just one of his masterpieces.
Well, that was burned into our minds from childhood because we heard it constantly. That show was always on with our kids.
Well, it's always on now. It's all late at night on the IFC channel, so I'm watching it. They're showing all the episodes in sequential order, so I get to relive them all over again. And you get to notice different things, like all these TV shows. I'm like, why is Lamont living at home? And he's never made any real effort to move out. He's 31 on the show, and it's never really clear if he has a job, what he's doing.
He doesn't want work.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but he worked with his dad, but he's always trying to find something. But Bob is supposed to go live with Rollo. And he has a really problematic show when you look at it now. We have Julio, and he owns a goat.
Whatever happened to Lamont Wilson?
You know, he's a pastor, and he's been married to his wife for like 50 plus years.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a stable individual. I think he's the last person alive from the show, too.
I had no idea, because I remember that I'm having a brain issue. The star had a heart attack and died just off stage.
Red Fox. They 91. He was doing the show The Royals, yes.
Yeah, and his last words were something like, call my wife. And it was such a sad way to go. I think about that from time to time.
Because ironic, given the joke on Sanford Son.
Exactly.
Elizabeth, this is the big one now. Elizabeth, I'm coming to join you. Here's Pat Maria, Sanford Son.
Well, I'm not sure I miss you, Sanford. But I think you're going to miss a great meal. These recipes all been handed down by my family.
I'm making a breakfast. Everything hand me down.
Sure you want to have some, Mrs. Sanford? It's better than teriyaki, sukiyaki, kushiyaki.
No, I'll just keep it easy. Really good yakis.
Hey, look, this is not challenge. Yeah, man, I gotta admit, I outdid myself this time.
Yeah, you know, that's nothing like low tide in Long Beach.
Hey, you don't smell too bad, though. In fact, it smells good. Hey, what did you got? Let me taste some of these chips. Put tangy. Bit of that stuff. Okay. Not bad. Matter of fact, it's good. We call it far out from the Far East. Hey, you like it, Alpha? I like it today, but tomorrow I may have sukiyaki season. Why don't you just come on out and admit it? Achu is a good cook. Well, yeah, I admit it. Achu, you're a good cook. You know, that's the first time I ever heard you give anybody an honest compliment. Shut up, Donnie.
Why do you have to name him Achu?
I was going to ask you about that. By the way, have you ever seen any of Red Fox's stand-up? That is hilarious.
You have no idea. My dad would collect his albums because back in the day, and I'm old enough to remember, they would do these live comedy albums on vinyl. We had Richard Pryor, Red Fox, and Red Fox was far more filthy than Richard Pryor. My favorite, when I can tell you this, my favorite Red Fox comedy album, you can look it up, Steph, and I encourage you to listen to it. It's called Red Fox, You Gotta Wash Your Hands. And it's him holding up the tail, I think, of like an elephant and looking in the ass of an elephant. I'm serious, like it is. It still holds to this day. You can tell contemporary comedians have nothing on Red Fox.
No, family, families bond and wash your ass back in the day.
I'm serious, Mark. They did. Mark, you're trying to be funny, but listen to it sometime.
Oh, no, he's hilarious. I'm fully on board. And in fact, recently I watched one of his stand-up specials on YouTube. He's hilarious. He was one of the great stand-up comics, and I think most people only know him from that show and have never seen any of his stand-up.
Yeah, you have got to see this stand-up. Now, some people get a little bit of a rebirth when you
you'd seen the movie Harlem Nights with all those comedic legends, but people didn't get to see him in his prime, at his peak. So that's why you have to go back to his comedy albums. They are sensational even today. It's like with Mo Kelly. We'll check in with George Norrie, Coast to Coast AM. When we come back, KFI AM 6 Live, everybody iHeartRadio app. Now for you, Mark Bonner, KFI 24 News. The fire near Chico that's burned over 400,000 acres is now the fourth largest fire ever in California. It is now 34% surrounded. Former President Trump's attorney, Jenna Ellis, will cooperate with prosecutors in Arizona in exchange for charges being dropped against her in a fake electors case. And the showrunner of Game of Thrones prequel House of the Dragon has announced the series will officially end with its fourth season. This season 2 finale was last night. Crashes out the way on the two West Hill Park. That's heading southbound just a quarter of Duco Road. The two right lanes have been reopened for impaired traffic has recovered. The 5 northbound in Mission View, we got a work zone from Avery Parkway to Also Parkway. 2 right lanes off limits there, set to reopen for you at 2 a.m. And in Fontana, a work zone on the 10 westbound from Netawanda to Haven OC Caltrans crews, alternating between lanes throughout the evening. That's set to be over at around 5 in the morning. Watch for slowing show approach. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Pedro Marino.
While you work, iHeartRadio keeps you connected to Team USA with live coverage of swimming, basketball, volleyball, gymnastics, and more from Paris. Tell your smart speaker to play NBC Olympics Radio or NBC Olympics Radio Plus to listen now. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On September 18, 1978, America tuned into a popular TV series called The Dating Game, where 3 men vie to win a date with a single woman looking for love. Happy anniversary on date number 1. The 3 men were hidden by the screen. Contestant couldn't see them. She could only hear their voices. Number 1, what is your name, Cheryl? We're gonna have a great time together, Cheryl. What no one knew was that Bachelor number 1 was a diagnosed sociopath and serial killer.
Bachelor number 1. It's your best time. Why you say that?
He crisscrossed the country, leaving a string of bodies in his wake. His name was Rodney Alcala. He eventually became known as the Dating Game Killer. How did Rodney Alcala manage to evade capture for so long? And how did his appearance on the dating game lead to his downfall? From one behind Dirty John, Young Charlie, and Wonderland Murders comes The Dating Game Killer by Hollywood and Crime. I'm Tracy Patton, joined by my co-host Stephen Lang as we dive into the story of one of America's most prolific serial killers.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series Batman Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic Those Bound to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. And landing at number 4 is the new period piece comedy The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week, and back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
There's a place to share the joy when your team winning it all, and a place to share a laugh about skiing and taking a fall. There's a place to share photos of share. Ask about your company's emotional health benefits. Visit heart.org/sharing. Brought to you by the American Heart Association.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
We're getting another look inside the world of young celebrities in an upcoming documentary from Hulu. Programming titled Child Star, Demi Lovato, a product of the Disney Entertainment Factory, is on board as an executive producer and co-director of the project. Prepared to work, Kenan Thompson, Raven Simone, Christina Ricci, Jojo Siwa, and Allison Stoner are among those interviewed who share the highs and lows of growing up in the media and tabloid spotlight. In a statement, Lovato shared, quote, "I hope viewers will gain a deeper understanding of the challenges and pressures faced by young people in the industry so we can achieve our goal of creating a safer and more supportive environment for future generations of young talents in entertainment, social media, and beyond." Child Star premieres September 17th on Hulu. Hi. That's what's poppin' at Camps on iHeartRadio.
KFIM 640 is later will be live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Don't forget, every single day this week we'll be giving away 2 pairs of tickets to Australia and Pink Floyd, so be sure to tune in for that. And also coming up in just moments will be Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, who joins me now. George, how was your weekend?
Not bad. Well, I worked Sunday night. Great show and ready to roll for the rest of the week.
How much time do you ever have to yourself? In other words, not a lot. Yeah, I get that. Me too.
The show tonight, we're going to talk about the content. We're going to beast how bad can it get. And then later on in the show, how to connect with your angels on Coast to Coast.
All right, then, George. Always good talking. Awesome. And also, before we get out of here, be sure to check out the podcast. There's a lot of funny stuff, and sometimes we miss it because, just in the course of the show, we may not hear it. When I go home, I usually listen to the show late at night to listen back, because when I do a show, how I hear it in my head is not the same as how it comes out on the podcast. The things that are sometimes that are very funny, I listen to one of the podcasts, that wasn't that funny. One of the things that I thought weren't that funny is like, gosh, I didn't hear that. That was really funny. So I always encourage people to listen to the podcast, because you may have missed something. It's almost like watching a movie. You find the Easter eggs. But definitely do that. And kudos and hats off to all of who puts the podcast together each night. It's a lot of care and attention into it. And I know it takes a long time. Maybe it's about 6 months. No exaggeration, please. And no connotation. But we just ain't right now. This weekend, you said that you did hosted. Was it a tournament? No, it was another Hapkido seminar. My school was one of the schools was attending this Hapkido seminar in Downey. There were about maybe 60 students or so there, and I was just like one of the instructors who helped out. We had one of our grandmasters, Steve Sub, of the Kino Federation, who was presiding and doing the demonstration. And then we go around and help the other students with the techniques that he was showing. And it was a good day. It's good to meet other martial artists from around Los Angeles and some from outside the country. And this is look, I have more years behind me than I do in front of me as far as actively participating in martial arts. I'm trying to be as busy as possible. I don't know how long this body's going to hold out. I tell you, a lot of miles on osteoarthritis and everything. But when I say keeps me young, it really does keep me young, because what else am I going to do? I don't play basketball anymore. How am I going to stay active? This is how I stay active. It reminds me to stretch every day. It reminds me to stay active and move all my limbs, not just sit in a chair all day. And I'm thankful for that. But I mean, that I'm talking about this trip. But leave me alone. I want to get to the table. Look, I had some pizza Saturday night at the post. I had to. I slipped. It was too much. It's calling me. It was sitting in front of me. We're at Downey Pizza Place, I think it's called, something like that. Downey Pizza Company. And it's really good pizza. And I said, well, I had a long workout that day. Yes, I had me some pizza. Because you can't escape that smell. I can't. It's intoxicating. I can't. And then I was back on the diet on Sunday. And people were, why are you on the diet? Well, I weighed like 175. I want to get down under 170.
physical. Probably be in October, so I want all my numbers to be in a good place. And just getting older, and you just want to make sure that you don't have any unforeseen issues. As much as you can control, who knows? You can't control what ain't gonna wake up to. But as far as I can control, I'll try to control it. Eat a little better, work out a little bit more, drink a little less. That's all I can do. That's all I can do. And you guys have seen it. I have been going hog wild with the food here. Now, every time I drink something in, you're like, good for you. Good for you. Yeah, I did it on. I was actually mad at Lindsay last time we got food here. Got pizza, because I was like, can you guys finish the pizza yet? Can you finish the pizza? So it's not like just staring at me. We called out for somebody. Somebody's like, get somebody to eat the pizza, please. I'm trying to tell everyone on the floor because I'm like, let the kid this thing alone and then Mark gets up. But I love the direct order kid is finish that pizza by the next commercial break. Yes. We're going to have a misunderstanding up in here. That's hilarious. Yeah, but it was very true. That was a true story. So now I have to, when I leave here, actually that's what I will do a BBC interview. This has been the longest day. Started with Spectrum News at 7 a.m. Then I had to do some other recordings for other stuff to do, like Black Information Network, iHeartRadio. Then to get here and do the show, and we got BBC. It's just not it. I guess technically started Sunday night, but part of it was going on. Oh yeah, I was preparing for Monday. That's part of the reason why I was trying to go to bed early, because I didn't get up early. And the EDM summer concert just went like those young people couldn't stand them. They wouldn't get up alone or turn down their music. Turn the hose on them next time. Turn the hose. H-O-S-E hose. I'm trying to do the Guinness. Yeah, my answer is going to like everybody. I'm already like, what you need to know, and what you need to know is KOST HD2. Los Angeles, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Fire and evacuations in San Bernardino. Mark Rothschild live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. About 200 firefighters have been battling a brush fire in San Bernardino that scorched at least 54 acres and destroyed at least 5 homes and a few vehicles. San Bernardino County Fire Department Eric Sherwin says it started mid-afternoon and spread quickly. We're hoping at the hours. Evacuation orders have been issued for the area of Ridgeline Drive. An evacuation center has been set up at Marshall Elementary. Temperatures got as high as 108 degrees in the area today. The LAPD has released crime scene images of possible suspects in the murder of actor Johnny Wagner. Images showing black Ford 2018 Infiniti Q50. Police believe the suspects were trying to steal the catalytic converter from Wagner's car. The actor approached them and was shot to death. Fellow actor and friend Michael Parker posted to Instagram he wants justice for Wagner. Recommitting to the promise not to be silent. It's been 67 days, and there have been no arrests. Johnny's case. Wagner was killed in downtown LA in the early morning hours of May 25th while leaving his bartending job. In downtown LA, Michael Monks came high nose. Man in Irvine's been fatally shot by police after he allegedly stabbed a physically disabled man to death. Irvine PD's Kyle Ulrich says the man crashed his car into the home of 38-year-old Alexander Bash, stabbed him, and then fled on foot with a knife. We do know that the suspect was a previous caregiver to the victim. So we are currently trying to investigate what that relationship was like and obviously trying to find the answers for this very tragic situation. Cops say they found the man up the street just after 2 this morning where he raised the knife and lunged at officers before he was shot. Bash's family says he uses a wheelchair to get around and had no time to get away. Police have arrested 19 people in a home in Costa Mesa in response to numerous complaints about squatters. Neighbors complained about illegal drugs and transient-type activity for almost a year. Costa Mesa Police Lieutenant Scott Stafford also says officers worked within the parameters of the law to build a case and obtain search warrants. We're mostly putting in the garages. All 3 garages were red tagged, and then through animal control, we took possession. I think it was 5 dollars, 1 pound, and 2 baby chains. Stafford says all 19 were booked into jail Friday on charges including felony and misdemeanor warrants, drug possession and sales, probation and parole violations.
violations and resisting arrest. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News. Vice President Harris is set to make a decision on her running mate before the fair kick off the tour of battleground states tomorrow.
She met on Sunday with top contenders at her residence in Washington, including Arizona Senator and retired astronaut Mark Kelly, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, and popular first-term Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro.
BBC's Selena Wang says Harris is looking for a VP she can trust and one that can help her win. The NC chair said last week Harris has already secured enough votes to become the party's nominee. Her nomination will become official tonight when voting ends. Southline weather from KFI, partly cloudy tonight with lows in the upper 60s. Sunny and a little hotter tomorrow with highs in the mid-90s, 80 at the beaches, up to 109 in the valleys, 111 at the AV, and 108 in the IE, and a heat advisory until tomorrow evening. Then a few degrees lower Wednesday, and that's going to last through the weekend. We'll have mid-80s around the LA area. 78 right now in Brea, 68 in San Clemente, 71 in Koreatown, 80 in Agoura Hills, and we have a crash on the 105 in Lakewood.
This is the eastbound connector to the 710 center divider and the left lane of the connector are blocked. You've got stop traffic from Long Beach Boulevard. In Castaic on the 5 southbound after Templin Highway. That crash investigation is still ongoing. The 2 right lanes are blocked and stop traffic from Quail Lake Road. In Pasadena on the 210 eastbound and the 710, an accident is blocking the left lane. And in Southgate, finally some good news. The 710 northbound at Firestone Boulevard, that car fire is extinguished, but you still have a lot of looky-loos out there checking it out, and so traffic is slow from Imperial Highway. In Hesperia on the 15 northbound before Main Street, an accident's been moved over to the right shoulder, but you've got stop-and-go traffic from the 395. And in Laguna Hills on the 5 northbound between Alicia Parkway and El Toro Road, got a work zone. 2 left lanes are closed until 6 a.m. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
iHeartRadio Olympics update. The U.S. women's 3-on-3 basketball team is coming home from Paris with a bronze medal after beating Canada on Monday. Meanwhile, on the beach, Andy Village, Andy Fashion, Miles Martin advanced to the round of 8 of the men's beach volleyball tournament after topping Italy in straight sets. For NBC's live coverage from Paris, search Olympics on the free iHeartRadio app.
This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day, but when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
In today's Marketers Report, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer of Genentech, weighs in on audio's ability to reach any audience.
Everyone is listening somewhere somehow. So it's a great way to take something very precise in what we're trying to do to reach patients with something that I think we can all agree is somewhat broad and can reach many, many different audiences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your social security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is in endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed. Your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code PLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
From the team behind Atlanta Monster and Up and Vanish comes a brand new investigative true crime podcast, Flashpoint. Listen as they explore the homegrown terrorism threat through the lens of the Atlanta Olympic bombing and its aftermath. Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint to start listening.
I think I'm gonna want you, Crush, when I die. You are. But not in a good way, man. I'm gonna scare the hell out of you at night. Yeah, I'm gonna wake me up. I'm gonna be in the jacuzzi with you and Jen. So,
Perfect for achy, indecisive minds. KFI's cooling info gel quickly relieves ignorance and gives a minty fresh scent.
From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast Media. Playing tonight, the angelic world. Here's what's happening. Several U.S. personnel were injured in a suspected rocket attack on an airbase in western Iraq. They're still there. The U.S. Defense Department officials confirmed the suspected rocket attack. Two small rockets fired. Israelis remain determined to go about their ordinary lives even as the threat of an Iranian attack hangs over the place. Iran has vowed to avenge the assassination of a Hamas leader who was killed in Tehran last Wednesday. The assassinations were widely attributed to Israel, although Israel has neither confirmed nor denied this. In a moment, Robert Young-Pelton joins us to talk about the conflict. The U.S. judges ruled that Google violated antitrust law, spending billions of dollars to create a legal monopoly and become the world's default search engine. The first main point from federal authorities taking on big tech's market dominance. The ruling paves the way for a second trial to determine potential fixes, possibly including a breakup of Google and Alphabet, which would change the landscape of the online advertising world that was dominated. U.S. stocks ended with steep losses on Monday, making NASDAQ and S&P 500 down at least 3%. Each as the market extended last week's sell-off amid U.S. recession warnings, and as Apple shares fell sharply on news that a big investor had cut its stake. There's been one big question on the minds of most leaders this tech earnings season. When will anyone starting to make actual money from artificial intelligence? Our expert Mark Weinstein is with us. Mark, what's going to happen?
Well, the investors have a lot on their mind right now. As you mentioned, I was going to talk to you about the stock market today. So most of the analysis I've seen suggests it was maybe a short-term reaction and not a long-term structural problem. But yeah, moving on, that major antitrust case regarding Sprint. I wouldn't get ahead myself about remedies that changes in the landscape yet because it's going to be a deal. And there's a couple of deals that will go. It'll probably have a recording. Anyway, this is the aspect of AI that these firms really are pushing, and that they hope that there is money from. Like I said, many tech investors are getting very happy about this and starting to wonder if there's money in the AI projects that might never pay off. It's so cool. And from an investment standpoint, they could have been working with other investments. And that doesn't even really take into account other factors. And that's clearly affects potential profitability of AI in this way. Statistical intelligence and regulators around the world are getting increasingly concerned about pretty much all aspects of AI. They're considering, or in some cases, already passed new regulations or laws about AI that have the right range of whether routine AI abuses. And so that would also impact potential profitability, perhaps in a major way. Ultimately, it appears that many of these tech investors are worried that they may have been sucked into a deep, dark, and excessive well of AI hype, that they might end up losing a bunch of money as a result. Meanwhile, the AI firm executives seem to mostly be telling everyone, stay cool, stay shut, AI is becoming great, don't worry about it, we promise we'll eventually show up. And you're right, but if you're wrong, given the current state of AI, at least the variety of kinds of criticism these systems have been getting from so many quarters, and especially given the vast amount of money being poured into these systems, these executives eventually find themselves with a lot of complaining to do. We shall see.
We'll talk to you next week. Thanks. The Biden administration has announced a plan to target plastic pollution, dedicating particular focus to phase out single-use plastic such as kitchen cutlery, cups and straws across federal. Here's Dr. Scott Stephen Cates with this week. What's going on up there? Stephen, go ahead.
George, it's amazing. We begin with the sun. Solar cycle 25 is literally off the charts. George, the sun obviously is very inactive. We know this. We're seeing the most sunspots in 23 years. Right now, live, giant sunspot group, what I might consider to be the mother of all sunspots, is moving from the left edge of the sun onto the solar disk. Originally known as active region 3780, we produced some big flares and CMEs later in the week. Just to get it started, just today it produced a very powerful X1.1 flare. Of course, this was not directed directly at the Earth. Let's move on to low Earth orbit with an update on the Boeing Starliner. Well, as many people may think, the astronauts are really not stranded in space. They have to use what is the SpaceX Dragon capsule to return until they complete a review of the helium tanks and the thrusters on board the Boeing Starliner. Two astronauts have been up there on the ISS since June the 5th. 21 days. This seems like yesterday. The Georgia have been into deep space. The Mars Curiosity rover finds some sulfur crystals that have ran over surfaces exploring Mars. Well, they found this in the Mount Sharp region of Mars where Curiosity is working. They found these sulfur crystals, which are a key sign of potential water in the past and possible life on Mars. This is a very interesting talk. But closer to home, how about this? What cities Georgia may become uninhabitable because of high temperatures in the ocean? There are at least 7 on this detailed list. Number 7 is where I'm at, Phoenix, Arizona. All these temperatures are in Fahrenheit. The high temperature recorded was 122. Let's go to number 6, Omar, Qatar. The high temperature there recorded was 122.7 degrees. Number 5, Baghdad, Iraq. 125.2 on the Fahrenheit scale. Number 4, Rabat, Pakistan, 128.7 degrees. Number 3, Raqqa, Saudi Arabia, 130 degrees. Here's number 2. Back in 1922 in Libya, an area known as Andalusia recorded a temperature of 136.4. And here we go with number 1, Kuwait in 2019, 145 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow, we're things heating up, and remember, all weather comes from the sun. Wrapping up with the lifestyle, George. Welcome to Midsummer. The official date is August the 6th. Now only some 46 days till the first day of autumn, and you can't wait. And the big news this week, of course, is the Perseid video show. A classic. Looked at the northeast sky after midnight till dawn. The best nights we were looking, and certainly I hope people do. Night of August the 10th into the morning of the 11th. And a peak period on the 11th into the morning of the 12th. Also into the 13th, you can try that too. Mainly dark skies upwards of 40
meters per hour. Nobody can be sure. The good news this year, the moon is out of the way. The old Cumberland comet discovered in 1862 called Comet Swift Tunnel. As close to the sun once in 133 years. And the comet, to this, the diameter of the nucleus is 16 miles across. All objects that get close to the Earth on a regular basis of all time is the nucleus of Comet Swift Tunnel. Expected to get close in the future, July 12th. For information at theskyline.com. We love the emails, drskyshow@gmail.com. To wrap it up, I always say, always remember to keep your eyes to the sky. Proud to be your navigator in the show on this highway to the heavens. Let's explore our universe. Hopefully everything gets to see the proceeds of 2024. Thank you, Dr. Skyline, the word of thanks for your time. As we continue to discuss the Middle East situation, Israel is waiting for Iran to possibly attack that country. And the killing of the Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. That situation could be very, very dangerous. The United States has sent fighter jets in the region. We've sent naval warships. And if all of Robert Young Pelton joins us, we'll talk about the situation in the Middle East next on Coast to Coast. The CC Radio 3 is the almost everything radio. With the addition of Bluetooth, you now have an immense palette of radio shows and podcasts available from any smartphone or speaker. And if you listen primarily to voice content, the CC Radio 3 is arguably worth the price. Its audio quality for the spoken word sounds like we're sitting right next to you. Separate bass and treble controls can be adjusted to your perfect pitch to immerse yourself in audio clearly. The CC Radio 3 has great reception from all range AM and FM stations, along with emergency capabilities like the cold weather and the 2-meter AM band. It runs on the included power of batteries for more than 170 hours. To order the CC Radio 3, call Seacrane at 1-800-522-8863. Once again, 1-800-522-8863. Visit them online at seacrane.com. Seacrane has 3 additional radio models with weather and weather alert also available at REI, Walmart, and Amazon. I want to talk to you about rising crime and personal attacks in our cities. Law enforcement simply can't get there in time to stop an attack, so who's going to protect you and your family? My friends at Hero2020.com are in the business of saving lives. Hero2020 is my #1 choice for non-lethal self-defense. It's a powerful pepper gun with interchangeable cartridges that's easy to load and reload, even if you're not familiar with firearms. Inside is a military-grade pepper irritant that stops and disables attackers. One of my favorite things about Hero 2020 is how small and compact it is. I can comfortably carry it concealed everywhere I go. While there are a few restrictions, it's actually legal in all 50 states. It's no wonder Hero 2020's patented design has won 2 national awards and is trusted by over 10,000 families in America. If you want to protect yourself, your home, your family, choose Hero 2020. Get 10% off with my code. Order today at Hero2020.com. And welcome back to Coast, George Warren with you. As I was saying, the Middle East is heating up and heating up big time. With us is Robert Young Pelton, has become an inspiration and role model for a new generation of intellectual adventurers. He's a noted author, journalist, filmmaker, and photographer. He's trained Navy SEALs and survived, participated in secret special forces training, motivates young people to do meaningful things with their short time on good old planet Earth. Robert, welcome back. How have you been? I've been good, George. Now, the Middle East, what's your take? What's your gut tell you? Well, it's kind of like it's either heating up or not heating up because we've had this situation for decades. But what's interesting is, as we head into the election, I think there's a bit of brainwashing happening. And you remember that Benjamin Netanyahu met Donald Trump for a logo, and even Viktor Orban from Hungary met with Donald Trump for a logo related to the Ukraine conflict. And I think what we're seeing is an escalation that's going to take us over the edge, but will be
each other. They have like a well-organized, well-controlled situation. And for example, the attack on the American Development Fund that you mentioned. There's been over 120 attacks of American troops since October 7th. And this is completely unrelated to the conflict between Israel and Gaza. Shia groups and Sunni groups and U.S. troops, firing rockets on the conflict, but it's the end result of their station.
Israel is waiting any moment now for Iran to attack it. Do you think that's going to happen?
Well, you have to use the word attack in a certain way. I mean, this is going to be an aerial attack with rocket cruise missiles. Iran is famous for their Shaheen drones, the sort of lawnmower, brainless, sort of V-shaped drones that they sell to Russia and Ukraine. They also have quite a few rockets and the show off the long range. The most disturbing one is actually some of the long range drones that come from Yemen, from the Houthi side of Yemen. And that's what's called with a lot of air travel before it hits the target places that they tell me. So I think you're going to see a display of their technology. A lot of them have posture, but not necessarily a lot of widespread damage.
Some Middle Eastern countries are signed borders angry of which brought peace between the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, who don't seem they were fighting it over in the first place. There had been Sudan jumped in and Morocco as well. Has that helped or hurt?
No, that was a fraud. I mean, the Abraham Accords was a form of the GCC, the Gulf States Committee, that was actually created in 2013 after Arab Spring and was solidified in 2015 on a meeting on the yard. And the idea was that the wealthy Gulf nations would form a coalition against Iran, and Israel would be part of the Arab coalition. Now, this comes from a very strange rule that we have based on the Yom Kippur War, where the U.S. has not allowed to sell weapons to the Gulf nations because they're more powerful with higher taxes than Israel has. And after Arab Spring, both Saudi Arabia and the UAE wanted a lot of weapons, a lot of smart weapons, and we wouldn't sell them. So the Abraham Accords were sort of a paper over realignment. In other words, the regrouping of these people. And they were missing one thing, and that was, of course, the Palestinians. So it was basically a thing. I don't know what to call it basically, but the Russian meetings showed that we're all friends. Now we just sell weapons. And it didn't go anywhere. It actually led to the tension that we saw in Gaza that led to the attacks on October 7th.
What got into Hamas's mind to get that attack on October 7th?
Well, again, that's a question because, Hamas is the government of Gaza. It certainly was. And it was not necessarily voted in by plurality of Palestinians. Before Hamas existed, in the mid-2000s, there was an organization called Fatah. And Fatah was run by an influence of Iran, and that was sort of a police state linked to Israel, linked to the U.S., based on some peace deal that sort of monitored the lid on Gaza, if you will. And Hamas was kicked out, sent out, turned over, and people voted for very radical Hamas deal. That group has been going through a series of sort of on-again escalations. So when they're not getting what they want, they'll form some attacks. They'll get attacked by Israel, and then there'll be a peace deal. I remember there's a financial incentive to have a peace deal in the Middle East. If you remember that Israel was the number one recipient of foreign aid mostly by Egypt. So if God had ignored, they were accelerating and they were escalating into a violent conflict.
This condition gets any worse. Is it going to pull us in a big way?
That's another good question. So what we're seeing now is basically the entire destruction of Gaza. They're doing controlled demolition. They're using 2,000 death bombs. The goal here is to flatten the entire region of Gaza and leave it in rubble. It was supposed to be that didn't happen.
population, they all kinds of problems in terms of their voting blog, so much happens that they don't think they've been rolled up inside of them, and they've been moved around to their whatever extraordinary high attachment numbers for spending. But they were supposed to be pushed out, and there are some drawbacks on the internet of what the Lagoon Party, which is that John's party, fantasizes for. Gus is basically going to be sort of an urban redevelopment area that then has a direct line of the railroad line freeway into Sudbury Brigade into the new development. And you'll kind of imagine the idea that Gus is just a speed bump in the way of a larger development program.
However, in 1948, when they created the State of Israel for the Well-Protected Commission, why in the world did they forget the Palestinians? Why didn't they carve out a piece of land somewhere for them?
Okay, so I'm actually watching one of the Rothschilds explain what happened with the Baltimore Declaration. Now, it's important to remember that most of the Jewish diaspora came from Eastern Europe. You know, they didn't come from Israel, they came from Eastern Europe. And at the end of World War II, nobody wanted them. They were considered, why would you want thousands and thousands of refugees coming to your shore? There's some embarrassing stories about America turning back ships full of refugees. So the British government was in control of what they call Palestine. Okay, well, you could have, the only one, and as long as you don't disturb the people there, and actually to read the letter, the declaration, it looks fairly likely it's just allowing refugees to go to the area that they feel is their, an ancestral homeland. But the Nakba was sort of the betrayal of that. In other words, the diaspora and the removal of Palestinians from land. And keep in mind that the way we view land ownership versus the way, the land people and tribal people, historical people, people have things to their home that they have raising rights, and they have relationships with the villages that are moving and passing around. This was eliminated. And this is very much part of the Palestinian story, that they were removed from their land. So this is the core of the anger in terms of negotiating with Israel for a homeland. They want the same thing that Israel wanted.
Remember, I'm going to take a short break and come back and chat more. We'll take calls with you next hour here on Coast to Coast.
Never miss a detail of a show or a guest. Sign up for the Ghost Zone email newsletter, available for free at coasttocoastam.com.
August oceanfront getaway specials now at terranea.com.
Our corner in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man's been taken into custody after a deadly stabbing at a Walmart in Lake Elsinore. Riverside County Sheriff's Office says they got a call this morning about an assault with a deadly weapon. Unclear whether the woman was stabbed inside or outside the store. A Bryant Park police officer has been hurt in a car crash. Officials say the officer was driving south on Knott Avenue this morning when his car was hit by another car driving east on Naomi Avenue, and the officer was taken to a hospital for treatment. And Marietta police chief's retiring at the end of the year. Chief Tony Conrad has worked in law enforcement nearly 30 years and served in patrol, investigations, SWAT, administration, and communications as PIO. City Manager Kim Summers says she'll appoint a new chief from the department's cabinets in the next couple months. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy tonight with lows in the upper 60s. Sunny and a bit hotter tomorrow with highs in the mid-90s. 80 at the beaches, up to 109 in the valleys, 111 in the AV, 108 in the IE. Down a few degrees Wednesday, and we should have mid to upper 80s around LA through next weekend. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Cronin.
In East LA, the 60 East Valley off-ramp between Atlantic Boulevard and Cold and a bicyclist got into it. The off-ramp is blocked. In Palmdale, a cool freeway closure. This is on the 14 northbound between Avenue N and Avenue L. All lanes closed until 6 a.m. And in Herloma, the 60
traffic is slowed to the 15 with Southern California's only airport traffic reports. I'm Trey Alexander. This report is sponsored by the Crohn's and Colitis Foundation. The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn's Colitis Foundation.org.
We need your help to protect your right to AM radio in your car. AM is always there in times of need with the key information for our community. The overwhelming majority of legislators support a bill to keep AM radio in cars, but time's running out. Please text the two letters AM to 52886 and ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now.
Message generates and you may receive up to 4 messages on stop to stop. The message from the station.
Hi, this is Victoria Garcia running for State Assembly District 43 in the November 5th general election. The only way to create change is to have your voice be heard. Make sure you register to vote today. Visit vote.gov. Have your vote count.
KFI AM 640.
How a homeless woman and her emotional support duck survive on the streets of LA. It's a 7-page article. She's holding a Starbucks Frappuccino, a drink that costs $5.67.
Harriet Shanahan. A dark 5, 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We gladly have that conversation about the reformation of criminal justice, making sure that it's not based in race, that everybody gets equal treatment, that everybody has an opportunity.
But it doesn't mean to stop enforcing the law. Full stop.
You're ignoring those individual victims of crime. Harry and Shannon, they deserve justice. 5, 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It's the one animal that is most like us, and we keep them in a cage all day and all night at a zoo. Wonder why the zookeepers have not reprimanded monkeys for the achievement throwing their feces at you, and everyone seems to just laugh it off. The Tim Connolly Jr. Show. If somebody else did that, they'd kick me out forever. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Premier Networks presents Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. I have that song on my brain for a week. And to play. We're going to take calls next hour with Robert Gutfeld about the Middle East. Maybe jump over and share some of your thoughts as well. The Paranormal Podcast Network is growing by leaps and bounds, and we want you to participate and listen. We sure do invite you to listen. It's the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. A couple ways you can listen. If you listen to your podcast on your phone, just download the iHeartRadio app. If you listen on PC, go to iHeartRadio.com. You'll need to search either of those. Just put Coast to Coast AM and all the shows will pop right up. Shades of the Afterlife with Sarah Champlain, Strange Things with Joshua P. Moore, and our latest
show. Beyond Contact with Captain Ron for UFO enthusiasts. And of course, we also post clips from our regular show during the week. So it's a lot of fun. Check it out. It's the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM. Your podcast network. And now,
HealthyLooking.com. Dr. Alan Malay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products from the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, it can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put AdaptoStem along with it, and most will feel it in 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with AdaptoStem and ImmuStem and your free and Relaxol is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Did you know that every 40 seconds someone in the U.S. has a stroke, and that 80% of those cases are preventable? I want you to all listen because there's something so easy you can do to manage your heart health at home, between doctor's visits, even while you're listening to our show. Cardio 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. You get 6 views of your heart and 6 times the data to share with your doctor. It's FDA cleared to detect AFib, one of the leading causes of stroke. Now you're probably thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you. Because right now, for a limited time, Cardio Mobile is giving 20% off all my listeners. Just go to Cardia.com. It's KARDIA.com or Amazon.com. Use promo code 20COAST-AM. That's 20COAST-AM. You get 20% off Cardio 6.
President Trump says Newsmax is terrific. Mike Huckabee says he's tuning in like millions of Americans. Newsmax is now the fastest growing cable news channel in America. Watch Newsmax on cable, stream it, or on the free Newsmax app. And Newsmax has announced it plans to go IPO soon. For a limited time, eligible investors can even buy preferred shares in Newsmax, and they come with a 7% dividend. Get the details about Newsmax's planned IPO and shares. Just go to newsmaxinvest.com. Forbes says Newsmax is a news powerhouse. Get Newsmax shares. You can even buy shares with a credit card at newsmaxinvest.com. Whenever making an investment decision, you should consult your attorney or financial advisor. And investors are responsible for conducting their own due diligence regarding investments and for all tax and other risks and obligations. Don't miss out. Find out more at newsmaxinvest.com today.
And welcome back to our birthday. Robert Young will take calls from Robert next hour here on Coast to Coast. The websites are linked up at coasttocoastam.gov. Remember, we're sending the deployed ships and fighter jets to the Middle East as Israel is bracing for a ground attack. What are we going to do? What you got, Tom?
Well, keep in mind that we usually keep some carrier group there, and we have something like 30 military bases in the region, including one that is down in South. A lot of that is rhetoric. for everybody with at least probably posture and attack and threat.
Assuming Israel did what people think they did, were they justified in taking out the Hezbollah commander and the Hamas leader?
I think so. I think in modern warfare, we do the same thing. I mean, we send drones to take out people we consider terrorists. In today's warfare, there's no place to hide. And whether you're in another country or on your way or in Lebanon or Iran, it doesn't matter. I think Hamas expected this. I think Hezbollah expects this just as Al-Qaeda and ISIS. And they have a hierarchy where the next the guy takes over that spot. It's interesting thing about Hamas is that I don't mean that the hierarchy is not as energetic or as sort of violent or as new as they should be. So you're going to get a lot of younger, angrier, probably sharper people moving up in the Hamas organization.
Why can't they just get along and be friends?
Or in the natural state, I think we have to admit that there is so much pressure today, there is so much arrogance, so much grievance, so much just demand for resources and land, that we're going to see more and more conflict. We're going to see people killing each other. We're going to see just random wars break out and continue for years. They don't seem to make sense, but they're part of the battle for survival. And we can continue to see this on the electronic business, media, whatever. People are battling for control or resources.
The Shah of Iran, that strong in Iran, who's down there, got tossed out in the 70s. Crisis in Iran. He wasn't a Boy Scout by any means, but he was a little better than they have now, wasn't he?
Yeah, so kind of what the UAE and Russia was all around the world. They wanted to still a strong man who would take care of everything.
Like Saddam Hussein was too.
Exactly, just like Saddam. The strong man fought from the Middle East, right? The great conquerors, the good-looking guy on every wall, every poster, and these guys ruled with an iron fist, and they had presidents all over screaming and dying people who disagreed with them. And this was the way to keep the lid on the Middle East. But now, we're seeing people in Yemen firing and shooting drones and hitting the city. It's got nothing to do with it, but it's just part of the coalition. So this is a new reality. Globalism brings war in everyone's front door.
Iran has told pilots to stay out of the area. Something's going to happen soon, Robert. I can feel it. How about you?
Well, don't forget, on Wednesday, they have a big meeting in Saudi Arabia. Again, if you look at all the stuff floating around on Twitter and all these social media sites, it's 99% it's just people trying to scare people. If Iran pulls the trigger and launches a bunch of missiles, it opens the door to Israel to use some of the highest tech weapons the world has, and of course America has even higher tech weapons. So Iran's going to have a very bad thing if they do their big missile launch.
I agree with that. Because I think Israel will pull out all the stops if Iran does any kind of retaliation.
Keep in mind that Netanyahu doesn't necessarily represent Israel, but he's on a mission. This is his last chance to push sort of Zionist nationalist agenda and push Israel out to historic borders. And this is what he's trying to do with the radical right wing. So he's going to go crazy. He's going to do whatever he can to grab as much space and as much power.
Is he justified if he's attacked?
With Israel, they just really got this last him up in their life. They don't want to have to run into our agents all the time. And I see great similarities between the people of Ukraine and the people of Israel. Romanian and Jewish, by the way, Ukraine and Mason, understanding exactly what it's like to live in a civilized country with fear of being hit by a random rocket. And that's the point. It's about the chaos. Nobody's going to win this war. Iran doesn't win a war over Israel, but Israel doesn't win
sad part of everybody got in the rubble. There's a lot of money building up, whatever it turns out to be, right? So, whether it's Libya or Gaza or Ukraine, there's a whole wave of investment in billions of dollars. You know, much like Jared Kushner pitched in the very beginning on the Abraham Accord. He called it was a deal of the century or whatever. He was pitching a real estate deal. He wanted to buy off the Palestinians and say, look, let us develop the land, you can get jobs, buildings, and they said, screw up, we want all the rest of Israel about making money versus being left alone in peace. So we'll see who wins.
Well, you can always clear the room because the land is there.
Correct, and you know, historically, it's a very nice place, you know, and there are, there's oil offshore, and in that sense, you know, numerous countries around the in a perfect world, you know, if you could just get an industrial sort of manufacturing and farming area, but it has the need to be its own country, and Israel doesn't want that.
Now, what does your gut tell you? Tomorrow morning, we'll wake up. Is Ukraine going to do anything?
I'm on the spot. This was supposed to start today, you know that, but right. I think we're going to win the win. I thought Iran was not going to win by firing thousands of missiles. But, you know, we've seen that. It didn't do anything. It didn't win anything. So I think what they've done is pushed the chips a little further in and said, okay, we can do this. And America is saying, yeah, but we can do that. And Israel's saying, well, you know, let's just keep doing this. But everybody knows that this is not the ceiling. There's a point at which it's going to be too much. So I hope what they're doing is back down and start negotiating.
They should. Smaller heads prevail. I'm not sure they're smart.
Well, remember that Netanyahu's not like Israel. You know, those hostages, you know, were released when they had a ceasefire. The largest amount of hostages came out when Gaza got their way. Honestly, let them go. Netanyahu has been pulling out dead bodies. The population of Israel is not happy about that. They don't see any point in, you know, getting the hostages out and then deal with Hamas. But why are we, you know, playing this brinksmanship game? So he lost a lot more than he wanted him out.
Is this a great opportunity for regime change in Iran?
There's two levels. You got the bullets, right? And then you've got the government, which, you know, they're aligned. They are on their side, and they're like North Korea, you know, sort of like Russia, you know, they have feel like themselves. Putin is trying to create a multipolar world where China, Iran, North Korea, Russia can all work together with, you know, secondary countries. And we see this in the Middle East, which is why there's no easy solution. It used to be America would get mad at both sides and put their heads together and then have to sit down and pay billions of dollars. And they would sit and be quiet for 5-10 years until they went at it again. This particular case, there's a much more dynamic here. You know, Russia is supporting government, and most people don't notice that. And, you know, Iran linked with the Houthis in Iraq, Lebanon, and countries that aren't supposed to be fighting in this war. So it's going to be a lot more complicated once they start shooting it, once they stop shooting it.
How powerful are these bombs?
It's not like Osama bin Laden, this one guy, he falls dead, and then it's like, okay, we give up on that. There's this succession, you know, there's a structure in place where they spend the control of society, you know, much like the Taliban. They have their shurists, and they have their mullahs, and their religious leaders. It's entrenched. Iran, we tried to get the youth to rise up, and they get mowed down and killed. You know, we tried in Russia, we tried to get Russians to overthrow Putin, but they have such good security systems that they're able to kill the perpetrators and expect the world. So it would be a very, very brutal thing to change the regime in any of these places. North Korea, Russia, Iran. Is it time for it? I think so. like many leaders in that period, he wanted to follow a socialist path, which the Americans viewed as being communist. And this did not get the will of the people. The people were angry, so he created, again, this strong situation. Where people are living in fear. And once you're living in fear, you're not connected to people, you're just controlling them. And when he was overthrown, it was a huge pressure, like Arab Spring. And this is the thing that the bullets want to keep going forward with is remember 2010, 2011, you had these sudden uprisings, boom, boom, Algeria, Libya, Egypt, and then he saw they go backwards. And that was the UAE and these dictators pushing back and moving these democratic governments. There's an empathy flow that I hope the next president of the United States sits down and explains to the population that you want to be surrounded by autocrats and work together to defeat America. And, the tone of what you're talking about is exactly what autocrats do. They project fear, and then they threaten. They say, if you don't do this, we're going to drop a bomb on you. We got to fix whatever. We don't want to live in that world. And it might take removing some of these governments.
Let's talk about Cuba for just a second. Batista was a criminal, dealt with the mob, but he was our should we have, in retrospect, worked with Fidel Castro before the communists did? We worked with Fidel Castro. It wasn't a communist. It wasn't a martyr. He was a lawyer. And he wanted to be a baseball player. And he visited the U.S. and interviewed us. He was like our guy. And suddenly it became a very brutal revolution. Again, executing people. Che Guevara was the mountains. Castro said he was a Marxist, so you had this sort of glorious, gloriado, free revolution suddenly become communist machine. The sad thing is that anybody that's been to Cuba wants to go to Cuba. It's a nice place. It doesn't seem that bad. It's cheap, people like me, but we maintain this aura of pure communist. We don't like it. But Cuba and any other country, whether it's Venezuela, whether it's Nicaragua, whatever, they want to be part of the order. They want to be part of the capitalist order. I mean, look at Vietnam. Communism, you can go there on vacation and have a great time. So, we need to think about foreign policy, and we haven't done that in a long time. Long term. It's still basically a treaty war, isn't there? Yeah, I know. When you get to I know a lot of things are reversed on the top. I know Obama did a lot of things to open up travel. Being a Canadian passport, I don't care. I can go anywhere I want. So, but I don't know what the restrictions are for America. Can't get cigars in the country. Well, people are saying that they're on the cigars, but that's all solid like that. That's meaningful. Honduras, I forget what they are. But, there's no reason to have hostility in our side of the world. And Venezuela is probably the biggest problem we have right now. What a mess that is. Well, again, it's always half measures. It's like getting half vaccinated, right? It doesn't solve the disease. It just responds and delays it. So, I think there are solutions, but we're so busy. We're being overdosed by Russia, China, all these countries. We're always focused on the wrong things. So with Cuba would be a fairly simple problem. Most of the expats that I know, the guys that left Cuba, how to get Castro, his response to the communists, like God, we can change that government in a weekend. We're going to come back in just a moment with Robert Young-Pelton and take phone calls next hour as we talk about the conflict in the Middle East.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
to AM radio in your car. AM is always there in times of need. The key information for our community. The overwhelming majority of legislators support a bill to keep AM radio in cars. The time is running out. Please text the two letters AM to 52886. Ask Congress to bring this bill to the floor for a vote now. Text AM to 52886.
Message data for today. You may receive up to 4 messages while next time with stuff. Message from the station about
The team behind Monster Up and Vanish comes a brand new investigative true crime podcast, Flashpoint. Listen as they explore the homegrown terrorism threat through the lens of the Atlanta Olympic bombing and its aftermath. Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint to start listening.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 with Straight Talk. Life hack. Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select the new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or StraightTalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more cents. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher end. All $25 a month. Service credit applied up to 12 months of eligibility requirements. Met for network management practices. Visit StraightTalk.com. Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people. Navage. Navage uses suction to flush out your sinuses using refreshing scent, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available in your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start reading better fast. Check out Navage at your local Sam's Club today. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E. Breathe easy. KFI, AM 640. More stimulating talk. We're not just in smart speakers. We're in a couple of smart ears as well. Festival presented by Capital One. 21st.
Keep listening for your next chance to be there.
Baseball season fanatics, your summer personalized is calling. It's time for sun-soaked party scenes at MJ Marina. No luxury cabanas at Bellagio. It's Sunday beach living in Mandalay Bay. Show off your poolside only with MJ Rewards. Visit MJRewards.com for details.
The Republican National Committee is flooding cash into a tiny Texas congressional border race with 3 months to go before the November election. Myra Flores is trying to chart an historically blue district red, and experts say she's got a decent chance. Valley is still a wrong Democrat, but not as wrong as it used to be. SMU political analyst Cal Joseph says that focusing on the economy and jobs, which is the biggest issue in Deep South Texas. The incumbent Democratic congressman is still the favorite to win, but Joseph says all this extra cash will make the race close. Families of police brutality victims and community activists are calling for reforms following the recent deadly police-involved shooting of Sonia Massey in her Illinois home. A rally was held over the weekend outside of Chicago Police Headquarters. Organizers stood in solidarity with the Massey family in a call for justice and change. The former deputy who shot Massey has a history of misconduct and has been fired. That's politics. I'm Grant NBC News Radio.
All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture.
AMC Theater chain lost roughly $400 million in 2023, though that's a big improvement from its $4.5 million loss in 2020. But take a guess where a good chunk of that loss came from. According to an April filing, the company CEO pocketed a 2023 compensation package estimated at a whopping $25 million, a roughly $2 million raise from the previous year. The next four best compensated officers took home a combined $50.6 million over the same period, and the award paid for 8 board members was roughly $2.4 million. So together, the 13 AMC executives were barely paid some $43 million in 2023, over 10% of the company's loss for the year. No wonder they keep jacking up the price of popcorn. This isn't unique to entertainment, as the CEO went for stepping down by the end of this year amidst another round of high-profile equipment failures. Case Jitsu had between $24 and $33 million last year for a filing by that company. No word on his 2024 compensation or golden parachute bonus payments like most executives are gifted with when they leave, voluntarily or not.
Fine. It's what's poppin'. games on iHeartRadio. The free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Danny, pick up your phone, Debbie. Your mom just called and said you come home last night, and naturally I covered, but they're actually pretty stressed out.
If you like what you're listening to, please subscribe and share this podcast with friends. You can listen to Gaslight online by searching Gaslight Podcast, or check us out wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
So right now, I have one thing every business needs most: attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all day. We're driving, looking, working out. We're also listening. That's the magic of audio that I learned. We are your next customer's leaders. They're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Call 844-ADL-5. That's 844-ADL-5. COPD. Here are some reasons to proceed. Just wait. 1. Those flare-up cheeky women. They have the chance to cause permanent damage. 2. A certain type of inflammation can cause flare-ups for some people. 3.
It's a grandma.
Need more reasons. Visit www.livewithcopd.com.
What choose to spend numbers for that?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Whenever I want. Get me Sleep Number. Sleep Number does that. Calls it 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J Power rates Sleep Number number one in customer satisfaction and mattresses purchase days. And now during our King sale for years, save 50% on Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. J Power 23 for more information. Visit jdpower.com/reports to find smart units. Sleepnumber.com.
I don't like onions. I'm doing paleo. They have gluten-free labels. You can't juggle every food request for a work event, or can you? Easy Cater is the only tech platform that makes it easy to get restaurant catering for work, with options for any group size, taste, dietary preference, or budget. Easy Cater saves your favorite restaurants and orders, which makes reordering a snap. Need to modify an order? No problem. So when it comes to food for work, make it easy on yourself with Easy Cater. Start your order at easycater.com.
Grow your hair with Happy Head. Visit happyhead.com for 60% off your first prescription order. Happyhead.com. Prescription products require an online physician consultation and only available if physician determines prescriptions appropriate. See website for full details and important safety information. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Feel standing. The senses real. Attraction. So thoughts have can't escape. System of us. Gotta keep my eyes outside the sky. To talk to George Dora, call the Wild Card line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George973.
Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
This hour, we'll take your call with Robert Rothschild today to talk about the situation in the Middle East. He's got a couple of books, by the way. Come Back Alive, The Adventurers, The Most Dangerous Places, License to Kill, Iron Guns, War and Terror. And his website is linked up with coasttocoastam.com. A company called Healthy Equity recently suffered a massive breach resulting in personally identifiable information being compromised. Get this, 4.3 million people. All specific personal information may vary for each individual. The level of data could be compromised. Names, IDs, employers, addresses, phone numbers, social security numbers, and contact information. It is so important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft affect our lives. Lots of places can accidentally expose your personal information, so that's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second. Risks to your identity. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken on in your name. Crimes committed by employees pretending to be you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists will work to fix it, guaranteed, or your money back terms. You know it's easy to help protect yourself from LifeLock right now. Save up to 40% off your first year with promo code 1-800-LifeLock, or head on over to lifelock.com and use promo code George for 40%
Hi, Megan. I want to turn you on to a path to feel better, have more energy, and less sickness. It's a great website, criticalhealthnews.com. The audio lectures, videos, and articles about health will captivate you, you'll see. Criticalhealthnews.com features content from world-class alternative health experts who make a lot of sense. And you'll learn how to respond to information and take their advice and try to recommend unique products designed to work in concert with your body to provide all the nutrition it needs. Log on to criticalhealthnews.com and take advantage of all the free health information available to you. Remember, education is your best defense against sickness and misery. Get inspired by visiting criticalhealthnews.com, where you can purchase modular nutrition packs and see for yourself how good you can feel.
Call 1-855-949-RADIO or 1-855-949-7234. Welcome back, Robert. Young Health Wellness Robert. I have never in my life, by the way, ever heard of a possible military conflict that is announced by the day. And when they keep saying they're going to attack on Monday, they're going to attack on Tuesday. I never heard that before. Where did that come from?
Well, don't forget there was a saturation of actors, whether you want to call it, with weird sort of AI drawings of the missiles and fake images of trucks. You know, it was a science. What it is. So if you play that game, I would imagine that somebody would strike stakes. Right? So that's why I'm saying that I think Wednesday might be a better day to be honest and sort out.
Is it conceivable that nothing will happen?
There are no such thing as nothing in the Middle East. Maybe Armageddon might not happen, or the apocalypse, the awakening, or the rapture. It's not going to happen today or tomorrow.
Now let me ask you this. If things get out of hand, could this be the beginning of a world war?
Well, no, we're in a world war. We are at war with numerous nations, and we are losing and winning depending on the specific area of the path. Because we're so intertwined economically, socially, by travel and business. It's very rare to see a war like Ukraine, but it's actually like there's people shooting on one side, people shooting on the other side. But you know, we're at war with China, we're at war with Russia, we're at war with Iran. We're battling for control over a rapidly diminishing list
question is, will nuclear weapons be used by then? And we've had this conversation before, but it's a zero-sum game. If one country launches a nuclear weapon, there's an entire protocol for every other country to respond very quickly. And most of these missiles are aimed at urban centers, and the results would be horrific. I don't know. So this is why cooking rebels is little safer and says, I got nukes. It's like, go for it. Because there would be no Russian left. So we keep it at a very low level. Ukraine is basically a war one war. You look at Gaza versus Israel, they're going to rub the house to house. It may sound like that, but it's just basically soldiers on the ground shooting at other people on the ground. In recent times, let's go to the phones. Thomas in Lafayette, California. Hey, Tom, go ahead. Thank you for accepting my call. And I want to say that I was listening to Open Lines last Friday. We have such a great audience of folks. And I could name 100 people, but there are some particular callers, like Cornelius, obviously, from Louisiana, Brendan from Austin, Texas, young lady from New York City, Miami, just wonderful people, John from Wisconsin, etc. Again, I could name 50 other people, but we have the best audience in the world, and I appreciate that. Robert, I wanted to say I always appreciate your perspective and analysis on world affairs, and, I have a comment. Related to a specific question, and my comment concerns Beirut, which is, the capital of Lebanon. And Beirut, for a long time, was considered like the cultural center of the Middle East. It was like Paris. It was the garden of the Middle East. And several years ago, there was an explosion of the waterfront there in Beirut. A warehouse blew up, and the kinetic blast of that explosion literally leveled about 75%, 80% of the city. And I remember at the time, I said, what in the world happened on this? And of course, they call it the fog of war. You're never sure, like, who did what, that kind of thing. But recently, National Public Radio did an interview with 2 women from Beirut, Lebanese women. They wrote a book called All We Lost. And it talked about this explosion, and literally, the kinetic blast leveled 75%, 80% of Beirut. And there's a lot of speculation. The warehouse that blew up apparently was stuffed full of munitions. There was speculation the Israeli Air Force had flipped over Beirut that morning. And many people thought that the warehouse was bombed by the Israeli Air Force. Nobody was really sure where these munitions were going to end up, in Syria, Hezbollah, that type of thing. And so I was wondering if you could shed some light on this mysterious event that happened
First of all, I used to be a blaster. I worked with explosives. It's not a mystery what happened. There was a fire. There was a ship. The ship had fertilizer in it. This was with nitrogen, wasn't it? An old-fashioned, very simple chemical. And if you watch the videos, there's a lot of them. It's very sad, but if you watch what happens, the fire breaks out in a part of the port. And then that fire ignites what is basically a very decrepit load of ammonium nitrate. Now, if you know your terrorism manual and food, which is fuel mixed with ammonium nitrate, it's issued by terrorists and explosives. And it has quite a big impact. It's very cheap and it's easy to get. But this was a very large ship full of very decrepit ammonium nitrate, which then reached a certain gas off gas point, and then exploded. And you can actually see the fire ignite the gas, and that creates a shock. So I don't think it's a mystery. I think it's just sad. The ship, which was stopped in the big sport cargo, was sort of abandoned and left there. It's a very dangerous ship. And somehow this fire ignited. And then you've seen these things before. You've seen propane tanks blow up. We've seen trucks blow up. I mean, the most famous explosion we heard was the Green Barracks, right? But what I'm saying is that if you understand explosives, there's nothing mysterious about what happened in the big room.
218 people died during that explosion.
As a starter, I mean, he didn't run on a list of things that shouldn't have happened. It's probably number one.
But John in Wisconsin. Hey, John, you got a nice reference here from Tom.
Hello, George. Hello, Robert. Foremost, Thomas from Hawaii. Thank you for your kind words. I learned so much from you and the listeners you mentioned as well. We appreciate you, Thomas. Thank you so much. Robert, I'd like to preface my comments by saying I am by no means an academic historian. However, for the last 5 years, I've learned more from coast to coast, just like you, than I had in my previous 62 years on Earth. Now, the world has always had conflict, and the world will always have conflict. But it seems to me things were somewhat in check until very recently, and I asked to be a reason why. Robert, I want to give you my analysis and see number one if I'm correct, and make a question to go along with that. It just seems like we continue to try to pacify terrorist nations, and you can't pacify and negotiate with their culture. It's not going to change. What keeps them in check is strength. The United States has always been one of strength. Well, all of a sudden, we're giving billions of dollars to Iran, or pacifying Iraq, or pacifying terrorist organizations by trying to be nice people. Now, I'm one of the nicest people you'll ever meet, but I am not ignorant to the fact that you can't hand out money to peace and change people's cultures. So here's my question, Robert. Israel is very vulnerable right now, as we all know. And it worries me. The United States is also very vulnerable right now, and that worries me. Do you think there can be reversed way of handling this to strengthen our country? Is my analysis correct on that? And then, Robert, do you think we have any chance of just changing the environment back to strength instead of pacifying other nations? Robert, thank you so much. This is Thomas Roy, and you are just such a helpful sort of we thank you, and George, thank you for taking my call.
That's thing I worry that a lot of people have when they see the news and they see people getting killed, and then, you know, worse in your living room, it's in your face on your phone. How many dead people do you see murdered and blown up, whatever, every day? So it has a couple of things. But the interesting thing is that there's really only two major conflicts going on right now. That's Gaza and Ukraine. And those conflicts both are triggered by singular events and the historical precedent. But, for example, Putin decided to invade Ukraine because he thought it would take 3 days to depose the leadership of the country and its own little puppets or whatever, and bring Ukraine back into the Russian war. People that launched the terror attack in Gaza, and they were literally rebooting the cycle of peace and violence into the violence. We have to understand that people do whatever they want without America being strong or weak, but we are viewed as, and a lot of these conflicts were launched to
1927, we just escalate, and we let their own incompetence grind down their nation. So we have not launched the look. Yes, we could win a war. Yes, we could send troops, but we had decided in 1947, just keep messing with Russia. And Israel got we always cautioned them not to step too far forward and combat, and now it's taught in under Netanyahu. Who is designing this policy more extreme than he was. He wants to expand the territory of Israel in two countries or regions that don't belong to Israel. So this is the problem. So how do we push back against Netanyahu without basically obliterating Israel and making everybody stand down? So diplomacy is a big part of economic pressure sanctions. We're not in a world where we spawn the hell out of everybody. So to answer your question, we live in a very complex world. It's very rare that we can send fighter jets and bombers and whatever and fix up. We spent way too long in Afghanistan. At the time, was the world's weakest force country. We spent way too long. Still in Iraq. We still have 20,000 troops in Syria and Iraq. We're still fighting those wars. We're still fighting terrorism. I do believe there is a sign. It doesn't look sexy. It doesn't happen overnight, but there is a plan. There is science. It's just there's not status quo. When I used to Texas, one of those words, well, go ahead. Occupying activity of Pharaoh rampant on the land who lived there. Something like that, I think it was the Philistines. Was it not, Robert? Yeah, that's an interesting argument because there's a lot of phraseology that is used to describe Israel and the historical problem of why Israel should be there. If you go back to the dawn of civilization and you rapidly, straightforward, you look at who was where. The Middle East has been an ever-changing alliance of tribes and people, whether it's Phoenicians, whether it's Egyptians, whatever, the Syrians, Greeks, Romans. There is no clear provenance to one person or tribe in any place on this planet. In the world, from somewhere else, we all move here, stay there from somewhere else. The idea of Israel's borders being formed by a narrow window in history is part of the problem. Palestinians also say, well, look, here's what I need, here's my house, here's my land, here's my house. This is my place. And they'll say, well, in the Bible it says this. So, we have to have a quote with it. We have to say, a human is a human. He has a right to live. He has a right to live. He has a right to a home. So, we're not thinking, Israel has a lot of influence in America, and we support their efforts. They're, bring democratic rules to the region. But they have neighbors, and those neighbors don't necessarily agree with their tactics and their politics. So we're stuck in the middle of it. It's been a call for me. You guys should love the garden before the break. Eva, go ahead. Yes. Hello, George. I have called you before. I really enjoyed your program. Now, I did hear Henry, but I wanted to ask you a question. My grandson was deployed to Iraq about a month ago with a number of other soldiers. He will be there for a year. And he never heard anybody talking about Iraq too much. So I wanted to ask you, I think you did part of my question. What's going on over there? I'm kind of concerned about my grandson, his safety. And my last question is, to your guest, do you think the draft will come back? I will hang up and thank you for taking my talk. I will hang up and listen to the interview. The draft. I don't think we're going to get a draft for a long time. I'm glad as well, so the grandma wants to know what that is, what he's doing all well, we have a commitment to some train up for the Iraqi government. We have bases there, aviation. And we have about 2,500 troops there. And they are at risk because they are randomly rocketed by
local groups. They have long shoulders, they have mornings and defense, but then they're at risk. And we have 900 troops in the area. And then there's Russians there too. So we're trying to keep ISIS under control and help local forces, train up and take care of their own business. But if we don't do it, Russia does it very differently. When they go into countries, when they theoretically support the government, it's usually government like Venezuela, rebel groups like the RSF in Sudan. So they're doing the opposite. They're supporting governments, basically plunder the local resources and prop up dictators. So we are exporting democracy, and we are exporting technology and training and export and activity. So be proud of it, son. Don't worry too much about it. Make sure you call. Make sure you call once a week. That's our job as Americans, to go out and help troops and countries move towards the good side of the deal.
Coming back with calls as far as the traffic, listeners pulsing out more about things that's going to be direct.
Always on your phone, then you'll be happy to know the Coast website is now optimized for mobile users. Just put your iPhone or Android browser to coasttocoastam.com and enjoy.
Your summer facility is calling. It's time for Sunsoap Party Season at MGM. New luxury cabins at Bellagio and Simply Beach Limited. Show off your poolside family with MGM Rewards. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
The only way I can describe it is blind panic, fear. The consulate basically said to me, listen, what I would like you to do is put your passport in your bra, pack your bags, and be instructed.
I want to tell you the story of one of the wildest scams in history. A scam that's almost unbelievable when you understand the scope of it. It begins out of the blue, a random email or a phone call. It ends in utter confusion. They're out. This is a scam that spans the globe and blocks the line. It sounds like a Hollywood movie. It's exceptionally dangerous stories. Scam artists stand hard.
Mastermind genius, voice contour, logistical, neighbor,
The incredible true story of the Hollywood project continue in our obsessive quest to end.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
all the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. USA Network is jumping back into the scripted series Game Board, a TV adaptation of John Grisham's 1995 novel The Rainmaker. The novel was previously turned into a 1997 film starring Matt Damon and Claire Danes. Other two projects will include loosely sharp plotline, following an ambitious law school grad to anything to become a big shot career. The show also marks a return to original scripted programming at USA, which has shared Chucky and other series with sister network Sci-Fi in recent years.
Comic sci-fi mystery resident Amy is expected to move from Sci-Fi to USA if George reports he's ever going to be agreed to. Back in the early 2000s, USA had a handful of lightly looked dramas on its schedule, with Suits and White Collar finding extremely successful in the past year and having spin-offs or continuations of development. Fine. That's what's popping in camps on iHeartRadio.
The AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be that drunk to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting, plus on your way to work. And again, here we are. Listen to one of over 1,000 archive shows from the past 5 years. The Coast Insider Club is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. You'll sleep like a baby, knowing you'll never miss your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-721. Call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Next number, please. Without
Joe Dog, how you living, pimp? Yeah, baby. No.
coasttocoastam.com, right at the top of the pages. The other way, of course, is to download the free app from the App Store, the Coast to Coast AM app. Put it on your phone. Insider, take advantage of that. Now, of course, there's something for you. So,
If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to Weight Magic drops and capsules. Here's product creator Dan Putnam to explain how insulin management is the key.
Everything for weight loss is focused on calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most things that you are thinking about levels. We eat it, and it first goes to the liver, then it goes to the glucose, anything more than that, then it goes to the fat. If there's insulin present in the body, it means that you just ate. Now the body has an excellent that actually shuts down the energy of fat. Absolutely process insulin in the body can be very difficult.
Dan, so tell me about Weight Magic drops.
We have this absolutely amazing Weight Magic drop. The concept of this control plastic biostimulant. This is it. Also, it has an exact attitude to your control level. So by using the drops with all on this side, put the body into the fat burning mode.
Dan, Weight Magic capsules help resolve a problem most overweight people have going against them. What is that?
Body temperature is less. People ask why you make that is your metabolism. So if it is separating, raise the Weight Magic drop. Weight Magic capsule is your weight back metabolism. It's not a common way to eat half a pound to a pound a day. So it really is the perfect duo for metabolism.
Buy George's Weight Magic drops and capsules now and shed those pounds. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code George. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. George's Weight Magic from healthylooking.com.
We talk a lot about personal safety, and for several weeks I've been talking about Hero 2020 and Hero Gel, our #1 pick for non-lethal defense. That'll save your life. Someone that you care about. You don't need a permit or license. They're really small, compact, easy to use, concealed wherever you go. The cartridges are quick built, so you can reload them in seconds. And every kit includes practice cartridges, targets, and training. The irritant inside is military grade, trusted by police for decades. It's the real deal, and it hurts people bad. The Hero 2020 shoots projectiles that explode into a cloud of powerful irritant. The Hero covers your attack for a burning sticky gel. Get a Hero for yourself, your family, your business, and your friends. The perfect gift to keep them safe and save their life. Go to hero2020.com and use your code George. The special discount is Hero 2020, number 20. Hero2020.com.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted manual psychics are available 24/7, and we guarantee that it's your life-changing. It's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I love Girls Night Out. Me too. Oh my gosh, I love that ring. Is that dance tonight?
Yeah, it's from Jewelry Television, JTV.
Wait, you shopped on TV?
Yeah, it's fun. You can see the product and hear the stories. And JTV has every kind of jewelry, even artisan. All gorgeous. And you can also shop online. New JTV customers save up to $50 when you shop JTV.com/radio.
Hey, wait, what about Girls Night Out? Sorry, I have shopping too.
Now, welcome back to George Neuer from the segment with Robert Young. Robert, what's your next venture?
I've got to go to Georgia. I'm looking into a very interesting story about a secret go attempt, which I can't really talk about too much, but it's interesting. So that's where I'm going.
When are you going?
Well, before I give you the date,
Give me the airline.
I'm going in a couple of weeks.
Will you be safe? Check in with us when you get back.
Yeah, well,
All right, let's go back to the phones. Brendan in Austin, Texas. Hey, Brendan, go ahead, buddy.
Robert, I just had a question about the the legal system that was established after World War II, like the International Criminal Court, International Court of Justice, the same ones that were using to persecute Putin or abandoning to protect Netanyahu in the United States to protect Israel while they flagrantly break international law continuously for over a half century of apartheid. So what is the long-term effect regarding the ICC or ICJ, how other countries behave, and how is it going to affect America's behavior or legitimacy of the international legal system in the coming years and decades?
That's a very good question. Well, first of all, there's been a number of nations that have been deliberately trying to destroy this international mechanism. So, for example, the UN, which was created after World War II to prevent these wars we're having now, has been crippled by people violating arms embargoes, vetoing sanctions, and basically turning it into a mess. And the UN is a huge institution for funneling funds for investigating corruption and crime, solving hunger and disease, et cetera, but it is becoming less and less relevant. Often people are doing terrible things with those massacres or I worked in the UN, I don't maybe much, but I helped them out on many things. Because obviously in these places when these crimes happen, these people are killed. So I see that almost like a dereliction of duty, not necessarily by the people who work for the UN, but by the forces that include China, Israel, Russia, Iran, pushing to castrate those forces. And, for example, when Netanyahu came to America to address our Congress, he had an arrest warrant from the ICC, which files to talk about jurisdiction, but it was never mentioned. It was sort of like, oh yeah, those guys, right? And how long did we try to get Comey into that court? Remember Joseph Comey was one of those guys. So it's a sad reality that there are no rules. The Geneva Convention says, you can't interview prisoners, you can't do this. Well, I don't know the last time somebody was thrown in jail for violating the Geneva Convention. I've watched so many mass graves, civilians killed in the Gaza, children, civilians have been murdered under the guise of hunting terrorists. There's an American unit that said, oh my God, to be in jail right now. So I don't know. I don't have the magic solution. All I'm saying is that certain countries have worked very hard to tear down those international laws. There are people who have been written up before the UN for sanctions for travel, banking sanctions, and a country has to take out 10%, and they won't. So, what do you do? How do you enforce the highest sort of court in the land and the highest institutional protection for some people? I don't have the answer.
Larry's with us. He's in the Rockies. Larry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I have to put okay, this place that is excellent. I was a full citizen of Israel in the late 70s, and I did everything I did with Israel. So I lived amongst the people, and I have to ask you, on October 7th, in the manner those people were murdered because of real-time video that was seen by some people, not everybody, the way babies were taken out of women, the way that the reminding of something from a long time ago, when babies are taken from homes and people being and up and burned and tortured, murdered, and raped in the face of biblical abortions. This was a trigger for what is happening now. I know there were things that were leading up to this, but all the civilians that were killed, 1,200 people in American terms, 30,000 Americans. And the way they were killed is biblical. It wasn't just shooting, it was dissection, evisceration, and burning alive. They're all involved. I don't understand why people are not mentioning it. It was a trigger. It was a demon festival. It was a aesthetic. A man. People don't mention that. They're like, I never struck. You literally get tours of the massacre site, celebrities and politicians, and I think everybody understands what October 7th was. I think that registered in people's mind that the engine that drives the revenge and the violence that kills the Palestinians is justification. An extreme right-wing government who has seen
not just tit for tat or eye for eye, but annihilation of people. So I think we all need to know it. And the sad thing is, October 7th is not the first or the last time there'll be biblical violence in the Middle East. I mean, remember King everything and killed all the babies that were we have a Bible full of horrific events. So I think the important thing here is we cannot the Bible. There's no history of, unless you want to kill every single Arab and every Palestinian and file over the land as they did in the Bible. At some point, neighbors have to live with neighbors, and there always will be violence. Chaos, nobody's going to win, nobody's going to lose. So I think straight outrage is important, but then how to prevent that kind of atrocity from happening again. I mean, nobody agrees with 9/11. Nobody supports Osama bin Laden. Nobody supports the fear of terrorism. These don't happen. But in the Middle East, so we need to work towards that not happening again.
What do you think of the Secretary of Defense negating the kill of the masterminds of 9/11?
Well, I have a feeling, I've been there, done that with all those people. I want to know these guys, they know thousands. Every time and the murder, 3,000 people. I mean, Belichick won't have a brain like anybody by now. He's been tortured, incarcerated, or whatever, but he's still alive. There's no justice for the family. So, I don't know, like, Vietnam is not the best idea in the world, but having someone who deliberately planned and helped carry out the murder of 3,000 people should be acceptable for each other. He's still not.
Whatever happened to the Palestinian Liberation Organization? Yasser Arafat's PLO.
Well, in order to continue the help that is already, I mean, all these terrorists are supported the political group. So, if you're looking for what the origins of history of Hamas comes from radical groups that fought against Israeli occupation, and then they became calmed down, they became political groups, and then they popped up in their wings. Military wings became terrorists. So, it's like an ebb and flow.
Arafat kind of calmed down after.
Well, you see now, I guess that's part of it. He played the game. I mean, he went from a murderer to a negotiator to a very wealthy man. I mean, he spoke about the money that he stole. Legendary. And, his crochet, all the same thing. And talk about playing all the time, giving us the middle. Nobody's innocent in this game, right? There's no good guys, no bad guys. It's a game that's played outside influence. It's not necessarily helpful. It escalates the problem. It pushes money into the wrong hands. Justifies the murder of women and children. I'd like to strip away what they call the Hezbollah and the terrorist propaganda that Hamas was for. And just look at this region as just a moderate region where people are not thinking that, forget the biblical entitlements, get the 1947 Nakba, try to move forward instead of that.
Laura in British Columbia, Canada. Hello, Laura. Go ahead.
Hi, it's Laura, actually.
Hello there.
Hello. I just got the impression that you're Palestinian sympathizer with the attitude that Israelis is the aggressors and the invaders are the occupiers of Israel. I mean, the Mountain Declaration was written in 1917 during the Ottoman Empire. Jews living in Israel are Palestine at the time, along with Arabs, along with Muslims, along with Christians, as they always have. When the European refugees came in 1947, after the war, they didn't want Jews there. They didn't want Israel. They didn't accept it. They called them infidels. They wanted murder them. How could there ever be the League of Nations at that time?
We stopped there.
I'm an American. I'm also Canadian. I'm not a supporter of Israel or Palestine. I choose the ability to look at people's problems like a doctor and prescribe whatever might help them. I don't run around and see a bag of drums or one side or the other. I listen to all of them. I have friends that are Israeli and I have friends that are Arabs. But what you did there is you tried to label me as something who's against you, and that's part of the problem. I'm not against you. I'm not against Israel or Gaza. I'm trying to explain, I'm trying to figure out where are we at the solution. So labeling me as somebody who's bad or supporting Gaza is not the way forward.
And things have worked out, have they not? That attack on October 7th?
No, of course not. You have to remember that the long-standing agreement of the Palestinians is that we would like our own nation. I mean, it's a legitimate request. And there's been a lot of movement on the American side to try to create that. And then one of the reasons why the Saudis get involved with the Abraham Accords is that they want the Palestinians down. And I don't see why they shouldn't. And then the bottom line is there's a sense of entitlement. There's a lot of jingoism about Israel has the right to defend itself. Israel has the right to defend themselves too. So we have to give them equality in terms of their hopes and dreams, or else they're going to be murdering people. And I don't treat them the same way from unique to Israel and Gaza.
I go to Charles in Sacramento, west of the Rockies. Hello, Charles.
Hey, you're not my money, right? So I did your, I appreciate the fact that you weigh in, and you said that you want to support a two-state solution. I'd like to present the idea that I would do that. However, I support a one-state because, in my opinion, there's a massive contingent among, say, Israeli Zionists, whatever, that absolutely positively will not support a two-state solution. And so that is something that, in my opinion, needs to be addressed and we have to highlight that we had peace, we had peace when someone was given up and for me was assassinated, and I don't believe it would be from Palestinians. So I know we're out of time, so I'll let you respond to that. And George, it's been a really great show. So thank you.
Well, let me answer your question. It's really about America. It's about numbers. It's about how many people vote. Right now, if you created a one-state solution and you integrated the Palestinians into a greater Israel, which, by the way, many people support, and there should be no reason why they couldn't do it. The Palestinians would outnumber Israelis in terms of their voting, right? In terms of their Jewish versus Arab. The plan is to push the numbers down to Palestinians and then be integrated, but not necessarily affect the voting outcomes. This is a very ugly truth about why there is no one-state or two-state solution. And of course, the two-state solution is even tougher because you got to find enough states for that to live in. And many people say, well, you don't think we go live in Jordan. Jordan says, no, they don't live in Jordan. And the rest of them will put them into the side just like, we don't want them as agents. So, going around and around about a one or two-state solution requires a baseline for why each one of those solutions hasn't worked so far.
Robert, we're going to wrap things up, and I want you to keep in touch with us and stay safe on your travels, okay?
Thank you very much, George.
Robert Young Pelton, his website is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. A couple of his books include License to Kill, Hired Guns, War on Terror, The World's Most Dangerous Places. Up next, Lisa Doss joins us. We're going to talk about your guardian angels right here on Coast to Coast AM. And then in our last hour of the show, we flip the switch and take your calls right here on Coast to Coast.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Just log on to beyondbelief.com.
Capital One. 21st. T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, streaming live for
your next chance to be there.
Season fanatics, your summer persona is calling. It's time for sun-soaked party stands at MGM Grand. No luxury cabins at Bellagio. And Sunday Beach Live event on inviting show off your poolside only with MGM Rewards. Visit MGMRewards.com for details. Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by getting your stream on. Starting us off this week is the new Apple TV Plus mystery Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by the debut of the crime mystery A Good Girl's Guide to Murder on Netflix. Debuting at number 8 is the new DC Comics animated series Batman: Caped Crusader on Amazon Prime Video. Lady in the Lake, starring Natalie Portman on Apple TV Plus, falls out of the top 3 back to 7. House of the Dragon on HBO and Max is down 1 to number 6 this week. The Peacock Roman epic Those About to Die, starring Anthony Hopkins, also back a spot to number 5. Ellie and Nigga at number 4 is the new period piece comedy The Decameron on Netflix. The top 3 starts with the new fantasy comedy Time Bandits on Apple TV Plus, starring Khalil Tuck and Lisa Kudrow. The Bear on FX on Hulu remains at number 2 for the second straight week, and back on top for 2 weeks in a row is Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal on Apple TV Plus, your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
Major storm Hurricane Debbie expected to cause potentially catastrophic flash flooding and urban flooding among the life-threatening storm surge today in Florida and in the coming days in the southeast. This storm is taking aim at Florida's Big Bend. We're expecting widespread heavy rainfall from central Florida and northern Florida and heavy rain impacting much of the northern half of Florida with devastating flooding impact up to Georgia and into coastal plains and the Carolinas today for much of the week. 7 to 15 inches of rain. Storm will bring showers and heavy thunderstorms in the upper Midwest today and in the interior Northeast with a slight risk of both flash flooding and severe storms. The southern and eastern Midwest, as well as Pennsylvania, New York, Massachusetts, Vermont, and New Hampshire out west will bring the usual temperatures in the northern plains and the northwest. That's your national weather forecast from Mike Gillis, NBC News Radio.
Team USA's 100-meter gold medal-winning sprinter Noah Lyles advanced to Wednesday's 200-meter semifinals. He'll be joined on the track by fellow Americans Arian Knighton and Adrian Norton. Simone Lyles claimed silver in the floor exercise final, but they have been the 27-year-old's final Olympic event. Lyles alluded to a possible return to Los Angeles in 2028. The Kansas City Chiefs have signed kicker Harrison Butker to a 4-year contract extension worth $25.6 million, with almost $18 million guaranteed. That makes him the highest-paid position. Vikings wideout Jordan Addison was charged today with misdemeanors related to drunk driving. Addison was found passed out behind the wheel of a car in Los Angeles last month. The first USA Today football coaches poll was released today, with Georgia occupying the top spot. Ohio State follows them up at number 2, with Oregon, Texas, and Alabama ranked in the top 5. That's Frank Garrett, NBC.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio: Android Auto. Our Android app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Android Auto app interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction, while making sure that you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app. Just plug or pair your Android phone with your dash, and if the Android Auto is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car. Android Automotive. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
This edition of the Marketers Report, Angela Zepeda, Chief Marketing Officer of Hyundai Motor America, discusses measuring audio.
The measurement capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us, but all of it's been extremely helpful, and we have seen a huge return on our investment. The methodology by which we're approaching audio, and then seeing the real results with real numbers has helped us continue to invest moving forward. One of the things that's been really important for us is to see the extension of reach to new audiences that we could not really speak to before. We get about a 20% lift adding audio to our overall portfolio.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all, from national to local. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a marketing company, iHeartMedia is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Uline is here for the hard workers, for the ones rolling up their sleeves, working around the clock, and getting the job done. You're dedicated to doing what it takes to keep a business growing. Uline is dedicated to helping you make that happen. Working 7 days a week, staying fully stocked and ready to ship any of our 41,000 items the same day. Uline, your shipping and industrial supply specialists. Visit uline.com.
From the team behind Atlanta Monster and Up and Vanish comes a brand new investigative true crime podcast, Flashpoint. Listen as they explore the homegrown terrorism threat through the lens of the Atlanta Olympic bombing bandits. Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint to start listening.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Put your family first. Make it healthy water today with Life Source. As a mom and a grandmother, it gives me comfort knowing my family gets clean, safe water from every tap. Bath time is especially enjoyable knowing that my grandson is not sitting in a tub of skin-irritating chlorine. Call now, receive free basic installation at 800-WATER-99 or visit us at lifesourcewater.com. Life Source. Taste and feel the difference.
Hello, this is Daniel Martinez running for U.S. House of Representatives for District 31 at the November 5th general election. The only way to create change is to have your voice be heard. Make sure you register to vote today at vote.gov. Have your vote.
I'm a Second Amendment guy, that's all. That's all you're going to ever hear me say when it comes to any kind of control. I'm a Second Amendment guy. I vote no. This is a horrible legal argument. They're not going to be able to track us law. Losing your license because you're illegal idiot is perhaps a good idea. Bill handle. I could have lost my license. That's right. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. When you think you can't find Tito's vodka, a sack of beer, and Pedialyte. I think I know that you're just afraid you're out of control. So you gotta buy pinkies and diapers, a too cuddly choo-choo, and then you gotta slide in the key. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI live and everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Not sure whatever needed angels to help us out on this planet is right about now. And then Dr. Alicia Dosh joins us. We're going to talk about connecting with your guardian angels in just a moment. Coast to Coast. Health Equity recently suffered a massive breach resulting in personally identifiable information being compromised for over 4 million people. While specific information and personal information may vary from individual
how crime and identity theft affect our lives. Lots of places can accidentally expose personal information, and that's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points a second. Risks to your identity. LifeLock detects an election of potential identity threats that you may not spot on your own. Loans taken out of your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. If you do become a victim of identity theft, dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists will work to fix it, guaranteeing your money back. It's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Right now, save up to 40% off your first year with foreclosure. Call 1-800-LifeLock and on the world lifelock.com. You're there. Use promo code George. 40%.
At California Psychics, we know that doubt can get in the way of your relationship. One moment you're enjoying a romantic date, the next you're thinking, is this guy right for me? Could I spend my life with someone who has more hair on his feet than on his head? Then you realize you've been thinking out loud. Wait, come back, Thankfully, California Psychics can clear away the dating doubt. Our accurate psychics are available 24/7 to give you all the guidance you need to make the right relationship choices. California Psychics is the psychic service people trust. That's why we can guarantee it is not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 80% off their first reading. I can smell love in the air already. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
And welcome back, George North with you, Dr. Alicia Doss, with us, a globally recognized authority in angel touching, especially after a 3-decade career as a spiritual intuitive and seminar leader. Known for her rare ability to speak the angelic language, Dr. Doss is mastered in the areas of psychology, spirituality, and healing. Her work, consciousness clearing, makes her a trusted guide. She's got a popular radio podcast called Live Your Love and Dream Intellectual Thought Leaders. Well, her website is Renee, linked up in coasttocoastam.com. Alicia, welcome.
George, such a delight to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
There are so many great things about your work. How did you get involved in the angel studies?
Well, it got involved with me, they rather did, when I was really young. I remember first connecting to archangels, beautiful monolithic beings when I was around 3 or 4. It's really been a lifelong love affair that has very much evolved as I have other tools in my toolkit to help other people and started really developing my craft.
As we get started here, tell us why you believe in the angel to be first.
Well, in my awareness, an angel is an extension of God. They are your higher power, spirit, or you call divine love. They are very God. Again, I've been here, bridges, living bridges to divine intention, carrying out God's will into the level where really the magic and the mysticism of life that we can access in a very tangible way.
It is important to connect with the angels in these very strange times, isn't it?
Oh my goodness, and I love listening to your talk with Robert. It's such a voice of calm, and it really is so incredibly important to connect with that which unifies us. Angels are really one of those rare beliefs that most of us agree upon, even more than we agree upon God or religion or politics, etc. Incredible tool by the Associated Press and the NORC and the University of Chicago. Very strong tool, very objective. In the U.S., people with all the rockets and 69
question is, how do you tap into it?
Well, really, it's a matter of opening yourself to receive. If you knew each symbol of that challenge how the love for you, it would blow your mind. It would overwhelm you. So really, it's opening yourself to receive. Ask yourself for this in a way that's perceived and risky. And being aware that a lot of times you're probably experiencing angels, but you're not giving yourself enough doubt, pretending that you will be, trusted and rested, or that maybe it's an action. You're not seeing angels. Most of the time, they're really like warm and subtle, which hopefully are spiritual.
Remember the movie It's a Wonderful Life with Jimmy Stewart?
One of my favorite movies.
A great angel movie, isn't it?
A perfect angel movie, truly.
I had a story once I had heard a friend of mine years ago, truck driver. He said, George, I got to tell you this story. There was a night I was driving on a winding road up a mountainside, very winding, and I was exhausted, but I had to push myself to get through. But he said, I dozed off, and as I did, I felt like I was going right over the edge of the cliff with the truck. He said, I woke up, and then very quickly, another hand reached onto my steering as I was asleep and moved the truck back on the road and saved me from going over the cliff. He said, the problem is, I was the only one in the cab. I'm convinced that was an angel that stepped in and saved us.
I hear you.
What kind of stories have you come across?
Oh my goodness, so many, George. You would stop me. Well, not you. Not you. And I've heard some of your angel stories. Very, very beautiful. The one where you literally see your whole family.
Oh my God.
That's a story. So my story, I have lots of stories. But, I have always been an angel practitioner, counseling, but I was not fully sharing my work. It is different than what's normal, what's typically out there with angels. And I was diagnosed with aggressive uterine cancer in 2016. I said I knew what I had created, and I was be utilized by the archangelic, by spirit. And I said to my oncologist, okay, but I just need to really secure this. You can imagine how low that was. No, it's not very. And, but the angels intervened, and even lost my pathologist life. And this gave me a few months. And I went to the doctor, one of the doctors from the Dr. Law is a traditional Chinese medical doctor. He's been my client for many years. He was doing my work. He laid me down on a bamboo mat and he said, what would it take for you to fully fulfill your spiritual calling of bridging the human and angelic realm? And I allowed the angels to guide me right up and teaching us to share my work is not go back to fully utilized. Made itself life and failure. And something spoke within me, and I said, yes, what I did, first my body rose fell on the mat in incredible creative ecstasy and agony and terror. And I knew that I was comfortable to be able to leave my body through the archangel, the angelic bond, which is just a harbinger of spiritual awakening, of angelic awakening to an ever greater level. And when I had the second biopsy, they humorously finally found my spine after 7 weeks. The whole baby hospital to watch them. There, the cancer had reduced from 95% of the organ to 5% how they split 5%.
That's dramatic. What stage was it in the beginning?
It was, well, there's a few different opinions. It was between a 1 and a 3, the grade, but there was also varying opinions, but it was, so somewhere around stage 3, I won't get technical with all this, what stage it was, but it was somewhere between a 1 and 3, depending on who you ask, but they wanted to immediately do surgery to take it all out, because he would biopsy for cancer type.
Sure, probably what? Hysterectomy?
Yes, exactly. So they did not do that. They did a partial hysterectomy because I already had my kids. And I knew I needed surgery for spiritual reasons. And so I did the much more minor surgery. It was they had the organ there in front of them. That was a definitive biopsy. There was no cancer. No allopathic intervention, no chemo, nothing but angelic intervention. Now, can I just tell you that I can't even cure a head cold sometimes. So I thought special was demonstrating the efficacy of the archangelic work as their witness to it.
Do we all have guardian angels?
That's certainly what I see. That we all have at least one, if not a few, depending on what we're doing. We all have a guardian angel, but it doesn't mean we're all aware of it. We have to be open and receptive. They're open to helping us. They can help us a lot more than we can get.
What is the difference, Misha, between an archangel and a guardian?
Oh my goodness, George, that's the big difference. A guardian angel is an angel. An archangel is much more highly involved. The guardian angels in a collective, they don't have individual souls. The archangel has evolved to have an individual soul. They help us more spiritually to be in charge of an entire universe. They serve us personally, but they can also relate and serve us locally.
When you summon them up, do they always show up?
They always show up. My experience, without fail. Now, certain therapies that we don't summon them up. If you can see it, clairvoyantly, you can see a halo around our environment, and we think that's light, but it's actually not. People chose joy together, chances peace to our planet.
Now you have clients who come to you and telling stories, no doubt.
Absolutely.
Share one of those for us.
One of my clients was a dramatic story. She was 15. She was brought to me by her parents. She was actually very high up in the entertainment industry. She had 5 suicide attempts. Each was her last. I sat with her. To be honest, I was just like, okay, great. I'm going to speak each one time to start local. And yet, God is my boss. I really went in deep to work with her. She really got it. And Archangel Michael came through me and said, you can never hurt yourself again. George, she never did. That was the what she was valuing herself. She was Alzheimer's, and she never hurt herself again. She's now graduated college, and she's now 30.
She keep in touch with you.
She's doing every 2 weeks without fail.
That's right. He's responsible for the angels.
God. They have several different entire radar angels. And of course, God.
My plan, is there anything special that you use to summon them up?
Well, the language I started hearing in my very early 20s, I really the justice that the life math awakening works. I can be slow with it, I can share about it. We can go through it, take a girl in the end. But when I moved to California and I started really connecting with the angels and doing workshops, I followed my own powerful angelic name for very specific process, and that opened me up to hearing another language, the most exquisite language, George, that entirely ruled that out. Enough. You hear things like it's happening, like it told me one time, but I knew that it was very positive. And then at one point, I shared with the teacher, he confirmed that it was angelic language, that I have been developing now for decades in a way that I can really utilize people to reach higher records.
Why does it seem, though, Lisa, that some people get angelic intervention and others simply don't?
I think it very much has to do with receptivity, level of surrender. Perhaps they don't want to listen. If you are willing to surrender to a higher power, to a higher peak, they are the purveyors of our area. But I think we all have to divine intervention. It's just how open are we?
How positive you have to be in believing in angels in order to get help from them?
Gosh, not. You think it has to be really positive. You really don't have to be positive at all. Sometimes people get that divine intervention simply because it's God's will. It's not their time to do the planet. There's something more that they're doing, so they will be, plucked out from the oncoming happen because that's God's will. Even if they not
When Dr. Alicia Dawson, we were talking about guardian angels and angels in general. We're going to take your calls with our next hour here, coast to coast. There are keys to connect with angels. How do you find those keys?
first key is to call upon them and ask them to come in a way you can best receive them. They know how you perceive spirit, so we really perceive angels as that subtle spiritual quality. So they're going to say, hey, come in a way I can perceive you, and then walk back on your heels and listen to how they make it to their signs, breathe into that guidance. Each or to ask a question, to hang out in the divine nothing and the silence, and then speak that message of your own voice out loud. You will be shocked at how quickly people are coming to higher communion, higher guidance, just that.
Can people email you, Lisa, through your website?
Absolutely. It's right on my website. Contact me.
Tell us about Live Your Love radio show.
Live Your Love is a radio show on Help My Son Dad and 200,000 listeners. And then it's also on my YouTube channel and my podcast. And I have had people on Marion Williamson, Barbara Bolden, is on the show 10. Many stars on Bridge, many stars in the spiritual world where I get to share their work and we talk about what's going on and what awesome is to inspire about our lives.
There must be many things to be inspired about.
Well, just like you inspire so many, and you really give people the permission to be free to believe and share what they believe. I think it's very similar to us coming together and speaking a common language, which is love.
I got more emails today from people who must know you. Just said this is great. We can't wait for the show tonight. We finally got her on. This is your first time on the show, right?
It is my first time. That's delightful. And I am so thrilled to be with you. I really want to personally thank you, George. I've been listening to your shows. Really create such a safe space for people that is so needed.
Big time, too. We're going to take a short break. We'll come back and chat with you as we talk about connecting with guardian angels right here on Coast to Coast.
Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Library tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A fast-moving wildfire destroyed 5 homes in San Bernardino. Officials say the edge fires burned 100 acres so far. It's now 75% contained. Police say a person of interest was detained but has since been released. Vice President Kamala Harris, now the official Democratic presidential nominee. She's expected to name her running mate today at a campaign rally in Philadelphia. A Ventura County man's been arrested for pulling a gun on a woman who honked her horn at him. The man also allegedly trapped the woman in her vehicle in a parking lot. And Haagen-Dazs is relaunching pistachio ice cream. It's made from real nuts grown in California. 42% of all pistachios grown in the state come from Kern County. Sunlight weather for KFI. Heat advisory for SoCal continues today. Highs in the 90s, 100s. Cooler tomorrow. Right now, 72 for Wayne Park. San Juan Capistrano is 68. 76 in Burbank and at 72 degrees in Downey. Really local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
A semi-on-fire plane was shut down. The Castaic on the 5 southbound and Denton Highway in Finland. Crash investigation. The 2 right lanes are still blocked. And again, Texas City on the 10 eastbound and Dillon Road. A car and a pickup got into it. And the accident has been recovered. The right shoulder of traffic is stopped. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
iHeartRadio Olympics update. Team USA simple smile won silver on the women's floor exercise on Monday, boosting her Olympic career medal count to 11. Jordan Childs finished with the bronze. He's won on advanced Wednesday's women's speed for finals with a first for ABC's live coverage from Paris. Search Olympics on the free iHeartRadio app.
This week's Marketers Report, Jaden Nussbaum, Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on regional audio marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart's network.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
From the team behind Atlanta Monster and Up and Vanish comes a brand new investigative true crime podcast, Flashpoint. Listen as they explore the homegrown terrorism threat through the lens of the Atlanta Olympic bombing and its aftermath. Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint to start listening.
Hi, this is Luz Rivas running for U.S. House of Representatives for District 29 in the November 5th general election. The only way to create change is to have your voice be heard. Make sure you register to vote today. Visit vote.gov. Have your vote count.
KFI AM 640. It's the one and old as most like us. And we keep them in a cage all day and all night. That's it. I wonder why the zookeepers have not reprimanded monkeys for even throwing their feces at you. And everyone seems to just laugh it off. The Tim Conley Jr. Show. I mean, if I went to Gelson's and did that, they'd kick me out forever. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640.
Catch a falling star and won't believe it. Never let it fade away. Catch a falling star and won't believe it.
Some stars and just in case you feel you wanna hold it, you'll have a pocket full of stars. You're listening to Coast AM with George Norrie.
ParanormalDay.com keeps growing and growing, and we want you to become part.
We sure do. We invite you to go to ParanormalDay.com if you're looking for a friendship, maybe somebody to have a cup of coffee with, people that think like you do. They're at ParanormalDay.com. If you're looking for somebody a bit more mature, say 60 plus, we've got you covered there too. You can head over to ParanormalDay.com/seniors, and these are folks that are 60 plus, think like you do, and just want to have a little fun. Maybe meet you, like I said, have a cup of coffee or just hang out. So ParanormalDay.com, ParanormalDay.com/seniors.
Taking calls with Dr. Alicia Dawson next hour here on Coast to Coast as we talk about the angelic realm. She also does angel readings. Where you ask her a question, and the angels give her the answers. Do that next hour. There's something for you to build up that immune system.
HealthyLooking.com. Dr. Alan Malay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products from exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself. The stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, and fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and ImmuStem?
ImmuStem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostem and ImmuStem and your free gift Relaxo is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
In these strange times, there's peace of mind and security. Security for our country, families, people. But think about this. If we're not financially secure, all those things are in one basket. Gold and silver are an excellent way to diversify your savings. They're a hedge against inflation. They are a physical asset that is in high demand globally from the wealthy to central banks. And through our friends at Birch Gold, you can own physical gold and silver at a tax-sheltered retirement. That's right. You can diversify an old IRA or 401k for no money out of pocket. Into an IRA of gold and silver, this is one thing you can do to secure your family savings. Simply text the word COAST to 989898. Receive a free no-obligation info kit and then learn the role precious metals play in your overall savings strategy. Again, text COAST to 989898. An A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers. You can trust Birch Gold like I do. Text COAST 989898.
Real people, real stories.
And my problem when it gets that way, I have bruising damage all over my arms, 3 weeks after I was unaccountable. I noticed, I go looking at my arms, and I said, I don't have any bruises on my arms, I don't always feel bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be accountable.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivore.com. Use coupon code George to get 15% off your order.
Welcome back. This is Dawson. Coast to Coast. Our website is coasttocoastam.com. Alicia, how do we get to know the name of our guardian angel?
Well, this is really a delightful process and a very personal one. So I would suggest you really open your heart and your inner ears so that you can receive their name and realize that sometimes their name changes as our relationship with them evolves. So you might hear a name and it might be that name for a while, and then you might hear a different name. And you can really be open and see how the name will come to you. So of course you're going to ask them their name, and you might hear it might come as a musical note. It might be an image that you put in the name too. That really is just a moniker for you to invoke. You're not really invoking them, because they're always with you. You're more invoking your own consciousness. Be receptive and aware of their benevolence and their guidance. You know, when we're real good angel and bad angel on our shoulder, we want to listen to that higher guidance.
Once you get the name of your angel, can you become like a first name basis with them?
Yes, absolutely.
It works.
Does it work to call them by name?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does work to call them by name, but even more efficient is to call them by intention. To truly have the intention to absolutely give yourself over to spirit. Really, it's about being a bridge to the divine. It's making the divine very tangible and imminent for us. And really, we call them with the intention of surrender, of love, of higher choices. They are right there. And they will bring our life into such a state of grace and our heart into a state of love.
What about the fall of the dark?
You know, it's really something we need to be aware of, George, because obviously we want to focus on the very highest stages, the greater stages of life, but there are fallen angels among us. And so, this stage that did not quite pass that test, and they fall to the extent of their cognizance of who they were following. They may know they're following darkness, they're following Lucifer. There could be a much bigger fall. There could be a much more powerful dark angel than an angel who really doesn't even know they're being fooled. But yet they're, they get to that small voice. It's not going to be a very big fall. So their job as fallen angels is to trick us, if you will. But not to get started, but to make us stronger, to test us, to help us grow our faith.
Is it easy to fall for a fallen angel?
I love this question. Oh, yes, it's so annoying to me. Yes, it's so darn easy because they're very magnetic usually. And those of us with angelic origin, which is, something that's a longer story, but those of us with angelic origin are particularly susceptible to fallen angels because they have lots of light to them. They were once a nature of light, and when they fall, they tend to have, that double conscious presence in the just when they and to have a lot of that support. So yes, you're going to see campaigns.
How do you fight them all? If they come at you.
Yeah. Well, you know, at this office, if you're doing light work, if you're being of service, they attract more of them. And of course, they love the dark between the drugs. Various things are going to attract more of them. So how do you fight them off? Is first, I would rather just calling upon the great archangels, the very highest angels, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, there's many of them. You don't have to call them by name, but you can. Certainly, angel help. Here's the thing, they know their own. So if you want to fight, call an angel, call on the angels of light, call on all the angels of light. They've got this book keeping as far as which angels to send to you, right? And they will shine a light. How can you really connect to that little small light in the river? Where are you tricked that you can choose up in the light?
Is it conceivable that archangels, once you get to know them, never leave?
Absolutely, before you get to know them, that's conceivable because they're, especially the great archangels, which are the most rarest of archangels, they're only so they can be with millions of us at the same time. Now, probably not millions of us are going to be calling upon them, but if we were, they would probably serve in instance. Yes, absolutely possible.
It's interesting. Sure, it's not.
I think it's very helpful as well. To me, it's helpful to your rabbit and your push for angels, but you know, the angels are really good. The more you probably get it, and all that, it's natural. Yes, that's truly going on, but it's humanity at its core is good.
Is it conceivable that there's a higher purpose for the angels?
I think it's not only conceivable, but probable and absolute. So to be very general, their higher purpose is to carry out God's will, to share God's will and implement it, to share divine design and orchestrate it in a way that is accessible and loving.
How many angels are assigned to us? Just one?
That is not my experience. My experience is at least one. We all have a guardian angel. We also have more than one. And here's the great news. Is these archangels, the great archangels, will come in and out. So, you know, and there's even angelic grace. So you're never alone. Okay, you just have to back to get away with something you're probably on.
Have you ever been let down by an angel?
Yeah, I figured no. No, I don't think that any of us have ever been let down by an angel. I think we've been fooled by it. Probably because I don't think an angel of light would ever let us down.
Well, let me ask you a strange question. When we pass, when we die, is that angel there to visit us, to be with us?
Oh, absolutely. There is an angel that guides us across the bridge, and it has many different names. We call it Yah, we call it Adonai, but they always, at least one, if not many angels guide us across and really have a breath. And actually, I thought of my mother, and I watched her taken by angels and feel my soul and truly bliss.
You know, sometimes somebody, when they're ready to pass, they seem to be talking to someone on the other side. Who is that? Is that a loved one? Is that an angel? Might that be?
I have observed that when my parents passed, my arms would speak apart. And I think that sometimes, and because of work that I do with spiritual intuitive, often I can tell that they were talking to them. A lot of times it is a loved one who's already passed
you ever hear the poem Footprints in the Sun?
Oh, yeah.
Classic. And it has to do with somebody who felt that God had left them, talking about how they see only one set of footprints. Where are you, God? You're not there anymore. And God replied, I'm caring. It's got to send shivers up your spine, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I have read that so many times, and it's inspired.
Now, when we take calls next up, I want folks to ask you general questions if they want about angels. But if they want an angel reading, how does that work?
Well, really, they don't have to tell me much of any story. If I'm not moving, I'm very experienced with the angels. So they can just share something they've had experience with. They had Archangel Michael come up and they asked Archangel Michael, can really be about anything because I'm not moving the Archangel.
Have you ever witnessed an angel that is unhappy?
Sometimes they do weep, but not for themselves. Sometimes they weep at the state of planet. Sometimes they weep at a deeply heartbreaking story. Someone feels alone. Sometimes they weep our tears. For those of us who can't cry, we have to have.
How high in the hierarchy is an archangel compared to a guardian angel?
Much higher. It's many years for an angel to evolve to an archangel. And then there's gray archangels, and they're really rarefied, and those are much higher than archangels.
Oh, and It's a Wonderful Life. Clarence had to earn his wings. Remember that?
I do.
Now, angels really don't have wings, do they?
That's not my experience. The wings are simple to explain how they got here. They're in another dimension. They're not physical, of course. So I think that the wings were mapped in this way to explain how they are in the heavens and they're here too. And I think it's also the way that images come up.
If somebody were to connect with an angel, generally, what do you ask them?
I say start with what presence in your work. Someone is dying. It could be help, heal them, help me. It could be, George, I've worked with angels my entire life. I was 3 years old.
Have they ever let you down?
No, they have never let me down. They have not always answered my petitions. I have to give them that. But usually, I'm smart enough to go, okay, I really need that thing.
When you're with an angel and they sense some kind of danger, how do they protect you?
Oh, it's so beautiful. That's for guardian angels, guardian angel groups come in. So it has to be aligned with the highest good or divine will. But if it is, they can literally come into this level. They can come in through physical body if that's needed, and sometimes it is. And that's why we have the person who just straight back on the track. And it's a car, child. We have so many stories. Woke you up, supposed to the house was burning. They just come into this level to protect us if it's divinely ordained.
Dramatic stuff, isn't it?
It really is. That's, I think, sometimes doesn't get our attention. I think sometimes they whisper and whisper and whisper, and we're not paying attention, so they have to kind of yell.
You ever get to a point where you can't see
thus with us. Our website is her name, linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Do you have any books out there?
I have two books coming out with takeout. The first book is called Your Angelic Ancestry, Discover Your Angelic Name, Heritage, and Higher Purpose. That will be launching July 2025. The second book, Your Messenger of God, is launching July 2026.
Excellent. Would they take pre-orders on Amazon?
Not quite on Amazon yet, but there is a list to sign up on my website.
Since you've been doing this, how many years now?
30 years, George.
You're only 35.
I know, thank you, my friend. See, I knew I liked what you liked before. Yes, that's what it's called. Thank you.
What did your parents say?
Well, you must understand that I'm from rural Indiana. My mother was very close to my mother. I remember being about 6 years old, and it is raining childhood from the maternal perspective is such an accurate. My mother's face went into shock. And I went, I'll be all alone if I don't shut my mouth. So I not only shut my mouth, I shut my sight. And so I had an experience with UFO. Can I tell you that story?
We come back, sure will. Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
Hey, if you're listening to me right now, I have one thing every business needs most. Attention. Think about it. We swipe and scroll past stuff all night, but when we're driving, cooking, and working out, we're also listening. That's the magic of audio at iHeart. We're in your next customer's ears while they're living life and listening, just like you are right now. So get your customers to listen up today using radio, digital, and podcasts. Visit iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
And you look, the prevailing opinion is if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers, believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Tired of endless summer heat? Experience a luxury oceanfront escape at Terranea Resort on the Palos Verdes Peninsula. Massive, cool ocean breezes, make a splash in our 4 pools, enjoy a round of golf, or indulge yourself in our legendary spa. For a limited time, book your oceanfront getaway for as low as $375 per night, including resort fee and parking. Don't miss this rare opportunity from renowned Terranea Resort. Visit terranea.com to book now. That's TERRANEA.com.
Hello, this is Dr. Alex Malekian, running for U.S. House of Representatives for District 30 of the November 5th general election. The only way to create change is to have your voice be heard. Make sure you register to vote today. Visit vote.gov and have your vote count.
Hi, this is Dan Chang, running for the Los Angeles Unified School Board, District 3 in the November 5th general election. The only way to create change is to have your voice be heard. Make sure you register to vote today. Visit vote.gov and have your vote count.
KFI live and everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. If you didn't like that opinion, keep listening. We've got a few more.
KFI.
KOST-HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Body found. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A person was found dead following a fire in Studio City yesterday. The fire broke out just before 10 p.m. on Colfax Avenue. LA Fire Arson now investigating if the person died in the fire. Residents near the Hollywood sign are asking city officials to come up with a plan to limit people on their street. The Hollywood sign attracts hundreds of visitors every day, but residents say
say people double park, smoke in the area, and cause lots of problems for the neighborhood. There's a spike in COVID-19 in the state. Health officials say this surge is highly shareable, but don't. That was Dr. Peter Chin Hong from UC San Francisco. The CDC says COVID cases have doubled in the U.S. in the past 2 weeks. Kamala Harris expected to name her running mate today at a campaign rally in Philadelphia. The giant pandas at the San Diego Zoo will be on public display starting Thursday. Timed tickets are offered with admission. Police in several cities fielded dozens of noise complaints on Friday and Saturday nights, all connected with a music festival in Inglewood. Daniel Martindale with details.
The Hard Summer Music Festival is held in Hollywood Park next to SoFi Stadium. The sound and vibrating bass of techno, house, and dubstep music drew complaints in Inglewood, Culver City, El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, and other areas across the west side, several miles away. The organizers of Hard Summer have not publicly responded to the noise complaints. The festival ended on Sunday night.
And Olympic competition continues. At last check, the U.S. Olympic medal count was 79, 21 gold, 30 silver, 28 bronze. Competition continues today. South of weather from KFI. Heat advisory for SoCal continues today. Highs in the 90s and 100s. Right now, 67 for Newport Beach, 70 in Yorba Linda, 75 in Woodland Hills, and at 77 in Riverside. Wheeling local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Yesterday, on the southbound after Templin Highway, an on-road crash investigation still has the right 2 lanes blocked to stop traffic from Vista Del Lago Road. In Long Beach, on the 405 southbound from Lakewood Boulevard, a semi caught fire. That has the 2 right lanes closed with that stop-and-go traffic from Spring Street. In Downey, on the 5 northbound between the 605 and Slauson, the work zone, the 2 left lanes are closed until 5 a.m. Up to San Bernardino, on Highway 58 westbound more than 15, an overturned semi has the right lane blocked. And in Cactus City, on the 10 eastbound at Gillen Road, an accident has been moved over to the right shoulder. It's still causing some stop-and-go traffic out that way. And in Corona, on the 91 eastbound between Green River Road and the 71, all lanes are closed for Caltrans work until 5 a.m. With Southern California's local airport traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
That was surprising. Turns out my trust issues, anxiety, even my sleep problems are rooted in something deeper. They're connected to my ACEs, my adverse childhood experiences. ACEs can involve abuse, neglect, growing up around substance use, or other trauma. My ACEs still affect my mental and physical health, even my relationships. But I'm learning how to heal and live beyond what happened. So can you. At livebeyondskin.org.
With the weather warming up, that means it's time for termites to begin swarming and eating your home or business for lunch, dinner, snacks, breakfast. Termites come out and start doing their damage in places you can't even see. Pacific Coast Termite will come to your home or business to give you a free home inspection. Certain conditions apply. Even if you don't think you have termites, it is worth that phone call. If you do have termites, they get rid of them with no tenting, no gut wagging your food, no pet sitting, toxic gas, none of it. You can even be home while they do their work. I was, and try doing that with the tent in your house. Mention KFI, get 10% off termite treatments, 2-year guarantee on their work. 800-PACIFIC, 800-PACIFIC, PacificCoastTermite.com, PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite kills termites. A clean, friendly way. Sometimes you don't realize something was bothering you until it's gone. That's how you find a feel after we work on vacuuming your house. We make junk disappear. All you have to do is call 1-800-GOT-JUNK. Visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
This is iHeart Wellness, presented by UCLA Health. Here's Mo Kelly with UCLA kidney transplant surgeon Dr. Jeffrey Thiel.
What were some of the biggest obstacles to matching patients and potential donors?
The big obstacle is that you were only family members really. So if you had a loved one who needed a kidney, you'd only ask a family member at that time. Then we started to stretch it out. So friends started to donate to friends who were on dialysis and needed a kidney. And then spouses. And then it stretched a little further. And it was kind of with social media. So you know, and now we're at the point that strangers donate kidneys to strangers.
It's beautiful.
To close, Dr. V will explain how just like rideshare apps, there is now a pool of prospective donors to match with those in need of transplants thanks to his kidney voucher program.
Now we have the computer software algorithms, and now you can take people, put them all in a pool, and maybe your loved one is incompatible with yours, but you can put that kidney into the pool, and then your loved one can take one out of the pool. It doesn't matter if your loved one is A blood type and you're B blood type. Once you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these pairs around the United States with a matching program, you can match them, and that's the difference.
UCLA Health provides exceptional health care at its 5 hospitals and more than 280 locations. Visit uclahealth.org for more information.
Hi, this is Larry Thompson running for U.S. House of Representatives for District 32 in the November 5th general election. The only way to create change is to have your voice be heard. Make sure you register to vote today. Visit vote.gov. Have your vote count.
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk.
To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're going to talk about Lisa Doss's UFO story when we come back, and then we'll get into calls and debate Joe Reagans as well on Coast to Coast. Let's talk about something that could save your life, cardio, 6-7. First of all, it's common for people to feel that they think that they might have some heart symptoms, tightness in the chest, shortness of breath, skip beat. These are feelings that might amount to nothing, but if they are something, you can't just run to the doctor every day. If you had your own little portable EKG device to monitor your heart, you'd be well off. You can do that with the Cardio 6-hour. It's the ultimate FDA-cleared personal EKG device that hooks up to your phone that gives you 6 years of your heart, 6 times the data of any smartwatch. You're probably wondering, how can I afford one of these things? Well, you can. It's a $129 value, but even better, limited time, Cardio Mobile is giving 20% off to all of our listeners when you go to cardiomobile.com. It's KARDIA.com. Or if you go to Amazon.com, use code 20COAST-AM, 20COAST-AM. You get 20% off. Cardio Mobile 6-hour.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's an every summer. Oh, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee it. If your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Go with your gut. Your dog's immune system is based in the gut. A diet lack of nutrients can cause itching, scratching, and a weak immune system. However, there is a solution. DINOVITE. Dinovite. It took a break for 2 weeks. The dog stopped itching. The hair stopped falling out. Try Dinovite for free. Just pay shipping and handling. Learn more at dinovite.com/radio. Happier, healthier with every bite. Over a million pets helped with Dinovite.
Is an angel on standby to give the best on?
Very rarely, I think it's more the opposite, that because the angelic predated humanity by eons, by millennia, possibly there could be some filters in the angelic if not many, many, many lifetimes, and then incarnated into the human realm. It would be rare for a human to go back into the angelic, but of course, that's what happened with Metatron and Adam's sacrifice. Sure.
I'm going to join honorary California. Go ahead, Justin.
I can say my call to it. I work with a lot of different angelic groups. Call on them for help. I also do most of the types of healing work. Sometimes I have to connect with them. I know there's a dark side because a lot of angels come to my aid. They protect me and my friend, and I call on them several times a day. That's how much I can attack on them. The hierarchy, the spirit hierarchy, the angelic hierarchy, it goes beyond archangels, and there are some archangels that are very, very powerful. Some of them are called archideities, that's extremely high. And also they can say, people never talk about that because the angels don't come home to them and say, hey, I'm an angel. They come home to me and say that. So I was wondering, and the ETs, they're not good people. Most of them are not good when they interfere in our lives. You probably don't understand that there's a law of non-interference. They interfere with our free will, and that's the part that I need to ask, we'll talk about for a moment. We need to call on our angels every day. They don't interfere, but when you call upon them, they intervene, and that's a major difference between interference and intervening. I am glad that you're working in this field, but I'm kind of saying that you haven't had enough experiences beyond the actual waves in these higher worlds. Oh yes, and when we call on angels, we aren't supposed to challenge anyone that comes to us from the astral plane or any other spirit. And we challenge them in the name of Christ. We say, who you serve. We say that a few times. And if they don't say, Lord Jesus Christ, Lord, the priest don't say that, most angels say. And you have to call upon angels to rid yourself of this entity.
What do you think of what Joe says?
Well, I think we really want the spirit to reveal that to us. I do agree, and I do want that challenge, and I like that challenge. To say, who then are you? Who is Jesus Christ, or whatever spiritual master you relate to, with challenging whatever presence comes into your field. If you have a question, we don't know. Sometimes it's very obvious. Like if we have any question at all, we want to be very sensitive, then we can call upon the Lord to reveal if this is a need of light and help, or if it is not.
How did they come to your conclusion? How did they physically, visually, what did they do?
All of the above, and for me, it's more of a knowing. More of a, like, I know angels are surely as I'm sitting in the chair, but that was told over many decades of this pure direct knowing. They usually come to us with weakness us repeat and repeat.
Let's go to Sakura in Oregon. Welcome to the program. Hey, Sakura.
Well, hi, George. Thank you so much. I love your show. Step night. And my question was, number 10 comes up a lot, my angel numbers, and what would my angel have to say to me? Well, I'm appreciating you what I'm hearing. Creativity is very important for you, Cora. But it is not just the creativity of picking up a paintbrush or dancing a jig. It is the creativity of real
these messages that you get, Alicia, how do they come in?
They come through me, more than to me. Sometimes I'll have visions where I read past life and it will be more visual. When I go read the higher records, that tends to be more through hearing it, and often it's direct knowing. Sometimes it just comes through. Really, with all my education and training, George, we're really my only skill. He's pretty good at getting that away.
It's good at Des Moines, Iowa. Mary's with us. Mary, welcome to the program.
Well, thank you so much, George. Love your show. Thank you for this on this diet. I'm planning a trip. Lord, they say that there's going to be on 45 miles of walking every day. But today, I'm having this devastating. But that's the pain. I got my heart surgery, and I'm looking at my happy. Magical. He told me that he looked at me to be happy. I wanted to do for myself. And did you say you're from the Lord? Yeah, that's the Lord. Okay, all right. Okay, I have to say that, when you go from connecting to the spirit of John Art, you wrote for many, many, many centuries ago, and even in other lifetimes, connect with her strength. This is a past life coming up for you to heal, but it is not for you to literally, it's for you to look to opening up your faith. Always knowing your strength will only help and heal. You are a very formidable warrior. So now it is time to know you're only here to do good, not to hold yourself back, but to expand and tall, to radiate the presence of spirit.
Is it the Archangel Michael that is the warrior angel?
Well, he's certainly considered the spiritual warrior angel, but there are many. These angels will do what needs to be done to implement God's will.
Whatever has to.
Yes, absolutely.
Next up, let's go to David in Orange County, California. First time caller. Hello, David. Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you very much. Thanks for taking my call. Okay, I have a kind of a weird question, but can you fall in love with your angel, or is there a song that I have a really higher desire which is only to communicate with my angel, and I'm asking for more tip?
I would guess you can emotionally fall for your angel. Would you know how to be sure?
I absolutely agree with you, George. Absolutely, you can fall in love with your angel. I also think that your heart is being open, and I think you are expressing love for your angel, but I also think that it's your beloved, your future mate, coming towards you in a way that is going to prepare you for your mate, so that your heart is going to be open. They're already preparing the way. I don't think it's going to be that long.
When you pray, do you pray to God, or can you also pray to an angel?
I believe that you pray to God. You can absolutely petition angels to for their help, but we worship and we pray to God. Sometimes God answers us through angels. But it's all God. Angels are one with God. You don't really have to worry about it, but no, I'm all alive.
We've got Steve in New York. Hey, Steven, go ahead.
Hi, Uncle George.
How's our taxi driver?
Not bad. I'm getting my car back on the road hopefully tomorrow. I'm not going to be driving taxi, but I am going to be going to an interview for a job in radio station.
Good luck.
Got a couple of things that are important. Number one, I just received information. I was about to get down by a month, and we have that
change. And what I have to ask for her is they left an impression in my head to come back and talk to them. Is there any way I can talk to them now, or do I have to go back to Jerusalem?
I don't think you have to go back to Jerusalem. Jerusalem is where you are. Jerusalem is in your heart. It's really about intention. See, there is no time or space in the angelic realm, and ultimately there is time and space in the construct here even. So I think we can absolutely talk to them right now. Sometimes we have to put our feet on the land, but not always, and not even often. So I really do believe that you can speak to them right here, right where you are.
You want to ask them? I think I can come up on wherever still here. Oh, okay. I'd like to know what they were asking me to do. They were not speaking in Hebrew, they were not speaking English. They left impressions on me. And those on angelic language, trying to pass my tongue right now. They wanted me to come with them, but unfortunately, I was on board the USS Sea at the time. And if I had just gone with them, left the tour group that I was in, they would have gotten very concerned about my disappearing. So I explained to them that I couldn't leave at the time. I had responsibilities as being a member of the United States military, and they understood. But I knew that they were angels because they just appeared and disappeared. What would your question be now, sir? Dave, I have no idea what to ask. The idea is like, can I have better health? Alicia?
What the question was, can I have better health?
Yeah.
I can certainly tell you right here, which is to not judge yourself for the health that is presently appearing lost, that you're working out of ancient karma. You're one who has served God in many ways for many lifetimes. There is a one that is existent in your karmic debt, and that is being worked out in your body. It's time for you to be much more open in your own love, to God's love, to familial love, to deeply forgive what you feel you cannot forget. That forgiveness is asked for. If you believe in Christ, ask for Christ to bridge the gap between the forgiveness you now feel and what's possible. If you believe in a different master, then pray to that one. But know that when you forgive another, you're doing that for yourself, not for them. But there's an ancient wounding from your past, and it's time for you, through God's grace, to let it go. And then your health will naturally start to increase and increase and increase the radius.
Alicia, with the guardian angels, how many do they have? How many humans do they have? Each.
Yeah, each is generally one, except there's a caveat to that. We each have a guardian angel, but they also work in groups, right? So sometimes if they have to move a bus, they have to stop a bomb, and they can't just fly the laws of the physical universe, meaning they can't like just pop in and break the veil and pop out. They do and they don't. So sometimes to choose to accord the laws of our physical universe, they need a full group. So you can actually pray to a guardian angel group if you're about to be in danger, or you know that you're going to be in a collision or the plane's going down. And I'll call out to God first, but also call out to your guardian angel group. Help. Intervene. The highest good.
And do they always show up?
Oh, my experience, always.
Alicia, tell us how people can contact you for further information.
Our website is the easiest way. It's going to be my name, and make sure to put up your coach first. Wonderful.
Parents still with you?
No, my parents have almost a day 3 years ago. Guinness Park. Yeah. I believe that despite 53 years, or again, now I'm really aging myself. My mother followed my father because they really had no idea why she was dying.
Was she depressed?
I think she was more shocked that they had unfinished business that they needed to complete before they went on to other realms.
We're going to take a short break and we'll come back with final calls with you in just a moment on Coast to Coast AM. Dr. Elisa Das, spells her last name D-A-S. We shall be back.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Ivory tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A woman stabbed to death inside a Walmart store in Lake Elsinore. This happened Monday morning. A man now in custody. The victim, a 65-year-old resident of Menifee and an employee of the store. It's reported the 29-year-old suspect stabbed the woman because she didn't have a key to unlock the cabinet. Lonnie Hinton turned himself in at the Lake Elsinore Sheriff's Station. LA County Sheriff's Department called off a vehicle chase early Monday morning. Moments later, the vehicle in question crashed into a funeral home in Pico Rivera. That crash trapped the driver. Fire crews got him out and transported him to an area hospital. His passenger got out and ran away. And a man in Iowa has grown a world record 8 plant. It weighs over 8 pounds. Southline weather from KFI. Heat advisory continues with highs in the 90s and 100s. Right now, 67 for Cypress and Aliso Viejo. 69 for Moore Park and 77 in Pomona. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
Fire has the 2 right lanes closed. Traffic is running steady. Take off in 14 northbound between Avenue Kent and Avenue Bell. Caltrans has all lanes closed until 6 a.m. Hanging Road on the 91 between Blue River Road and the 71. Another work zone, all lanes closed until 5 a.m. That's not traffic from Gibson Canyon. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
iHeartRadio Olympics update. Valerie Ullman became the first U.S. woman to repeat as a gold medalist in the discus throw on Monday. Lizanne Edwards took silver against Louisville. Team USA men's water polo was also in action. Inside Mountain Storms. The half advance in 10-3 United States. They are beating Croatia. They move on to the quarterfinals. For ABC's live coverage from Paris, search Olympics on the free iHeartRadio app.
From the team behind Atlanta Monster and Up and Vanish comes a brand new investigative true crime podcast, Flashpoint. Listen as they explore the homegrown terrorism threat through the lens of the Atlanta Olympic bombing and its aftermath. Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint to start listening.
John Cobell, Melvin Papers, family owned and operated for 40 years. Melvin Papers
specializes in pavers for pool deck, patios, and entryways, different gloss synthetic grass. Summer special is this: first 10 callers get a free demolition. Call now, you get 12 months with no payments, no interest. Go ahead, 44 pay for 11. Ask for Victor's summer special. Free demo, no payments for 12 months. MelvinPavers.com. MelvinPavers.com.
Attention homeowners with solar panels. You jumped at the chance to put solar panels on your roof. In fact, you'd love to add more panels, but you're afraid you'll lose your net metering status. You were right to lock it in, but now you want more. You've been told you can't add more panels without losing your current net metering. You're out in the cold. Not true. Southern California homeowners can now add almost as many new panels to your home as you want and not get kicked off your current net metering. Veteran owned Semper Solaris is on a mission to help you achieve energy independence. Semper Solaris is offering Southern California homeowners zero down, zero interest, zero payments for 18 months, plus a $500 digital coupon, $500 military and first responder discount, and the 30% federal tax credit, and you're on your way to true energy independence. Call Semper Solaris now, 877-211-5591, 877-211-5591, or visit SemperSolaris.com. Private restrictions apply. See website for details. Subscribe to 3124 CSW number 978-152.
KFI AM 640.
The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We're back in the moment with final calls from the Lisa Dots on Coast to Coast. And bringing out our next program, James Rollins joins us. Talk about secrets of the Vatican. And then later on, Deborah Mason joins us. Talk about which part of Coast to Coast. That'll be an interesting thing. Beyond Belief, that's our television show. And we want you to go to BeyondBelief.com.
Yes, we sure do. BeyondBelief.com. We have some free episodes up there that you can watch. Scroll down just a little bit. There's a free 7-day trial that you can take advantage of. That'll get you access to well over 500 shows that we've done. So check out the website, BeyondBelief.com.
YouTube, 605,000 members. We want you to sign up to.
We sure do. Interviews and recent past shows. All you need to do is go to coasttocoastam.com. Go to the top, hit the YouTube icon, free. It's free to subscribe here and have some fun.
There's something for you to have some fun.
If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss versus just counting calories is the true secret to Weight Magic Drops and Capsules. Here's product creator Dan Gunn to explain how insulin management is the key.
Everything for weight loss is focused on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most important things when you are at the level of what we eat is it first goes to the liver, and it goes to the muscle, anything more than that, then it goes into the fat. If there's insulin present in the body, that you get taste of the body has an effect that it actually shuts down the energy in the fat. So you have to control that fat or it's going to be very different than almost impossible to burn the fat.
Dan, so tell me about Weight Magic Drops.
most overweight people have going against them. What is that?
Body temperature is less for people outgoing weight management metabolism. It is separated, created the weight magic drop down control the insulin, also affects the liver, and then the weight magic capsule is treat that like capsule is not uncommon for somebody to lose a half a pound to a pound a day. So it really is the perfect tool for fat loss.
Buy George's Weight Magic Drops and Capsules now and shed those pounds. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Free shipping with promo code George. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. George's Weight Magic from healthylooking.com. Did you know that every 40 seconds someone in the U.S. has a stroke, and 80% of those cases are preventable? I want you to all listen because there's something so easy you can do to manage your heart health at home, between doctor's visits, even while you're listening to our show. Cardiomobile 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. You get 6 views of your heart and 6 times the data to share with your doctor. It's FDA cleared to detect AFib, one of the leading causes of stroke. Now you're probably thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you. Because right now, for a limited time, Cardiomobile is giving 20% off to all my listeners. Just go to Cardia.com. It's KARDIA.com or Amazon.com and use promo code 20COAST-AM. That's 20COAST-AM to get 20% off Cardiomobile 6.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading is life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Oh, I love Girls Night Out. Me too. And oh my gosh, I love that ring. Is that dance night?
Yeah, it's from Jewelry Television, JTV.
Wait, you shoved on TV?
Yeah, it's fun. You can see the and hear the stories, and JTV has every kind of jewelry, even artisan, all gorgeous. And you can also shop online. New JTV customers save up to $50 when you shop JTV.com/radio.
Hey, wait, what about Girls Night Out? Sorry, I have shopping to do.
Welcome back to Working for Education. Awesome. Fun segment. Our website is linked up at coasttocoast.com. Have you ever been an angel and you didn't like Alicia?
Only dark ones, George. Only dark ones.
And what's the percent of good versus bad?
I have to ask that one question. That's a great question.
Yes.
What I hear on Earth, with different, of course, the angelic realm on other planets, other places, on Earth, angels, in the journey, angels cooperate with Earth story, if you will, about 80% good, about 20% false, dark, bad.
That's not bad.
That's not bad. Pretty good odds.
Let's go to Joe in the Bronx. Hey, Joseph, go ahead. Hey, George, how are you? All well. Good. Yeah, Alicia, I wanted to relay what happened to me with myself and Michael Viorke. A few years back, I was in my living room, and all of a sudden, the entire room filled up with golden light. So I walked toward the kitchen, and I see Michael Viorke. Now, I asked him if I could see his wings. His wings were not spread out. They were hard as that. Definitely seeing wings. Now, he also told me that I was undergoing a transformation. What is your interpretation of what he told me?
Well, that's
Could be interesting, Alicia. Go ahead.
guardian angel.
Alicia, has the devil ever tried to come to you?
Absolutely. I think the devil tries to talk to most of us, if not all of us. It's part of the challenge or the struggle. It's also, as we resist this, we rise above the temptation, as we persist, perhaps most importantly, then we grow, we develop wisdom, discernment, and spiritual strength.
How do you handle non-believers?
With compassion and with patience, because to me, we will all concentrate awareness of God, the Spirit. I don't know if people believe in angels or not. That's necessarily their prerogative. But if they believe that they were created from divine love, that's what we should be for.
What a Bill in Indiana. Welcome to the show. Go ahead, Bill.
Hi. One question. Can I call on my guardian angel to help my wife? Because she doesn't sometimes understanding herself anymore.
Yes, beautiful. It's a beautiful question. Absolutely, you can. And you can not only call on your guardian angel to help someone else, but you can also ask your guardian angel to whisper in the ear of their guardian angel and to see if there's any help that's needed. And then their guardian angel can then whisper in the ear of the person concerned so that they can receive and have ears to hear and give them exactly what they need at that time.
Alicia, has there ever been a human angelless? Where they didn't have an angel around them?
I do believe there has been in history because of choices where they chose very much out of the light. I haven't seen that in this lifetime. Now, other than even, everyone on the planet has not seen someone without a guardian angel. That doesn't mean they're the guardian angel. They can very much have their hands over their ears. But I have not seen anyone without a guardian angel.
Next up, let's go to Suzanne in Minneapolis. Welcome to the show. Hi, Suzanne.
Hi. I'm writing a book, and I was wondering if the angels could give me any advice.
What kind of book you writing?
It's about peace.
Peace. That's good.
Peace on earth.
Go ahead, Alicia. Any tips from the angelic side? Alicia, you there? Alicia? You still with us, Alicia?
I am.
Lost you for a moment.
Okay, I'm on the phone. Is that better?
Keep you on there. About 8 minutes left.
Okay.
Next up, let's go to Wendy in Sedona, Arizona, Western Oregon. Go ahead, Wendy.
Yeah, hi George, hi Alicia. I had called in a few months ago about a legal issue I was having, and I was hoping to communicate with my deceased parents. Anyhow, I think that someone is watching over me, or my parents, or guardian angel. I just did my tarot cards, and I came out of paintings, and I turned on a TV show. Yes, I'm just wondering if I'm in touch with my guardian angel,
couple more calls. Let's go to Barbara and Florida. Welcome to the show. Hey, Barb, go ahead.
Thank you so much for taking my call, George. I also am calling regarding a couple of legal situations. First of all, I want to say that about 17 years ago, when I was fighting a legal battle to protect my elderly parents, the train song, Calling All Angels, had particularly great significance for me. And last night on Too Wrong, his program, one of his guests said, when you're doing something right, that's when you become targeted. I have a situation that I'm needing legal help with right now, and I'm following I just want to know information, how to see additional information, and any additional suggestions for the intel and ground growth as to what I should be doing right now. I missed the word that you're following. I didn't hear what you're following. The synchronicity of events that touches my waking up in time to hear your program, your part of the program. I understand. Let's see what you have a particular reference to the Archangel Gabriel. That's calling.radio. So, call for Gabriel. Legal situation is important, yes, strength. But you can't put it as your strength. This is a time where you should surrender and lean back on the strength of God. To realize you are being tested in something difficult and walk through, but you are never, ever walking alone. So the spiritual opportunity of this legal situation is for you day and night to open yourself up and be aware of the incredible angelic and spiritual support for you. This will pass, but you need to choose love and forgiveness through it as best you can, and that will support great bringing in more of a flow, more synchronicity, more faith, and most importantly, more forgiveness for you.
Do you find that if somebody gets some kind of angelic intervention, that it helps instantly? They show.
And not always instantly, no. And sometimes that there is value in waiting period, value in having the faith, going with I'm going to take a breath, and hear guidance in the silence. So it's not always immediate. Often in physical situations, like the car is coming in the plane dropping, yes, that is immediate. But intervention, spiritual intervention, sometimes that occurs in God's time, which is not always immediate.
Let's go to Kay in Jacksonville, Florida. Hello, Kay. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. I just wanted to ask because I was, sorry. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to ask her, one question because she said that, she also had a nightmare as a child, and I did as well. So you were saying that everybody has personal angels, but my question is, do you also think that there are certain demons, like key players, that have more gifts or more protection than others? And also the soul. Do you also think there's the same on the opposite team? I'm seeing people like make a huge difference on the world that they are attacked more than others.
Are some people luckier to have more angels than the other person on the show?
Well, I don't know that people have more angels. I think if someone is doing something that is of great service and really a big light worker, they will have more angelic support because they're being supporting many, many people, you know. And it is true, true, that if someone is doing a great service,
website is linked up at Coast to Coast. For Dan Galante, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lariat, Lex Luger, Sean Badasor, Ellen Fernandez, Stephanie Smith, Chris Burrows, Tim Pinot, George Knapp, and Richard Sarah. I'm George Corey, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe.
Capability within audio, I think, surprised all of us. We have seen a huge return on our investment. Seeing real numbers has helped us continue to invest.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the data, audiences, and influencers you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
18 years ago, I weighed over 300 pounds, and then I underwent bariatric surgery that literally changed my life. If you've tried all the fad diets, even the new injectables, but you want something proven to help you lose 50, 100 pounds or more, let me suggest West Medical. They've been offering long-term, life-changing weight loss solutions for over a decade, like the ultra-minimally invasive gastric sleeve and the Vinci robotic-assisted surgery. The technology today is miles ahead of what I went through. They have helped thousands of people reach their goals. Call 1-800-WEST-MED for a free consultation. It's covered by most PPO health insurance. That's 1-800-WEST-MED. That's 1-800-561-9000. Or visit westmedical.com. That's westmedical.com.
It's incredible because I call 1-800-WEST-MEDICAL.
I don't know what you're thinking, and I'm kind of like that. Keeps it fun.
KFI AM 640.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Free pets. I'm free tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Ventura County now offering free pet adoptions to help clear the shelters. They say the Camarillo shelter is now at 140% capacity. There are lots of dogs and kitties for your consideration. Compton has renamed its post office after a local Medal of Honor recipient. U.S. Marine Corps Private First Class James Anderson was a Compton native. He died during the Vietnam War protecting his platoon from an explosive. A fast-moving wildfire has destroyed 5 homes in San Bernardino. Cal Fire says the Edge fires burned 100 acres. It's now 75% contained. Police say a person of interest was detained but has since been released. Reports say several U.S. personnel have been injured in a rocket attack against a U.S. military base in Iraq. Mark Mayfield with details.
It happened at the Al Hassan Air Base. It's not yet known where the strike came from, but ABC News is reporting 2 rockets were launched at the base. This comes with growing fears of an attack by Iran on Israel, with President Biden and Vice President Harris both briefed on the attack.
Vice President Kamala Harris is now the official Democratic presidential nominee. She's expected to name her running mate today at a campaign rally in Philadelphia. Construction of a wildlife crossing over the 101 freeway in Agoura Hills is one step closer to being complete. The deck is completely finished. Crews will now start with the sidewalls. It spans 10 lanes of traffic. It's expected to be ready by late next year.
Disneyland D23 Fan Convention starts Friday in Anaheim, and tonight is National Night Out. It's the 40th year. There'll be many events all over SoCal. It's a chance for law enforcement to interact with residents. They say there'll be goodies given out. Southland weather from KFI. Heat advisory continues for SoCal. Highs in the 90s and 100s. Right now, 67 in Fountain Valley. Irvine is 68. 72 for Calabasas at 95 degrees in Palm Springs. We leave local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tenants.
In South LA on the 110 northbound before Manchester Avenue, got a fender bender. The three left lanes are blocked and you've got stop and go traffic from Century Boulevard. In Highland Park on the 110 northbound before Avenue 26, a disabled vehicle has the right lane blocked, but traffic is flowing steady. A couple of work zone reminders in West LA on the 10 eastbound connector to the southbound 405. The connector to the 405 south is closed until 11 a.m. for some guardrail work. In Boyle Heights, the 10 eastbound connector to the southbound 5101 split. Caltrans has the connector to the 5 closed until 5 a.m. In Linwood on the 105 westbound between the 710 and Long Beach Boulevard, the right lane is closed until 5 a.m. Up to Fontana on the 10 eastbound Everett Cherry, a car and a semi got into it. The right lane is blocked. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
Yo! Oh, no, don't worry. Just found every single one. And now, the top 5 reasons to visit Morocco. Number 5.
Bricktown Gift Giveaway. Get a brick couch and get your Lego set when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. 13.
Number 4.
You better book your Labor Day stay now. We're going to sell out.
3.
Football is life, and preseason is now. Live your life to the fullest at Sideline Sports Bar.
And number 2.
Grand Funk Road live this Saturday. Get tickets now.
And the number 1 reason.
We're giving away a Ford Bronco August 25th. Earn entries all month when you play table games with your rewards card.
Morocco, the best casino resort in the Southland. Less than 90 minutes from wherever you are. Morocco, good times for everybody.
From the team behind Atlanta Monster and Up and Vanish comes a brand new investigative true crime podcast, Flashpoint. Listen as they explore the homegrown terrorism threat through the lens of the Atlanta Olympic bombing and its aftermath. Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint to start listening.
If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving or maybe even inherit a home, and now what do you do? Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean and paint and repair, and buyers are going to walk through. The house has to be pristine, as if you don't live there. You don't need it like that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com. A local family-owned business, Janet, Matt, brother and sister, I
the nation around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast Media. Later tonight, the angelic realm. Here's what's happening. Several U.S. personnel were injured in a suspected rocket attack on an airbase in western Iraq. We're still there. U.S. Defense Department officials confirmed the suspected rocket attack. At least 2 small rockets fired towards the base. Israelis remain determined to go about their ordinary lives, even as the threat of an Iranian attack hangs over the Middle East. Iran has vowed to avenge the assassination of a Hamas leader who was killed in Tehran last Wednesday. The assassinations were widely attributed to Israel, although Israel has neither confirmed or denied this. In a moment, Robert Young-Pelton joins us to talk about the conflict in the Middle East. A U.S. judge has ruled that Google violated antitrust law, spending billions of dollars to create an illegal monopoly and become the world's default search engine, the first big win for federal authorities taking on big tech market companies. The ruling paves the way for a second trial to determine potential fixes, possibly including a breakup of Google parent Alphabet, which would change the landscape of the online advertising world that was dominated for years. U.S. stocks ended with steep losses on Monday, leaving NASDAQ and S&P 500 down at least 3%, each as the market extended last week's sell-off of the U.S. recession worries and as Apple shares fell sharply on news that a big investor had cut its stake. There's been one big question on the minds of Wall Streeters this tech earnings season. When will anyone start to make actual money from artificial intelligence? Our expert Mark Weinstein is with us. Mark, what's going to happen?
Well, the investors have a lot on their mind right now. As you mentioned, I was going to talk to you about the stock market taking a hit today. The low analysis, I believe, suggests it was mainly a short-term reaction and not a long-term structural problem. But yeah, Google won that major antitrust case regarding Google. But I wouldn't get ahead of myself about remedy changes in the landscape just because it's a new deal. And there's a couple of deals on the Google probably going to the Supreme Court. So that's going to
announced a plan to target plastic pollution, dedicating particular focus to phase out single-use plastic such as kitchen cutlery, cups and straws across federal. There's Dr. Sky Stephen Gates with this week. What's going on up there? Stephen, go ahead.
Georgia's amazing. When you deal with the sun, solar cycle 25 is literally off the charts. Georgia, the sun obviously the state is very active. We know this. We're seeing the most sunspots in 23 years. Right now, 5, the giant sunspot group, what I might consider to be called the mother of all sunspots, is moving from the left edge of the sun onto the solar disk. It's officially known as Active Region 3780. They produce some big flares and CMEs later in the week. Just to get it started, just today it produced a very powerful X1.1 flare. Of course, this one's not directed directly at the Earth. Let's move on to low Earth orbit with a little update on the Boeing Starliner. As many people may think, the astronauts are really not stranded in space. They may have to use the SpaceX Dragon capsule to return until they complete their review of the helium tanks and the thrusters on board the Boeing Starliner. 2 astronauts have been up there on the ISS. It's June the 5th. 61 days. This seems like yesterday. The George moving into deep space. The Mars Curiosity rover finds some solar crystals that it ran over as it was just exploring Mars. Well, they found this in the Mount Sharp area of Mars where Curiosity is working. They found these sulfur crystals, which are a key sign of potential water in the past and possible life on Mars. This is very interesting find. But closer to home about this, what cities George may become uninhabitable because of high temperatures in the world? There are really 7 this week hit list. Number 7 is where I'm at, Phoenix, Arizona. All these temperatures are in Fahrenheit. The high temperature recorded was 122. Let's go to number 6, Beauport, Qatar. The high temperature there recorded all time 122.7 degrees. Number 5, Baghdad, Iraq. 125.2 on the Fahrenheit scale. Number 4, Rabat, Pakistan, 128.7 degrees. Number 3, Raqqa, Saudi Arabia, 130 degrees. And here's an unusual one. Number 2, back in 1922 in Libya, in an area known as Andalusia, recorded the temperature of 136.4. But here we go at number 1, Kuwait in 2019, 125 degrees Fahrenheit. Wow, where things heating up, and remember, cold weather comes from the sun. Wrapping up with the live sky, George. Welcome to midsummer. The official date is August the 6th. Now only some 46 days for the first day of autumn, and you can't wait. And the big news this week, of course, is the Perseid meteor show. A classic. Looked at the northeast sky after midnight till dawn. The best nights if we were
Brussels. And the hotel that lost your reservation has your passport info. Your information is in endless places outside of your control. Any one of them could accidentally expose you to hackers and identity theft, lack security, breaches, or simple mistakes. LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second and alerts you to a wide range of threats. If your identity is stolen, a U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it, guaranteed your money back. Plans covering up to $3 million for stolen funds and expenses. Mistakes happen. Don't let not having protection be one of them. Save up to 40% your first year at lifelock.com with promo code George. That's promo code George at lifelock.com and save up to 40% per rate.
I love Girls Night Out. Me too. And oh my gosh, I love that ring. Is that dance night? Yeah, it's from Jewelry Television, JTV. Wait, you shoved on TV? Yeah, it's fun. You can see the product and hear the stories. And JTV has every kind of jewelry, even artisan. Oh, gorgeous. And you can also shop online.
New JTV customers save up to $50 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Hey, wait, what about Girls Night Out? Sorry, I have shopping to do.
Suffer from anxiety, depression, or PTSD, and an increasing number of Americans do. Even as Big Pharma touts the effectiveness of drugs that work as long as you keep taking them. And suffer. Introducing Vive, a revolutionary device that's smaller than your smartphone and uses pulse resonance frequency to achieve study-backed results on par, or in many cases better than traditional drugs. Magnetic frequency therapy from Vive, eye-opening study data. Oh, and Vive's now for only $249 at nodrugtherapy.com. And welcome back to Coast George. Right with you. As I was saying, the Middle East is heating up big time. With us is Robert Young Pelton, has become an inspiration and role model for a new generation of intellectual adventurers. He's a noted author, journalist, filmmaker, and photographer. He has trained Navy SEALs in survival, participated in secret special forces training, motivates young people to do meaningful things with their short time on the good old planet Earth. Robert, welcome back. How have you been?
I'm in good, George.
On the Middle East, what's your take? What's your gut tell you?
Well, it's kind of like either heating up or not heating up because we've had this situation for decades. But what's interesting is as we head into the election, I think there's a bit of brainwashing happening. And you remember the Benjamin Netanyahu met with Donald Trump for a while ago, and even Victor Orban met with Donald Trump for a while ago, related to the Ukraine conflict. And I think what we're seeing is an escalation that's not going to take us over the edge, but will be presented as a resolution to help the political element. This is just a guess, right? This is just me using your idea. But, this is like a big bucket of gasoline and people throwing matches at each other. It isn't like a well-organized, well-controlled situation. For example, the attack on the Americans, the Dallas mission. There's been over 120 attacks of American troops since October 7th. And this is completely unrelated to the conflict between Israel and Gaza. Shia groups and Sunni groups, U.S. troops, firing rockets and full-on conflict. But it's the end result of having troop stations.
Israel is waiting any moment now for Iran to attack them. Do you think that's going to happen?
Well, you have to use the word attack in a certain way. I mean, this is going to be an aerial attack.
signed 4 years ago, the Abraham Accord, which brought peace between the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, though now it seemed they were fighting it all in the first place. And apparently Sudan jumped in and Morocco as well. Has that helped her?
No, that was a fraud. I mean, the Abraham Accord was a form of the GCC, the Gulf Community, that was actually created in 2013 after Arab Spring and was solidified in 2015 on a meeting on the yacht. And the idea was that the wealthy Gulf nations would form a coalition against Iran, and Israel would be part of the Arab coalition. Now, this comes from a very strange rule that we have based on the Yom Kippur War, where the U.S. is not allowed to sell weapons to Gulf nations unless they're more powerful and higher tech than what Israel has. And after Arab Spring, both Saudi Arabia and the UAE wanted a lot of weapons, a lot of smart weapons, and we wouldn't sell them to them. So the Abraham Accords were sort of a papered over realignment. In other words, a regrouping of these people. Except we're missing one thing, and that was, of course, the Palestinians. So it was basically I don't know what to call it nicely, but a sham meeting to show that we're all friends. Now we can sell us weapons. And it didn't go anywhere, and it actually led to the tension that we saw in Gaza that led to the attacks on October 7th.
What even more got into Hamas's mind to do that attack on October 7th?
Well, again, I think that's a question because, Hamas is the government of Gaza, or something was, and it was not necessarily voted in by a plurality of Palestinians. Before Hamas existed, in the mid-2000s, there was an organization called Fatah. Fatah was run by a guy named Mohammed Ahmad, and that was sort of a police state linked to Israel, linked to the U.S., based on some peace deals that sort of monitored the lid on Gaza, if you will. And Ahmad was kicked out. Ahmad was turned over, and people voted for a very radical Islamic club. That group has been going through a series of sort of on-again, off-again escalations. So when they're not getting what they want, they'll form some attacks. They'll get attacked by Israel, and then there'll be a peace deal. I remember there's a financial incentive to have a peace deal in the Middle East. If you remember that Israel's our number one recipient of foreign aid, followed closely by Egypt. So if God is ignored, they will accelerate and they will escalate into a violent conflict.
If this condition gets any worse, is it going to pull us in a big way?
That's another good question. So what we're seeing now is basically the entire destruction of Gaza. They're doing controlled demolitions. They're using 2,000 dump bombs. The goal here is to flag the entire region of Gaza and leave it in rubble. There was supposed to be another part of this that didn't happen. This was Egypt was supposed to take in the refugees, and then they were going to shut the gate. Egypt doesn't want the refugees. Jordan doesn't want the refugees because it would create a spike in their population and create all kinds of problems in terms of their voting blog, heat, sustenance. So much happened that the Palestinians have been pulled inside Gaza, and they've been moved around to their whatever extraordinary high attachment that was for civilians. They're supposed to be pushed out, and there are some drawings on the internet of what the Likud Party, which is Netanyahu's party, fantasizes for Gaza. And Gaza is basically going to be sort of an urban redevelopment area that then has a direct line, goes a railroad line, freeway, into Saudi Arabia, and then redevelopment. If you look on a map, you can see the idea that Gaza is just sort of a speed bump in the way of a larger development program.
Robert, 1948, when they created the State of Israel with the Balfour Declaration, why in the world did they forget the Palestinians? Why didn't they carve out a piece of land somewhere for them?
Okay, so I was actually watching one of the Rothschilds explain what happened with the Balfour Declaration. It's important to remember that most of the Jewish diaspora came from Eastern Europe. So they didn't come from Israel, they came from Eastern Europe. And at the end of World
for free at coasttocoastam.com.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA businesses can now apply for grants up to $20,000. It's part of the City Legacy Business Program. Apply businesses must have been operating in the city for at least 20 years. This is offered by the Los Angeles Economic Workforce Development Department. Deadline to apply September 15th. An FBI sting has ended a major cockfighting operation at San Bernardino. 4 people arrested, one still sought by police. Participants attached blades to roosters' legs and sent them in to fight to the death. It is a federal crime. This bus was part of an undercover operation. And a new medical device uses AI technology to detect heart attack risk. CAT scans and x-rays can't see. It's currently being tested in the UK. Southline weather from KFI. Heat advisory continues. Highs today in the 90s and low 100s. Right now 68 in Orange. Seal Beach is 67. 68 for Long Beach and 76 degrees in Newhall. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Cascade, on the 5 southbound between Temple Highway and Lake Hughes Road, Caltrans will have 3 lanes closed until as late as 10 a.m. That could make the morning commute a little bit longer, so give yourself some extra time. In South LA, some good news for 110 northbound before Manchester. That accident has cleared. And in San Bernardino, on the old Highway 58 before the 15, still dealing with that overturned semi. The right lane is blocked. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander.
iHeartRadio Olympics update. The U.S. Women's 3-on-4 basketball team is coming over to Paris with a bronze medal after beating Canada on Monday. Meanwhile, on the beach, Andy Parrish and Miles Martin advanced to the round of 8 of the men's beach volleyball tournament after topping Italy in straight sets. For ABC's live coverage from Paris, search Olympics on the free iHeartRadio app.
In today's Marketers Report, Erica Taylor, Chief Marketing Officer at Genentech, weighs in on audio's ability to reach any audience.
Everyone is listening somewhere somehow. So it's a great way to take something very precise and what we're trying to do to reach patients with something that I think we can all agree is somewhat broad and reaching many, many different audiences.
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
From the team behind Atlanta Monster and Up and Vanish comes a brand new investigative true crime podcast, Flashpoint. Listen as they explore the homegrown terrorism threat through the lens of the Atlanta Olympic bombing and its aftermath. Listen to Flashpoint on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Flashpoint to start listening.
Hi, this is Rick Chavez running for State Assembly District 51 for the November 5th general election. The only way to make change is to have your voice be heard. Make sure you register to vote today. Visit vote.gov. Have your vote count.
KFI AM 640.
She said, hey, Morgan, KFI said, yeah. And she said, my boyfriend listens to you all the time. I said, let's go. What's his name? She goes, it's my ex-boyfriend. Whenever we got in the car at night, he wanted to listen to you. And I wanted to talk. And I got pissed. Whoa. I broke him up. The Tim Conley Jr. Show. Now that you say go, what do you want us?
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
At coasttocoastam.com.
Vacation with George Dory. I have that song on my brain for a week and a plan. By the way, we're going to take calls next hour with Robert Rothschild about the Guinness. Make sure you jump aboard and share some of your thoughts as well. The Paranormal Podcast Network is growing by leaps and bounds, and we want you to participate and listen.
We sure do invite you to listen. It's the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network. A couple ways you can listen. If you listen to your podcast on your phone, just download the iHeartRadio app. If you listen on PC, go to iHeartRadio.com. You'll hit the search of either of those. Just put Coast to Coast AM and all the shows will pop right up. Shades of the Afterlife with Sarah Champlain, Strange Things with Joshua P. Moore, and our latest show, Beyond Contact with Captain Ron for you UFO enthusiasts. And of course, we also post clips from our regular show during the week every night. So it's a lot of fun. Check it out. It's the iHeartRadio and Coast to Coast AM Paranormal Podcast Network.
And now build up the airwaves system.
WealthyLooking.com with Dr. Alan Millay for 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, dieting, smoking, lower hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be aided by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of Immustem and Adaptostem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. Millay, how will I feel after taking Adaptostem and Immustem?
The Immustem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put Adaptostem on with it in most 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Millay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit with Adaptostem and Immustem and your free Gimme Relaxer is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell wellness kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
Did you know that every 40 seconds someone in the U.S. has a stroke, and that 80% of those cases aren't preventable? I want you to all listen because there's something so easy you can do to manage your heart health at home, between doctor's visits, even while you're listening to our show. Cardio 6L is a small medical-grade personal EKG device that records right to your phone. You get 6 views of your heart and 6 times the data to share with your doctor. It's FDA cleared to detect AFib, one of the leading causes of stroke. Now you're probably thinking, who can afford that? The answer is you, because right now, for a limited time, Cardio Mobile is giving 20% off all my listeners. Just go to Cardia.com, it's KARDIA.com, or Amazon.com, and use promo code 20COAST-AM, that's 20COAST-AM, to get 20% off Cardio Mobile 6. In these crazy times, there is peace of mind and security. And think about this, if you're not financially secure, all your eggs are in one basket. Gold and silver are excellent ways to diversify your savings. Through my friends at Virtual Pro, you can own physical gold and silver in a tax shelter retirement account. Text COAST to 989898 and receive a free no obligation info kit. This is one thing you can do to secure your family savings. Again, text COAST to 989898.
Suffer from headaches, general inflammation, or arthritis? Millions do. While taking traditional drugs engineered to treat symptoms and create ongoing sales. Introducing Fly, a novel iPod-sized device using pulse resonance frequency to achieve stunning rapid results on par, or in many cases better than traditional drugs with embedded frequency therapy. Fly, whose founder happens to be a rocket scientist, not a sales scientist. Eye-opening study data. And Fly's now for only $249, and no drug therapy.
RobbertRothschild.com. And welcome back to Rich Story with Robert Youngfield. We'll take calls with Robert next hour here on Coast to Coast. His website's coasttocoastam.com. Robert was sending into white ships and fighter jets to the Middle East as Israel was racing for its grand attack. What are we going to do? What you got to tell them? Well, keep in mind that we usually keep some carrier group there, and we have something like 30 military bases in the region, including it. So a lot of that is rhetoric, a lot of that is, again, positioning and posturing to show that we're ready to go. If you want to have some fun, go on Wikipedia and check out Iran. You might notice that most of their inventory is pretty huge. Iran is not that powerful of an air force. They do have drones, they do have missiles, and they have focused most of their efforts on building rocket missiles that can reach Israel and then hopefully overpower our strategic systems. But you're not going to see a whole lot much. In other words, whatever Iran is threatening, it's going to be in a burst, maybe a couple more bursts, and that's it. And it just makes life miserable for everybody in the Middle East while they posture and attack the threat. Assuming Israel did what people think they did, were they justified in taking out the Hezbollah commander and the Hamas leader? I think so. I think in modern warfare, we do the same thing. I mean, we send drones to take out people we consider terrorists. In today's warfare, there's no place to hide. And whether you're in another country or on your way or in Lebanon or Iran, it doesn't matter. I think Hamas expected this. I think Hezbollah expects this just as Al-Qaeda and ISIS, and they have a hierarchy where the next or less talented guy takes over next. The agenda is what it wants, and then it's political, and the hierarchy is not energetic or honestly or as new as they should be. So you're finding a lot of younger, angrier, sharper people moving up in the Hamas organization. Why can't they just get along and be friends? Or in the natural state, I think we have to admit that there is so much pressure today, there is so much heritage, so much grievance, so much just demand for resources and land, that we're going to see more and more conflict. We're going to see people killing each other. We're going to see just random wars break out and continue for years. They don't seem to make sense, but they're part of the battle for survival. And we can continue to see this on the electronic business, the media, whatever people are battling for control or resources. The Shah of Iran, who we helped install in Iran, who's now dead, got tossed out in the 70s. The crisis in Iran. He wasn't a voice by any means, but he's a little better than what they have now, wasn't he? Yeah, now the Shah and what the UAE and Russia wants to install around the world. They want to install modern, strong men who take care of everything. Like Saddam Hussein was too. Exactly, just like the strong man on the surface, the great conquerors, the good-looking guy on every wall, every poster, and these guys rule with an iron fist, and they have presidents who are screaming and dead, dying people who disagree with them. And this was the way to keep the lid on the Middle East. But now, we're seeing reach, we're seeing people in Yemen firing the cheap $2,000 drone and hitting a city. It's got nothing to do with them, but it's just part of a coalition. So, this is the new reality. A globalism brings war to everyone's front door. Iran has told pilots to stay out of the area. Something's going to happen soon, Robert. I can feel it. How about you? Well, don't forget that on Wednesday they have a big meeting in Saudi Arabia. Again, if you look at all the floating around on Twitter and all these social media sites,
99%. You know, it's just people trying to scare people. If Iran pulls the trigger and launches a bunch of missiles, it opens the door to Israel to use some of the highest tech weapons the world has, and of course America is even higher tech weapons. So Iran's going to have a very bad week if they do their big missile launch.
I agree with that because I think Israel will pull out all the stops if Iran does any kind of retaliation.
Now, keep in mind that Netanyahu doesn't necessarily represent Israel when he's on the mission. This is his last chance to push sort of Zionist nationalist agenda and push Israel out to historic borders. And this is what he's trying to do with the radical right wing. So he's going to go crazy. He's going to do whatever he can to grab as much space and as much power.
Is he justified in his attack?